Chapter 1. The Setup. The accusation cut through the air, sharp and cold as broken glass. Mu Yin, explain this. Luomoan stood before her, his handsome face twisted with a disgust that made her stomach lurch. The coppery tang of blood filled her nostrils. Her ears rang, and a chill, born from 5 years of futile love, seized her, shaking her to the core. It was supposed to be a day of celebration, a homecoming banquet for his uncle at the North Sun estate. Head texted her 3 hours ago, prepare the house. The dutiful wife, as always, she had obeyed. But the moment she stepped into the silent, opulent foyer, the trap was sprung. Lin Yuedong, his childhood sweetheart, was waiting. With a look of tragic triumph, the woman raised a bowl of dark liquid to her lips and drank it down. Only when the cramps doubled her over and the crimson stain spread across her white dress did Mu Yin understand. It wasn't medicine. It was a lie, meticulously crafted, and she was the designated villain. I didn't do it. The words burst from her, raw and desperate. Luomoan's laugh was a harsh, ugly sound. They say women from the mountains are simple and honest. You lie with such conviction. He stepped closer, his shadow swallowing her whole. I saw you Yuedong on the floor, covered in blood. I heard her beg you to spare our child. And you still deny it? You were the one who cheated. She fired back, a final defiant spark. This is your sin, not mine. Do you think I would ever sink so low? To harm an unborn child? It was a mistake. I told you I would handle it after the baby was born. But you couldn't wait? You forced that poison down her throat. She drank it herself. It was an act. But her words were useless. They had been alone. It was her word against the impeccable, tragic socialite. Who would believe the simple girl from the mountains over the delicate Lin Yuetong? The plan was brutal, and it was flawless. Mu Yin, he snarled, his patience evaporating. You have a vicious heart. In a flash, his hand was around her throat, slamming her against the cold wall. Panic, cold and familiar, clawed at her chest. Her asthma. My inhaler, she gasped, fumbling in her pocket. Her hands trembled so violently, she could barely clutch the small canister. Just as she brought it to her lips, his other hand smacked it away. It clattered to the marble floor, rolling out of reach. Enough of your pathetic act. He released her, shoving her away in disgust. She crumpled to the ground, a broken doll. She needed that inhaler. Gasping, each breath of battle, she crawled toward it, her vision spotting with black dots. Still pretending? Luomoan roared. He strode forward, and his polished leather shoe came down first, crushing the inhaler, then grinding mercilessly onto her fingers. A sharp cry escaped her. The pain was excruciating, but it carved a cruel, crystalline clarity into her mind. In that moment, she saw him for what he was, a monster. He knelt, gripping her chin, forcing her to meet his icy gaze. Clean this filth up before my uncle arrives, he hissed, or you will live to regret it. He released her, stood, and walked away without a backward glance. He never did look back. From the hallway, she heard his voice, suddenly laced with a concern he had never shown her. How is Yuedong? Is she stable? Spare no expense. His footsteps faded, urgent, rushing to the side of his true love. A choked, bitter laugh escaped Mu Yin's lips. How pathetic I have been. She tried to reach for the shattered plastic, but her body was failing. Darkness crept at the edges of her sight. Help the plea was a whisper, lost to the empty, grand house. Just as her consciousness began to slip away, the door swung open. A tall, silhouetted figure stood framed in the doorway, backlit by the harsh afternoon sun. Had he come back? Chapter 2. The Final Straw. A faint, unfamiliar scent of sandalwood reached her first. It was not Luomoan's cologne. The last flicker of hope died. Then, a portable oxygen canister appeared. A mask was pressed gently over her nose and mouth. A primal will to live surged through her. She gripped the wrist holding the mask, her fingers tightening around a string of wooden prayer beads she found there. It felt like her only tether to life. In the profound silence of the hall, the only sound was her own ragged, desperate breaths, slowly steadying. Pulled back from the brink of death, Mu Yin felt something snap into place inside her. The fog of 5 years of devotion cleared, leaving behind a cold, sharp resolve. When her breathing eased, the oxygen canister was placed in her hand. The man turned to leave without a word. She lifted her head with immense effort, her vision blurry. All she saw was his broad, retreating back, one hand held behind him, the prayer beads still encircling that wrist. She found one last pill in her ruined inhaler and swallowed it dry. It stuck in her throat, a painful, fitting metaphor for her marriage. Her gaze fell on the dark, dried stain on the marble Lin Yuedong's masterpiece. A dry, hollow laugh escaped her. She found a rag and began to scrub. She scrubbed away every last trace of the blood, and with it, every shred of love she had ever felt for Liu Moen. Their meeting in the Qingwu Mountains had been the start of a beautiful delusion. 5 years. She had been wrong for so long. It was time to stop living in the past. By evening, the old estate was filled with vantages, both close and distant relatives. They had all heard about the incident. Their whispers slithered through the rooms, and their judgmental fingers pointed squarely at Mu Yin. From their hushed conversations, she learned the official verdict. Lin Yuedong had tragically lost the baby. A masterstroke, Mu Yin thought coldly. But what goes around comes around. Her eyes were fixed on the driveway. Then, the car she was waiting for appeared. Liu Moen stepped out, impeccable as ever, the concern for his mistress now replaced with cool entitlement. Mu Yin picked up a slice of the lavish welcome cake from the buffet table. And then, under the gaze of every VIP guest, she walked towards him, a serene smile on her face. Liu Moen saw her approaching with the cake. A flicker of smug satisfaction crossed his face. He thought she was coming to apologize, to beg for forgiveness. He could not have been more wrong. With a swift, decisive motion, she smashed the entire slice of cake onto the front of his impeccably tailored, outrageously expensive suit. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The whispers erupted. Madness. The mountain girl has finally lost her mind. How uncouth. Mu Yin felt nothing. She stood there, smiling, utterly indifferent. Liu Moen, her voice was clear and calm, cutting through the murmurs. I've cleaned up the mess from your child. Consider it the last thing I will ever do for you. She gestured with her empty, sticky hand. And I've borrowed a piece of your uncle's welcome cake to celebrate the end of our rotten marriage. She looked him dead in the eye. We are done. I want a divorce. The 3 statements hung in the air, devoid of any warmth, any love, any hesitation. The crowd was stunned into silence. Everyone knew Mu Yin's devotion was legendary. To see her publicly humiliate him and ask for a divorce was unthinkable. Before anyone could react, she turned on her heel and walked toward the courtyard gates. Liu Moen, wiping the garish frosting from his chest with a monogrammed handkerchief, grabbed her arm. His voice was a low, furious growl. Mu Yin, what is this tantrum? Look at this occasion. What have you ever done for me? She wrenched her arm free, not even bothering to look at him. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't be late. His face turned purple with rage. Do you have any idea what you're throwing away? He seethed. Once you walk out that door, there's no coming back. You'll regret this. Chapter 3. Arrival at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Divorce I never contemplated turning back, nor do I intend to, and you, even less, merit such a reversal. Mu Yin spoke with a calm demeanor, her back turned to Liu Moen, resolutely refraining from casting a glance in his direction. Each word escaped Liu Moen's lips with palpable tension. Very well, do not regret it. Mu Yin chuckled softly. She indeed felt remorse, for her genuine affection was misplaced, and she lamented her earlier choices. Unable to contain her tears, they cascaded down her cheeks, leaving behind only traces of sorrow. Having loved deeply, how could it possibly be forgotten as if it were mere salt and water, leaving no mark? Yet, knowing the futility, why cling to it? After 5 long years, having failed to attain the love she desired, she resolved to cherish herself instead. It was time to confront the situation decisively. Not far away, within the dilapidated Tinshua building, a man with elongated fingers tapped lightly on the mahogany railing. Mr. He, what brings you amusement? Lin Chuan inquired. Who do you think will regret first? Surely, it must be Mrs. Liu. Is that so? He chuckled. As Mu Yin exited the old residence in Xuanbei, a ghost car awaited her at a distance. Under the watchful eyes of the Liu family, she entered the vehicle. Uncle Qin, could you not procure a more discreet car? My dear lady, this is already the least expensive option in your garage. Mu Yin rubbed her temples. Uncle Qin, where is the divorce agreement I requested? At the red light. Uncle Qin handed her the document. Glancing at it, she exclaimed, why must I leave with nothing? After 5 years of marriage, I should at least receive 1 billion or 8. Did my brother draft this agreement? Indeed, Uncle Qin replied, appealing to reason, miss, you are not short of funds. The total value of the cars in your garage exceeds 6 billion. Mu Yin understood that her brother worried she might reconsider and return to Liu Moen, hence his desire for her to leave with nothing, expediting the divorce. However, that billion or 8 was rightfully hers. Who complains of too much money? After 5 years of contributions and 3 internationally notable construction projects, taking even a piece of Liu Moen's fortune was already a generous concession. By 9 tomorrow morning, Liu Moen will undoubtedly arrive, and this marriage will be dissolved, Mu Yin stated confidently, though Uncle Chin appeared perplexed. Uncle Chin, I will transfer 10 billion to you. Regardless of the method, ensure it is invested in all paternity testing institutions in Ningxing. Following this, Mu Yin made another phone call. Ji Yin, are you still lacking performance this month? Su Ji Yin, a high school classmate of Mu Yin, ran a media outlet called Liuguang News, dedicated to exposing the murky affairs within the upper echelons of society, akin to a supervisory committee for the elite. As the month draws to a close, I am preparing to unearth something substantial. Do you have any news for me? However, given your position in high society, perhaps it is best if you refrain. I know you care for me, so I cannot allow you to be in a position of conflict. Mu Yin offered a weary smile. I can provide you with my own news. Your news? What is it? I am getting a divorce from Lu Imoen. On the other end of the line, Su Jiyin fell silent for a few moments before exclaiming, have you finally come to your senses? It's about time. As the saying goes, wise individuals do not fall into the snares of love. A cast iron pot is meant only for a grand feast. Ha ha, with such a significant revelation from you, I can certainly prepare a lavish banquet. After the call concluded, Su Jian's efficiency was remarkable. The news of her divorce from Lu Imoen spread like wildfire. Today, she boldly proposed the divorce in front of Lu's relatives, leaving him in a predicament. Now, the news of their separation was creating a stir, reaching Lin Yuedong's ears, prompting her to wail and create a scene, effectively doubling the chaos. For the sake of his male dignity and his childhood sweetheart Lin Yuetong, Lu Imoen would undoubtedly proceed with the divorce. Although the entire internet was rife with doubts about her, the scales seemed to tip entirely in Lu Imoen's favor. However, the tide would soon turn. At 9 o'clock the following day, as anticipated, he appeared at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The divorce agreement, Mu Yin stated in a tone devoid of emotion, handing the document to him. Lu Imoen's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the agreement she offered. Wait for me a few minutes, he replied, swiftly crossing the crosswalk as the light turned green. Mu Yin furrowed her brow, feeling a tinge of confusion. What was Lu Imoen up to? Had he changed his mind? Surely not. Chapter 4. Stripping away the scoundrel, a special gift for divorce before long, Lu Imoen returned, presenting Mu Yin with a tube of ointment. For your hand, remember to apply it. He had noticed the bruising on her hand and bought her medicine. But what was this? A stick followed by a piece of candy? Lu Imoen seemed to have forgotten that the injury was inflicted by him. Mu Yin let out a derisive laugh. How touching. If she was truly moved, perhaps she should reconsider, lest she regret it. Reconsider what? Should I inflict more injuries on my other hand? Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she defiantly tossed the ointment into a nearby trash can in front of Lu Imoen. Mu Yin, what do you mean by this? He questioned, a chilling glare in his eyes, his expression darkening. You ungrateful woman. Indeed, she was ungrateful. Otherwise, how could she have misguidedly devoted her heart to him for 5 long years? Take a look at the agreement. If there are no issues, sign it, Mu Yin said, her tone icy. After perusing the agreement, Lu Imoen's sharp gaze caught a significant detail. 10 billion? You have quite the appetite. To Mr. Lu, 10 billion was inconsequential. You married me for my wealth, and now, as you wish, we shall divorce. With those words, Lu Imoen signed the divorce agreement, and the two headed into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Imoen's status attracted many curious glances. After all, he was the renowned domineering CEO of Ning City, with an outstanding appearance and lineage that commanded attention. In contrast, Mu Yin, as Mrs. Lu, remained relatively obscure, donning glasses and a mask, appearing plain, yet emanating an inexplicable chill. In the next moment, the two appeared at the Civil Affairs Bureau, their photograph uploaded online, solidifying their spot on the trending divorce list. The crowd gathered in increasing numbers, and special arrangements were made. They hastily finalized their divorce, each receiving a certificate stamped with an official seal. Mu Yin vividly recalled the exhilaration she felt 5 years ago upon receiving her marriage certificate. At that time, did she ever envision that they would part ways? Certainly not. Even though they had never shared a marital life or deep affection, she had never contemplated divorce. Yet now, as she held the divorce certificate, a sense of relief washed over her. Lu Imoen was like a silent valley, unworthy of her leap into the unknown. 1 billion. Mu Yin regarded Lu Imoen. Unable to forget the matter of money, performing tasks for others and receiving compensation was only just. Lu Imoen furrowed his brow. his gaze turning icy as he produced a bank card and handed it to her. The password was inscribed on the back of the card. Mu Yin readily accepted the card, unperturbed by the balance, as they had signed an agreement in black and white. Subsequently, she presented him with an envelope. "This is my parting gift to you, Lu Xiao. Until we meet again." They would certainly cross paths once more. Without a backward glance, Mu Yin turned to leave. The way she addressed him as Mr. Lu and her decisive exit caused his grip on the envelope to tighten abruptly, a heaviness settling in his chest. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was for the best. A woman who covets his wealth and is so ruthless and unscrupulous was always a potential threat by his side. Lu Emoan looked at the crumpled envelope in his hand and exhaled, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. His secretary had arrived, and he needed to preside over a meeting at the corporation. As the vehicle glided smoothly along the road, Lu Emoan opened the envelope Mu Yin had given him. Chapter 5. Gaining attention, unraveling the scandal. What met his eyes was a paternity test. The examiner was Lin Yuetong. According to the existing data and DNA results, Lu Emoan was excluded from the child as paternity. In an instant, his pupils dilated with shock. Within the envelope were not only the paternity test results, but also a series of documents from a hospital. This was the paternity test conducted via amniocentesis after Lin Yuetong had completed 16 weeks of pregnancy. Lu Emoan's expression hardened as he slammed his fist heavily against the front seat. "To the hospital," he directed coldly. The secretary driving the vehicle hesitated slightly. "Sir, the important meeting for the renovation of Tiangsha Lu is next." "Did I stutter?" "I said to the hospital. Du Montag an Belot." "Understood." The secretary swiftly changed course towards the hospital. After exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Mu Yin made her way to a nearby parking lot, sunlight filtering through the dappled shadows of the trees, casting warmth upon her. It dawned on her that all the unpleasantness of the past had merely paved the way for the beauty of the future. She smiled faintly, removed her lenses, let her long hair fall free, and with a casual flick, exuded an air of sophisticated allure. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed Su Jian. "Jian, the second wave of sensational news is about to unfold." "Great." Upon concluding the call, the scandal of President Lu's extramarital affair with Lin Yuetong erupted, leaving the public in a frenzy. Reports spread like wildfire, with marketing accounts fervently sharing the news. Several videos surfaced, showcasing Lu Emoan accompanying Lin Yuetong to her prenatal checkups, where she playfully flirted with him, exuding an apparent intimacy. However, the revelation of a paternity test that followed left many astonished. The child Lin Yuetong carried bore no relation to Lu Emoan whatsoever. Previously, Lin Yuetong had gained viral fame for her short video donning hanfu while traversing the Tianshu Tower. Later, when netizens discovered she was the daughter of the Lin family and a goddess of the architecture department at Ning University, her popularity soared. Yet, who could have anticipated that the hanfu goddess they idolized was in fact a shameless mistress? Presently, the entire online community was abuzz with discussions. The scales of public opinion swiftly tipped in favor of Mu Yin. Onlookers grasped the reasons behind the divorce, and denunciations of the scoundrel and the mistress proliferated, bringing immense satisfaction to the masses. Driving her Ferrari while reveling in exhilarating punk music, Mu Yin made her way to the Ning City International Trade Center. The towering 6 skyscrapers there, iconic to Ning City, were all private properties of the Mu family. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the consortium building, Uncle Chin approached with a beaming smile as soon as he spotted the Ferrari. Mu Yin handed him the divorce certificate. In the next moment, Uncle Chin erupted into genuine laughter, hastily pulling out his phone to capture the moment from every angle, treating it as if it were a rare treasure. "Uncle Chin, has my brother returned?" she inquired. "He just set foot on Ning City soil less than an hour ago. Is he in his office? I shall seek him out." Mu Yin was aware of how fervently her brother, Mu Yi, wished for her to come to her senses and let go of that scoundrel Lu Emoan. She was determined to show him the divorce certificate. Miss, Uncle Chin interrupted. "President Mu is in the conference room. Today marks the monthly shareholders meeting." At that moment, 2 employees were whispering to one another. "I wonder how those old shareholders will stir things up at today's meeting. Last month, they demanded sashimi and hand-ground coffee. They come once a month, and yet they always find a way to make President Mu's life difficult. What can one expect? Everyone knows President Mu is a love child. Always a step behind. Uncle Chin was taken aback and quickly admonished them. What nonsense are you spouting? Shouldn't you be at work? The two employees lowered their heads and hurried away. Uncle Chin turned back to speak with Mu Yin, but she had already shed her oversized coat, carelessly tossing it onto the table. Clad in a black camisole and fitted trousers, her hair cascaded like seaweed, swaying with each step, exuding an aura of fierce determination. This commanding presence left Uncle Chin momentarily speechless, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The once mighty young lady had returned at last. Mu Yin ascended the elevator, heading straight for the conference room. Within the chamber, the derisive voices of shareholders echoed. Mu Yi, as the illegitimate son of the Mu family. Securing the position of president is already a grace I have bestowed upon you. Do not misalign your loyalties. Chapter 6. Mu Ying's fierce defense of her brother as the door to the conference room swung open. Mu Yin forcefully pulled out a chair and leaned upon the table, her serene smile chilling to the bone. Uncle Song, as a legitimate child of the Mu family, when was I ever aware that my brother's presidency was a gift from you? Her words detonated like a bomb, disturbing the calm surface of the gathering. You are Mu Yin? Song Kong momentarily failed to recognize her, his tone tinged with astonishment. After all, Mu Yin had been virtually invisible for the past 5 years, especially within the Mu Corporation. Clearly, after 5 years, Uncle Song's eyesight has deteriorated. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for an expert consultation to examine your vision. Observe her commanding demeanor. Hear her unrelenting words. It was a spectacle that grew ever more gratifying to witness. Mu Yin, you are utterly disrespectful. You possess no sense of decorum. What can I say? I am a legitimate child, born with rightful status, showered with affection, unlike my brother, who is dutiful and obedient, striving to maintain your esteem, only to find you so shamelessly ungrateful. Mu Yin emerged as a master of repartee, leaving Song Kong momentarily speechless. The other shareholders, well aware of Mu Ying's formidable reputation, had long recognized her as a notorious force. They urged Song Kong to smooth over the tension, suggesting they adjourn for lunch. Assistant Zhou, will there be a special meal for the shareholders today? Mu Yin inquired. Indeed there will be. Here is the menu, Assistant Zhou replied, glancing at Mu Yi for confirmation. With a subtle smile, Mu Yi offered a nod, and Assistant Zhou promptly handed the menu to Mu Yin. Emperor salmon? Australian lobster? They each reaped substantial profits, attending shareholder meetings monthly, yet they never failed to indulge in a lavish meal before departing. What a clever way to profit. Brother, how about this from now on? All special shareholder lunches will adhere to the employee standards. The savings will be donated monthly to the welfare institution in the name of the board, allowing the shareholders to accumulate some virtue. Given their lack of morality, surely they could benefit from accumulating some good deeds. Mu Yi stifled a laugh. I see no issues with this. Your proposal is quite commendable. Indeed, I trust that all the kind uncles will surely agree. With the conversation having reached such a point, even if the shareholders harbor reluctance, they could hardly voice dissent, especially since Mu Yi, the president of the Mu Corporation, had already given his consent. I find it commendable that little Ing possesses such awareness, one shareholder remarked, prompting the others to follow suit in agreement. With a charming smile, Mu Yin playfully addressed Uncle Song. Now this is the correct alignment, don't you think? Song Kong's face turned a shade of green, then pale, as he huffed in irritation and rose to leave the conference room. Uncle Song, take care. We shall meet next month. The other shareholders gradually exited, leaving only the two siblings in the vast conference room. You truly are going to drive Song Kong to his wit's end. Mu Yi chuckled at the earlier scene. The expenses incurred during their visit could rival that of an entire department, utterly unnecessary expenditures that ought to be curtailed. However, as the head of the consortium, Mu Yi knew better than to be overly concerned with such matters. My sister is always right, and whatever she does is done with flair, he remarked, save for her choice to marry Lu Mon, to which Mu Yin interjected. Mu Yi smiled, still ensnared by the meeting, evidently unaware of her recent divorce from Lu Mo, and whatever your decision may be, brother will always support your choice. Then you must continue to support me, Mu Yin said, grasping Mu Yi's hand and placing the divorce certificate in his palm. Upon opening it, Mu Yi's face lit up with glee. This is splendid news. When shall we visit Qingwu Mountain to see our parents? I'll clear my schedule for us to go together. Let us wait until after the graduation ceremony at Ning University. Mu Yi paused, observing the sparkle in Mu Yin's eyes, seemingly grasping her intent. Brother will heed your wishes. After all, he is a devoted brother. Mu Yin's heart fluttered. Indeed, family is the greatest blessing. Brother, what did Song Kong mean when he said not to choose the wrong side? What transpired? Chapter 7. The ex-husband and the mistress clash. Trending continues. Mu Yi furrowed his brow and replied, "It pertains to the renovation of Tianxue Tower. I plan to have the Mu Yin studio compete against Lu's construction for the bid, but Song Kong opposes it." The Mu Yin studio was a gift from Mu Yi to Mu Yin upon her graduation, yet it had seen little progress over the years. The Mu consortium did not thrive in construction, rendering the existence of the studio a thorn in the side of several shareholders. The 3 groundbreaking architectural projects she had secretly negotiated were all handed over to Lu Mo and Lu's construction. In retrospect, she considered her previous self to be quite foolish. Now, with the stagnation of Mu Yin studio, Mu Yin felt entirely responsible. Was Song Kong opposed because the Lu family held a dominant position in the construction industry? Did he believe that Mu Yin studio stood no chance and would embarrass the Mu consortium? Mu Yin nodded in affirmation. Brother, when does the bidding for Tianxue Tower commence? At 1 p.m. on Monday at the Linen Hall. Monday? That's the day before the graduation ceremony at Ning City University. The timing is quite fortuitous. Brother, entrust the team to me in secret. This time, I shall lead the bidding. Mu Yi was taken aback, but beamed with pride. This marriage was worth it. My confident sister has returned. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Mo tossed the paternity test report before Lin Yuetong. Have you thought of an explanation? The news had already spread across the internet, and it was likely that she, the protagonist of this affair, was already aware. Lin Yuetong clutched at his garment, her gaze earnest. This must be a forgery by that woman, Mu Yin. She is attempting to sow discord between us. We have feelings? I was unaware of that. Lu Mo's expression remained indifferent, his tone even colder. Lin Yuetong's complexion turned pale, her body trembling. Moen, you must believe me. The child truly is yours. I have already sent the embryonic tissue from the abortion for testing. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetong's eyes widened in shock. Lu Moen, observing her reaction, realized that a second test was unnecessary. If one dares to let Lu Moen take responsibility, one must be prepared to face the consequences. He left with utter indifference. Lin Yuetong's shoulders shook, her body weakened, as if her backbone had been removed, collapsing onto the hospital bed. She had chosen the most discreet paternity testing institution in Ningxing. How could this report have leaked? She could not fathom how Mu Yin could possess such capability if she were indeed responsible. Yet, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. After the Lin family's bankruptcy, she relied on Lu Moen and the Lu family to maintain a decent life and establish herself in high society. At this moment, she had to carve out a path for herself, a means of retreat. She hurriedly dialed her mother's number, pleading, "Mom, please help me, beg Godfather to assist me." The affair between Lu Moen and Lin Yuetong escalated. To avoid impacting stock prices, the Lu Corporation's public relations department promptly issued a denial. They stated that the child was never Lu Moen's. He only regarded Lin Yuetong as a sister due to the amicable relations between their families and had never engaged in any improper relationship. Mu Yin had anticipated this and had informed Su Jian in advance. Soon, the online army nurtured by Liuguang news emerged like mushrooms after rain. Chapter Oshim, Mu Yin. What tricks are you playing now? Hearing your words is like savoring a fine discourse. The Lu Corporation's statement truly is but a flimsy excuse, leaving much to be desired. The transformation of my wife into an ex-wife is already the best explanation. My lover is my sister series. Engaging with my sister when there's a matter, and engaging with her when there's none. The upstairs comments are simply delightful. I must commend the profundity of language. It has become evident that the Lu Corporation would have been better off continuing to feign ignorance. This response seems to indicate a desire to experience the pleasure of a stock market plunge before the market opens tomorrow. With a crash, the internal phone was smashed to pieces. Lu Moen's face was filled with fury as he bellowed. Everyone in the public relations department, get out and go home. Mu Yin, after reviewing the trending topics, remained unperturbed. Everything was as she had anticipated. After setting aside her phone, she began to secretly arrange the transfer of Mu Can. The bidding proposal crafted by the team was entirely overturned by Mu Yin, necessitating a complete restart. The studio's lights burned brightly for several consecutive nights as she and her team toiled tirelessly. On Monday, Mu Yin arrived at the Linan Hall with a voluminous bidding proposal, accompanied by her team. 5 years prior, the Tian Schweb building had been consumed by flames, leaving the West building nearly in ruins. Although privately owned, it remains one of Ningcheng's renowned ancient structures, symbolizing the city itself, and its perfect restoration poses a formidable challenge. Ordinary teams would not dare to take on such a task, resulting in only 2 companies bidding on site. One was the illustrious Lu Architecture, celebrated for its 3 groundbreaking projects that have astonished both domestic and international audiences, truly the titan of the industry. The other was the relatively obscure Mu Yin studio, which could only boast its affiliation with the affluent Mu conglomerate. Established merely 6 years ago, what audacity did they possess to compete with us at Lu Architecture? The bidding party, wary of our monopolistic advantage, sought to provide us with a rival. Yet they ought to have selected a contender of notable standing. With President Lu personally in attendance, victory seemed assured. Mu Yin was merely present to make an appearance and assert their existence. Even before the bidding commenced, whispers filled the hall. Furthermore, the event was broadcast live, with viewers mocking Mu Yin's audacity. Suddenly, the door to one side of the hall swung open. Mu Yin, clad in high heels, entered with her team, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. She removed her sunglasses, tossing her hair lightly, her fiery red lips complemented by cascading waves, exuding an undeniable presence. The audience was left in astonishment, nudging one another in disbelief. Soon, all eyes in the hall, except for Lu Moan's, were fixed on Mu Yin. With an air of calmness, she approached Lu Moan, taking a seat directly beside him, leaving a row of seats empty between them. With a feigned smile, she greeted him, "President Lu, it's a pleasure to see you again." Over the past 5 years, Mu Yin had seldom made appearances. The public knew only that Lu Moan had a wife, yet few had ever seen her. The recent trending topic had revived memories of Mrs. Lu. Presently, Mu Yin had undergone a remarkable transformation. Who could have anticipated that the woman who removed her glasses, shed her loose clothing, and altered her long straight hair would emerge as such a breathtaking figure? Others might not recognize her, but Lu Moan, having been her husband for 5 years, could never forget her. Witnessing her present attire stirred within him an impulse to remove his suit and envelop her in it. His brow furrowed, as a row of seats separated them. Nevertheless, disregarding the setting, he leaned forward to grasp her wrist, narrowing the distance between them. Mu Yin, what trick are you playing this time? Chapter 9. President Lu enjoys playing the fatherly role while taking advantage of his ex-wife. Playing? Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. President Lu, retaining a childlike demeanor and treating the bidding as a game is acceptable to me, but do not involve me in your frivolities. The once docile little rabbit had transformed into a finely honed instrument of gentle precision. Do not tell me you are here to bid. Lu Moan's tone was as frigid as ice. Could it be that such an evident matter eluded the discerning eyes of President Lu? Mu Yin's voice remained as gentle as ever, unchanged from the past, yet everything had undergone a tumultuous transformation. Utterly presumptuous. In President Lu's view, relying on the Mu family was nothing short of arrogance. What, have you turned to embrace Mu Yi? Mu Yin chuckled lightly, disdainfully dismissing such sordid inquiries. Ningcheng was predominantly populated by individuals with the surname Mu. Do not presume that sharing the same surname grants you a connection to Mu Yin. His rise to prominence was far from a result of virtue. Lu Moan's gaze deepened, fixated on her exquisite visage. Was President Lu offering me a reminder? By what authority? As an ex-husband? This revelation left the personnel from Lu's construction utterly astounded. As it turned out, this stunning beauty was none other than President Lu's unappreciated ex-wife. Mu Yin's words were laced with sharpness. I had no idea President Lu not only relished playing the role of a benefactor, but also took delight in exploiting his ex-wife. Her gaze rested upon her wrist, still held in his grip. Lu Moan released her, and upon mentioning Lin Yuetong, a palpable shift occurred in his expression, marked by a distinct tremor. Yin, I can explain this matter. Explain what nonsense? The bidding conference had commenced. Mu Yin disregarded him, turning instead to her team behind her. Lu Moan's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, his retraction marked by an unprecedented embarrassment and rigidity. As the bidding conference unfolded, the bidding party made their appearance. Mu Yin focused her gaze and discerned a man around 40 years of age. So, he is the owner of Tianxua Building? It is well known that possessing Tianxua Building signifies immense power and an affiliation with one of the most enigmatic old aristocratic families in the upper echelons. The man introduced himself succinctly. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Chuan." Subsequently, the bidding representatives took turns according to the draw. Lu's construction went first, followed by Mu Can. The renovation of Tianxua Building was highly anticipated. If successful, its status in the architectural realm would be immeasurable. Lu's construction approached this bidding with utmost caution, with Lu Emoan personally leading the team. The grand display screen showcased Lu's construction's proposal, an explanation lasting nearly 2 hours, impressively articulated. Applause erupted from the audience, and many believed that Lu's construction was destined to win. Lu Emoan shared this conviction. He possessed such confidence. He descended the stage with composure, only to encounter Mu Yin, who was preparing to ascend. In the fleeting moment they brushed past each other, Lu Emoan softly remarked, "Yin, the bidding conference will conclude. Wait for me." Lu Emoan was aware that Mu Yin was entirely unacquainted with architecture. Thus, even if she were to falter, he intended to allow Mu Can's studio to partake in the endeavor. Specifics would be discussed after the bidding conference concluded. However, Mu Yin acted as if she had not heard, not even casting a glance in his direction, and proceeded onto the stage. He scoffed. What was he attempting to achieve? Truly laughable. Mu Yin stood firmly on the stage. In her perspective, Lu's architecture undeniably stands as the elder statesman within the industry. Their proposal is commendable, yet it has not attained the zenith of perfection. As the grand screen flickered, she emerged before the audience with a proposal that starkly contrasted with that of Lu's. Chapter 10. It had been 5 years since Mr. Lu had savored pork, yet he had witnessed swine in motion. Then, a gentle voice resonated, akin to the soothing babble of a brook. Throughout the presentation, she never cast a glance at the screen. Every detail was etched in her mind, and her articulate exposition rendered her proposal and its underlying logic nothing short of flawless. Mu Can's ambition extended beyond merely refurbishing the Tianxua Tower. She aspired to reimagine it in accordance with the hearts of the people of Ningxing. Her concluding remarks, elegantly articulated, elicited thunderous applause from the assembly. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments surged fervently. Who is this stunning beauty, wielding her allure as a weapon? A recent graduate from Ning University's architecture department. I am filled with admiration. Mu Can's audacious refurbishment plan dares to defy convention. How many possess such courage? Personally, I find myself leaning towards Mu Can's proposal. The next step lies in the hands of the bidding party. Lin Chuan rose from his seat. Both proposals were commendable. However, for him, Tianxua Tower held paramount significance, and he requested a moment of solitude to contemplate. With that, he strode towards the equipment room on the side of the hall. Lin Chuan's indecisiveness was entirely understandable, as both proposals had merit. While Mu Can's approach was relatively daring, it promised to restore the Tianxua Tower closer to its original form, whereas Lu's proposal, though conservative, fell short of the original vision. Speculation ran rampant in the live broadcast regarding the outcome of the bidding. Yet, the atmosphere in the venue was palpably heavy. Members of Mu Can's studio, who had initially expressed skepticism towards the newly appointed leader, found themselves swayed after days of collaboration and the evolution of the proposal. They were now thoroughly convinced. Mu Can, having been relatively obscure over the years, had managed to stand toe-to-toe with Lu's, prompting the bidding party to deliberate extensively. They had taken a significant stride forward. This marked a promising beginning. The outcome was becoming less critical. Presently, the greatest concern lay with Lu's architecture, who had previously felt assured of victory, yet now wore expressions of somber gravity. Who would have thought that Mr. Lu's ex-wife possessed such architectural knowledge? I had assumed she was merely leading the team in attendance. It is quite peculiar. If she indeed understands architecture, why did she not partake in Lu's endeavors over the years? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck? After all, having been married to Mr. Lu for 5 years, she has not only witnessed the swine, but has also observed their race, has she not? Lu Emoan remained silent, dismissing her subordinate's comments with indifference. Even if the proposal was crafted by her team, the coherent and logical explanation was delivered solely by her. It had only been a few days since their divorce. If she were not knowledgeable about architecture, how could she stand confidently on that stage? It is clear that she possesses understanding, and it transcends mere comprehension. Liu Emoen's gaze fell upon Mu Yin, who exuded a graceful charm and captivating elegance. His palm tightened abruptly, as if his heart had been struck by a blunt instrument. What secrets did she still conceal? It seemed that their 5-year marriage had been riddled with her deceptions. How foolish he had been to initially consider securing this bid to incorporate Mu Yin's studio. In hindsight, it appeared utterly absurd. Yet, despite this realization, a thought began to take shape within him. If she were to turn back, he could overlook all her deceit, erasing it entirely. Such a notion struck him as immensely laughable. 30 minutes elapsed, and Lin Chuan emerged from the equipment room, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. All eyes were fixed upon him, holding their breath in anticipation of his decision. Chapter 11. President Liu is blind. Ex-wife outshines the mistress by a mile. I choose Mu Yin's studio. Upon uttering these words, the members of the studio erupted in jubilation. Liu's construction firm had lost. For 5 years, Liu's construction had been an unstoppable force within the industry. Yet now it had succumbed to an obscure studio? In contrast to the members' excitement, Mu Yin merely smiled graciously. Thank you, President Liu. With that, she stepped onto the stage, shook hands with Lin Chuan, signed, and exchanged contracts. Mu Yin had triumphed in this bidding war. Instantly, headlines proclaiming Mu Yin's victory over Liu's construction surged to the trending topics, igniting fervent discussions across the internet. Oh no, my heart aches for President Liu. He is truly handsome. Handsome men are my destiny. Does the internet lack memory? Wake up, people. Do you also wish to be President Liu's younger sister? Who exactly is this stunning sister from Mu Yin? She seems so composed, not a hint of pretense. Doesn't anyone else think that this beauty resembles President Liu's ex-wife? Soon, curious netizens unearthed photographs from the Civil Affairs Bureau for comparison. With keen eyes, they identified a small mole at the corner of Mu Yin's eye, confirming her identity as the same person. It truly is President Liu's ex-wife. I'm squealing like a groundhog. His ex-wife's looks outshine the mistress by a million miles, sending her light years away. What was President Liu thinking? President Liu has lost both his wife and his army. Is his ex-wife staging a real-life version of Temptation of going home? The studio members were equally astonished, as a select few core personnel were aware that she was Mu's sister, but had not anticipated her additional identity as President Liu's ex-wife. After all, her attire and demeanor bore little resemblance to Liu's unremarkable former spouse. Following the conclusion of the bidding conference, the team members departed to prepare for subsequent tasks, including brief media interviews. Meanwhile, Mu Yin approached Lin Chuan to obtain the keys to Tianxua building and the requisite paperwork. Lin Chuan extended his hand to Mu Yin, expressing his eagerness to witness the former splendor of Tianxua building through Mu Yin's efforts. Mu Yin nodded in agreement and shook his hand, vowing to give her utmost. Not to disappoint. Regardless of her gaze or expression, both remained unwaveringly steadfast. Upon exiting the conference hall, Mu Yin encountered Liu Mo in the corridor. Yin, we need to talk. His presence obscured all light before her, reminiscent of those 5 years that shrouded her in shadows instead of starlight. Mu Yin did not spare him a glance. There is nothing to discuss with President Liu. It is over between us. Yin, regarding Lin Yuedong and me. I have no interest in knowing. As soon as the words left her lips, Mu Yin prepared to bypass him. Yin, Liu Mo and grasped her slender wrist. His voice laced with indignation. How much longer will you continue to deceive me? What exactly had she deceived him about? If it were her identity as the daughter of the Mu family, then she had already severed ties with her family to marry him, which could hardly be deemed deceitful. As for secretly securing 3 major construction projects for him, it was to shield him from unnecessary complications stemming from her status. Everything she had done in the past was for him, yet he perceived it as betrayal. A sardonic smile curved Mu Yin's lips, leaving one to ponder whether she was mocking the man before her or her former self. President Liu, please maintain your dignity. In a fit of fury, Liu Mo and laughed coldly, his chilling aura surpassing the biting winds of winter. He did not release her. Instead, he forcefully pinned her against the wall. Chapter 12. The arrogant President Liu. Opposing me merely to capture my attention, he was concerned about her back colliding with the wall and thus cushion her fall with his hand. Liu Mo and, let me go. Mu Yin glared at him, her eyes brimming with evident ire. Yin, your defiance is simply a ploy to capture my attention. How absurd. Mu Yin thought. President Liu, confidence is commendable, but blind arrogance is not. It must be acknowledged that Liu Mo and had the audacity to be arrogant. Yet his hubris was misdirected. Mu Yin, I am offering you a chance to reconsider. He felt as though she was drifting further away from him. A chance? Liu Mo and abandon that thought. Her words, devoid of warmth, struck him like a blow to the chest, furrowing her delicate brows. Mu Yin exerted every ounce of strength to break free, but in her fervor, she inadvertently struck him across the jaw with a resounding slap. The sound echoed, drawing the attention of those nearby. Seizing the moment, Mu Yin pushed him away and retreated several steps to maintain her distance. Liu Mo's brows knitted tightly as he regarded her with cold disdain, his tongue grazing his cheek. You're the first to dare lay hands on me. President Liu, you flatter yourself. I'm merely engaged in a reciprocal response. The bruise on her wrist was still swollen and had yet to fade completely. At that moment, a clear, deep voice resonated from nearby. Emoan, do not delay the 4 p.m. construction meeting for the Haicheng Museum. The Haicheng Museum construction meeting? Was Liu's construction company targeting this project? Mu Yin lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound, only to see the man had already turned and departed. Liu Moan was taken aback. The words he had almost spoken abruptly swallowed back. Mu Yin, spotting the imposing silhouette, focused her attention on the string of small leaf red sandalwood prayer beads adorning his wrist. It was him. She hurriedly made her way towards the parking lot. Liu Moan stood rooted in place, savoring the lingering fragrance in the air, when a sudden, excruciating pain surged through him, a sensation he had never before experienced. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at Mu Yin's retreating figure, graceful and alluring, yet growing ever more distant. As long as it is something I desire, nothing is beyond my reach. With his understanding of her, he was convinced that she was merely consumed by anger at present. Once she came to her senses, she would turn back to him, seeking his presence. It was merely a matter of time. Yin, I await your return. Mu Yin dashed into the underground parking lot, searching for the figure of that man. That silhouette, that string of prayer beads, she could not be mistaken. He was the one who had rescued her that day. As she entered the parking area, she saw him opening the car door, prepared to enter. Wait. She paid no heed to her high heels, hastily running towards him, only to inadvertently twist her ankle. Ouch! Stumbling, she fell forward heavily. Just as she thought she would undoubtedly fall, a steady hand firmly clasped her slender waist. You made me wait. I heard you, so there's no need for haste. Mu Yin opened her eyes to behold a strikingly handsome face. The scent of ebony and agarwood, exuding a refreshing clarity. If Liu Moan's presence was akin to surging waves, this man before her was vast and profound, yet equally unsettling, impossible to overlook. Apologies and thank you. Mu Yin steadied herself, retreating 2 steps. Apologizing and expressing gratitude? He regarded her leisurely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 13. Mr. He's intrusive intentions. Mu Yin nodded gently, explaining, I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. I saw you about to leave and feared I wouldn't catch up. After all, 2 legs cannot compete with 4 wheels. My gratitude is for saving me once again. Once again, he replied with a teasing smile, you are quite the one to remember favors, but it was merely a small effort on my part. I had no expectation of your thanks. With that, he strode towards the parked Alpha. Upon reaching the car, he paused. If you truly wish to thank me, it would be best to keep your distance from my nephew. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, his words striking like a heavy stone upon the surface of a lake. Mu Yin thought she had misheard. His nephew? Was it Liu Moan? It dawned on her that he was none other than He Linshin, the elusive uncle of Liu Moan. This He Linshin was shrouded in mystery, having been seen by very few. Mu Yin's delicate brows knitted tightly. Although it was the summer solstice, a chill breeze inexplicably swept through, sending a shiver down her spine. To her utter astonishment, the man who had rescued her from the old residence of Xuanbei turned out to be Liu Moan's uncle. This is something you ought to convey to your nephew, Mu Yin stated, her tone poised and unwavering. She refused to accept any injustice simply because this man was her savior. He Linshin merely chuckled, offering no further words as he entered the car. The driver closing the door behind him, and the Alpha departed. Mu Yin stood still, lost in thought. It seemed that He Linshin had come to her aid out of concern that Liu Moan, his nephew, might inadvertently commit manslaughter and find himself imprisoned. Setting aside other matters, He Linshin was undoubtedly a commendable uncle. Regardless of his motives for intervening, the fact remained that he had saved her. Moreover, it was she who had cleaned the blood of Lin Yuetong, thus ensuring that his welcoming banquet remained untainted. Her gratitude had been duly expressed. As for his insistence that she distance herself from Lu Moen, she would consider this his condition for saving her, and fulfilling it posed no difficulty. She had no intention of descending into the abyss once more. By this reckoning, she owed him nothing at all. Subsequently, Mu Yin turned and walked towards the nearby McLaren. Driving away. Inside the Elfa, Lin Chuan was muttering to himself. "What are you mumbling about?" He Linson inquired. Lin Chuan snapped back to reality and, without hesitation, blurted out, "Sir is a man of integrity. He would never engage in such treachery." Linson's expression darkened, inscrutable. A man of integrity? Such a man conceals his abilities and waits for the right moment. He indeed fits that description. After departing from the Li Nan conference hall, Mu Yin drove to Tianxue Tower. Upon her arrival, the security guard, upon seeing her, initially intended to stop her, but was taken aback when she produced 2 keys and deftly unlocked the exquisite Mandarin duck lock. It is worth noting that the keys to Tianxue Tower, originating from the Sui dynasty, are irreplaceable. These keys were given to me by Mr. Lin Chuan. I am here to take photographs inside the building, Mu Yin explained with a smile, noting the guard's astonishment. "Very well, please proceed," the guard responded courteously, feeling slightly bashful in response to her smile. "Thank you," Mu Yin acknowledged with a nod as she entered the building. The fire that had occurred years ago had ravaged the West Wing. Although emergency protective measures had been implemented, the damage remained severe. Currently, the only access was via the eastern staircase. Armed with her DSLR, Mu Yin walked through the interior, capturing images as she went. Later, she stepped outside, intending to photograph the exterior, but unexpectedly discovered that from this vantage point, she could clearly see the old residence of Xuanbei. Furthermore, a surveillance camera was directed right at the window of the old residence's living room. Chapter 14. Arrogance. I have no interest in the CEO position. Mu Yin's gaze flickered, and she immediately sought the equipment room. This room was situated in a narrow, inconspicuous space between the eastern and western wings. With all the keys to Tianxue Tower now in her possession, Mu Yin successfully opened the door to the equipment room and confirmed that all surveillance equipment was operational. She hastily tapped away at the keyboard, searching for footage from 6 days prior. Indeed, the high-definition surveillance clearly captured the moment when Lin Yuetong ingested the abortion pill. However, from this angle, her figure was not discernible. Truly, one might search tirelessly without success only to find what they seek effortlessly. Mu Yin chuckled lightly. She aimed to compel Lin Yuetong to a desperate act. Thus, retaining this footage was essential. She retrieved a USB drive from her bag and meticulously copied the surveillance clip. Upon leaving the Tianxue building, dusk had already fallen. Returning to the Luan villa, as she stepped into the living room, the sound of celebratory fireworks erupted. "Congratulations, Xiao Yinin. The Tianxue project is secured." Su Jian and Uncle Qin stood to either side, holding firecrackers and beaming with radiant smiles. The villa had been lavishly decorated, adorned with balloons and ribbons, and an extravagant banner spanned across the living room. Congratulations to the foremost socialite Mu Yin for successfully eliminating Lu Mon, shining brightly like the sun and stars. Witnessing such fanfare, Mu Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter, gently stroking her chin as she slowly shook her head. What significance does being the top socialite hold? If one is to do it, why not aim for something grander? In the next moment, Su Jian embraced Mu Yin, exclaiming exaggeratedly, "Xiao Yinin is right. Let's charge ahead." Uncle Qin promptly raised his fist in agreement. Standing at a distance, Mu Yi facepalmed, shaking his head in resignation. As dinner commenced, the four raised their glasses in celebration. Shortly thereafter, a large iron pot filled with goose stew was presented at the table. "Yinin, I specially prepared this for you. You've worked hard these past few days, so make sure to nourish yourself," Su Jian remarked. Mu Yin gazed at the astonishingly large pot without a hint of surprise, well aware that this was within Su Jian's capabilities. In contrast, Mu Yi displayed a look of utter astonishment. "Where on earth did you find such a massive pot?" "Who am I? I can unearth every bit of gossip in your upper crust circles, so a mere iron pot is hardly a challenge for me," retorted Su Jian with pride. Mu Yi seemed quite impressed. Mu Yin stifled a laugh as she savored the goose leg that Uncle Qin had served her, suddenly recalling something. She lifted her head and said, "Brother, The formalities regarding the Tianxua project will take a week to process. I intend to grant the studio a brief respite, as there will be countless late nights ahead. Mu Yin has been handed over to you, and you hold full authority. There's no need to report to your brother. Whatever you decide is correct. Mu Yin wholly acquiesced to Mu Yin. Securing the renovation project for Tianxua had already brought significant acclaim to the Mu Yin studio. It was still a hot topic, and with the stock market reopening tomorrow, shares of the Mu Corporation were sure to soar. What could this brother possibly find unsatisfactory? Mu Yin smiled sweetly, her tone playful. While Mu Yin is indeed under my purview, you are the CEO of the Mu Corporation, so I ought to inform my superior. Shouldn't I? You are the superior of our entire family. As long as you speak, the position of CEO is yours. Upon hearing this, Su Jian nearly toppled from her seat. Is it really that casual? This is the CEO of the Mu Corporation we're discussing, not a stall at the market selling pork. Mu Yin shook her head, expressing her disinterest in the position of CEO. Chapter 15. It sounds quite disparaging. Her aspiration was to transform the studio into a prestigious architectural firm renowned both domestically and internationally, as she was striving towards the ultimate ideal of becoming a top-tier affluent woman. Not interested? Su Jian nearly toppled from her seat upon hearing this. After a few rounds of drinks, the group began to engage in casual conversation. Mu Yin retrieved an invitation from his briefcase, adorned with a distinctive logo and inscribed with the words Ningxing University of Architecture. Subsequently, he handed a schedule to Mu Yin, stating, "Familiarize yourself with the agenda for tomorrow's graduation ceremony." Mu Yin nodded as she accepted it. "Jian, could you assist me in obtaining the list of outstanding graduates and invited guests for this year?" Su Jian promptly produced a document from her bag and handed it to Mu Yin. Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't your pace a bit too swift?" "Oh, my Liuguang News has collaborated with Ning University, and I'll be leading the team to the site tomorrow." Digging for gossip? Of course, it's an interview and photography. It's our duty as journalists. Mu Yin regarded her with a skeptical gaze, prompting Su Jian to lower her voice slightly. "Digging for gossip is merely a small part of it." "I knew it," Mu Yin exclaimed. "Ning University is the top institution in Ningxing, and this graduation ceremony coincides with its centennial celebration, likely attracting a significant portion of the elite circle." For Su Jian, the watchdog of the upper echelon, it was the perfect battlefield. How could she possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Mu Yin lowered her gaze, perusing the lists of invited guests and outstanding graduates until she spotted a familiar name, Lin Yuetong. She then contacted the most renowned detective agency in Ningxing. A smile graced her lips, exuding charm. Tonight, the Luan Villa was particularly lively, celebrating with an elderly disco competition. Uncle Qin showcased his flair, performing a solo song and dance, engaging in a battle of wits with Mu Yin and Su Jian. Mu Yin facepalmed, unable to bear the sight. After bidding farewell to Su Jian, Mu Yin called the studio's deputy manager, Tang Pan. "Tang Pan, starting tomorrow, grant all employees a week off to rest and recharge." "Thank you, miss, for your understanding. On behalf of all the staff, I extend our heartfelt gratitude," Tang Pan replied with exuberance. "You, however, are the exception." At this remark, Tang Pan's smile vanished in an instant. "What? Why? I have other plans for you," she stated, as Tang Pan was a trusted associate of her brother, thus deserving of significant responsibilities. Wah, miss, this is unfair. Why can't I have a break? 7 days off for others, while you shall work triple shifts." Tang Pan's lament abruptly ceased. "Ah, I love my job, and I am willing to go to great lengths for it." Mu Yin was left speechless. She recalled the conversation that Lin Chin had with Liu Moen regarding the Haiqing Museum project that afternoon, prompting her to inquire, "By the way, are you familiar with the Haiqing Museum project?" Indeed, this project is an order placed through the app by Haiqing Museum. It is a bidding project, and only the top 10 companies on the app leaderboard are eligible to participate in the bidding, which is set to commence next month. An order through an app? Is it a construction-related app? This was the first time Mu Yin had heard of such a thing. Yes, it emerged in the latter half of last year. What is the name of this app? Is it called Jianlemo? It sounds quite trivial. After the call ended, Mu Yin swiftly retrieved her phone and downloaded the Jianlemo app, immediately accessing the leaderboard. The top 10 companies were all well-renowned, with Lu's Construction firmly in the leading position due to its recent rise. Although Lu's Construction boasted substantial strength and financial resources, the other contenders were not to be underestimated. Mu Yin scrolled further down to locate the ranking of the Mu Yin studio. Chapter 16. President Lu's Jealousy and Seat Change. Goodness, second to last? Mu Yin examined the upgrade rules of Jianlemo, realizing that the rankings were determined based on company size, order quantity, difficulty, and significance, compiled into a comprehensive score. Major projects like Tangshalu, although not ordered through Jianlemo, still garnered a certain score due to their importance and complexity. So, Mukin had previously been at the very bottom. The following day marked the commencement of the graduation ceremony at Ningxing University of Architecture. Coinciding with the centennial celebration of the university, this graduation ceremony attracted considerable attention, with numerous prominent figures from Ningxing in attendance. Mu Yin appeared alongside Mu Yi, drawing considerable attention and sparking discussions among students speculating whether the two were in a relationship. Hearing the murmurs around him, Lu Emoan lifted his gaze to the distance, where he observed Mu Yin laughing and conversing with Mu Yi. Although their gestures were not overtly intimate, the joyful scene nonetheless pierced his heart. He muttered under his breath and strode toward the front row to take a seat. Ironically, Mu Yi was seated immediately to his right, with Mu Yin beside him. Lu Emoan's hand resting on his knee abruptly clenched tightly, his heart feeling as if it were drenched in scalding oil, undergoing relentless torment. President Mu, may I request a seat change? Lu Emoan's deep voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. However, Mu Yi remained unfazed, responding in a relatively gentle tone. As you can see, President Lu, I am aware of who sits to my right. A seat change may not be appropriate. As president of the Mu Corporation, I have a duty to support my employees, and I hope you can understand. He wished to pamper his sister, who had endured numerous grievances during her 5 years with Lu Emoan. His composed demeanor was a concession to the fact that this was his sister's alma mater, granting him some leeway. Upon hearing Mu Yi's reply, Mu Yin discreetly gave a thumbs up. Mu Yi caught a glimpse of this and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Emoan let out a light scoff, his words sharp and incisive, hoping that President Mu's favoritism towards his employees bore no ulterior motives. Mu Yi, however, retorted without hesitation, regardless of any favoritism. A bachelor and a spinster need not trouble themselves with each other's affairs. While President Mu spoke the truth, it must be noted that there were others who remained unmarried. The two exchanged nods and smiles, and in that fleeting moment when their gazes locked, an intense spark ignited, a palpable tension filling the air. Mu Yin sensed that they might come to blows in the next instant. Fortunately, at that moment, the graduation ceremony was announced to commence, and the principal took the stage to deliver a speech, plunging the venue into silence. Subsequently, the vice principal took to the podium to announce the outstanding graduates. From the Department of Architecture, Lin Yuetong. At the instant Lin Yuetong's name rang out, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Yuetong? Surely this was a mistake? Zhang Jing. Sun Tao. Who among them was not more deserving? Yet no amount of merit could compete with her connections. Whispers filled the hall, under the scrutinizing gaze of the audience. Lin Yuetong ascended the stage in her graduation gown, her demeanor unflinching as if this honor was her rightful claim. The moment she stepped onto the stage, her gaze fell upon Lu Emoan, filled with tenderness and affection. However, upon catching sight of Mu Yin, her expression shifted instantly to one of smug triumph. As if to convey, do you possess such an honor? Mu Yin regarded her with a hint of playful amusement. Lin Yuetong produced her prepared speech and began to address the crowd. As her words concluded, applause erupted, and music followed suit. Now, may we invite our school's most enigmatic, outstanding graduate to the stage to bestow the honors. The vice principal's announcement sent shockwaves through the audience. Chapter 17. The most illustrious figure at Lu's Architecture turns out to be Lu's president's wife? Who among us is unaware of the most mysterious, outstanding graduate from Ning University? Despite lacking succession and formal accolades, she achieved remarkable feats during her time at school. To label her as the finest architectural genius of the past century would be no exaggeration. Now, she has made her appearance. Under the eager gaze of the audience, Mu Yin rose from her seat, following the ceremonial attendant as she ascended the stage. The moment Mu Yin stepped onto the platform, gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The new head of Mu Yin Studio is indeed our school's most enigmatic prodigy? Good heavens! Who would have imagined that the most formidable figure in Lu's Architecture is none other than Lu's president's wife? Ahem, to be precise, his ex-wife. Below, Mu Yi displayed no signs of surprise, gazing at Mu Ying with a smile. His sister deserved to bask in the limelight, to shine like a star. Meanwhile, Liu Moen's handsome features were taut with tension, his expression dark and foreboding, radiating an aura of menace. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mu Yi, deducing that he was privy to this revelation. Yet, this husband remained blissfully unaware. This woman has deceived him once more. Huh, Mu Ying, is this what you call love? A web of deceit? Suddenly, Liu Moen rose and departed the scene prematurely. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the stage, where his striking appearance and commanding presence were undeniably captivating. His departure drew the gaze of many. However, the chilling intensity of his expression deterred anyone from daring to linger for even a second, observing the poised and graceful Mu Yin on stage, juxtaposed with the brooding and handsome Liu Moen, who had exited the venue abruptly. The audience began to grasp the underlying dynamics at play. Lin Yuetong stood on stage like a completely petrified statue, watching as Mu Yin approached her step by step, as if countless hands were mercilessly slapping her face. Who could have imagined that she was the enigmatic genius architect? Standing before the microphone, Mu Yin revealed a breathtaking smile to the audience. After delivering a brief speech, she was met with a resounding applause as she, alongside the MC, made her way to Lin Yuetong's side. Holding the architectural crown delicately, Mu Yin placed it upon Lin Yuetong's head and whispered, "Be careful not to break it. What if you have to return it?" Lin Yuetong was seething with rage. Yet in such a public setting, she could only endure, swallowing her bitterness. The photograph of the two together was swiftly shared online, soaring to trending status and igniting fervent discussions. The disparity became glaringly apparent. Lin Yuetong and Mu Yin epitomized the chasm between mortals and celestial beings. After the graduation ceremony, graduates surged towards the North Gate in a frenzy, eager to locate the recruitment booth for the Mu Yin studio. Mu Yin and Mu Yi proceeded to the principal's office to discuss the donation of a building. Unexpectedly, they encountered the principal and the director in conversation. "Have all the invited guests arrived?" the principal inquired. The director shook his head, mentioning that Mr. He had not attended, but had sent a floral arrangement. "That is a figure we cannot aspire to," the principal chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, receiving a floral tribute from Mr. He was already in notable honor. Mu Yin was taken aback. It turned out that Ning University had also invited Yilinchen. To them, receiving a floral arrangement from Yilinchen was a distinguished privilege, reflecting the man's formidable background. Subsequently, Mu Yi discussed the building donation with the principal, who nodded enthusiastically, fully endorsing the design and construction by Mu Yin Studio. Just as they were about to sign the contract, Mu Yin interjected, causing the principal to panic, fearing the proverbial cooked duck was about to fly away. Little did he know, Mu Yin was merely pulling out her phone to open an app. "Principal, please place an order on Jianla." "Me. Let's follow the necessary procedure." The principal breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was Jianla. "Me," an app he was familiar with and found quite convenient. "I even used it for my self-built house in my hometown." In no time, the principal, representing Ningxing University of Architecture, placed an order with Mu Yin Studio, completing a straightforward process. With all approvals secured, Mu Yin Studio, thanks to 2 substantial contracts, proudly emerged as the 3rd from the bottom in the rankings. After departing from the principal's office, they encountered Su Jian, who was capturing moments around the campus with her photography team and coordinating with the publicity team for various releases. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Yi gently tapped Mu Yin's head with his finger. "Brother must return to the foundation for a meeting. I'll leave the driver for you." "Go on, brother. Don't delay. Tang Pan is still at the recruitment booth. I'll take his car back." "All right." Mu Yi nodded, trusting Tang Pan. Once he left, Mu Yin approached Su Jian and whispered, "Have you discovered how Lin Yuetong became an outstanding graduate?" Su Jian was taken aback. Yin, how did you know I found out?" Mu Yin regarded her with an expression that implied she was feigning ignorance. Su Jian chuckled. Liu Moen's father and Lin Yuetong's mother had an affair. Mu Yin scoffed, "The young and the young are involved, and the old too. Truly, a crooked beam begets a crooked pillar." As her words lingered, Mu Yin handed a USB drive to Su Jian, whispering a few instructions in her ear. Then, with a wink, she indicated reciprocity. Su Jian promptly retrieved her laptop and accessed the first video from the USB drive. "Where's our backup marketing account? Let us disseminate this secret." A minute later, news of Lin Yuetong's graduation project plagiarism and commission thesis writing spread across the internet. The university's most distinguished graduate, having just donned the crown of legacy, faced scandal within mere minutes. The official Weibo of the School of Architecture and Construction issued a stern statement. A delegation, including the principal, located Lin Yuetong, who was engaged in a photo shoot on campus to reclaim the crown of legacy, subjecting her to serious consequences regarding her graduation. This scene was captured by graduates and shared online. Following Mu Yin's directives, Su Jian instructed the interview team to surround Lin Yuetong from all sides. Students around whispered and pointed, while the media pressed her relentlessly with questions, causing Lin Yuetong to cover her ears and scream in utter despair. Mu Yin deliberately positioned herself directly in Lin Yuetong's line of sight, offering her a faint smile. The moment Lin Yuetong spotted her, she completely lost her composure. She pushed through the crowd, rushing towards Mu Yin. Seizing Mu Yin's wrist, she spat venomously, "Mu Yin, it's you again? That paternity test and everything happening now. It's all your meticulous orchestration. Shouldn't the truth be exposed?" Mu Yin replied nonchalantly. "Isn't it time for the truth to reveal itself? You've ruined me, and I will never let you escape. Even if I must descend into hell, I will drag you down as my scapegoat." "Oh." Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. This only provoked Lin Yuetong's sensitive nerves further. With a contorted expression, Lin Yuetong shouted frantically, "Mu Yin, it was you who forced abortion pills on me 6 days ago. You killed my child. You are the murderer. You are the murderer." Chapter 19. Mu Yin and the third party. Mr. Liu can only save one. This was Lin Yuetong's final bargaining chip. She realized that there was no way to exonerate herself and, in desperation, sought to drag Mu Yin down with her. However, Lin Yuetong could never have anticipated that Su Jian had, following Mu Yin's instructions, released a second video. The footage revealed Lin Yuetong herself consuming the abortion pills. The students and school leaders present could not help but witness the latest trending topic. Whispers erupted. Wasn't it Lin Yuetong who drank it herself? How could she audaciously frame another? The timestamp at the bottom right corner of the video indicated that it was recorded 6 days prior in the afternoon. Did she think everyone was blind? She had taken the pills herself, and with blood trailing down, she was transported to the hospital by an ambulance, yet still sought to accuse an innocent person. Lin Yuetong heard the murmurs around her, her eyes widening, her mouth opening and closing in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you have a video? Lin Yuetong's expression grew vacant as she shook her head incessantly. Mu Yin withdrew her wrist with a cold laugh, saying, "If you wish to keep a secret, you must first conceal your own deeds. Is such a simple truth beyond your comprehension?" With those words, Mu Yin elegantly turned and departed. Lin Yuetong had utterly lost her chance. She completely lost her composure. As she charged towards Mu Yin, the security team arrived just in time to restrain her. Today's graduation ceremony at Ning University coincided with a centennial celebration, yet had been entirely ruined by Lin Yuetong, prompting a wave of lamentation. However, at the recruitment booth of Mu Yin Studio by the North Gate, the atmosphere was bustling with energy. They did not pack up until nightfall. "Oh dear, look at my forgetfulness." Tang Pan slapped his forehead, realizing he had left the resumes he collected in the morning at the Academic Affairs office. "Drive to the entrance of the administrative building. I will fetch the resumes from the Academic Affairs office. This will save us time." "All right." They're on an empty desk just inside the Academic Affairs office. Mu Yin nodded and made her way toward the office. As she stepped into the Academic Affairs office, an overpowering stench assailed her senses. A hand clamped over her mouth and nose from behind. Mu Yin, having practiced Taekwondo since childhood and being a first-level expert, was prepared to retaliate, but a cold handgun pressed against her waist halted her actions. No matter how swift she was, she could not outpace a bullet. Although she managed to hold her breath, she still inhaled some of the gas. Mu Yin's consciousness began to fade, her limbs growing weak. With her last ounce of strength, she dropped her ring onto the floor. She succumbed to darkness. When Mu Yin regained consciousness, she found herself in a vast warehouse. Under the dim lights, she recognized the woman standing before her. "Lin Yuetong, so you're the mastermind behind this?" Mu Yin was not the least bit surprised. "Mu Yin, you have destroyed me, and I will not let you go." Lin Yuetong laughed a few times before delivering a resounding slap across Mu Yin's face. The sharp sound echoed. Blood trickled from the corner of Mu Yin's mouth. "Everything that had transpired was a consequence of your own actions, but rest assured before you die, I intend to make you see one thing clearly. I will ensure your demise is understood." As the words fell, Lin Yuetong handcuffed herself and sat at a distance. Mu Yin thought to herself, is she out of her mind? Time passed slowly, and Mu Yin gradually regained her strength. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light illuminated the scene. Lu Meng had arrived with the news. The kidnapper, armed with 2 guns, aimed them at both Mu Yin and Lin Yuetong. Mr. Lu, have you brought the money? Everything you requested is here. Saying this, Lu Meng produced several boxes, opened them for the kidnapper to inspect, then closed them and pushed them forward. The kidnapper smiled with satisfaction. Mr. Lu, one is your childhood sweetheart, and the other is your ex-wife, with whom you shared a day of marriage and 100 days of affection. How about we play a game? With lives in his hands, Lu Meng was naturally cautious. What game? Exchange one of them for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetong's expression drastically changed. No, that's not what they said before. Upon witnessing her reaction, Mu Yin immediately understood that Lin Yuetong had been manipulated by the kidnapper. Truly foolish. Lu Meng furrowed his brow. Glancing between Mu Yin and Lin Yuetong. Li Heng, our matters should not involve others. Li Heng chuckled maliciously, gritting his teeth. Mr. Lu, don't hesitate. Choose. Otherwise, neither will leave. Mon Ji, Lin Yuetong trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, life and death were at stake. It would be untrue to say that Mu Yin felt no tremor. However, she merely pressed her lips together, refraining from uttering a word, striving to maintain her composure. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in terrifying silence. The choice lay in his hands. With Li Heng's incessant urging, Lu Meng had no time to ponder. I choose her. Chapter 20, a stunning turn, a fatal shot. Lu Meng pointed towards Lin Yuetong. She was filled with joy, tears glistening in her eyes as she choked out, Mon Ji. He had given her the hope of survival. Thus in his eyes, she was more important than Mu Yin. In her excitement, Lin Yuetong looked at Mu Yin, proudly lifting her chin. Mu Yin felt no turmoil within. In fact, she almost wanted to laugh. Why should one prove their worth through the choice of a man? Suddenly, Li Heng chuckled, shaking his head while making a tisk-tisk sound. It seems that a day of marriage and 100 days of affection cannot compare to the deep-rooted bond of childhood sweethearts. As he spoke, Li Heng tossed a pair of handcuffs at Lu Meng's feet. Mr. Lu, please handcuff yourself and come forward. If you dare to play tricks, you all shall perish. Lu Meng bent down, picked them up, and quickly followed Li Heng's instructions, handcuffing himself and stepping forward one step at a time. Li Heng then swiftly restrained Lu Meng, pressing the gun against his temple. You may release them now. Lu Meng's expression remained calm. Even when under his control, his aura exuded an overwhelming pressure. What has to rush? A man of integrity must have some credibility left, he mused. Subsequently, Li Heng tossed a pair of handcuff keys in front of Lin Yuetong, declaring, Congratulations, Miss Lin, you are free to leave. The unfolding events deviated significantly from Lin Yuetong's expectations. However, Li Heng's menacing demeanor rendered her unable to utter a word, fearing that Lu Meng might discover her involvement in this abduction. With her head bowed, she trembled as she groped for the keys on the filthy ground, then hurried towards the exit, eager to distance herself from this perilous place. Brother Meng, she called out anxiously, her eyes brimming with tears, worried for Lu Meng. At that very moment, Lu Meng seized Li Heng's arm and with a sharp crack, dislocated it, sending the weapon clattering to the floor. Just as Li Heng intended to aim his other gun at Lu Meng, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through the back of his hand, sending the gun tumbling from his grasp. Mu Yin, witnessing this scene, glanced towards the small broken window. Realizing that a sniper must be positioned on the opposite hill, a sharpshooter of extraordinary skill. In that instant, Li Heng, though at his wit's end, erupted in laughter and forcefully tore open his coat. To everyone's horror, he was strapped with homemade explosives, his bloodied hand clenching a button that would trigger an immediate detonation. Seeing this, Lin Yuetong panicked and sprinted for the exit. Lu Meng's gaze shifted to Mu Yin. He contemplated engaging Li Heng to first secure Mu Yin's safety. But in the blink of an eye, Mu Yin rose and, utilizing the chain between the handcuffs, ensnared Li Heng's neck, forcefully yanking him towards the window. Thud! Mu Yin and Li Heng collided violently against the wall. Her actions were a calculated attempt to create an opportunity for the sniper on the hill. Yin, Lu Meng shouted urgently. Li Heng struggled fiercely, just as he was about to press the detonator. A thunderous bang echoed as a bullet swiftly traversed through Li Heng's temple, ending his life instantly. Mu Yin, supporting his shoulders, executed a somersault to snatch the detonator from his grasp. Li Heng fell to his knees, breathless and lifeless. Lu Mon's expression hardened as he rushed to Mu Yin, gripping her shoulders tightly, his hands trembling. Chapter 21. Lu Mon's heartache. Yin, grant me a chance to explain. Yin, you were reckless. Do you have any idea what could have happened if he had pressed that detonator? The recent struggle had utterly drained Mu Yin. Her strength had not yet fully returned, leaving her feeble. Leaning against the railing, she did not even glance at Lu Mon. She resolved to take matters into her own hands. She could not afford to miss a single opportunity for self-preservation. She refused to perish here. Entangled by him and Lin Yuetong, Mu Yin exerted herself with great difficulty, pushing his hands away. Yin, my rescue of her is due to your right to save her. For years, Mu Yin's heart had been weighed down by an immense stone, even after divorce. That burden would not be easily lifted. Yet, at that very moment when Lu Mo made his choice, the stone shattered entirely. In that explosive instant, her heart inevitably bore the wounds, yet the future would no longer be constrained. Mu Yin strode towards the door, where she encountered Lin Yuetong, forcefully pressing her against the warehouse door. Lin Yuetong, tread lightly in the latter half of your life. With so many guilty deeds, you are bound to encounter ghosts. She turned her head, her icy beauty exuding an aura of chilling authority. Lin Yuetong's face turned pale, her legs trembling as she leaned against the door in fear. With a cold laugh, Mu Yin departed. Not far away, a McLaren and several police cars came to a halt. Mu Yin exited the vehicle and rushed towards Mu Yin. Yin, I'm feeling a bit weak, she confessed, her body weary, her legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. She truly could not endure any longer. It's all right, Mu Yin reassured her, enveloping her in his embrace. Brother's got you. Saying this, he scooped her up in his arms. Lu Mon, witnessing this scene, felt a sharp pang in his heart, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as though his heart had been cruelly torn open, bleeding profusely. Yin, why do you not grant me the chance for an explanation? The midnight mountain breeze carried a slight chill, yet Lu Mon felt an icy coldness within. The police quickly hung away, clearing the scene. Having experienced the recent turmoil and Mu Yin's intimidation, Lin Yuetong's complexion drained of color. In a state of fear and helplessness, she clung to Lu Mo and Mon. Are you all right? I'm so scared, truly frightened. Thank you for choosing to save me at such a critical moment. Lu Mon's demeanor was frigid as he pried her arms apart and cast her glance. I saved you because you were prone to causing trouble, wishing to expedite your departure. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetong was left utterly petrified. No, Mon, you must have feelings for me. You chose me over that woman. Lu Mon's expression turned icy, his face dark and foreboding. You shall pay the price. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lin Yuetong with only his silhouette. Lin Yuetong, still grappling with his words, found the police approaching her, placing another pair of handcuffs on her. Miss Lin, you are suspected in this kidnapping case. Please come with us. Her eyes glazed over. She shook her head repeatedly, crying out, no, no. Her desperate pleas echoed throughout the vast warehouse, resonating with the cawing of crows from the distant mountains. Meanwhile, across the warehouse, Linchin returned the sniper rifle to the police, dusting off his clothes. After taking the handkerchief Lin Chuan offered, he wiped his hands and departed swiftly. He took Mu Yin to the hospital, where the doctor promptly began her examination. It was confirmed that she had inhaled anesthetics, but they posed no harm to her body. Her current stupor was merely a result of exhaustion, requiring only a period of rest. With this knowledge, Mu Yin let out a sigh of relief. He remained steadfastly by Mu Yin's side, his brow furrowed with deep concern. Yin, your brother has arrived late. In the dead of night, Lu Mo dispatched individuals to investigate, and upon learning that Mu Yin had been taken to the hospital, he immediately set off. Chapter 22. The mistress suspected of kidnapping is arrested suddenly. His phone rang. Hello, brother, where are you? Mom and Dad are fighting. You need to come home quickly. The sound of loud banging resonated from the other end of the line. Lu Mo recalled that today marked the return of his mother and sister from abroad. I understand, he replied solemnly, sighing as he changed direction towards the Lu mansion. Upon arriving at the Lu mansion, he was met with his mother, Li Shu. Upon seeing him, erupted in a furious tirade. You still have the audacity to come back. The other day, you promised to welcome your uncle, who is older than you by a year and is your elder. I appreciated your sentiment, but it didn't last long. You took advantage of my absence while I was abroad with your sister, creating such a scandal over divorce. Now look, Mu Yin is the most outstanding graduate of Ning University. Lin Yuedong can't even compare to her. It seemed only natural for a mother to scold her son. His sister, Lu Jimeng, chimed in, Sister Mu is so wonderful. Unlike some shameless vixens who only know how to leverage their bodies to gain status. As if they alone can bear children. Lu Mo and then looked at He Li Shu, stubbornly asserting, Mother, marriage is a matter between two individuals. Are you implying that I am worrying for no reason? Mr. Lu supported his son, stating, the matter is settled. In my view, Mu Yin is not all that. Just a few days post-divorce, and she is already vying with Mo in for the Tianxue Tower project. Moreover, she concealed her educational background for a full 5 years. How can a woman who lacks honesty truly love Mo? Those raised in the mountains can never compare to the Lin family girl. Upon hearing Mr. Lu's remarks, He Li Shu sprang from the sofa in outrage. Lu Liming, have you lost your mind? Lin Yuedong is not carrying your son's child. Your son nearly became a scapegoat. And you still praise her? Lu Liming, his head throbbing from He Li Shu's outburst, turned to Lu Mo and, asking, Son, did your father say anything incorrect? Indeed. Lu Mo nodded. This response left Lu Liming taken aback. Moen, Yuetong has grown up with you. You have been close since childhood. She is currently under investigation for suspected kidnapping. Lu Mo An's tone was chilling, devoid of warmth. Lu Liming's expression shifted slightly. Yuetong involved in a kidnapping case? Nonsense. She can neither carry nor lift anything. How could she possibly kidnap anyone? She hired someone to abduct Mu Yin. Lu Liming was left speechless. Yuetong has been raised under my watch. She is gentle and kind, like a little white rabbit. There must be a misunderstanding. I will clarify this now. It could very well be that Mu Yin orchestrated it all. As Lu Liming's words fell, he swiftly made his way out of the villa. He Li Shu, witnessing his hasty departure, was filled with a simmering anger. Lu Liming, where do you think you're going at this hour? Are you rushing to uncover the truth or to vindicate Lin Yuedong? Don't think I am unaware that she is the daughter of your first love. Lin Yuedong's mother, Tan Mei, was Lu Liming's university classmate and his first love during their youthful days. The beauty of this world, among which first love holds a cherished place, was now being dragged into their heated dispute. He Li Shu, rummaging through old grievances, only served to further infuriate Lu Liming, resulting in a fierce exchange of words. Lu Jimeng, frightened, stood aside, muttering softly. Just now it was about Tan Mei and Lin Yuedong, and now we've circled back to the same two. Lu Moen, intending to mediate, was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Is my brother-in-law nurturing feelings with my sister? Chapter 23. The pursuit of a wife. The appearance of Elinchin brought an abrupt silence to the previously tumultuous villa. Uncle, why are you here so late? Lu Jiming's eyes sparkled with hope upon seeing Elinchin. I just concluded a venture capital meeting and heard you had returned. I happen to have matters to discuss with Moen, so I stopped by, Elinchin stated calmly. However, in the next moment, a smile graced his face as he shifted the conversation. But it seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. He Li Shu huffed in annoyance, her arms crossed. As she settled into a single armchair, Lu Liming chose silence, and a sense of calm enveloped the room. Lu Moen turned to Elinchin and inquired, Uncle, what did you wish to discuss with me? It's nothing of great importance, Elinchin replied, handing a file folder to Lu Moen. Lu Moen frowned slightly, recalling the day of his divorce when Mu Yin had given him a similar folder as a parting gift. What is this? He asked as he accepted it. I stumbled upon information that the 3 major projects of Lu Construction were secretly negotiated by your ex-wife, Elinchin revealed. Lu Moen's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say? It was not your Lu Construction that triumphed over others. Rather, your ex-wife paved a smooth path for you. Frantically, Lu Moen opened the folder, revealing all the documents and photographs contained within. His gaze fell upon a picture of Mu Yin, who was expertly persuading the clients with her profound knowledge. His hands trembled as he clutched the photo tightly. So, it was true. She had done so much for him. His eyes welled with tears, and an overwhelming sense of guilt engulfed him. Lu Moen, you are nothing but a fool. How could you dare to question what she has done for you? Is it not enough? What have you done for her in these 5 years? Elinchin, with a knowing glance, reminded him that she would be heading to Qingwu Mountain tomorrow, and he still had a chance. Suddenly, Lu Moen looked up at Elinchin, nodding in gratitude. Helin's departure was abrupt, leaving behind gifts for his sister and niece as he exited the Lu mansion. Lu Moen stood still, fixated on the remnants of his choices. His heart felt as though it had been pierced, shattered into fragments of regret and apprehension. Regret for all the decisions he had made in the past, and apprehension stemming from the fear that she might no longer grant him another chance. Suddenly, Lu Liming's sarcastic remarks echoed in his mind. Did your uncle stumble upon this information by chance? I suggest you refrain from jumping to conclusions without verifying the authenticity of these matters. Just as Li Shu was about to unleash a torrent of anger, Lu Moen had already approached Lu Liming. He leaned slightly forward, speaking in a hushed tone. Father, do not assume I'm unaware of how Lin Yuetong secured her spot as an outstanding graduate. I advise you to tread carefully. Each word was pronounced with a deliberate intensity. Lu Liming shot him a fierce glare. Lu Moen, do not forget who your father is. It is not your place to discipline me. With a cold chuckle, Lu Moen nodded toward his mother, Li Shu, before turning to leave. Li Shu observed her son's retreating figure and remarked, I never imagined Mu Yin contributed so much to the Lu family. Moen must be filled with regret now. Lu Jimeng, munching on sunflower seeds, retorted, regret? Oh, mother, it goes beyond mere regret. I believe my brother is utterly remorseful. Now he must face the fiery trials of pursuing his wife. At 4 a.m, after departing from the Lu mansion, Lu Moen dialed his secretary. Secretary Li, cancel all appointments for today and arrange a private jet to Qingwu Mountain. Young master, your private jet was sent for maintenance the day before yesterday. It won't be ready until next week at the earliest. Then book me a ticket to Qingwu Mountain. The sooner, the better. Secretary Li promptly checked the flights to Qingwu Mountain. Young master, all tickets for today are fully booked. With summer vacation approaching, university students have already begun their breaks. And Qingwu Mountain is a popular and affordable summer getaway. Cursing under his breath, Lu Moen slammed the brakes with force. He instructed Secretary Li to procure 20 aircrafts for future contingencies. After ending the call, he dialed Elin. Chapter 24, Inin, wait for me. Lu Moen got straight to the point. Uncle, I wish to borrow your private jet. My plane will be available this afternoon after maintenance. Lu Moen furrowed his brow. This afternoon? Can it be expedited? You wish to find Mu Yin. This isn't a matter of urgency. 5 years have already been squandered. Does it truly matter if it takes just half a day longer? Elin had already guessed his intentions. I will transfer the cost of the jet to you. No need. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. With that, the conversation concluded. Lu Moen pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. Never had he despised himself more than he did today. His eyes reddened, blurring his vision, obscured by a veil of tears. Yin, wait for me. The following morning, Mu Yin awoke and, upon inquiring, learned that Li Hong was an employee of the Ning University Security Department. For years ago, the demolition of the Bowl Basket area led to a dispute with the Lu family construction firm. He had been biding his time, seeking revenge. In this kidnapping incident, Li Hong and Lin Yuetong exploited each other, yet neither emerged unscathed. Mu Yin instructed Mu Yi to prepare 2 banners, in the name of the Mu family. One was to be presented to the police station, while the other was to be given directly to the sharpshooter, expressing her gratitude. Subsequently, they followed their original plan and boarded a private jet bound for Qingwu Mountain, with the only alteration being the inclusion of Tang Pan. During the 4-hour flight, Tang Pan wept over his resume, prompting the flight attendants to provide him with several tissues. Observing his sorrowful demeanor, Mu Yin wondered if onlookers would assume she had coerced him into such a predicament. If he continued to cry like this, he might faint before even reaching Qingwu Mountain. She endeavored to console him with reason and emotion, saying, look, not only is this a triple salary position, but it also offers the opportunity for a paid holiday. What a splendid job. Tang Pan continued to sob, employing her trump card. She promised him a year-end bonus that would double, along with enhanced benefits. The crying abruptly ceased. Tang Pan discarded the tissues and threw himself into his work. Why bring him along? Mu Yin inquired softly, a hint of disdain in his voice. When we arrive at Qingwu Mountain, you'll understand, she replied. The plane glided smoothly through the skies, allowing them to enjoy the tranquility without the sound of a man's tears. Meanwhile, on the other side of Ning City, Lin Shin held a banner, examining it repeatedly. Is the flight route approved? His cold voice inquired. Lin Chuan quickly nodded, affirming that it had been arranged and would take off in 2 hours. I meant the afternoon flight. Lin Chuan appeared startled, then responded. The route for young Master Lu has also been approved, departing at 5:59 this afternoon, as per your instructions. Lin Shin nodded in acknowledgement. Sir, since both you and young Master Lu are heading to Qingwu Mountain, why not travel together? Lin Chuan pondered. Lin Chen shot him a glance, indicating he was speaking too much. He then handed the banner to Lin Chuan. Take this and hang it in my bedroom. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Sir, there is no space to hang in your bedroom. Remove the painting Moonlit Night at Qingwu Mountain. Lin Chuan gasped in shock. Sir, that piece is worth 300 billion. Its honor is priceless. Lin Chuan nodded vigorously, affirming, You are absolutely correct. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a towering pagoda. Such honor is indeed invaluable. You are truly a gentleman among gentlemen. His admiration was palpable. Suddenly, Lin Chuan remembered something and halted, respectfully asking, Sir, where will the Moonlit Night at Qingwu Mountain be placed? Chapter 25, Revisiting Old Accounts. Even the mimosa cannot compare to your embarrassment in the storeroom. Lin Chuan shivered. That was a 300 billion masterpiece. He weighed the banner in his hands, muttering, Honor is priceless. Honor is priceless. 4 hours later, Mu Yin's private jet arrived at Qingwu Mountain. Upon reaching Qingwu town, she hired 20 small tricycles. Every small tricycle is adorned with banners, affixed with labels, and equipped with a large loudspeaker, traversing the streets and alleys of the town. The benevolent Mr. Mu is giving back to the residents by offering free design services for house reconstruction, along with generous subsidies to ensure satisfaction. Mu Yin's father, Mu Shan, has settled in Qingwu Mountain for 6 years, dedicating himself to charitable endeavors, and is renowned as a great philanthropist, widely respected in the region. Injia impressive, exclaimed Tang Pan. Qingwu town has at least several hundred households. If we can secure this contract, our studio's ranking will surely rise. To be precise, there are 1,100 households. Before coming here, Mu Yin conducted a survey. There are 766 households interested in reconstruction, while 132 have already completed it. Mu Yin Studio ranks a dismal third from the bottom. If they adopt a low-margin, high-volume strategy to entice these 700 households to place orders, they could break into the top 10 of the rankings before the bidding for the Haiqing Museum project begins next month. We must act swiftly within this month. Mu Yin narrowed her eyes, her expression turning serious. At that moment, several intrigued residents approached with inquiries. Is this truly a project initiated by Mr. Mu? Some residents were skeptical. Of course, Sister Yin is the only daughter of the great benefactor. Tang Pan assured them, thumping his chest. Do you have any proof? The residents exhibited a healthy level of caution. Mu Yin had anticipated this, producing a household registration book from her bag. Mu Yin was taken aback, and Tang Pan was left speechless. Goodness, who carries a household registration book with them? What a model citizen. Upon reviewing the book, the villagers were convinced. Excellent. My family is in need of reconstruction. I will definitely support Mr. Mu's project. Tang Pan, being friendly, immediately struck up conversations with the locals, encouraging them to bring their friends and family. Fortunately, Tang Pan's technical expertise is commendable, coupled with an outstanding attitude. With his silver tongue, he painted a vivid picture of possibilities. However, Mu Yin was somewhat apprehensive, leaning closer and whispering, Yin, even if we manage to secure all 760 households, there is no way we can produce design plans within a month, right? Mu Yin nodded. Concerned, Mu Yin added, Then you, brother, worry not. I have a clever plan. Mu Yin replied, patting Tang Pan on the shoulder and entrusting him with the responsibility. They were about to head up the mountain to meet their parents. Word spread rapidly, and soon the town mayor learned of Mr. Mu's new initiative. Not only did he participate enthusiastically, but he also recommended it to friends and family looking to rebuild their homes. Subsequently, he set up a small booth for Tang Pan along the main road and enlisted a few volunteers to help. With the mayor's support, the booth quickly became bustling with residents seeking information. At the same time, there was considerable commotion at the small villas on the hillside of Qingwu. In her pursuit of marrying Lu Moen, she resolutely severed ties with the Mu family, distancing herself from us. Now, having divorced, does she suddenly remember her surname Mu and her parents? I had thought she had long forgotten us. Mu Shan was incensed, his temper as peculiar and explosive as ever. Despite his generally benevolent nature, Mu mother, Cheng Yuezhen, promptly defended Mu Ying. It was you who encouraged your daughter to estrange herself from the family. Each year, she sends her blessings. Yet how many times have you responded? During festivals, have you ever sent her a gift? At your age, to dredge up old grievances, there's no one more shameless than you. Fine, we shall momentarily set aside past grievances, but upon her arrival at Qingwu Mountain, Before even laying eyes on her, I learned she is undertaking some construction project in town under my name. Chung Yuezhen retorted, your daughter is making strides in construction, utilizing your name, her father, to flourish. What fault lies therein? It seems you are not truly angered by her endeavors, but rather that she has reached Qingwu Mountain without coming to see you first. Chung Yuezhen regarded Mu Shan with an expression of quiet observation, as if waiting for him to stubbornly defend himself. Mu Shan vehemently denied it, exclaiming that he had no desire for her to visit. You always speak in her favor. A doting mother often spoils her child. Have you ever heard that saying? Whereas she faltered, she has excelled since childhood. Even if Mu Yi is not our biological child, he is still exemplary. In the hallway, Mu Ying overheard her parents' conversation, her once pale face now drained of color. Chapter 26. Not a biological brother. Her heart plummeted, as if sinking into a frigid ocean. She never imagined the brother she had called for over 20 years was not truly her sibling. A buzzing filled her ears, leaving no room for further contemplation as she grasped Mu Yi's hand and rushed outside. Ying. Upon reaching the courtyard, Mu Yi grasped her wrist firmly. His warm palm enveloped her cold wrist, concern etching his brow. I knew this 9 years ago. Mu Ying trembled, turning to face Mu Yi, his eyes brimming with affection, leaving her at a loss for words. Brother, I was abandoned by my biological parents at birth. It was your parents who kindly adopted me. I feared you would overthink it, that you would not recognize me as your sister, that you would cry as you do today. That is why I kept this from you. Mu Yi's tone was remarkably light as he gently wiped away her tears. He had concealed this truth for so long, imagining many scenarios of how his sister would react upon learning the truth, yet he never anticipated it would unfold in such an unforeseen manner. Mu Ying bit her lip. She should have realized. How could a man of such virtue as her father possibly engage in an affair? Could her brother truly be a love child? If he had been abandoned by his biological parents, it was he who bore the deepest sorrow, yet his first thought was of her. How could I ever not recognize you? Mu Ying's eyes reddened once more, tears cascading down her cheeks. Seeing you cry like this, my heart aches immensely, Mu Yi remarked, placing a hand over his heart, feigning a heart-wrenching expression to lighten the moment. Mu Yin, witnessing his exaggerated performance, could not help but smile through her tears. I won't cry anymore. Can I call you sister? Mu Yi chuckled, soothing her just as he did in their childhood. Back then, Mu Yin would always tug at him to play house, insisting on being the sister. Whenever she cried, Mu Yi would affectionately call her sister, comforting and amusing her to bring back her joy. Go on, let me hear it just like when we were young, he said, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Sister? Mu Yin burst into laughter, looking up at him with the sweetest, most enchanting smile, reminiscent of their childhood days. Upon hearing the commotion, Mu Shan and Chung Yuezhen emerged, unexpectedly catching the siblings in their tender exchange. They exchanged knowing smiles. After all, Mu Yin would eventually learn the truth. And if they could still share such fondness afterward, it was indeed a blessing. Noticing their presence, Mu Yin was about to greet them when Mu Shan's expression shifted dramatically, his jovial demeanor replaced by seriousness. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered it, turning to retreat into the villa. Chung Yuezhen, upon noticing her daughter, momentarily forgot about her husband. She enveloped Mu Yin in a warm embrace, scrutinizing her with pride. Her precious daughter remained as beautiful and remarkable as ever. Remarkable? In what way? I just received a call from the mayor. Mu Shan bellowed. She is using my name for promotion, bringing people to teach residents how to place orders on the Jianlima app, proclaiming this as Qingwu Town's first large-scale group buying event. Others gather for group purchases. Does she think building houses works the same way? Chung Yuezhen countered. So, what did the old mayor say? Was it praise? What is wrong with the mayor praising her? I'm her father, and I will speak my mind. Mu Shan fumed. That old fool, the older he gets, the less sense he makes. Does he think my wife is Hello Kitty? As she rolled up her sleeves, Chung Yuezhen stormed towards the small villa, her appearance still striking despite the years, lacking any semblance of a typical affluent lady. Suddenly, Mu Yin's phone began to ring incessantly. Ding. You have a new order on Jianlima. Please handle it promptly. Then came a flurry of notifications, ringing endlessly. She pulled out her phone and opened the Jianlima app, watching in astonishment as the order count skyrocketed, one order after another, exceeding 200 already. At this rate, they truly had the potential to reach 700. Mu Yi, glancing down, noted the rapidly increasing order tally on her phone and felt a surge of joy for her. He whispered in her ear, Sister, What a brilliant strategy. The items for the group purchase were identical, and thus the designs for the houses would naturally follow suit. Launching a town-wide group purchase meant even if all 700 households placed orders, producing the designs within a month would be entirely feasible. Group buying for house construction not only saves time and costs, but also facilitates the planning of towns, ensuring that residents share a sense of equity over identical designs, a true trifecta of benefits. After receiving a good scolding from Cheng Yuezhen, Mu Shan has become much more subdued than before. As the saying goes, in the vastness of heaven and earth, the wife holds the greatest authority. At this moment, Mu Shan is diligently preparing lunch, washing his hands, and cooking with care. Mu Yin is aware that her father vehemently opposed her marriage to Lu Imoen, and her stubbornness has deeply hurt the elderly gentleman, who is now in his twilight years. What should one do when the old man is heartbroken? Naturally, one must comfort him. She stands outside the kitchen, peering through the glass door, and calls out, "Dad, is there anything I can help with? Shall I wash the dishes or help with the vegetables?" Your little sous chef, Mu Yin, awaits the commands of the great chef. Mu Shan, with his back turned to her as he chops meat, appears focused yet struggles to suppress a smile. Thud! The large knife in Mu Shan's hand strikes the cutting board with precision. He turns around, looking at her with a serious expression, and instructs, "Go to the backyard and pick some scallions." Mu Yin promptly gives a thumbs up and dashes towards the backyard. The front yard is adorned with blooming flowers, while the backyard boasts an array of vegetables, complete with a loofah trellis and persimmon trees. Who would have imagined that the once dominant figure in the business world, Mu Shan, has now returned to a pastoral life with such finesse? As Mu Yin approaches the vegetable patch, she notices a small circle made of colorful broken bricks marking the lush green scallions. Just as she bends down to pluck the scallions, she hears a sound. What is that? The noise of machinery whirring is particularly distinct in the tranquil backyard. Following the sound, she walks toward the small window and peers into the storage room, discovering it to be a cold storage facility filled with neatly arranged tea leaves. How can there be so many tea leaves? Mu Yin murmurs to herself. The harvesting season for Qingwu Mountain tea is in late September. It is certainly not the time for picking. How could there be so much tea? This perplexes her. Upon entering the villa, she hands the scallions to Mu Shan, eyeing him with unspoken questions. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize your own father? Dad, enough. Don't linger here and get in the way. Go out and play. Knowing her father as well as she does, she realizes that even if she were to inquire about the cold storage, he would remain tight-lipped. Mu Yin smiles playfully, her voice soft and sweet. Then I shall leave the kitchen's important duties to the great Mu Shan. Mu Shan huffs a couple of times, exhaling through his nostrils. Yet the corners of his mouth betray a smile, a silent expression of affection. After leaving the kitchen, Mu Yin heads towards the adjacent living room, where she finds Mu Yi poring over some documents. "Brother, what is this? Can I take a look? Whatever I have, I will share with you." Chapter 28. Someone is causing trouble. A fond smile graces Mu Yi's handsome face, his affection for her unwavering after a decade, despite knowing she is not his biological sister. Cheng Yuezhen shook her head helplessly and gently patted Mu Yi's knee, urging him to indulge her. Mu Yi chuckled softly. Mu Yin lowered her gaze to peruse the documents, discovering the tea garden reports from the past few months, which chronicled the growth of the tea leaves along with a series of annotations. The inhabitants of Qingwu Town have been tea farmers for generations, yet the tea trade here had once languished. 6 years ago, after her parents arrived, they collaborated with Qingwu Town to lease tea fields from the residents, transforming them into a sprawling tea garden that became a scenic attraction of Qingwu Mountain. Her father hired tea farmers to cultivate the tea, ensuring they received not only regular wages but also dividends. Consequently, over the years, the residents of Qingwu Town began to enjoy a better quality of life, yet the cold storage was now overflowing with tea leaves. "Mother." Mu Yin closed the document and raised her eyes to Cheng Yuezhen, her expression grave and earnest. "What is the situation with the tea leaves in the cold storage?" Mu Yi was equally taken aback, clearly unaware of the matter. Cheng Yuezhen had not anticipated her daughter's keen perceptiveness. The exterior of the cold storage was so attractive that others mistook it for a greenhouse. She replied candidly, "Those are last year's unsold tea leaves, which must be kept in cold storage for proper preservation." "How could such fine tea go unsold?" Mu Yin inquired, perplexed. Cheng Yuezhen sighed. "In late September last year, once the tea packaging was completed, we prepared to ship it from Qingwu Town to the airport, as we had in previous years. However, we were confronted by that ruffian, Shuebai, who demanded a protection fee of 3 million. While this amount is trivial for our family, it could aid many who are in need. Naturally, we refused. Consequently, he, along with a group of thugs, intercepted our transport, resorting to extortion. Did you report it to the police? Mu Yin asked. Sheng Yuezheng nodded, explaining that the police apprehended them, but since they had not committed any serious offenses, they were released after a few days. Upon their release, they did not relent, employing even more despicable methods to harass and intimidate the families of the loaders and drivers. Their incessant harassment caused us to miss the new tea's market launch, leading to a significant number of orders being unfulfilled, which in turn forced us to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract, resulting in the tea remaining unsold. Sheng Yuezheng spoke of this matter with palpable frustration. What was even more vile was that your father and I approached Shuebai's parents, hoping they might intervene, but they were utterly unreasonable, publicly weeping and claiming we were the bullies. His mother even clutched her chest, lamenting that her heart condition had worsened. It truly is a case of like mother, like son. Later, whenever Shuebai encountered us, he taunted us, stating that if we gave him 3 million, the tea would not remain unsold. Can you believe such audacity? Her anger intensified as she recounted the tale. Mu Yin's countenance grew serious as he remarked, I was entirely unaware of this situation. The affairs of the consortium have left you utterly occupied. Moreover, distant waters cannot quench present thirst, and even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local serpent. Mu Yin spoke with gravity, acknowledging his father's dedication to charitable endeavors, while he, Shuebai, hailing from Qingwu town, likely reaped a multitude of benefits. Mu Yin chuckled softly, momentarily halting her fidgeting with her ring. Brother, where does a heartless wolf find its conscience? Sheng Yuezheng nodded in agreement, remarking, Yin speaks wisely. This entire family consists of ingrates, devoid of reason. Yet they continually don the mantle of benevolence upon your father's shoulders, rendering us voiceless in our suffering. With a cold sneer, Mu Yin declared, in the face of such thuggish rabble, righteousness alone cannot prevail. Only through force can one counterforce, repaying them in kind. I shall remember this debt. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon answering, Tang Pan's panicked voice burst forth. Sister Yin, someone is wreaking havoc. Help. Before Mu Yin could respond, the call abruptly ended. Instantly, she sprang from the sofa, dialing Tang Pan's number as she rushed toward the villa's exit. Mu Yin and Sheng Yuezheng, having grasped the situation, hurriedly followed her. In a state of disarray, Sheng Yuezheng dashed to the kitchen, calling out for Mu Shan. Upon entering the town, Mu Yin spotted Tang Pan desperately clinging to his stall. In broad daylight, is there no sense of justice left? This is a project of our esteemed benefactor. Tang Pan exclaimed. Huh, what of your esteemed benefactor? Have you any inkling of who I, Shuebai, am? On my territory, if you refuse to pay protection fees, I shall smash your stall. Shuebai, a menacing figure adorned with a gold chain and boasting tattooed arms, brandished a metal rod, advancing menacingly toward Tang Pan, accompanied by several thugs wielding clubs. Trembling in fear, Tang Pan held onto the stall tightly. It was the emblem of their Mu Yin studio, and, as the deputy manager, he was resolutely determined to protect it at all costs, earning a lucrative salary and a generous year-end bonus. You wretched scoundrel, seeking your own demise. With that, Shuebai swung the rod, aiming for Tang Pan. In that instant, Mu Yin seized the falling iron rod as Shuebai prepared to curse. His gaze fell upon Mu Yin, her breathtaking beauty igniting a glimmer of greed in his eyes. Yet before he could react, Mu Yin delivered a powerful kick to his groin, followed by a swift spinning kick, sending him crashing to the ground, the iron rod clattering away. Shuebai's thugs, witnessing the scene, charged at Mu Yin with their clubs raised. However, Mu Yin rushed forward to shield Mu Yin, effortlessly toppling each assailant to the ground, leaving them in a heap. Shuebai and his henchmen wailed in agony. Mu Yin and Mu Yin took action in succession, their movements swift and decisive. Truly a delight to behold. The onlookers stifled their laughter, yet none dared to provoke the ruffian leader, Shuebai. After all, in these times, it is the scoundrels who are the most troublesome. Not far away, a black sedan was parked, a man leaning against the car. Having just removed the phone from his ear, Mu Yin turned her head and caught a glimpse of him through the crowd. Was it Li Linchin? At that moment, the police arrived. When Mu Yin looked up again, the car had departed, and the man had vanished without a trace. Perhaps she had mistaken him. Soon after, The police apprehended Bai and his group. The crowd dispersed, yet whispers filled the air. The daughter of Mu Yin, who would have thought she was so formidable? Not only was she powerful, but she also possessed striking beauty akin to that of Star. Alas, no matter how formidable she was still a young girl. In a few days, once Bai was released, he would likely seek her trouble again. Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of dread, shaking their heads in unison. Bai was not someone they could confront or challenge. Mu Yin, Mu Yi, and Tang Pan, as the parties involved, went to the police station to give their statements. Meanwhile, Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhong, who arrived shortly after, joined several volunteers in cleaning up the stalls. Upon arriving at the police station, Bai displayed an unexpectedly good attitude, saying, "Yes, Officer Lee, you're absolutely right. I never anticipated my foot would crush his phone." He stomped his foot, repeatedly lamenting, "It's my clumsy foot. I will compensate for the damage. I will." After settling the compensation, he inquired, "Is there anything else I need to be reminded of?" Yes, I have experience in these matters," he replied with a grin, nodding eagerly. He then approached Mu Yin and the others, grinning, "My apologies, beautiful, truly sorry." The moment Mu Yin met his gaze, she sensed a shift in his expression, one of malice and menace. However, Mu Yin's own eyes reflected a change. She chuckled lightly, undeterred by his gaze, and even radiated a commanding presence that seemed to overshadow him. This was the first time Bai encountered a woman like Mu Yin. To him, women were merely objects meant for men's pleasure, yet the Mu Yin before him stirred a deep-seated resentment within him. "We shall meet again," Bai declared as he departed. Chapter 30. Uncle Mu has a fine daughter, an unexpected visitor. I look forward to it. Mu Yin scoffed, displaying not an ounce of fear. Bai's eyes widened, intimidated by Mu Yin's formidable aura. In his astonishment, he was led away by the police, and everything proceeded according to protocol. Bai's detention was nothing novel in the town. Conversely, Mu Yin's defiance against him became the talk of the town. The Mukin studio stall for the group purchase housing project was once again thriving. Tang Pan exhibited remarkable dedication, tirelessly collaborating with volunteers to promote and explain, resulting in an unprecedented surge in orders. This prompted the official platform to suspect potential fraudulent activities and initiate an investigation. However, upon thorough examination, no discrepancies were discovered. Rankings soared, and for the first time, a palpable sense of crisis emerged among the top 10, which had always been stable. Upon returning to the quaint villa, Mu Shan's expression was fraught with concern, and he erupted in anger. "You are fortunate today to have encountered the police. Do you realize that Bai's tyrannical behavior in town is the norm? No one dares to report him." Mu Yin was taken aback, fearing that their encounter with the police was not mere coincidence, but rather that someone had alerted the authorities on their behalf. Mu Shan pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Yin and shouted again, "Bai is vengeful. Your mother and I avoid him whenever we can. He is a desperate man with nothing to lose. In a few days, once he is released, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." Mu Yin remained remarkably composed, responding, "Let him come." She anticipated Bai's approach, determined that this time he would come at his own peril. "You have truly grown bold. Now leave. Immediately depart from Qingwu Mountain and return to Ning City." Mu Shan insisted, pushing Mu Yin's suitcase and dragging her towards the exit of the quaint villa. "Go. Leave at once." Mu Yin grasped Mu Shan's hand, saying, "Father, the Mu family holds significant influence in Ning City, and I will indeed be safe there. But what about you and mother?" At her words, both Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhong fell silent, fully aware of the implications. Mu Yin continued, "Father, why did Bai come to cause trouble today? It is because he did not receive the 3 million protection fee last year. This time, he has also been severely beaten by my brother and me. With old grievances and new enmities, he will surely seek to settle the score. We can leave at any moment, but with less than 3 months until the tea is released, you cannot leave now. Moreover, with the label of benefactor placed upon you, you cannot act against a resident of Qingwu Town. However, there is no rule that states a father must be virtuous while his daughter cannot be a villain. If one can combat violence with violence and evil with evil, ensuring Bai languishes in prison, it would be a boon for the residents of Qingwu Town." Mu Yin's arguments were compelling and logically sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet, from Mu Shan's perspective, before he could embody the role of a benefactor, he was first and foremost a father. Cease with your justifications. You must leave this place immediately. Do you not understand? Mu Yin recognized her father's concern for their safety. Yet this time, she was resolute in her decision to stay. Father, you and mother have protected me for over 20 years. Now it is my turn to safeguard you. Cheng Yuezhing's eyes brimmed with tears. Mu Shan fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension until a deep voice shattered the stillness. Uncle Mu has a wonderful daughter. Everyone turned towards the entrance. Mu Yin's gaze flickered with intrigue. Chapter 31. Astonishment. He Linshan is indeed the savior of my father. He Linshan? It truly is him. Thus, while in town, she was not mistaken. It stands to reason that the one who intended to alert the authorities was indeed him. After all, who among the residents would dare to offend Shui Bai? Wait a moment, Uncle Mu? How could he possibly know my father? Linshan, when did you arrive? Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have sent someone to fetch you. The moment Mu Shan laid eyes on He Linshan, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Mu Yin was left with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. What on earth is happening? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, He Linshan had already approached her, greeting her with, Miss Mu, I trust you are well. Mu Yin. Mu Shan gently nudged Mu Yin with his hand. Why are you lost in thought? Regaining her senses, Mu Yin turned to look at her father, as if to convey, why am I dazed? Don't you know, Dad? Subsequently, she nodded at He Linshan and said perfunctorily, Hello, Mr. He. Allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is He Linshan, my savior. Although Mu Shan's introduction was succinct, the mere mention of the phrase savior underscored He Linshan's significant standing in his heart. Mu Yin was astonished. Savior? I have never heard my father mention this before. Mu Yi also wore a look of surprise. Mu Shan casually remarked, for years ago, when the brakes failed and the car plunged into the river, it was Linshan who saved me. I refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would worry you. So that was the case. Hence, He Linshan was not only her savior, but also her father-s. Mu Yin lifted her gaze to He Linshan, expressing her gratitude. Mr. He, I am profoundly grateful for your rescue of my father. He Linshan replied softly with a smile. It was but a trifling matter. I had no intentions of seeking your gratitude. These words seemed familiar. Expressing thanks is a necessity for me. Whether you accept this gratitude is entirely up to you. He Linshan regarded her with an amused expression, his gaze locking onto her striking eyes, his lips slightly parting. Then, I shall. Child, how can you converse with my savior in such a manner? As he spoke, Mu Shan grasped Mu Yin's wrist, drawing her behind him, and cautioned in a low voice. You previously mentioned that there are no rules stating that a good man must have a good daughter, nor that a nephew cannot be a person, thereby absolving the uncle from such a fate. You may harbor a deep-seated hatred for Lu Momu, but you must not implicate He Linshan. In Mu Shan's eyes, Lu Moen was unworthy of even a name. Mu Yin was at a loss for words. Dad, ISNT had said that not a family, not a door. He Linshan and Lu Moen are of the same kin. What family? They don't even share a surname. Mu Yin retorted, Did you hear that? Mu Yin responded nonchalantly. Mu Shan, feeling reassured, turned back to He Linshan and said Linshan shortly, Mu Yi and I will take you to the tea garden to see this year's tea leaves. I cannot claim they're the best in the industry, but they are undoubtedly high-end. Rest assured, Uncle, I will facilitate the overseas distribution of Qingwu tea. Facilitating the overseas distribution of Qingwu tea? So, He Linshan has embarked on a business venture with her father? Subsequently, the three of them made their way out of the villa. Dad, I want to go too. The young girl, staying at home, should engage in meaningful conversations with her mother. Just as Mu Yi was about to speak, Mu Shan shot him a glare, admonishing him not to indulge her or cater to her whims. She was already quite unruly. Consequently, Mu Yi could only shrug at Mu Yin, indicating his helplessness. Clearly, Mu Shan was worried about Mu Yin, reiterating her advice. Behave yourself at home. He Linshan, gently turning his string of prayer beads, smirked slightly. It was impossible for her to remain composed. Tranquility was unattainable in this lifetime. Chapter 32. Oh my. Yin is stunningly beautiful. No sooner had they departed than Mu Yin inquired about the key to the cold storage from Cheng Yuezhan. Upon entering, she opened the tea canister, gazing at the leaves inside. Yin, are you truly not leaving? Cheng Yuezhan, upon seeing Mu Yin, felt reluctant to let her go, but was also concerned about the troublesome Shui Bai. Mu Yin nodded. Mother, as long as Shui Bai remains, there will only be endless troubles. Knowing her daughter well, Cheng Yuezhan understood that as long as Mu Yin was resolute in her decision to stay, words were futile. Yin, take care of yourself. Don't worry, mother. I must also protect you. With that, Mu Yin inspected another shelf of tea leaves, ensuring everything was in order. Yin, what are you doing? Cheng Yuzhen asked, puzzled. Mother, aren't these tea leaves unsellable? Cheng Yuzhen nodded, explaining that new tea was about to be launched, and selling old tea could tarnish the reputation of the Shanwu tea. So these tea leaves will remain in cold storage? Your father drinks them every day. How long can he keep that up? Mu Yin pursed her lips, contemplating. Why not share the bounty with everyone? What? Cheng Yuzhen was confused. Mother, can I have all these tea leaves? Mu Yin pleaded, playfully clinging to her mother. When her daughter acted this way, Cheng Yuzhen's heart softened. If you want them, take them all. But what about your father? I'll handle that, Mu Yin assured, giving her mother a thumbs up. Subsequently, Mu Yin swiftly devised a plan, contacting Su Jiyan, and then headed to the town to meet with the mayor. The mayor was astonished by the efficiency of the benevolent Mu, noting that within a single day, another free project had emerged. He wholeheartedly supported it, gathering several volunteers to assist Mu Yin in setting up a simple stall halfway up Qingwu Mountain. In less than 2 hours, the tea stall was successfully inaugurated. The tea from Qingwu Mountain was a significant attraction, allowing visitors to savor its flavor while quenching their thirst. Most importantly, it was free. Naturally, it received widespread acclaim. During the tourist season, the foot traffic was substantial, and Mu Yin, along with several volunteers, brewed and served tea, handing out cup after cup to the eager visitors. Although the taste of the old tea was slightly inferior to that of the new, proper preservation minimized the difference. Furthermore, the weary hikers, having ascended the mountain, were parched by the time they reached the halfway point. After indulging in a complimentary cup of Qingwu tea, numerous accolades poured in. Some visitors captured photographs, which swiftly circulated across various social media platforms. The tea maiden of Qingwu Mountain ascended to trending status, igniting a fervor online. Is that not the ex-wife of Mr. Liu? How could she possibly be selling tea? Surely, she hasn't fallen into such dire straits. Is there something amiss with the eyes of those upstairs? That tea is free. The beauty must be volunteering. Goodness, Mu Yin is truly stunning. Farewell, rival. Tonight, I shall venture to Qingwu Mountain. This series of events amounts to an intangible promotion, invigorating the tourism industry of Qingwu Mountain, rendering it known to a wider audience. The news outlet swiftly capitalized on the momentum, promptly releasing a collection of breathtaking photographs of Qingwu Mountain. A wave of enthusiasm for visiting Qingwu Mountain swept across the internet. As a group departed the tea garden, Mu Shan turned to Heilinchin. From here on, it's all in your hands. She nodded at him. Uncle, you can rest assured. I entrust everything to you without a second thought. Mu Shan held great confidence in Heilinchin. Heilinchin nodded. I shall return to the hotel first. As he left, he fortuitously encountered several locals engaged in animated discussion. Chapter 33. Cursed Girl was a moth in a past life. The daughter of the benevolent Mu is indeed formidable. She opened a tea stall, generously offering tea, not only addressing the issue of leftover old tea, but also promoting the release of new tea, leading to a surge of inquiries. Not only does she stimulate the launch of new tea, but she also encourages tourism to Qingwu Mountain. My family has been fully booked. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and intelligent. She truly embodies the title of Tea Maiden, little benefactor. Hearing their praises, Heilinchin could not help but smile. The notion of being settled was utterly foreign to her. As night fell, the tea stall closed. Mu Yin rubbed her aching shoulders and neck, returning to the quaint villa. Upon entering the living room, Mu Shan emerged wielding a feather duster. Curse girl, I told you to behave, yet you disregard my words. Have you stirred up trouble again? Were you a moth in your past life? Cheng Yuezhen and Mu Yi intervened to restrain Mu Shan. Despite brandishing the feather duster, he was still a good 20 to 30 meters away from Mu Yin. Mu Yi promptly remarked, Dad, on the way back, you mentioned to Uncle Zhang that Yin is as helpful as you are. Why have you suddenly turned your back on her? Mu Shan glared at Mu Yi. Why are you so chatty? Go upstairs and wait for me in the study. Mu Yi, glancing at the feather duster in Mu Shan's hand, was apprehensive and showed no intent of leaving. Mu Shan, incensed, huffed and puffed. Observing this, Cheng Yuezhen took the feather duster away and tossed it onto the nearby coffee table. Your daughter is doing good deeds in your name, and here you are angry? The chicken lays eggs, and the eggs hatch chickens. Can tea leaves produce more tea leaves? If not for your daughter, you would be awaiting the decay of that old tea in the cold storage. Mu Shan grunted a few times, arms crossed over his chest, wearing an expression of indignation, his beard twitching in accord. As Mu Yi took this opportunity, he tucked away the feather duster and cast a surreptitious thumbs up towards Mu Yin before ascending the stairs. This simple gesture conveyed to Mu Yin her father's approval, albeit his heart and words did not entirely align. Mu Shan pointed at Mu Yin and scolded, "You little rascal. This time I will be magnanimous and won't hold it against you. But I expect you to behave. I have already spoken to the town mayor about this matter. There are dedicated volunteers to handle it, so you need not go to the tea shed tomorrow." With that, Mu Shan strode towards his study. Mu Yin approached Cheng Yuezhen and embraced her tightly. "Mom, Dad is so fierce. Let him sleep in the study tonight." Mu Yin nodded. For there is no one as good as a mother. Cheng Yuezhen beamed with satisfaction, proud of her daughter for speaking the truth. A thunderous roar echoed as lightning cleaved through the night sky. Mu Yin gazed out the window at the darkening horizon, where visibility had diminished to nothing. Is it going to rain? She pondered, bewildered, for the weather forecast had not indicated rain for the evening. Cheng Yuezhen affirmed, "Indeed, the weather in Qingwu Mountain is notoriously unpredictable." Mu Yin recalled the makeshift tea shed, which contained several boxes of tea leaves. If it rained, it was highly likely that the tea shed would leak. "Mom, I must go to the tea shed." Without waiting for a response, Mu Yin dashed out of the small villa. In mere moments, a torrential downpour began to cascade from the heavens. Meanwhile, in the study, Mu Yi asserted, "Father, In has established a free tea shed, charging nothing, resolving the lingering issues of Chen tea, and even boosting tourism in Qingwu Mountain. Why would you still intimidate her?" Chapter 34. The timeless truth of teamwork. Mu Yi was perplexed. In his eyes, his father was typically fair in reward and punishment, yet with In, it seemed different. Who compelled her to do these things? Was it not exhausting? Was it not laborious? Suddenly, Mu Yi realized that his father was indeed concerned for In. "I never said such a thing," Mu Shan vehemently denied, his expression betraying discomfort. Mu Yi chose not to expose him, instead smiling and asking, "Dad, you called me to the study for a reason? I have booked plane tickets for you. We will leave with your sister tomorrow morning." "Dad, In will not agree to this. If your sister disagrees, then you must find a way. What use is having you as my son otherwise?" After leaving the study, Mu Yi descended the stairs. He found Cheng Yuezhen sitting alone in the living room, anxiously peering outside. Mu Yi glanced around, but did not see Mu Yin. "Mom, where's In?" "She went to the tea shed. With such heavy rain and the darkness outside, I am worried," Cheng Yuezhen said, growing increasingly anxious. Mu Yi felt a surge of concern as well. "Mom, don't worry. I will go to her right now." "All right," Cheng Yuezhen nodded, "but please be careful." "Rest assured," Mu Yi replied, promptly leaving the small villa and hastening towards the tea shed. The heavy rain in the mountains disrupted the signal, and despite Mu Yi's repeated attempts to call Mu Yin, all were met with failure. In a corner of the tea shed, where the rain was pouring in, Mu Yin was busily transporting tea leaves. Upon arriving at the tea shed, Mu Yi rushed inside. Seeing him, Mu Yin was somewhat taken aback. "Brother, what brings you here? It's so late, and you ventured out alone. Can we truly feel at ease?" She bit her lip and added, "I didn't think much of it. I was just focused on these tea leaves. These are destined for use in the next couple of days, and if they get drenched and ruined, it would be such a pity. I'll hold you accountable later." Mu Yi gently tapped her on the head, then quickly assisted her in moving the tea boxes. They worked together until every last box was relocated to a safe corner. Mu Yin swiftly spread a waterproof cloth over the tea boxes, preparing to secure all sides tightly to prevent any potential leakage from the rain. With the cooperation of both, they soon secured all four corners, ensuring that even if the entire shed were to leak, the tea leaves would remain unaffected. Mu Yin let out a sigh of relief. "Brother, I'm so glad you arrived in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to manage this alone. You mustn't worry about me so much. If you ever venture out alone again, I will be quite upset." She gently tugged at the hem of his clothes. "Brother, I understand my mistake." Mu Yi shook his head helplessly. "There's no reasoning with you. Come on, let's head home." Mu Yi nodded vigorously and nestled under his umbrella. Just as she looked up, it seemed as though a beam of light flickered before her eyes. In the pitch-black mountains during the late night, where could such light come from? Mu Yin suspected it was merely a trick of her tired eyes. "What is wrong, In? Mu Yi asket, notijin her distraction." She shook her head. "It's nothing. Let's go." They left the tea shed together, braving the fierce winds and torrential rain on their way home. Mu Yin switched on her phone's flashlight, illuminating the muddy path ahead. However, after a short distance, a group of men armed with clubs appeared, surrounding them. Mu Yin, we meet again. The man at the forefront, clad in a raincoat, wore a particularly sinister grin. Chapter 35. Brother shot. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yin realized it was Bai. She had already contacted a private investigator to look into his numerous misdeeds. Evidence would soon be available to ensure he would languish behind bars. However, she never expected him to be released so swiftly. It seemed there was a powerful force backing him. Amidst the torrential downpour, with lightning illuminating the sky, Bai twitched his fingers, and dozens of men lunged toward them. Mu Yi shielded Mu Yin as they engaged in combat. Yin, run. Mu Yin rushed forward to assist, delivering a sidekick that sent a man who was attempting to ambush Mu Yi from behind, sprawling away. At that moment, Bai drew a handgun, aiming it at Mu Yin with a disturbingly twisted smile. Seeing this, Mu Yi quickly grasped Mu Yin's hand, pulling her into his embrace. A deafening bang echoed. The bullet struck Mu Yi's shoulder. Brother. Mu Yin gasped in horror. She hurriedly supported Mu Yi. Just then, the stick swung towards them once more. Despite the searing pain in his shoulder, Mu Yi attempted to shield Mu Yin from the impending blow. Mu Yin caught a glimpse of this and swiftly turned, seizing the stick and delivering a fierce punch to the man's face, shattering his nasal bone in an instant. She wrested the stick away and hurled it back at Bai. Bai, poised to fire again, was taken aback by the scene and barely managed to evade the projectile. Seizing this opportune moment, Mu Yin grasped Mu Yi's hand and fled towards the mountain. The path from the tea pavilion back to the villa was singular, a necessary route for tourists descending the mountain, flat and lined with street lamps at every few steps. With Bai armed, traversing this path rendered them as mere targets. In their desperation, they could only retreat into the woods. Mu Yin incessantly dialed for help. But the signal in the mountainous terrain was dismal, and each attempt ended in failure. Catch them. Kill those two, and I'll reward you with 500,000. Bai's voice boomed, rallying his underlings to pursue them relentlessly. They ran for an indeterminate duration, breaths coming in ragged gasps, each step a monumental effort. The rain intensified, turning the mountain path treacherous and muddy, with every step potentially leading into a trap. Qingwu Mountain was vast, its terrain complex, with 2/3 still unexplored. If they continued to run like this, they might encounter wild beasts before Bai could catch them. Moreover, Mu Yi was injured. Ying, you go on. Don't worry about me, he grimaced, clutching his shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers. Listen to me, hurry. Mu Yi urget her to fidi. Without responding, Mu Yin scoured the dense curtain of rain for a thicket to provide temporary cover. She helped Mu Yi sit down and quickly tore a strip from her pant leg to fashion a makeshift bandage for his wound. However, the bullet was lodged in his shoulder. Surgery was imperative. Otherwise, he could suffer lasting repercussions. Brother, you're right, Mu Yin said, meeting his gaze. One of us must get out, and since you're injured, I cannot take you with me. You are correct in thinking that way. Mu Yi nodded weakly in agreement. Mu Yin pressed her phone into Mu Yi's hand, softly instructing, the signal is intermittent, but when it's available, you must call for help. Understand? Yes. You must go now. Down the mountain along the path, Mu Yi urged, his voice frail as he pushed her away. Mu Yin averted her gaze, devoid of hesitation, and swiftly turned to leave. But then, Chapter 36. President Liu comes to apologize. I want to see Ying instead of descending. She ran up the mountain. She even deliberately created a commotion to attract Bai and his men's attention. Brother Shui, over there. Upon hearing the noise, Bai and his men immediately pursued her. In that moment, Mu Yi understood. She had drawn Bai's attention away from him, leaving all the danger for herself. His foolish sister, Inin. Mu Yi gritted his teeth, rising to pursue her, but after just a few steps, he collapsed heavily to the ground from sheer exhaustion. The muddy mountain path, drenched by the rain, was particularly slippery. Mu Yin stepped into thin air and tumbled down the slope. By the time she struggled to her feet, a gleaming pistol was already pressed against her temple. As night fell, Mu Yin and Mu Yi had not returned for a long time. Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhen went to the tea house, only to find it empty. Sensing something amiss, they promptly called the police. Upon investigating the scene, the officers discovered clear signs of a struggle and deduced from the footprints that the assailants had headed into the mountains. As dawn broke, the rain began to lessen. After a night of torrential downpour, the mountain trails were slick and muddy, justifying the closure of Qingwu Mountain to the public, which made it easier to search for the missing individuals. The police gathered some locals familiar with the mountain paths and headed up. Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhen wished to accompany them, but their age rendered them a liability in the complex mountain terrain. Thus, they could only wait at home for news. Soon, the news of Mu Shan's son and daughter being lost in the mountains spread throughout the town. This narrative might deceive the locals, but it could not escape He Linshan. His gaze turned cold as he dialed a number, his slender fingers turning pale around the phone. Have you found anything about the person I asked you to investigate? Lin Chuan quickly responded, Sir, Shui Bai is associated with Jin San. Jin San? He Linshan scoffed, picking up his car keys and making another call. Lio, it's time to move. That night, dozens of robust men and off-road vehicles from various hotels and goose houses in the town ventured out into the torrential rain, leaving the town behind. The next morning, upon arriving in Qingwu town, Lu Mon learned that Mu Shan was a well-known philanthropist in the area. Furthermore, the tea-selling sensation that had recently taken the internet by storm was his own daughter. Some residents in the town had even seen the household registration book. There was no mistake. Lu Mon recalled the simple little wedding they had years ago. The in-laws he met were not Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhen. How could he possibly not recognize them? It turned out she was the daughter of the Mu family, Mu Yi's sister, the elusive socialite who never made public appearances. Inin, you have deceived me again, he frowned, a bitter smile crossing his face. But whether it was deception or jest, it all boiled down to the fact that he owed her much more. He hurried to the small villa, and upon seeing him, Mu Shan and Cheng Yuezhen were taken aback. They never expected Lu Mon to arrive, but when they regained their composure, their expressions were far from welcoming. At that moment, several police cars were parked in the courtyard of the small villa. Who was Lu Mon? Seeing the situation, he immediately understood that something had occurred, and it was undoubtedly not good news. In-laws, Lu Mon was yet unaware of the unfolding events. He courteously nodded to the two individuals, setting aside the gifts he had procured. In Ning City, there were but a handful of individuals capable of eliciting such civility and even smiles from Lu Mon. Our daughter has severed her marital ties with you, Lu Xiao. We cannot bear the weight of your address as father-in-law and mother-in-law. Please take your leave. Cheng Yuezhen's demeanor was notably frosty, yet she maintained the basic decorum. However, Mu Shan's expression was one of extreme displeasure, barely suppressing his ire. With Mu Ying and Mu Yi missing, Lu Mon's presence undoubtedly served as a catalyst for his fury. You are the eldest son of the Lu family, a prominent figure in the business realm, yet our Mu family is not to be trifled with. How much grievance has my daughter endured under your watch? I have refrained from seeking trouble with you, yet you have come knocking at my door. Lu Mon lowered his head, allowing Mu Shan's rebuke to wash over him without uttering a word or revealing any discontent. He accepted all the reprimands without protest. I wish to see Ying Ying. Chapter 37. The appearance of the riding whip, striking down the unworthy son-in-law. All he desired was to see her, to clarify everything, to beseech her for another chance. The mere mention of Mu Ying ignited Mu Shan's fury even further. He stormed into the small villa, and when he emerged once more, he wielded a riding whip. In his youth, Mu Shan had participated in the equestrian events at the Olympics, making him a master of the craft. He swung the whip, producing a resounding crack as it struck the ground with force. Lu Mon, you dare to seek an audience with my daughter? Yet, upon seeing the lengthy whip, Lu Mon exhibited no semblance of fear or trepidation. In the next moment, he knelt before Mu Shan. This display left Cheng Yuezhen momentarily speechless. A man of Lu Mon's stature, a paragon of excellence, had knelt for their daughter? If enduring the whip would placate my in-laws and grant me the chance to see Ying Ying, I would endure countless lashes. Lu Mon's brow remained unfurrowed. Even in a kneeling position, his posture remained resolute. All he yearned for was to see her, no matter the means. Mu Shan could not have anticipated Lu Mon's unwavering determination. In him, he perceived the depth of love for his daughter. Yet if this were the case, why subject her to such torment? Why stray into infidelity? Was this not a contradiction? Mu Shan's hand trembled around the whip, consumed by rage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. Mu Dashan, a local rushed forward, exclaiming, "We found this on the mountain. Is it your daughter's?" He extended a ring towards Mu Shan. Taking the ring, Mu Shan examined it closely and confidently asserted, "Yes, this is Ying Ying's tail ring. It was given to her by a neighbor's child in her youth." Lu Mon also beheld the ring, yet could not ascertain whether it belonged to her. He is truly a failure. After 5 years of marriage, she devoted herself to him, Yet he is unable to recognize even her personal belongings. At this moment, Luimoen feels an overwhelming urge to slap himself. However, the words of the local people soon plunged him into an unprecedented state of anxiety. It was discovered at the edge of a small slope on the mountain. And for the time being, there are no leads regarding Mr. Mu Xiao. What happened to Yin? Luimoen, anxious and desperate, seized the local man, pressing him for answers. You don't know? The local man exclaimed in surprise. Little Shan and her brother are lost in the mountains. Lost. Luimoen turned to Mu Shan, seeking a confirmation. He saw Mu Shan tightly clutching a ring, her expression dazed. Her hand that held the horsewhip had slackened, letting it fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuezhen had turned away, her shoulders trembling as she wiped away tears. Merely witnessing this scene made it clear that it was far more than just being lost. Take me up the mountain, Luimoen shouted at the local man, his voice commanding, set the price. The local man was visibly intimidated by Luimoen's formidable presence, his face paling in fear. I came down to confirm whether this ring belongs to little Shan, and now that I have, I must ascend the mountain to inform them. The local man stepped back in fright. Take me up the mountain, Luimoen reiterated, the veins on his forehead bulging, revealing just how frantic he was. Upon reaching the mountain, the police inquired about Luimoen's identity. Chapter 38, I am her ex-husband. The last two words left Luimoen's lips with great difficulty, lacking conviction. Never before had he felt so humiliated, despite his previously lofty status. Although they were divorced, to others, the ex-husband would naturally be more familiar with his ex-wife's belongings. Should any items or clues be discovered, he would be the first to identify them. The police, recognizing his robust physique, permitted him to join the search party. Luimoen observed the muddy slope, the chaotic footprints. At least 8 or 9 individuals had been there. He increasingly felt that this was not a mere case of being lost. This was a kidnapping. Luimoen's heart felt as if it had been hollowed out, and he gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Who could be? After approximately 10 more minutes of searching, he unexpectedly noticed that the mud clinging to his shoe seemed to contain traces of blood. Wait a moment. Luimoen crouched down, pinching the soil and sniffing it, confirming it was indeed blood. He glanced around, spotting a grove of towering trees not far away, their branches lush and abundant, with raindrops trickling down. Nearby, there was nowhere else to hide. Luimoen immediately dashed toward the thicket, pushing aside the tangled branches, only to find Mu Yin lying on the ground. Mu Yin. Luimoen quickly helped him up. Hearing Luimoen's call, the others rushed over with a stretcher. He noticed his shoulder, though bandaged, was still a shocking sight. He had been shot. Luimoen gently touched Mu Yin's carotid artery, confirming that he was still alive. Wake up, Mu Yin. Wake up. Amidst a flurry of cries, Mu Yin opened his eyes, his lips moving faintly. Luimoen leaned closer. Hearing him repeatedly call out, Yin, his expression tightened as he urgently inquired, do you know where she is? Not far from you. We found her ring. Shui Bai. Mu Yin's body radiated heat, weakened and breathless. Hurry, save Yin. The crowd joined forces to lift Mu Yin onto a stretcher. Hastily descending the mountain for medical attention, Luimoen seized a local, demanding, who is Shui Bai? The local trembled in fear at Luimoen's menacing gaze and replied truthfully, he's a local thug in our town. Luimoen's eyes darkened with menace as he struck the tree trunk with a fierce punch. After descending the mountain, Mu Yin was rushed to the local hospital for emergency surgery. Mu Yin remained missing, but based on Mu Yin's words before losing consciousness, it was initially determined that Shui Bai was involved. The police launched an investigation. Luimoen also immediately dispatched individuals to locate Shui Bai. Whoever you are, no matter who stands behind you, if you dare to touch my woman, even if I have to turn Qingwu Mountain upside down, I will not let you go. The incessant creaking and swaying filled the air. Upon awakening, Mu Yin peered through the translucent skylight, observing her surroundings. It appeared to be a storage area filled with cups, towels, and other supplies. The motion suggested she was aboard a ship. She recalled that traveling east from Qingwu Mountain for several dozen kilometers led to the sea. With her hands bound behind her, she struggled to rise and move sideways. Opening a storage box, she retrieved a cup. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully shattered the cup. Just as she intended to use the shards to cut through the ropes, footsteps approached. Remaining calm, she quickly closed the box, gripping a shard of glass, and returned to her original position. The warehouse door swung open. Chapter 39. Mu Yin captured. A kick sent her flying. Is this woman still not awake? Shuebai, cigarette dangling from his lips, sneered. Douse her to wake up. Yes. A bucket of water splashed onto Mu Yin. Frowning, she opened her eyes. Miss Mu, do you still recognize me? Shuebai regarded her with a smug whistle. We want. Mu Yin glared at Shuebai, feigning terror. Yet her hands behind her back continued their motion, even as the glass shard cut into her palm, leaving her hands marred with wounds. She endured the pain, gradually slicing through the ropes. Your father is disrespectful, owing me 3 million in protection fees. I never expected you, his daughter, to be so foolish as to confront me. You should inquire about me. I, Shuebai, am a formidable figure in Qingwu town. Who dares to challenge me? Mu Yin found the situation utterly ridiculous. A dragon? He dares to claim such a title? At best, he is merely a small caterpillar. Meanwhile, Shuebai, brimming with arrogance, lifted his foot and placed it upon the storage box. 3 million is beneath me now. I demand 300 billion. Is the Mu family not a prominent clan in Ningxing? Surely, 300 billion is a pittance for you. However, I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as you. Shuebai stroked his chin, his expression oozing with greedy lewdness, as if not indulging in her would be a disservice to my second brother. With that, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. The lackeys surrounding him joined in, their laughter grotesque and vile, evoking a sense of revulsion. Mu Yin struggled to suppress the tumult in her stomach, maintaining her composure. Shuebai unbuckled his belt, declaring, a fiery little pepper like you. Before I barter you for 300 billion, I must ascertain just how spicy you truly are. In the next moment, he lunged towards her. Just as he intended to lay his hands on Mu Yin, she swiftly raised her leg and delivered a ferocious kick to his groin. She dashed towards the exit with all her might. Bang! A bullet struck the doorframe. He was armed. Consequently, Mu Yin was compelled to halt her escape. No matter how swift you are, can you outrun my bullet? Shuebai gasped, clutching his groin, and spat on the ground. Shortly after, his 2 lackeys advanced, restraining Mu Yin and binding her once more. They forcefully shoved her back in front of Shuebai. You filthy wench! How dare you kick me? Shuebai raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face. In an instant, her cheeks swelled. The next moment, Shuebai revealed a sinister grin, gripping her chin with such force that it felt as though he would shatter her bones. Women ought to be obedient. They were born to serve men. Overstepping your bounds can lead to dire consequences. He growled through clenched teeth. He then twirled his fingers, pressing her head down onto the storage box. Shuebai retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, biting the cork open and spitting it onto the ground. Drink this, and you will obediently comply. Unable to part from me, I shall ensure you understand what it means to be utterly unable to resist. He cackled. With that, he yanked Mu Yin's hair, forcefully pulling her back. He pinched her cheeks while laughing maniacally, pouring the liquid from the vial down her throat. Mu Yin recognized it as a vile substance. She struggled with all her might, but it was an exercise in futility. The liquid coursed down her throat, igniting excruciating pain in her stomach. Before long, a wave of heat surged within her. She clenched her scarred hands tightly, digging her nails into her wounds to remain alert, even if it cost her life. She would never allow him to succeed. Shuebai casually discarded the vial, laughing triumphantly. He licked his lips and rubbed his hands, the filthy palms eagerly reaching out towards her. Chapter 40. This death is painfully excruciating. Mu Yin struggled fiercely against her restraints. She seized a nearby glass and shattered it, positioning the jagged edge against her neck. Dream on. You will gain nothing. The shards of glass pressed against her throat, crimson blood trickling down. At that moment, the warehouse door was burst open. Bang! The first bullet struck Shuebai's gun. Bang! The second bullet hit Shuebai's leg. Thud! He dropped heavily to his knees before Mu Yin. Dozens of bodyguards surged in, pinning Shuebai's subordinates to the ground. Mu Yin opened her eyes and threw a haze. She saw a man holding a shotgun with one hand, while the other grasped her wrist. Miss Mu, this death is indeed painful. Yes, it's you. Mu Yin could hardly believe that Linchin would appear here. He took the shards of glass from her hand, asking, Can Miss Mu still stand? Mu Yin nodded slightly. Then, Linchin turned and strode toward Shuebai. His smile was gentle, yet it sent chills down one's spine. In the next moment, he drove the glass shard forcefully into Shuebai's shoulder. Shue Bai screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. He Lin discarded the shotgun and returned to Mu Yin's side. Can you walk? Mu Yin strained to hold herself upright and nodded. What are you trying to prove? He grasped her wrist, attempting to lift her, but the heat radiating from her made him furrow his brows. So hot. You poisoned me. Mu Yin's gaze fell upon the glass bottle. She clenched her hands tightly. The only thing she could do was endure the pain to stay awake. Alleviating the waves of heat, He Lin approached Shue Bai once more, stepping on the back of his hand, twisting with force. The antidote. Shue Bai's face contorted in pain. Pointing to his pocket, Lai O quickly stepped forward, retrieving a vial from his pocket and handing it to He Lin. Sir. He Lin took the vial, uncorked it with one hand, sniffed the liquid inside, and after confirming its authenticity, administered it to Mu Yin. Soon, the fever subsided, and Mu Yin grabbed a towel. Disregarding the pain in her palm, wiping away the blood, she tied her long hair up, her breathtaking beauty evoking a shiver, her eyes filled with fury, exuding a chilling aura, brimming with murderous intent. He Lin leaned against the doorframe, silent and brooding, his gaze fixed on Mu Yin as he quietly observed her actions. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Mu Yin picked up the shotgun He Lin had discarded earlier, aiming it directly at Shue Bai. Trembling in fear, Shue Bai gasped. I was wrong, Miss Mu, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes now. I won't dare again. He knelt before Mu Yin, pleading for mercy. Shoo! Mu Yin silenced him with a gentle touch of her finger to her lips. Mu Yin smiled faintly, pulling the trigger. Bang! With a loud sound, Shue Bai fell to the ground, devoid of the strength to even cry out, his trousers stained crimson. Such a despicable wretch. Who knows how many girls have been sullied by him? Until his vile existence is eradicated, my heart's resentment cannot be quelled. Now, he can no longer inflict harm upon others. Mu Yin turned and exited the warehouse. He Lin observed her with a gaze that underwent a subtle transformation. Mr. He, do you think my marksmanship is commendable? He Lin took the hunting rifle from her hands and replied with a smile. Do all young ladies today possess such wildness as you? She returned the inquiry to him. As a man of vast experience, I wonder what you think, Mr. He. Chapter 41. The one before me, particularly wild, He Lin chuckled. As for others, he was unaware, but this one before him was indeed particularly wild. The little tyrant had grown up. Mu Yin, drenched and stained with blood, felt exceedingly uncomfortable. He Lin noticed her distress and promptly arranged for her a room and a set of clean clothes, allowing her a moment of respite. He then left the room. As the door closed, Mu Yin remained motionless, her guard heightened. Having just escaped a perilous situation, she could not relax even with a mere door shut. At that moment, He Lin's voice echoed, Lu O, you'll stand guard. Yes. Mu Yin was taken aback. It seemed he had discerned her concerns and wariness. She was uncertain whether He Lin was a good man or a villain, but at the very least, he would not harm her, and that was sufficient. With a sigh of relief, she took the clean garments and entered the adjacent bathroom. She truly needed a thorough wash to feel more at ease and clear her mind. Meanwhile, in another room aboard the ship, Jean San inquired, What's the situation? Has the bleeding stopped? He gazed at his strategist, asking about Bai's life-threatening condition. Shue Bai was Jean San's most favored adopted son, a valued right-hand man. Naturally, he was concerned about the incident. The strategist hesitated, saying, The bleeding has ceased. But he is no better than a eunuch now. Upon hearing this, Jean San gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. Did Mr. He take action? Was it that woman? Jean San's expression darkened further. Shue Bai often brought women aboard for leisure, willingly or unwillingly, countless in number, easily placated with some money. However, who could have anticipated that the woman he had abducted this time was the esteemed daughter of the Mu family from Ning City? Yet in this remote place, as long as they dealt with her discreetly, disposing of her in the mountains, leaving her remains for beasts to consume, they would be free from repercussions. But to his astonishment, He Lin had appeared. Even more surprising was that this daughter of the Mu family dared to wield a gun. How had he underestimated her? Now what shall we do? Jean San gazed at the dog-headed strategist, pondering whether Mr. He would truly let this matter rest. The dog-headed strategist shook his head, just about to speak when a series of knocks echoed at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Master Jean, our lord has arrived, announced the bodyguard. Jean San dared not delay and swiftly opened the door. Mr. He beamed, please come in. No need. He Lin's imposing aura loomed. I am merely here to inquire whether you intend to sever ties for survival, or seek your own demise. Upon hearing this, Jin San trembled in fear. He Linchin's meaning was abundantly clear. Should Jin San sever his connection with Shui Bai, a path to survival would be his. Otherwise, the dog-headed strategist promptly interjected. Mr. He, our master was just saying that Shui Bai has committed numerous heinous acts and must not be spared. You possess awareness, He Linchin replied, turning to leave. His tall silhouette, backlit by the light, emanated an indescribable pressure that left one breathless. Jin San faltered, unable to stand firm, and the dog-headed strategist hastily supported him. Bai has grown under my watch for 15 years since he was 17. He has assisted me tremendously. And to have me kill him. Jin San was evidently reluctant to part with his godson. The dog-headed strategist urged, Master, you must not waver. Mister, he has made his stance clear. If you wish to continue in the maritime business, you cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, Shui Bai possesses far too much knowledge. Now that he is under Mr. He's scrutiny, should he, in a bid to save himself, reveal the incident of the Tianxua building's destruction from 9 years ago, it would be you, Master, who faces annihilation. Jin San found the dog-headed strategist's words profoundly sensible. When it concerned his own survival, he could only abandon the lesser for the greater good. His expression tense, he hastily declared, You handle this matter. The sooner, the better. After freshening up, Mu Yin discovered a portable medical kit on the bathroom counter, presumably prepared by He Linchin's bodyguard. She quickly tended to the wound on her neck in the mirror, applying gauze, then treated her palm and wrapped it as well. Donning a clean outfit, she exited the room and made her way to the deck. He Linchin observed the bandages on her neck and hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 42. The overbearing CEO and his billion-dollar young wife, such an independent little tyrant, he remarked. Mu Yin scanned the vicinity of the ship and noticed several speedboats nearby. It was evident that He Linchin had brought men to pursue her. You saved me once again, she said sincerely, looking at him. Thank you. He Linchin countered. You wish to express your gratitude? Mu Yin paused, surprised by the change in his demeanor. This man was anything but predictable. I thought you would dismiss it as a trivial act, not seeking my thanks. Then, she continued, let us return to the main topic. How would you like me to show my appreciation? Within my capabilities, I shall certainly comply. He Linchin stepped on a speedboat, firmly grasping the steering wheel. Tonight, you have escaped on your own. Very well. Mu Yin comprehended his implication. Are you not curious as to why I prompted you to say such a thing? Mr. He instructed me on what to say, and I simply complied. This act of salvation far outweighs any questions I might have. How intriguing. The corners of He Linchin's mouth curled deeper, and a flicker of amusement graced his otherwise cold and solemn gaze. Miss Mu, do secure yourself. He Linchin then prepared to accelerate the speedboat for their return journey. Mister, he has been busy all night. Allow me to take the helm. Do you know how to operate a speedboat? Is it truly that difficult? Mu Yin responded nonchalantly. Are you not capable as well? He Linchin chuckled again. You make a valid point. Who claims that women are inferior to men? He found himself somewhat eager to witness her performance. Indeed, he was becoming weary. He Linchin relinquished the steering wheel, ready to let Mu Yin take over. However, Mu Yin did not immediately grasp the wheel. Instead, she draped the blanket she had over her shoulders onto him. The wind at sea is strong, Mr. He. Perhaps you should rest for a moment under the blanket. He Linchin was taken aback. Mu Yin's prowess in operating the speedboat was evident. Among all the vessels, she was truly unmatched. The other bodyguards, including Lu O, were aboard their respective speedboats. As Mu Yin's speedboat swiftly passed from their view, astonishment painted their faces. This young lady from the Mu family was indeed making quite a splash. Yet, what left them utterly dumbfounded was the sight of Mr. He, wrapped in a blanket, seated comfortably beside her. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a domineering CEO with his pampered young wife. Oh no, rather, a pampered young husband. Upon returning to Qingwu town, it was already midday. The moment Chang Yuezhing caught sight of her, she rushed forward to embrace her, relieved to confirm her safety. Mu Yin immediately inquired about Mu Yi's condition and learned that the surgery had been successful and that he was out of danger. Only then did she feel a weight lift from her heart. It is good to know that my brother is safe. The news of Mu Yin's safe return spread throughout the town, halting the search and rescue efforts as everyone began to inquire about her escape. She recounted the entire sequence of events, beginning with the ambush by Shui Bai alongside her brother at the tea shed. Her brother had been shot in the shoulder while protecting her. With no other choice, she diverted Shui Bai and his men to secure a chance for her brother's survival. Subsequently, she hid in a valley, succumbing to exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she descended the mountain and fortuitously encountered Heiress. Her narration was vivid and sincere, with not a hint of inconsistency. Heiress couldn't help but smile. It seemed that while she piloted the speedboat, her mind had not idled, and she had already crafted a well-prepared account. He turned to exit the small villa, only to encounter a hurried Lu Mon at the doorstep. Considering the time, he realized that Lu Mon had arrived the previous night. What brings you here? Lu Mon was taken aback to stumble upon Heiress in this location. Chapter 43. Shall we remarry? I have business dealings with the Mu family. Heiress had a legitimate reason for being here, but Lu Mon was not so certain. At this moment, Mu Yin and Chung Yuezheng were bidding farewell to the guests together. Little did Mu Yin expect to encounter Lu Mon in this place. The corners of Lu Mon's lips quivered, filled with disbelief. He had joined the rescue team ascending the mountain and was the first to discover your brother. Chung Yuezheng remarked. For you, he knelt before me and your father, even enduring your father's lashes. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Yin's hands, which had rested by her sides, suddenly tightened. It was difficult for her to connect the Lu Mon her mother spoke of with the man she remembered. How could he, who had loathed her so intensely, abandon his lofty pride, kneeling and taking punishment for her sake? Chung Yuezheng continued. Yin, he came for you. It is for you to resolve this. With a soft sigh, Chung Yuezheng added, this is a tragic fate. Mu Yin lowered her gaze, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions within her. Her thoughts were a whirlwind. Lu Mon, how wonderful it would have been if you had come for me in the past. Yet, there were no ifs. Everything was irretrievable. I strive to break free from my obsession with you, no longer wishing to be your prisoner. Thunder rumbled ominously. Lightning streaked through the dark clouds, and rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle. Lu Mon, braving the torrential downpour, hurriedly approached Mu Yin, grasping her shoulders, his eyes brimming with concern and his expression laden with guilt. Yin, the moment I received news of you at Qingwu Mountain, I rushed here, but alas, I arrived too late. Mu Yin frowned, breaking free from Lu Mon's hold. His hands hung awkwardly in the air, experiencing once more the sensation of unease that plagued him. I have been at Qingwu Mountain for over 24 hours, and the flight from Ningxing here takes merely 4 hours. What do you mean by rushing here the moment you receive my news? Mu Yin scoffed. Does President Lu not even draft a script for his lies? With the peak travel season underway, flights to Qingwu Mountain were scarce. My private jet was still undergoing maintenance, and my uncle can vouch for that. Heiress, standing nearby, remarked casually, I can attest to that, but I wonder if Miss Mu believes it? You are family. How could I trust my uncle's word for his nephew? Moreover, even if I believed it, what difference would it make? Then, Mu Yin turned her gaze back to Lu Mon, stating once more, no matter when President Lu arrives or departs, it bears no significance to me. The only thing I wish to express is my gratitude for being the first to find my brother. With that, Mu Yin chose not to engage further and turned to leave. Lu Mon seized her delicate wrist, imploring, Yin, grant me a chance to explain. Once, countless opportunities lay before him, which he had dismissed with disdain. Now, he lowered himself, speaking with such tenderness, merely to seek a moment of explanation from her. How ironic it was. Fine, you saved my brother, and I will grant you this opportunity. We owe each other nothing. Mu Yin's tone was remarkably calm, dispersed into the wind without a trace of turbulence. There was no debt between them. Lu Mon felt as though his heart had been carved out, warm blood oozing forth in a steady stream. In just a few short days, he endured excruciating pain that pierced to the bone, rendering him desperate for life. Yet, even amidst such agony, he recognized it as his own doing. That night, I was drugged and awoke to find Lin Yuetong by my side. Lu Mon was not one to offer explanations, yet he took this first step for her. She had saved my life, faced with such a predicament. I had rendered the compensation owed, only to discover she was with child. That day at the old residence, I was grievously mistaken, believing her one-sided words. But I owed her a life, and in my misunderstanding that the child was mine, I acted in anger and hurt you. In that kidnapping, I chose Lin Yuetong out of concern for her potential to bring calamity upon us all. It was never a matter of my greater regard for her. For the first time, Lu Mon felt that explanations could be so feeble and lacking in conviction. His fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. Compared to all you have done for me, I am the one who has contributed nothing for you. I have never regretted anything in my life, except for our divorce, a remorse that comes too late. Inin, I am not as indifferent to you as you might think. I simply understood too late. I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to answering you. Shall we remarry? Chapter 44. Lu Emoen spits blood. Every word was earnest and poignant. Had it been in the past, she would have wept uncontrollably, nodding repeatedly. In love and marriage, sincerity and trust are paramount. Once, Mu Yin trusted Lu Emoen completely. As long as he was willing to explain, she would undoubtedly choose to believe him. But now, how naive! Mu Yin lowered her gaze, suppressing the rising bitterness. Lu Emoen, even if Lin Yuetong were to save you with utmost sincerity, that is a debt you owe her, and you should not repay it by harming me. Lu Emoen's heart ached fiercely, his lips pallid. Everything that had transpired was my fault. No matter how you punish me, I only plead with you. Do not leave me. The atmosphere fell into silence, the air thick with tension. Mu Yin's hand gripped her garment tightly. She had vowed never to look back. Mr. Lu, late affection is worth less than grass. Some things cannot be reclaimed by retracing your steps. Since you have said all you needed, please take your leave. Do not delay her from becoming a billionaire. She has many matters to attend to. With her back turned to Lu Emoen, Mu Yin entered the small villa. She pressed a button on the side, and the door began to close slowly. His Inin, she did not want him anymore. Lu Emoen's heart ached unbearably as he gazed at her departing figure, yearning to grasp her hand. But suddenly, a wave of blood surged. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lu Emoen fell backward. Thud! His back struck the ground heavily, water splashing around. Lu Emoen, Mu Yin turned her head and beheld his wan smile, his handsome visage devoid of any color. Life and death hung in the balance. She hastily approached to support him, while he Linshin, standing at a distance, rushed over as well. Cheng Yuezheng, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the villa and was taken aback by the scene. Her expression grave. Lu Emoen had lost consciousness and required immediate medical attention. He Linshin remained composed as he made a phone call. Lai O, accompanied by bodyguards, burst into the small garden, swiftly transporting Lu Emoen to the hospital. Mu Yin lifted her gaze, her eyelashes quivering slightly, as crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Leave him to me. With that, he Linshin departed hastily. Mu Yin watched the vehicles drive away, her gaze lingering. Cheng Yuezheng observed Mu Yin, speculating that she was deeply concerned for Lu Emoen. After all, they had shared 5 years of marriage, and love that had endured for so long could not be cast aside so easily. Inin, if you're worried, why not visit the hospital? He bled in our garden. If it comes to accountability, we all bear a measure of responsibility. Mu Yin turned to Cheng Yuezheng, noting the affection in her expression, and she offered a gentle smile. Mother, let's go to the hospital together. Cheng Yuezheng perceived that Mu Yin felt awkward about visiting Lu Emoen alone, so she said nothing further, simply nodding in agreement. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mu Yin inquired at the nurse's station about Mu Yi's ward, then ascended the stairs with Cheng Yuezheng. Cheng Yuezheng was startled. Inin, aren't you going to see Lu Emoen? Mu Yin understood that her mother was worried about her feelings for him. Mother, our home S surveillance can attest that his bleeding is unrelated to us. Ultimately, he spat blood in our garden. We are the victims here. Cheng Yuezheng, upon hearing Mu Yin's words, felt a sense of relief, believing she was beginning to let go. She exhaled softly, smiling widely. Our Inin is right. Let's go see your brother. I am quite concerned for him as well. Mu Yin nodded. The two proceeded to Mu Yi's ward. Mu Yi had regained consciousness, leaning against the back of the bed while sipping porridge. Brother, Mu Yin called out as she rushed to his side. Upon seeing her, Mu Yi immediately dropped his spoon and grasped her wrist. Chapter 45. Fate's Irony. Why are you here again, Mu? He noticed her hand wrapped in bandages and the gauze on her neck, his brow furrowing tightly. Who said you were unscathed? You are injured. Brother, it's merely superficial injuries. I don't feel any pain at all. What about you? Does your shoulder still hurt? As soon as Mu Yin spoke, Mu Yi's frown deepened. He clutched his shoulder, which had undergone surgery, gasping slightly. It hurts. Even drinking porridge is inconvenient. As he spoke, Mu Yi struggled to lift the spoon. Let me feed you. Mu Yin swiftly took the spoon, scooped up a mouthful of porridge, gently blew on it, and brought it to Mu Yi's lips. Cheng Yuezheng, witnessing this tender scene, found herself contemplating a thought she had never entertained before. She herself was uncertain whether her thoughts were justified, and even more so whether she should seek clarity or allow the situation to unfold in ambiguity. Just as she found herself in this state of hesitation, Mu Shan entered the hospital room. He had already learned of Mu Yin's safety, and upon seeing her, he raised an eyebrow and inquired dryly, "Did you spend the night in the mountains without encountering any wild beasts? Were you not frightened?" Cheng Yuezhen shot him a glare. He was indeed peculiar. Despite clearly caring for his daughter, he insisted on feigning indifference, and the words he spoke were rather irksome. "I mentioned my father's name, and all the wild creatures fled in terror," Mu Yin replied, her lovely eyes narrowing as she smiled sweetly. At this, both Mu Yi and Cheng Yuezhen chuckled. Cheng Yuezhen remarked with satisfaction, "Your wit has certainly captivated your father, hasn't it?" Mu Shan stifled a laugh, pretending to be angry. "You little rascal." He then promptly conveyed the attending physician's recommendation. The doctor wished for Mu Yi to be transferred to a hospital in Ningxing for further treatment. Although the bullet had been removed, the medical facilities in the town were quite limited. To prevent any potential complications with his shoulder, a transfer was the most prudent and secure course of action. "Leave this matter to me. I will handle the paperwork and arrange for a private plane to take my brother back to Ningxing," he declared. With that, Mu Yin strode out of the room. She proceeded to the nurse's station to complete the necessary transfer procedures and made a call to arrange the aircraft and apply for the flight route. Coincidentally, a few nurses nearby were whispering, "The patient in room 502 is Mr. Liu from Liu's Construction. He has come to our town as well. And in room 518 is Mr. Mu from Mu's Consortium. Two big shots have arrived at once. I just passed by and took a glance. They are absolutely stunning." It was a dilemma of sorts. They were unsure whom to choose as their future husband. "I sincerely suggest you choose Mr. Mu. He has suffered a shoulder injury and spent a day and night in the mountains, while Mr. Liu collapsed upon arrival here. His physical constitution seems lacking." "What are you talking about?" "Mr. Liu arrived in our town at dawn and didn't even have a moment to rest before joining the rescue team up the mountain. Exhausted and stressed, he must have fainted from the strain. With these two handsome gentlemen entering the hospital one after another, they ought to visit the Fanning Temple on the mountain to seek a protective talisman. That's quite reasonable. Let us go and strike up a conversation with the handsome men." The group of nurses, under the pretext of making their rounds, headed toward the hospital rooms, while the head nurse shook her head in exasperation. After Mu Yin completed the necessary arrangements for Mu Yi, she made her way to room 502. It was not that she could not let go of Liu Emoen. That heartless man had brought her to the brink of death, leaving nothing worth clinging to. Yet, one must possess at least a modicum of basic decency. After all, he had bled in her garden before being rushed to the hospital. His sudden collapse could indeed be attributed to the stress she had inadvertently caused him. Upon reaching the door of room 502, Mu Yin glanced up. Liu Emoen was on the phone. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet he appeared to be without serious harm. "Liu Emoen, all that needed to be said has been clarified. I owe you nothing, yet you owe me. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine with interest. From this point onward, each shall rely on their own abilities. At the pinnacle, there exists either my presence or yours, but never both." Mu Yin withdrew her gaze and turned to leave, while Liu Emoen, upon lifting his eyes, caught sight of a familiar figure. "Is that you, Ying?" Chapter 46. Heart-wrenching pain. "Is that you, Ying?" He cast aside his phone, removed the 4-needle, and dashed toward the door. Just then, several nurses entered the ward and swiftly intercepted him. "Mr. Liu, what do you intend to do? Why remove the 4-needle? Liu Emoen furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he maneuvered around the nurses, racing for the exit. Yet, that familiar silhouette had already vanished. The long corridor lay desolate. "Ying, is that you?" Liu Emoen's expression twisted in anguish, his eyes reddening. Mu Yin proceeded to Mu Yi's hospital room, where the family engaged in conversation until Mu Yi fell asleep, after which they departed. Everything was meticulously arranged. A dedicated vehicle would take them to the airport by noon the following day, where they would board a private plane back to Ning City. However, the housing group purchase project continued unabated. Mu Yin needed to remain behind to finalize matters with Tang Pan, rendering her unable to return to Ning City with Mu Yi. Although everything was well managed on the Ning City side, with Uncle Qin overseeing matters, Cheng Yuezhen remained concerned for her son. She planned to return with him initially to assist in overseeing the consortium, allowing Mu Yin more time to recuperate. Upon hearing that Cheng Yuezhen would accompany them back, Mu Shan twitched his mustache his expression resembling one who had tasted bitter melon. Mu Yin noticed his countenance and stifled a laugh, gently nudging Mu Shan with her elbow. Father, do not grieve. Although mother is accompanying brother back to Ning City, you still have me, your obedient, understanding, and dutiful daughter by your side. You? Obedient, understanding, and dutiful? Mu Shan's eyes widened like saucers. Huh, that's akin to burning paper at a grave. Who do you think you're fooling? At this moment, within a hotel in Qingwu town, Lai O hastily enters suite. Sir, Miss Mu has visited young Master Lu. The white jade, dragon-patterned brush fell from the table, producing a clatter as ink splattered onto his sleeve. On the rice paper lay the character for endurance, which was utterly ruined by the brush's descent. He Linshan remained silent, his fingers twisting the prayer beads, emanating an unsettling aura. After a long pause, he inquired, what did she say to him? Miss Mu merely glanced at young Master Lu at the door of the ward before departing. She said nothing, Lai O reported honestly. He Linshan remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Lai O, who swiftly replaced the rice paper. He Linshan took up the brush and inscribed the character for seizing. Lai O was taken aback and respectfully asked, Sir, what does this character signify? Its literal meaning, to seize, to snatch. Lai O was startled. He Linshan frowned, his mind restless, and his malevolence intensified. He set down his brush and left the hotel. Sir, it is already dark. Where are you headed? To the Van Yin Temple. You need not accompany me. Understood. The next day, Mu Yin rose early, making her way to the Van Yin Temple situated on the southern slopes of the Qingwu Mountain. The previous day, she had overheard the nurses speaking of the temple's talismans being quite potent, and she wished to obtain one for her brother. Following the instructions of the young master, she first inscribed her brother Mu Yi's name on a red ribbon, praying for his safety. Then, she tiptoed and tied it to a branch. Subsequently, she sought a talisman. With a sincere heart, she received the talisman and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. There is no need for such politeness. Although you came for another, why not also seek a fortune for yourself? Mu Yin nodded very well. Please this way, young lady. She knelt on the mat, her heart earnest, gently shaking the fortune cylinder, and a slip of paper fell out. Master. Mu Yin approached the elder seated to the side and respectfully handed him a slip. The master glanced at the text, then at Mu Yin. A calamity lies hidden within the building. Only one can resolve it. Mu Yin was taken aback, utterly perplexed. What do you mean, master? A calamity hidden within the building? The secrets of heaven cannot be disclosed. Mu Yin nodded. Then, may I ask who is this person capable of resolving the calamity? A good man, also an old acquaintance. Still in a fog, Mu Yin pondered who this good man, her old acquaintance, could be. The master smiled but said nothing further. Thank you, master. Mu Yin humbly expressed her gratitude and left the temple. As she stepped out, a sudden downpour began. The rain came swiftly and fiercely, without an umbrella. She could only dash to take shelter beneath the eaves of the temple. Mu Yin hurriedly checked the talisman in her pocket, relieved to find it dry and undamaged. Her clothes, however, were soaked. Chapter 47. Mr. He feels jealous. Who is she seeking the talisman for? A voice, not entirely familiar, emerged from beside her. Mu Yin looked up to meet a pair of profound eyes. Mr. He? She had not anticipated encountering him here. Are you also here to seek a talisman? He Linshan's gaze fell upon her palm. She had secretly admired Lu Mon before, but now she had even risen early to seek a talisman for him. He Linshan's expression remained inscrutable, but after a night of listening to sutras, his heart had finally settled, only to now begin racing again. A sense of unease permeating his being. Listening to scriptures, calming the mind. These simple 4 words explained his presence at the Van Yin Temple. Mu Yin nodded, trusting him implicitly, especially since a string of prayer beads adorned his left wrist. Here, wear this. He Linshan took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Mu Yin frowned. Despite her clothes being mostly wet, she instinctively felt compelled to remove the jacket, politely declining his kindness. He Linshan discerned her actions and retorted. Is it permissible for Miss Mu to drape a blanket over me, yet not for me to offer a garment to Miss Mu? At this, Mu Yin found herself at a loss to refuse. Then, thank you, Mr. He, she expressed her gratitude, her gaze fixated on the torrential downpour, anxiously murmuring to herself, wondering when the rain would cease. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? She inquired. My brother is returning to Ningxing at noon, and I am in a hurry to reach the airport. Mu Yin hoped fervently for the rain to abate. He understood her predicament. While he could not accompany him, he was certain of her brother's understanding. However, she was eager to present the talisman to him. Linshin's heart steadied at this revelation. It was meant for her brother. The rain fell abruptly, as swiftly as it had arrived. Once it ceased, Mu Yin and Linshin hastily bid farewell and departed from Fanning Temple. He had no time to utter a parting "I'll see you off" as she dashed away. Linshin watched her retreating figure, gently toying with the prayer beads on his wrist, a faint smile gracing his lips. She had forgotten to return his suit jacket. Raindrops cascaded from the eaves, landing softly upon his heart. Mu Yin made her way to the airport as the shuttle bus approached the tarmac. Upon disembarking, she hurried towards Mu Yi. "Brother." Mu Shan observed the tardy Mu Yin and chided her. "You troublesome girl, why are you only arriving now? Where have you been stirring up trouble?" Cheng Yuezhing pinched Mu Shan's thigh, prompting him to fall silent. Mu Yi looked upon Mu Yin with tender eyes, full of affection. "If I hadn't seen you, I would not have left," he assured her. "Brother, this is for you." Mu Yin pressed the talisman into Mu Yi's hands. "As soon as I finish my tasks here, I will return to Ningxing to find you." Mu Yi grasped her wrist gently, pulling her closer, and whispered in her ear, "This talisman, was it specially sought for me?" Mu Yi nodded emphatically. Mu Yi smiled broadly. "This injury is worth it." "What injury is ever worth it?" Mu Yin frowned in mild discontent, her demeanor regal and aloof. "Listen well. You must not get hurt again." Mu Yi teased. "All right, I'll heed my sister's words." He then clutched the talisman tightly, placing it over his heart as he prepared to board. Mu Shan cautioned, "Dear, I leave our son in your care." Cheng Yuezheng, preoccupied with looking after Mu Yi, replied dismissively, I know. Woe is me. My dear is so perfunctory," Mu Shan lamented. Within the terminal, a tall man stood before the glass, observing the scene before him, the close bond shared between the siblings, all unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 48. Inin, can you refrain from being such a nuisance? Linshin's gaze darkened instantly, his chestnut eyes resembling unfathomable depths. "Liao O, investigate Mu Yi." "Yes." Linshin raised his hand to caress the prayer beads on his wrist before turning to depart. Before long, the plane took off. Mu Yin and Mu Shan returned home. Mu Shan glanced at the suit draped over her shoulders and inquired, "Is it now fashionable for women to wear men's attire?" Mu Yin was taken aback, quickly lowering her gaze to the suit she wore. Only then did she realize she had forgotten to return the suit to Linshin. Noticing Mu Shan's peculiar gaze, she hastily fabricated an excuse. "Oh, this is called oversized," to which she thought, more like overdone. Mu Shan saw through her ruse, but chose to remain silent. Lost in contemplation, Mu Yin refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with Mu Shan, focusing instead on the need to return the suit to Linshin. However, she was unaware of his whereabouts and lacked his contact information. Nevertheless, the suit must be returned to its rightful owner. An idea struck her as she turned to Mu Shan. Startled, he inquired, "What are you looking at your father for?" "Dad, how many years have we collaborated with Linshin on our Qing Wu tea?" 3 years, why?" Mu Yin continued her inquiry. "He is solely responsible for the tea sales?" "Yes. The rights to the renowned tea brand are all in his hands." Indeed, it seemed that the end of the universe was monopolization. Mu Yin understood that Linshin's involvement in the tea business was far from simple. "Could you provide me with his contact information? What mischief are you planning now?" "I wish to become his agent." Mu Shan was perplexed. In the end, Mu Shan relented and provided Mu Yin with Linshin's contact details, repeatedly admonishing her, "No matter what trouble you stir up, just do not involve Linshin. He is my savior, and I owe him a great debt. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude." Moreover, Mu Shan hesitated, ultimately concluding, "Just do not trouble him." "Do I really cause that much trouble?" Mu Yin retorted. "You do." On their way home, the local gossip swirled around them. "Have you heard? Shui Bai's corpse has floated downriver to a nearby town. He has been dead for several days." "Of course I heard. It was discovered by my nephew's friend. His face is unrecognizable. After some forensic examination, they confirmed it was Shui Bai. Rumor has it, something is missing from him. Is that true? Did he really die? Is there no hope for him?" "Indeed, he has been sent to the funeral home." The locals discussed the news animatedly. Yet not a hint of sorrow or sympathy was present. They laughed joyfully, as bright as flowers. Mu Yin vaguely overheard their conversations. She had gathered various incriminating evidence against Shui Bai, intending to ensure he would languish in prison for life. However, it now seemed unnecessary. His death was a swift resolution, which felt somewhat unjustly lenient for him. Good-hearted Mu, have you heard? That scoundrel Shuebai has met his end, his body decayed, and something peculiar has happened down there. What a relief it is. The locals, upon seeing Mu Shan and Mu Yin, eagerly shared this delightful news with them. Mu Shan quickly intervened, saying, "Old John, stop. My daughter is timid and cannot handle such tales. She will have nightmares." Upon returning home, Mu Yin retreated to her room and changed into clean clothes. She hung up the suit only to discover noticeable black stains on the cuffs. Perhaps it was when she draped it over herself that it inadvertently brushed against something. Mu Yin, adorned in her suit, made her way to the dry cleaner in town. The proprietor scrutinized the stains on the cuffs, speculating they might be paint or varnish. Such stains are quite troublesome to remove, and considering the suit is of exceptional quality, being entirely handcrafted, we cannot risk cleaning it. If it were to be damaged, that would pose a significant dilemma, he expressed. Mu Yin understood the owneress' concerns. This bespoke haute couture suit, tainted by blemishes, would likely suffer even after a thorough cleaning. Someone of Lynchian stature would likely not accept it in such a state. After contemplating her options, she decided it would be best to compensate him with a new one. Upon leaving the dry cleaner, Mu Yin sent a text to Lynchian. "Hello, Mr. He. This is Mu Yin. The suit has sustained some damage. Upon my return to Ningxing, I shall provide you with a replacement. How does that sound?" Upon receiving the message, Lynchian promptly returned her call. Chapter 49. A fortune, extortion falls upon Mu Yin. Mu Yin hesitated for a brief moment upon seeing the incoming call. Once the call connected, Lynchian's voice resonated. "Is this your phone number?" "It is," Mu Yin replied, then reiterated, "Mr. He, I will replace your suit. Would that be acceptable?" "Indeed. I will contact you upon my return to Ningxing." "All right." As the call ended, Lynchian stood on the balcony, observing Mu Yin, who held a garment bag in one hand and her phone in the other. A slight smile graced his lips as he saved her number into his contacts. The contact information of the little overlord was now securely obtained. Mu Yin tucked away the clothing and set out to visit the stall. She retrieved her phone and opened the Jianlemo app. Astonishment washed over her as she beheld a total of 766 orders. There were only 766 households in the town expressing interest in the rebuilding project. This indicated that everyone was participating in the group purchase for new homes. Tang Pan's efficiency was truly remarkable. The ranking of the Mu Yin studio had surged to 15th place. The rankings on Jianlemo were determined by comprehensive data, with studio size playing a critical role. Her next plan was to expand the studio. After several days of promotion, the group purchase for the housing project was nearing its conclusion. At the stall, only Tang Pan remained, diligently sketching architectural plans. Upon seeing Mu Yin, he surveyed her from head to toe. "Sister Yin, I'm so relieved you're all right. I have monumental news to share with you." "I've already seen," Mu Yin replied, raising her phone. "The group housing project is progressing well, thanks to Deputy Manager Tang. This achievement is not solely mine. Several volunteers dispatched by the mayor have aided me significantly. For the last 10 or so households, no amount of persuasion on my part seemed effective until Uncle Mu personally visited each home to communicate and persuade them." Mu Yin was taken aback. "You mean my father?" Tang Pan nodded vigorously. "Uncle Mu is a crucial ally." A smile graced Mu Ying's lips as she understood that her father loved her deeply, even if his affection was difficult for him to express openly. Mu Yin gazed at Tang Pan and reiterated, "We could engage a local construction team to build the houses, which would undoubtedly reassure the residents. If we could incorporate the construction team into Mu Yin, it would be even better." The studio had only 2 construction teams, which paled in comparison to the top 10 companies. "To expand our scale and elevate our ranking, the more construction teams we have, the better. Encountering a reliable construction team, of course, is an opportunity we must seize." Tang Pan understood Mu Yin's implication. He was determined to wield his eloquence to persuade them to become a pivotal part of our studio. Deputy Manager Tang, a pillar of strength. "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Yin." Suddenly, a cacophony of wailing erupted, and a figure rushed towards the stall. "You heartless woman, it's you. You are the one who caused my son's demise. My son lies in the funeral home, a living being snatched away just like that." The woman lamented, heartbroken, her hands gripping the stall as she beat upon it, her knees collapsing to the ground in a display of utter despair. Tang Pan attempted to pull her away, but was abruptly jostled aside by an approaching man, likely the woman's husband, who appeared to be in his 60s. The commotion drew a growing crowd of onlookers. Mu Yin, listening to the murmurs around her, learned that this couple were the parents of Xue Bai. Xue's father looked at Mu Yin and spoke in a hushed tone. Miss Mu, if you could grant us 1 million to settle our son's affairs, we will leave immediately, and everyone can go on with their lives in peace. Otherwise, we will not depart. Such shameless parents. Mu Yin raised her gaze and coldly replied, You think you can extort me? Dream on. In the next moment, Xue's father staggered backward, retreating several steps while joining Xue's mother in an exaggerated display of grief, both lamenting the loss of their son. My poor son has been taken from us. Xue's mother clutched her chest, her expression grotesque, feigning a heart attack in a manner that was utterly lacking in credibility. Mu Yin slightly furrowed her delicate brows. The first tactic against a rogue is to outwit them in their own game. Chapter 50, A Battle of Wits unfolds. Who isn't a performer? She then placed one hand on her chest and leaned against the stall, trembling, her breath quickening, drawing the attention of the crowd. Soon, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks in a look that could only be described as the epitome of feigned innocence. Xue's parents exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with confusion at the unfolding scene. Tang Pan, witnessing this, rushed to support Mu Yin, who feigned fainting. Sisterine, Sisterine, Tang Pan cried out in alarm. Mu Yin gently tugged at Tang Pan's sleeve, signaling him. In the next moment, Tang Pan understood her cue and began to weep profusely. Please, wake up. What has happened? Please do not frighten me. Oh dear, they must have coerced you. How could these two culprits bully such a young girl? This is utterly outrageous, Tang Pan exclaimed, his voice raised in a blend of weeping and shouting. Xue Bai, that ruffian, is no longer among the living, and his parents do not instill any fear. Meanwhile, Mu Shan enjoys a stellar reputation in the community, and Mu Yin, the little kind-hearted girl, is also quite renowned. Upon witnessing Mu Yin faint, the crowd immediately began to denounce Xue's father and mother, surrounding the two of them. Amidst the chaos, some individuals called the police, while others dialed for an ambulance. The scene was utterly tumultuous. Suddenly, a man appeared. Mu Yin felt as if the light before her was obscured, and a strong arm enveloped her in an embrace. Subsequently, a mask from a portable oxygen tank was placed over her mouth and nose. She inhaled the oxygen but remained unaware of who was supplying it. After a brief span of perhaps 10 seconds, she gradually opened her eyes, her gaze falling first upon the string of prayer beads on her wrist. Heiress, Mu Yin was momentarily stunned for 3 seconds, and then, clutching the oxygen tank, pretended to inhale vigorously. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, escorting Xue's parents away for questioning. The locals, spitting vitriol, scorned the couple thoroughly. Their son was deceased. Yet the parents still dared to cause a ruckus. How shameless! What have they done to the little kind-hearted girl? Her eyes were glistening, tears welling up. She could hardly breathe. Mu Shan and Little Shan have done so much for our community. The Xue family are heartless wretches. They deserve the fate of their son. Concern for Mu Yin was palpable among the crowd, who rushed to inquire about her well-being. Mu Yin nodded and smiled, reassuring them that she was fine, which allowed the crowd to dissipate gradually, returning to their own affairs. Sisterine, are you truly all right? Tang Pan asked, his concern evident as he recalled the earlier scene, which had been utterly convincing. I am perfectly fine, Mu Yin replied with assurance. Heiress smiled faintly, but offered no further words, instead placing the oxygen tank on her stall. Here, Miss Mu, keep this. He then began to fiddle with the prayer beads on his wrist, and before Mu Yin could respond, he had already turned to depart. The commotion caused by Xue Bai's parents at the stall, which nearly endangered the life of the little kind-hearted girl, spread throughout the town. The tale morphed with each retelling, embellished and exaggerated. Yet, not a single soul came to the defense of Xue's parents. Everyone lamented for the little kind-hearted girl. Many residents rushed to express their concern for Mu Yin. Some neighbors, living nearby, even brought gifts of homegrown fruits and vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish, and even a live rabbit. Though Mu Shan politely declined each offering, she ultimately could not resist the overwhelming generosity and accepted them all. Upon returning to her small villa, Mu Yin surveyed the chaotic scene before her, momentarily bewildered. Upon learning that her neighbors had sent nourishment for her recovery, she felt a warm glow in her heart. Mushan huffed in mild annoyance, remarking, "You, the little benefactor, have become far more renowned than I. Everyone is concerned about your health. While others are the daughters of the sea, you have become the cherished daughter of Qingwu Town, with all treating you as their own." Is the old man perhaps feeling a tinge of jealousy? "But I have only one father," Mu Yin interjected smoothly. Mushan concealed the upward curve of her lips, lowering her head to move things inside, while Mu Yin offered to assist. "You sit still. Don't turn around and trigger your asthma." "Dad, my asthma has long since improved. The doctor mentioned that the likelihood of a relapse is very low. Experiencing it once or twice is normal. However, just moments ago, she had fainted." Mushan shot her a glare, prompting Mu Yin to obediently settle down. A lively little rabbit hopped to her feet, and she quickly scooped it up. "Did the neighbors send a rabbit too?" Mu Yin asked, presenting fresh greens to the creature. "They mentioned making spicy rabbit heads. The flavor is exquisite." Mu Yin found a cage to keep the rabbit. Subsequently, she dialed Uncle Qin, urging him to keep Mu Yi's injury a secret, lest the stock market plummet and shareholders seize the opportunity to create trouble, resulting in a net loss. She then requested his assistance in auditing the luxury cars in the garage. At that moment, Mushan placed a bowl of steamed egg custard beside her, feigning indifference as she inquired, "What are you counting cars for?" Chapter 51. Astonishingly, I am the heir to a billionaire's fortune. Welcome, dear user, to our second-hand car platform, where there are no middlemen profiting off the difference. The robotic customer service voice chimed in. Mu Yin's phone screen displayed the Songzi second-hand car website. Mushan exclaimed loudly, "Are you selling a car?" "Yes," Mu Yin confirmed with a nod. "Is your group purchase project at a loss?" Mushan speculated, observing her closely. Mu Yin shook her head, explaining, "The group purchase model operates on thin margins with high sales volume. It cannot incur losses." "Then what are you selling?" "During the renovations of the Tian Snow building, we need to pay up front. The accounts must maintain liquidity. Moreover, I intend to expand the studio, so I'm selling a few cars to facilitate cash flow. The cars can be repurchased, but opportunities once lost are irretrievable. Within a month, the studio must break into the top 10 to secure a place in the Haiqing Museum project." Mushan remarked, "The Mukin studio is part of the Mu Consortium. Your brother will not deny you funds." Mu Yin simply shook her head. "The Mukin studio has suffered losses for so many years. Merely surviving is commendable. I do not wish to complicate matters for my brother, nor do I want to provide shareholders with ammunition for endless chatter. Yin, come with me." Mushan understood her reasons for refusing, his expression turning serious as he ascended the stairs. Mu Yin felt somewhat puzzled. The old man was behaving unusually today. Upon entering the study upstairs, Mushan prepared to open the safe. Mu Yin immediately covered her eyes. "What are you doing covering your eyes, you little brat? Everything belonging to the Mu family is yours." Upon hearing this, Mu Yin smiled once more. Truly, the best father in the world. She had once insisted on marrying Lu Moen, which had deeply pained her father. If this time could mend their rift and thaw their relationship, then, for her, even selling all her cars would be worth it. "Stop buttering me up. It's useless." As he spoke, Mushan opened the safe and retrieved a leather document bag. Handing it to Mu Yin, "Open it and take a look." With both hands, Mu Yin accepted the bag and opened it. She was utterly astonished by the documents within. The figures were so numerous that they were nearly incomprehensible. It was only upon noticing the accompanying Chinese numerals that she realized the magnitude of the sum. Over 10 trillion in inheritance? This was left to you by your grandfather. He bypassed all of us, bequeathing the entirety of the Chung family's wealth across generations to you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin's eyes instantly reddened. Your grandfather once participated in the restoration of Tianxue Tower. If he knew you were in charge of its renovation, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, feeling that his legacy continues through you. Mu Yin's grandfather, Chung Songsher, was a renowned architect and professor of architecture. The Chung family had always maintained a low profile. Few knew who Chung Songsher's daughter was, and even fewer realized he possessed such immense wealth. The world only knew that this esteemed architect had tragically perished in a car accident. Mu Yin remained silent, her hands trembling as they clutched the documents, tears cascading down her cheeks. Observing her distress, Mushan approached and gently patted her shoulder. "In the past, you were infatuated with Lu Moen, and I suppressed this matter regarding the inheritance. Now that you have divorced him and drawn a clear line, this vast fortune naturally belongs to you. Yin, pursue your dreams with fervor. You possess the strength and capability, along with your grandfather's hopes for you, to reach the pinnacle of the architectural industry. As he spoke, Mu Shan was also overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Inside, there's a notebook belonging to your grandfather. He specifically instructed that it be placed in your hands. Take a look for yourself. I will go light incense for your grandfather. With that, Mu Shan quickly wiped his tears and hurried out of the study. Mu Yin retrieved her grandfather's notebook from the leather bag. This was the culmination of his life's work, containing an immense wealth of architectural references and explanations, all of paramount importance. No wonder her grandfather had insisted that her father personally deliver it to her. Meanwhile, in a nearby small room, Mu Shan held a stick of incense, gazing at the portrait of his father-in-law. He held Chung Songshi in great esteem. Father, 9 years ago, you passed away at Tianxue Tower. Now, with Yin restoring it, is it you guiding her to uncover the truth from beyond? Should I tell her about the mysterious circumstances surrounding your death in the fire at Tianxue Tower? Chapter 52. Mr. Lu S. Fury. Who dares to covet his woman? He knew that the fire at Tianxue Tower 9 years ago was no mere accident. Investigating the truth would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. He was concerned for his daughter's safety, yet he did not wish for his father-in-law to perish unjustly. Mu Shan was indecisive, unable to make a resolution. That evening, Mu Yin sat by the window, poring over her grandfather's notes. Every word, every manuscript, she examined with utmost seriousness. Even the minutiae were scrutinized with care. Suddenly, her phone buzzed incessantly, interrupting her thoughts. She picked it up and saw numerous WeChat messages from Su Jiyan. Yin, you've made it to the trending list again. Hurry and take a look. Who is the man you sheltered from the rain with? It's gone viral. I don't know who discovered it, but the person in the photo is you, and it's spread like wildfire. However, I've traced the photographer. He was a hiker who happened to capture it. Mu Yin opened the trending topic and saw the photo. It was of her and He Linshin taking refuge from the rain earlier that morning. In the image, she was draped in He Linshin's suit, her profile distinctly visible. While He Linshin's face was obscured, his tall and poised figure exuded an air of elegance, danger, and allure. The entire internet was abuzz. The most beautiful sight is not the rain, but the eaves where we sheltered together. This photo had gone viral. Qingwu Mountain had gained yet another popular spot. Su Jian's WeChat message chimed in again. Come on, who is this man? Although he is about the same height as your brother, he is definitely not him. Spill the truth. Mu Yin replied, just a passerby. When Lu Mo and saw the trending topic, his facial features instantly stiffened with rage. Who dared to set their sights on his woman? He clicked on the photo, zooming in repeatedly. He had never acted so foolishly in his life. Now, he had done everything for her. Under close examination, he noticed the bracelet on the man's wrist. Small leaf rosewood, a Buddhist bead bracelet. His uncle, Lu Mo, and swiftly completed his discharge procedures and headed to the hotel in town, seeking out He Linshin. He found He Linshin engrossed in writing with a brush. Lu Mo and got straight to the point. Uncle, did you go to Fanyin Temple this morning? Last night. Did you encounter Yin this morning? Lu Mo and rephrased his question. I was sheltering from the rain. She passed by. Lu Mo and observed He Linshin's calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of distress, always maintaining that gentlemanly, gentle disposition. Of course, He Linshin wouldn't be interested in his nephew's wife. It must be a misunderstanding. Are you feeling better? He Linshin raised his eyelids slightly, expressing a modicum of concern as an elder. Lu Mo nodded, appreciative of the concern. I'll take my leave now. All right. Although the two, uncle and nephew, were of similar ages, there was little to discuss. After Lu Mo departed, He Linshin took up his brush and began to write. Before long, the brush was returned to its stand. Mount it, He Linshin instructed before leaving. Promptly stepped forward, carefully picking up the rice paper. However, the 2 lines of characters inscribed upon it were the most challenging cursive script he had ever encountered. He gazed at it for quite some time, unable to decipher the meaning. What are you looking at, Brother O? A bodyguard inquired, observing Lai O turning the paper this way and that with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Lai O replied, the master's calligraphy is truly exquisite, powerful yet elegant. The bodyguard leaned in to take a closer look. So what does it say? Lai O shot him a glance. Can't you read it yourself? Oh, the bodyguard said, pointing at the characters and stumbling through them. Chapter 53. Infatuated President Liu, this time is my turn to shield you from the wind and rain. Something about rain, something about eaves. Lai rolled up the rice paper, exclaiming, illiterate, "Get back to your duties." The bodyguard scratched his head and quickly departed. Lyle looked again at the cursive script, utterly perplexed. He truly could not comprehend it. The following day, the group purchase project for the construction of houses concluded successfully. Tang Pan and several local construction teams negotiated tirelessly, and only after learning that it was a studio founded by Mu Xiaoshan did they gradually agree to collaborate. Although joining the Mu Yin studio imposed certain restrictions on them, preventing them from taking on scattered jobs, they needn't worry about a lack of work during the off-season. In truth, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks for them. Furthermore, Mu Yin had amended the contract, promising that their annual earnings would surpass previous levels. After 3 days of negotiations, 6 local construction teams officially signed 2 agreements with the Mu Yin studio. One was the contract to join the studio, and the other was for collaborative construction in the town. The 6 teams, all from Qingwu town, were familiar with one another, having previously competed fiercely for business. Now, however, they greeted each other amicably, shaking hands and uniting their efforts. The local residents expressed nothing but praise for Mu Yin. Once the contracts were finalized, the heads of the construction teams downloaded the Jinla app, submitted their information, and became affiliated teams of the Mu Yin studio. After all documentation was approved, the studio's rank rose by 2, reaching 13th place. Subsequently, Tang Pan selected an auspicious day to hold the groundbreaking ceremony for the new houses. On the day of the ceremony, Mu Yin stood out among the crowd. Lu Moen, standing on a bridge, ignored the bustling throng around him. His gaze was solely fixed upon her. "Ying, you have done so much for me. It is time I do something for you in return." Lu Moen furrowed his brow as he looked at the Jinla leaderboard on his phone. Besides Lu's construction, there were 9 other companies. Once all matters were settled, Mu Yin and Tang Pan prepared to return to Ningxing. Mu Shan constantly complained about Mu Yin, urging her to leave and return to Ningxing so that her mother could come back. As she prepared to depart, he incessantly stuffed her suitcase with various items. Mu Yin, engrossed in the renovation plans for Tianxue Tower, did not intervene to stop Mu Shan. After all, it was their private aircraft. As long as her father was pleased, he could pack it as full as he wished. Surely, he could not fill an entire plane. Could he? Tang Pan stood nearby, his eyes wide in astonishment as he observed Mu Shan's antics. He had witnessed his parents pack chickens, ducks, geese, ginger, garlic, fruits, and vegetables. But this was his first time witnessing the inclusion of antique calligraphy and paintings, works by Wang Shiji, shrimp by Zhang Daqian, and horses by Su Beian. Goodness, was this a museum in the making? "Uncle Mu," Tang Pan ventured, "are all these antique pieces part of your collection? Aren't you concerned about giving them all to Sister Yin? Why should I care about such trifles? I have several warehouses full." Mu Shan replied nonchalantly. Tang Pan was taken aback. "Excuse my intrusion. I simply cannot comprehend the world of the affluent." In the end, a total of 28 suitcases were packed. Mu Yin closed her laptop and was astonished to see the mountain of luggage in the garden. "Dad, this is excessive, isn't it? Is there enough to sell?" "Huh?" Mu Shan shot her a look. "The cars in the garage are all your favorites. That Ferrari, the king of sports cars, was your birthday gift for your 18th. Dare you sell it?" "I want to sell it. I want to." Mu Yin giggled playfully. "Dad, I am now worth billions. Why would I sell the car? Who knows how you might squander it?" "Dad, you overestimate me. That is an immense fortune." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Yin and Tang Pan boarded the plane. Before their departure, Mu Shan repeatedly cautioned her, "The billions and the antiques are of no consequence. I have set aside enough wealth for you to last multiple lifetimes. But you must never provoke my savior. Do you understand?" Mu Yin facepalmed. Why would she ever provoke Yilinchen? She assured him several times that she understood, which finally eased Mu Shan's worries. He then pressed a small, hard object into her hand. Opening her palm, Mu Yin discovered it was the ring she had lost in the mountains, once again reclaimed. She promptly put on and waved goodbye to Mu Shan. All the luggage was loaded onto the plane, save for the cage containing her little rabbit, which Mu Yin carefully carried. "Sister Yin, what about the rabbit?" Tang Pan inquired, eyeing the cage. "It was a gift from our neighbor," Mu Yin replied, concerned that leaving it behind would result in it becoming a spicy rabbit head dish. Thus, she decided to take it along. What a peculiar rabbit. It's entirely snow white, except for a small black spot on its head. What's its name? Spicy Rabbit Head. Tang Pan paused for 2 seconds in disbelief. The rabbit in the cage trembled slightly. The plane took off, and 4 hours later, it arrived punctually in Ningxing. Su Jian had received Mu Yin's flight information in advance and drove her Santana to the airport. Inin, upon spotting Mu Yin, Su Jian immediately rushed forward to embrace her. Subsequently, Mu Yin introduced Tang Pan to her, and they exchanged a handshake. Tang Pan proceeded to the agency to finalize the lease contract for the Q11 office building, while Mu Yin accompanied Su Jian to the Luwan villa. She had promised her brother that she would visit him as soon as she returned to Ningqing. The Santana glided smoothly along the road. Inin, there is a piece of news I haven't shared with you. Su Jian exclaimed. Lin Yuetong has been released, claiming she suffers from intermittent mental illness. After some investigation, it appears that the Liu family is behind her release. The Liu family? Su Jian nodded affirmatively. This time, it has nothing to do with your ex-husband. It was his father who secured Lin Yuetong's freedom. Liu Liming? Indeed, Lin Yuetong's mother, Tan Mei, was his first love, and their relationship has always been shrouded in ambiguity. Su Jian continued, animatedly. Tan Mei, a former starlet in the entertainment industry, is willing to go to great lengths for wealth and status. In her youth, she would even resort to questionable tactics to secure leading roles. Why have you never exposed this? Liuguang News would never overlook such a significant scoop. This would instantly fulfill the KPI. You were once the daughter-in-law of the Liu family. Out of respect for you, I would have let them off the hook. Mu Yin smiled softly. Now, there's no need to spare the Liu family. As the traffic light turned red, Su Jian turned to her and asked, Inin, have you decided what to do? What do you mean? Su Jian, ekasperatit, salapit hertaich. Of course, I mean how to send Lin Yuetong back in. To ensure her return to the palace. If I send her back in, Liu Liming will guarantee her release. I shan't waste my efforts on that. Are you truly going to let her off so easily? A subtle smile graced Mu Yin's lips. I wonder if Liu Liming will still protect Lin Yuetong when he himself is in peril? Upon hearing Mu Yin's words, Su Jian's eyes lit up with realization. Inin, I'm rather intrigued. Then let us await the outcome. Absolutely. Just as she finished speaking, a loud bang resonated. The Santana lurched forward several meters, having been rear-ended. Su Jian and Mu Yin exited the vehicle, while the doors of the Bentley behind them swung open. A woman, elegantly dressed, stepped out, entering their line of sight. Inin. Su Jian recognized her instantly. It was Tan Mei. Shortly after, Lin Yuetong also emerged from the car. Upon seeing Mu Yin, her expression twisted into one of fury. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. What a small world. Mu Yin, it's you. Lin Yuetong glared at her fiercely, attempting to charge forward, only to be restrained by Tan Mei. Tong Tong, what did I tell you? Treat those beneath your status with humility and respect. Tan Mei's demeanor was more graceful than Lin Yuetong's, yet her words were laced with sharpness. Lin Yuetong wished to persist, but her mother interjected sharply, enough. Remember your place. Tan Mei immediately interrupted, asserting that there was no need to engage with those who lacked significance. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, inciting Su Jian's ire. As she felt a torrent of invective bubbling at the tip of her tongue, aware of Su's volatile temperament, Mu Yin swiftly reached out to restrain her. With a charming smile, Mu Yin gracefully remarked, how can we possibly compare ourselves to Ms. Tan? You have reached the pinnacle of success upon your debut, standing unrivaled among the stars, while countless admirers must have circled the globe just to catch a glimpse of you. I cannot ascertain the height of the threshold to the esteemed, but surely it has been trampled by your many suitors. Her words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, were a decisive blow. Su Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, with so many men coming and going, how could it remain unscathed? Tan Mei, suppressing her rising anger, forced a smile, recognizing that she had already been recognized by passers-by. Isn't that Tan Mei, the one from Loud Smoke and Fire? And the third concubine in Drunken Dreams and Empty Lives? Oh, how interesting that she has transitioned to playing a mistress now. Su Jian made a call, summoning the traffic police to the scene. Tan Mei bore full responsibility and would compensate for the damages. The rear of her vehicle was severely damaged, warranting immediate towing. Once the officers departed, Tan Mei suggested, you should consider not repairing your vehicle. It would only cost a few thousand. As she spoke, she opened her purse and presented a stack of 100 yuan bills to Mu Yin. Your car has been towed. You ought to take a taxi home. Leaning against the Bentley, Lin Yuetong wore a smug smile, as if this bundle of cash were their benevolence. Noticing that Mu Yin and Su Jian showed no intention of accepting the money, Tan Mei's smile turned even more condescending, laced with humiliation. In these times, everyone prefers mobile payments, and I rarely carry cash. But surely, this amount is sufficient for a bus fare? I hope you want to find it beneath you. Mu Yin raised an eyebrow, her hands clasped, clearly disinterested in the money. Miss Tan, you are quite accustomed to lavish spending. This sum is more appropriate for you. Our car has arrived. While the traffic police were attending to the accident, Mu Yin had sent a text to Uncle Chin. At that moment, Uncle Chin had driven her 18th birthday gift to her. Her subtle mockery of Tan Mei as a bus was not lost on Tan Mei, who felt the sting of the insinuation. Yet, in broad daylight, as a public figure, she could not afford to act out. Just as she prepared to retort about the inferiority of the vehicle, she turned and was left utterly dumbfounded. Her hand, still clutching the stack of cash, froze in place. The remnants of her smile vanished. Isn't it just a Ferrari? What is there to be proud of? Lin Yuetong muttered, it's not much different from our car. At that moment, a nearby bystander gasped in awe. Chapter 56. Isn't she merely being supported by Mu Yi? Wow, look, that is the king of Ferraris. Is that car expensive? Isn't that obvious? Only super VIPs who have purchased more than 5 Ferraris without any transfer records can buy it, so the second-hand price is even higher. Tan Mei and Lin Yuetong's expression stiffened. Lin Yuetong, in a fit of anger, stomped her foot. What's so impressive about being supported by Mu Yi? Women who are supported are all worthless. Upon hearing Lin Yuetong's words, Tan Mei felt as though her own daughter had pierced her spine, her face contorting in displeasure. She shot her a glare and snapped. What are you still doing standing here? Don't you feel embarrassed? Get in the car. Lin Yuetong reluctantly climbed into the vehicle. Tan Mei gritted her teeth, vowing, Mu Yin, I will not let you have it easy. Throughout the journey, Su Jian was in high spirits, eagerly sharing the news with Uncle Chin. Oh my, just thinking about their expressions feels as if they swallowed a swarm of flies. It brings me such delight. Delightful. Utterly delightful. Uncle Chin chuckled in response. Miss Su, I must say, even if you usually drive a Santana, why would you pick her up in one? I just obtained my driver's license and my skills are poor, so I decided to buy a second-hand Santana to practice. Once I'm confident, I'll upgrade to a better car. As she spoke, Su Jian slapped her thigh. I can't believe that at a red light, Tan Mei could rear-end me. If she could drive a Bentley with such terrible skills, why should I worry about mine? Tomorrow, I shall trade it for a Maserati. Taking advantage of the red light, Uncle Chin gave Su Jian a thumbs up. Excellent. Miss Su's awareness is commendable. Our young lady will no longer have to ride in a second-hand Santana. Su Jian instantly had 3 large question marks hovering above her head. Uncle Chin, so you encouraged me to buy a new car for Enin? Uncle Chin scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Upon arriving at the Luan villa, 28 pieces of luggage had already been delivered by a dedicated team. Uncle Chin recruited several trustworthy servants to unpack, organize, and document in a manner reminiscent of an assembly line. Did I see correctly? A white jade double-eared cup and a lotus petal pattern cup? My heavens! And is that a calligraphy piece by Wang Shiji? Su Jian was astonished, exclaiming in various tones of surprise. She carefully picked up the antiques, inspecting them from every angle. Enin, are you planning to open a museum? Su Jian turned to Mu Yin, her face a picture of confusion. Mu Yin shook her head. It was given to me by my father. Why would he give you so many antiques and paintings? He told me to sell one if I run out of money. Su Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Out of money? Over the years, you made various investments in my name, earning a fortune. How could you possibly be short on funds? The funds at hand are still woefully inadequate for establishing the Mu Yin studio. The initial investment required is colossal, beyond exertion and time. The most crucial element is undeniably capital. The master is likely unaware of the young Mrs. clandestine investments and financial dealings. Uncle Chin elucidated matters for Su Jian before approaching Mu Yin. Dear Miss, Uncle Chin said earnestly, please do not disclose to the master that you possess wealth. Why not? She inquired. The master has several warehouses filled with antique calligraphy and paintings. Mu Yin interjected, while Su Jian chuckled, Uncle Chin, your unwavering support for Ying is truly commendable, to the extent of selling out your own master. Uncle Chin laughed again. The 28 large boxes would require several hours to inventory. Su Jian remained in the main hall, assisting the servants with accounting. Mu Yin intended to ascend to find Mu Yi, but Cheng Yuezhen emerged from the kitchen, first embracing her and then saying, Ying, wait before going upstairs. What is the matter? Mu Yin asked, puzzled. The doctor is changing Xiao Yi's bandages. If you go up now, he will surely neglect his own needs. Do you think the medication will still be changed? Mu Yin conceded. That makes sense. Only after the doctor departed did she proceed upstairs. Brother, she exclaimed as she burst into the room. At that moment, Mu Yin was preparing to dress. Chapter 57. Who else has an eye on Ying? The two stared at each other, and Mu Yin felt the awkwardness was palpable enough to construct a grand villa with her toes. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly and dashed outside. Brother, I was unaware you were dressing. Mu Yin was unperturbed. What surprised him was that he thought it would be several days before he saw her again. Yet here she was unexpectedly. He donned a black nightshirt, hastily fastening the buttons. All right. Upon hearing those two words, Mu Yin peered cautiously into the bedroom. Brother, I truly did not mean to intrude. I genuinely did not know you were dressing. Even if it had been intentional, it would not matter. Ying was not just anyone. She was the one who occupied his heart. Could it be permissible to think this way? After all, I am your sister. Moreover, it is quite common to encounter shirtless men during the sweltering summer. A casual stroll in any local park would reveal numerous elderly gentlemen without shirts, either carrying bird cages or clad in sleeveless vests, gathered around to play chess. This is sister, is it? Mu Yin furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Mu Yin snapped back to reality. Brother, what did you say? She had not caught his words. I asked why you returned so swiftly. Have you resolved matters in Qingwu town? Mu Yin nodded and relayed all the news to Mu Yin, praising Tang Pan along the way. Although Mu Yin felt a twinge of displeasure at her commendation of Tang Pan, a fond smile remained on his handsome face. It is only right for Tang Pan to handle affairs in exchange for money, he remarked, then playfully teased her, but don't always praise him. Pride leads to downfall. In the future, you should extol my virtues instead. What do you think, dear sister? Now is not the time for childish games. Mu Yin gently tapped his arm. Perhaps brother misunderstood. Why don't you call me brother a few more times for my sake? She likely knew that they were not true siblings, which allowed the tension that had held him for so many years to finally dissipate. Cheng Yuezhen entered the bedroom with a bowl of chicken soup. First, drink the soup. Mu Yin nodded, obediently bowing his head to consume the nourishing broth. He winced, furrowing his brow, his hands still unable to lift. Yin, I must trouble you once more. It's no trouble at all, she replied. This is what I ought to do. You took that shot for me. Mu Yin scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it gently, and brought it to Mu Yin's lips. Cheng Yuezhen observed this scene, her thoughts swirling. She left the bedroom, deliberating, and ultimately decided to call Mushan. Zhen, you finally thought to call me. Mushan exclaimed upon receiving Cheng Yuezhen's call, his excitement palpable. Zhen, are you missing me? He chuckled, believing that a good husband must share his innermost feelings with his wife. Who is missing you? Don't be foolish. I'm calling for something important. Has that little rascal gotten into trouble again? He teased. Our daughter is clever, capable, and considerate. How could she possibly cause trouble? Cheng Yuezhen countered, affirming, I never thought much of it before. I always believed Xiao Yi was merely repaying the kindness of his upbringing. Ying grew up alongside him, having been his little sister for so many years, which is why he dotes on her so much. However, the more I observe, the more I sense something amiss in his feelings for Ying. It does not resemble sibling affection. Cheng Yuezhen spoke with unwavering conviction, having experienced much in life. Does Xiao Yi have feelings for Ying? Mushan instantly shifted to a more serious tone. In such a vast Ning city, with so many beautiful women, why would he choose our Ying? Cheng Yuezhen's heart tightened, and she hastily inquired, who else has their eyes on Ying? Chapter 58. Wishing to tear apart the Liu family, Mushan asserted confidently, that day when Ying came to see him off. The suit she wore was from Heilinshan. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Impossible, though there are countless striped suits in the world. The buttons of MOUS suits are exceedingly rare. As he spoke, Mushan chuckled lightly. I even asked the girl if it's fashionable to wear men's clothing now. She responded quickly, but there was no way to fool me. Cheng Yuezhen rubbed her temples, feeling a headache for the first time. Mushan, however, found it quite favorable. If Ying could be with Xiao Yi, it would be splendid. Solving matters internally, after all, is ideal. As the saying goes, a child's character is evident from a young age. They had raised Xiao Yi. Thus they knew his character and capabilities better than anyone. What nonsense are you spouting? Ying has always regarded Xiao Yi as her brother. With one Heilinshan and one Luo, and The next step would be to see what Xiao Yi is capable of. Cheng Yuezhen felt a rush of frustration welling in her chest. Enough, enough. Let the younger generation find their own fortunes. Indeed, the clever girl possesses an abundance of wit. Who could dare to bully her? You may concern yourself with me. Cheng Yuezhen smiled and said, get lost. At this moment, in the master bedroom, Mu Yin was articulating her future plans. She aspired to establish the Mu Yin studio as an independent entity. Although Mu Yin currently enjoyed the backing of the Mu Corporation, every action and decision was intricately tied to it, making it exceedingly difficult for her to truly flourish. Furthermore, the shareholders had consistently harbored significant reservations about Mu Yin. Detaching from a Mu Corporation would be a mutually beneficial solution. Mu Yi had no objections to Mu Yin's decision. Whatever she wished to pursue, he would wholeheartedly support, even contemplating using his own funds to purchase Mu Yin as a gift for her. However, Mu Yin shook her head, presenting the already drafted contract to Mu Yi, insisting that she would acquire Mu Yin studio herself. All right, our Yin is now a billionaire. Mu Yi, clearly aware of Mu Yin inheriting a vast fortune, smiled as he signed the contract and affixed his seal. Brother, aren't you going to review the contract? She inquired. I trust you, he replied. Subsequently, Mu Yi gestured towards a bowl of soup set aside, indicating that Mu Yin could continue to feed him. Mu Yin chuckled and resumed feeding him the soup. In no time, the bowl of chicken soup was nearly empty. Mu Yi eagerly sought a refill, but the ring of his phone interrupted the moment. The caller ID displayed, Tang Pan. Instantly, Mu Yi felt an urge to shove him into a refuse bin. Mu Yin answered the call. Tang Pan's anxious voice emerged. Sister Yin, the landlord of the Q11 office building on Huining Road, has decided not to lease it to us. We had previously agreed on the rent and lease duration, and the deposit was paid. Yet today, when I approached him to sign the contract, he had a change of heart. After a lengthy discussion, he finally confessed to me that the Liu family had threatened him. If he dared to rent to Mu Yin, he would face dire consequences. The Liu family? Mu Yin pondered, deducing that given Liu Emoen's current attitude toward her, he would not engage in such foolishness. While other relatives of the Liu family were not fond of her, they would not stoop to such actions. This left only one possibility, Liu Liming. Tan Mei's whispers had certainly spread swiftly. I understand. You return to the studio first, and I will arrive shortly. After ending the call, Mu Yin prepared to leave. Mu Yi recognized that the initial step for Mu Yin Studio's independence was to move out of the Mu Corporation's towering skyscraper. To expand the studio's scale, they would first need to increase their office space. In the entirety of Ning City, aside from the 6 skyscrapers owned by the Mu Corporation, the Q11 office building was the only one that met their criteria for area, location, and various facilities. Above all, he could not allow anyone to bully Mu Yin. Yin, should I? Brother, Mu Yin Studio has already separated from the Mu Corporation. The outside world is unaware of her being a daughter of the Mu family. They only know her as Liu Emoen's ex-wife and the most enigmatic outstanding graduate from Ning City University of Architecture, alongside her ambiguous relationship with Mu Yi. If he were to go to great lengths for her, standing against the Liu family, he would inevitably invite a flurry of gossip, while she remained indifferent to idle chatter. She could not tolerate even a single disparaging remark about her brother. As of now, there has been no official announcement, has there? Mu Yi could hardly bear to see Mu Yin suffer even a modicum of distress, especially when that distress was inflicted by the Liu family. The mere thought of Liu Emoen and the 5 years she endured filled Mu Yi with a seething rage towards the Liu family. Chapter 59, A Fiery Outcry. Do you know where this place is? Brother, do you believe in me? Mu Yi's expression was grave and solemn, his unwavering trust evident in those 3 words. Then please rest well and take care of your injuries. Mu Yin winked at him and turned to exit the master bedroom. Observing her demeanor, Mu Yi understood that she had already devised her next move. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Mu Yin responded with an okay gesture and waved goodbye as she swiftly descended the stairs. Mu Yin informed Su Jian about the independence of the Mu Yin Studio. Immediately, Su Jian arranged to prepare the relevant content for a sensational reveal. During this period, Mu Yin assisted Su Jian, leading to a successful surge in the KPI for Liuguang News, resulting in substantial profits for Su Jian. Good friends should support each other and prosper together. Subsequently, Mu Yin drove away in her Lamborghini. Her first stop was to conduct the inheritance notarization secretly inheriting a vast fortune, with the updated property certificates filling the trunk to capacity. Next, she visited an advertising signage store to pick up her order before heading to the studio. Sisterine, I inquired about other office buildings for rent, and as soon as they heard it was our Mu Yin studio, they immediately went silent. Tang Pan said, exasperatedly scratching his head. Some even jacked up the rent to several hundred million. Isn't that a blatant refusal? Mu Yin maintained her composure. No need to ask further. All the landlords in Ning City have undoubtedly been intimidated by Lu Liming. What should we do? We need to expand, and our current office space is insufficient. Bring a construction crew and follow me. Huh. 3 minutes later, a black G-Wagon led the way, followed by several vehicles traversing the city's roads. At this moment, in Luan Villa, Mu Yin inquired with Su Jian and learned of the events they had encountered on the road. Dun Mei, Lu Liming, the Lu family. How dare they bully his sister? Unable to swallow his indignation, Mu Yin contemplated for a long while before making a phone call. When a call connected, a polite voice greeted him. Good afternoon, General Manager Mu. Director Su, if I recall correctly, the investment meeting for Sweet Potato Video is scheduled for this evening. Yes, indeed. General Manager Mu has an excellent memory. It is truly a regret that we could not invite you to tonight's investment meeting. As it happens, I'm still a member of Sweet Potato Video. I wonder if Director Su would still consider granting the Mu family an opportunity to attend. The investment conference, as its name suggests, is all about attracting capital, urging potential investors to contribute their funds. Upon hearing that Mr. Mu Yin would attend, Director Su immediately acquiesced without hesitation. Indeed, it would be an honor for our station if the Mu Group were to grace tonight's investment conference with their presence. I shall have someone deliver the invitation forthwith. Mr. Mu Yin then stated, I am abroad and cannot attend in person, but I will delegate a person of significant stature to represent me. I hope you do not take offense. However, rest assured, the Mu Group has always been generous when it comes to investments. Director Su, a seasoned strategist, discerned the underlying message in Mr. Mu's words. You are too gracious, Mr. Mu. We will certainly treat your representative with the utmost respect. Then, Mr. Mu requested that Director Su specify in the invitation. Mu Group, Ms. Mu Yin. Director Su paused for a few seconds. Who doesn't he know that Mu Yin is the ex-wife of Mr. Lu from the Lu Construction Company, and now she is to represent the Mu Group as president at the investment conference? Very well, rest assured, Mr. Mu. Subsequently, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Mu ended the call. In less than half an hour, Director Su personally delivered the invitation to demonstrate its importance. Mr. Mu opened the specially crafted invitation and, upon reading its contents, smiled with satisfaction. His sister undoubtedly deserved such recognition. At this moment, a convoy of vehicles led by Big G entered the renowned Jiang residence in Ning City. The Jiang residence is a prestigious development, comprising 6 districts, each featuring 18 villas, offering a high degree of privacy. Facing the Ning River, each square meter commands an exorbitant price nearing 400,000, underscoring its unparalleled status in the Ning City real estate market. Sisterine, what are we doing in this luxurious neighborhood? Tang Pan inquired with confusion. Mu Yin smiled faintly, turning her gaze towards the construction team disembarking the vehicles. You are to dismantle all the fences in the villa gardens. There exists a barrier between each villa. Tang Pan was taken aback for 3 seconds, asking, Sisterine, when did you acquire this contract? You just reminded me. Mu Yin swiftly pulled out her phone, registering her own private account. Then she opened the app and placed an order under the Mu Yin studio. Before Tang Pan could comprehend this maneuver, a loud commotion erupted. What are you doing? Do you know where this is? A woman charged towards them, exuding authority. I'm the property manager, Lu Hong, who permitted you to dismantle the fences. Have you obtained the owner's consent? Tang Pan, quick on his feet, stepped in front of Mu Yin as the woman approached. Mu Yin furrowed her delicate brows and coldly declared, I am the owner. These villas belong to me. Her tone was so composed that it left everyone momentarily speechless. Initially, Tang Pan thought there must be some misunderstanding, but once he grasped the situation, he exclaimed, Am I hearing things? Are you joking? These are 18 villas, not just one. Do not assume that driving a luxury vehicle grants you the audacity to impersonate others. Here in our Jiandi villa, such a car is far from prestigious. Mu Yin was aware that claiming ownership of every villa in District 1 was indeed an exaggeration, lacking credibility. However, Lu Hong's demeanor and tone were excessively dismissive. "Leave this place immediately, or I shall call the police," Lu Hong threatened. "Suit yourself," Mu Yin replied, uninterested in further discourse. Lu Hong promptly contacted the authorities, alleging that someone was impersonating a resident and unlawfully dismantling the garden fence. The police arrived swiftly, requesting Mu Yin to present her identification and property documents, instructing her to remove her sunglasses and hat for identity verification. As she removed her accessories, her delicate, fair fingers brushed through her long hair, revealing an enchanting beauty that captivated all present. Having recently dominated the trending searches, who in Ning City did not recognize her. Onlookers were astonished. Yet Mu Yin's attention was fixed on Lu Hong, whose expression remained unchanged, as if she had already discerned Mu Yin's identity when she concealed herself so thoroughly. "Property documents," the officer stated with a smile. He then approached the imposing vehicle and, before the crowd, opened the trunk. What lay within was a collection of property certificates. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief. She turned to them, playfully remarking, "Please wait. It takes time to find what I need." With that, she began sifting through the stack of documents. Tang Pan, wide-eyed, stammered, "Sister, do you happen to need a son?" Mu Yin casually replied, "I could use a grandson." "All right, Grandma," Tang Pan exclaimed. Mu Yin, at last, she found 18 property certificates and handed them to the officer. The police confirmed that these 18 villas indeed belonged to Mu Yin, mediating between the parties and compelling Lu Hong to apologize. After contacting the property manager, they departed. Upon receiving the news, the property manager hurried over, profusely apologizing. Mu Yin regarded Lu Hong and simply uttered 2 words to the manager, "Terminate her." The manager nodded in understanding. Lu Hong looked disdainfully at Mu Yin, scoffing, "With so many properties, they must all have been acquired through questionable means. What is so impressive about that? If you don't want the job, I certainly didn't plan on serving such a high-class escort." With that, Lu Hong turned to leave. Mu Yin smirked and blocked her path, then scrutinized her from head to toe. "Convey to your benefactor, regardless of her intentions, that I, Mu Yin, am not to be trifled with. Just a friendly reminder. Property prices in Ning City are soaring. It would be wise to secure your burial plots early." Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she delivered this seemingly gentle yet profoundly ominous warning. Lu Hong trembled in fear, unable to meet Mu Yin's gaze. "I do not comprehend what you are implying." Mu Yin continued to smile. "If you are uncertain, simply ensure you purchase a suitable grave." Yuong, now in a state of panic, fled the scene. The property manager repeatedly apologized, assuring her that a reliable property steward would be found. Mu Yin shook her head, indicating that it was of no concern, as this matter had nothing to do with the manager. After the property manager departed, Tang Pan, slightly perplexed, voiced his thoughts about Lu Hong before inquiring, "Sister Yin, why are we dismantling the fences of these villas?" Mu Yin glanced at the bewildered Tang Pan and opened the door to the front passenger seat. Inside, a cardboard box rested on the seat, and as Tang Pan leaned in for a closer look, he discovered it was filled with various departmental nameplates. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Sister Yin, could this be the future office location?" he asked. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Mu Yin responded. Tang Pan shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, proclaiming his approval. "Satisfied?" He quickly nodded, resembling a chick pecking at grains. The collective area of the 18 villas far exceeded that of an office building, and with the picturesque surroundings, one could gaze upon the tranquil Ning River during their work breaks. Who would cherish such a workplace? Who would be satisfied? Tang Pan's face radiated admiration as he exclaimed, "Sister Yin, you're the best." He began to carry the box, ready to work. Once the fences were dismantled, the construction crew withdrew. Mu Yin observed the villas gradually adorned with departmental nameplates, a faint smile gracing her lips. Renting the Q11 office building would incur an annual cost in the 8-digit range. Even with a fortune in the billions, it was prudent to allocate funds wisely. If rent could be saved, it should be. Moreover, with the availability of these villas, leaving them vacant seemed wasteful, thus repurposing them for communal use became a sensible option. Not to mention, the entire area of villas belonged to her, eliminating any concerns regarding other owners. Nevertheless, it must be said that debts have their rightful owners. The expenses of the office building would naturally fall upon Tan Mei and Lu Liming. Suddenly, Mu Yin's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, she swiftly answered, "Brother?" The voice of Mu Yi came through immediately. "Where are you?" In the Jiangdi Villa. What is up, brother? Mu Yin asked. At 7 this evening. Their SA promotional meeting for the dramas to be aired in the second half of the year at the Broadcasting and Television Building. You will represent the Mu family and make a brief appearance to invest in a few dramas. Mu Yin understood her brother's intention. I got it. You take care and rest well. All right, sister, Mu Yin replied with a smile. Tang Pan's efficiency was commendable. All 18 villas were adorned with nameplates. 2 new departments were added, one focusing on ancient architectural designs and the other on mural restoration. Clearly, this was a strategic move to ensure they could undertake the restoration and preservation of historically significant ancient structures, thereby elevating the reputation of Mu Ji. Once Mu Ji gained widespread acclaim, various architectural projects would undoubtedly come flooding in. Tang Pan expressed genuine admiration. Sister Yin, your foresight is truly remarkable. He joyfully sang, I have a wonderful boss. I never worry about food and clothing. Mu Yin, somewhat speechless, rubbed her forehead. Entering the Jiangdi Villa, Tang Pan explored the surroundings. But at that moment, his phone vibrated wildly, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. He took out his mobile phone and was greeted by a flurry of notifications from various media and social platforms, prompting another exclamation. My goodness! Tang Pan glanced at Mu Yin, pointing at the screen. Sister Yin, this is astonishing. The Mu Yin studio has separated from the Mu family consortium, allegedly acquired by a mysterious, wealthy individual. The studio is now operating independently. Who could the new owner be? Sister Yin, does this mean the studio's major boss is no longer President Mu? Then who is our new proprietor? Tang Pan could not muster a smile. He felt as though he was on the brink of unemployment. It was such a pity, such a shame to have never worked in such a splendid environment. Mu Yin maintained her composure, raising an eyebrow. A glimmer of hope ignited in Tang Pan's eyes. Boss, he exclaimed, the words flowing effortlessly from his lips. His mood shifted from cloudy to sunny as he resumed singing. I have a wonderful boss. I need not worry about food or clothing. Not long after, the office equipment began to arrive. As dusk fell, Uncle Chin arrived in a Rolls-Royce. Mu Yin entrusted the remaining matters to Tang Pan and entered the vehicle, heading for the Broadcasting and Television Building. The streets were bustling with traffic. During the journey, Mu Yin received a WeChat message from Su Jian, who had already arrived at the Broadcasting and Television Building in her sports car from her garage. The entertainment industry is closely intertwined with the upper echelons, and Su Jian, as a member of the elite, would certainly not miss such a splendid opportunity. Yin, come quickly to see the spectacle. Chapter 62. Has Mu Yin been taken care of by a wealthy woman? A WeChat message from Su Jian arrived, containing a forum post. This forum gathered Ningxing socialites and so-called upper-class individuals, serving as a hub for gossip and ostentation. The news of Mu Yin Studios' separation from a Mu family consortium and its acquisition by an enigmatic capitalist had spread throughout the internet, becoming a hot topic among the elite. It is well known that the close relationship between Mu Yi and Mu Yin is substantiated with evidence. In just a week, Mu Yin Studio was suddenly acquired by other capitalists, leading to a flurry of speculation. Mu Yin had just secured the Tianxue building renovation project and was riding high. If Mu Yi had grown weary of Mu Yin, why not simply replace her instead of casting Mu Yin aside? You may not know this, but Mu Yin is not profitable. Now a naive investor is spending money to buy it. Mu Yi is far too shrewd. Surely he values power over beauty. Alas, Mu Yin is pitiful, abandoned by Lu Mon, and thought she had found a new benefactor, only to be discarded by Mu Yi again. Has someone else taken over? Does anyone have information on the identity of the capitalist who purchased Mu Yin? Rumor has it that the long unresolved billion-dollar estate's heir has been absent for 9 years, yet suddenly appeared today. Could this be connected to the heir? The heir is a wealthy woman driving a Lamborghini, wearing sunglasses, a hat, and a mask. Very mysterious. So, has Mu Yin been taken care of by a wealthy woman? Goodness. Is she double-dipping? Mu Yin was utterly speechless. I have been taken under the wing of a wealthy benefactor. Have I become my own patron? As night descends upon the city, a veil of mystery envelopes it. Jin-san, are you certain your information is accurate? The property deed for the 18 villas at Jiang residence bears the name Mu Yin, not Songshi? Director, it is indeed true. Lu Hong witnessed the deed inscribed with Mu Yin's name. The police have verified it as well. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jin-san hurriedly added, It is now unequivocally confirmed that Mu Yin is the granddaughter of Chung Songshi. The director lit a cigar, realizing that Chung Songshi had married his daughter to Mu Shan. Such secrets run deep in the upper echelons of society, and the identity of Mu Shan's wife is one of them. Director, Mu Yin is not only the heiress of the Mu family conglomerate, but also the biological granddaughter of Chung Songshi, the inheritor of a multi-billion fortune, and has taken on the Tian Shuelu project. I have encountered this woman, and she is truly formidable. Should she unleash anything, tracing it back could spell disaster. Jin Sen expressed his concerns gravely. How could we allow the granddaughter of Chung Songshi to remain? He took a deep puff from his cigar and commanded, "Spare no effort to eliminate her." Certainly, Mu Yin arrived at the investment conference, dressed in a white gown and adorned with delicate rhinestone flats. She stood in stark contrast to the surrounding women in elegant gowns and towering stilettos. Yet, despite this, her ethereal grace and effortless demeanor made her the center of attention. Is that not Mu Yin? What brings her here? Does she think this is merely a tea party? This is an event for esteemed patrons. How audacious of her to show up uninvited. I have never seen someone so shameless. The remarks grew harsher. She had just been spurned by Mu Yi. Perhaps seeking her next benefactor at this conference? I see. Dressed so innocently, yet her true nature is anything but. Hearing the derisive comments around her, Mu Yin paused, curling her lips into a cold smile. Chapter 63. Dressed to perfection, yet lacking eloquence. She lifted her gaze to find Tan Mei and Lin Yuedong prominently present. It appeared that Tan Mei intended to thrust her daughter Lin Yuedong into the entertainment industry. Mu Yin stepped forward, her frosty gaze sweeping over the individuals before her. Noting their camaraderie with Tan Mei, a veritable nest of snakes and rats, dressed impeccably, yet lacking in grace. They comprised a mix of spoiled young ladies and those backed by affluent patrons. Tan Mei and Lin Yuedong clung to the influential Lu Liming, basking in the shade of the Lu family's grandeur. In essence, they were all formidable adversaries. Undeterred, Mu Yin retorted sharply, knowing full well they could hardly swallow their indignation. Mu Yin, have you considered your own standing? The speaker was the wife of the president of Sun Group, a woman whose husband was nearly 30 years her senior, easily old enough to be her father. I require no reminders regarding my identity. With that, Mu Yin stepped forward, her smile radiating brilliance. Perhaps you should remind yourself to be cautious next time you engage in reckless escapades with your young paramour in your husband's car. It would be prudent to avoid being caught by the paparazzi. After all, not every incident can be silenced with 30 million. Upon hearing these words, Mrs. Sun's panic was palpable. What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I shall sue you for defamation. I eagerly await your court summons. Of course, Mrs. Sun dared not pursue legal action against Mu Yin, for doing so would only expose her misdeeds. In an instant, Mrs. Sun was defeated, falling silent. Beside her, a socialite chimed in with disdain. Miss Mu, one ought not to be so arrogant. Your background pales in comparison to ours. We possess substantial family wealth, while you are but a fleeting presence with nothing to your name. Miss Zhao, the sole daughter of the Zhao Group's president? I am surprised you recognize me. Mu Yin replied, with your vast resources, how could I not be aware? However, your father owes the Mu family consortium 600 million. When do you intend to repay it? This is a well-guarded secret in the business realm, known to but a few. At Mu Yin's words, Miss Zhao's complexion drained of color. Does anyone else wish to converse with me? She inquired, glancing at the remaining guests. Who would dare engage her further? With so many eyes present, from the entertainment industry to high society, none could guarantee that Mu Yin would not unearth further scandals. One by one, they dispersed, leaving only Tan Mei and Lin Yuedong. Mu Yin chuckled lightly. Is this the new company you keep? Unimpressive. She raised an eyebrow, finding none worthy. As she spoke, she turned, catching a glimpse of a woman in work attire. Lu Hong? She mused, only to find her vanished from sight. Had she mistaken her? Lu Hong had only recently been dismissed from the Jiang estate property. How could she possibly be working at the broadcasting and television building? Subsequently, Mu Yin made her way into the venue. Lin Yuetong glared at Mu Yin's retreating figure, seething with rage and itching to confront her, but was restrained by Tan Mei. Mother, why are you holding me back? Look at that insufferable woman. She has already been cast aside by Mu Yi, yet dares to act so brazenly? Although Tan Mei was equally disgruntled, she understood the need for composure in such a setting. Calm yourself. There are many eyes upon us. Do you still wish to debut? At Tan Mei's warning, Lin Yuedong could only stifle her anger, her twisted features betraying her displeasure. Just as Tan Mei was about to address her, Lin Yuedong's expression shifted in an instant, and she beamed. Mother, Brother Mo, and has arrived. Inside the venue, rows of seats were labeled according to the prestige of each corporation, facilitating the search for seating. The Mu family consortium held the prime position in the center of the first row. Under the watchful gaze of all, Mu Yin took her seat. At this moment, the rumors of her abandonment by Mu Yi were instantly shattered. Look, she is seated at the Mu Corporation's table. Mu Yi has appointed her to represent him at the investment conference. In the business world, Mu Yi is a sharp blade. How could he be so utterly captivated by this woman? Nearby, several men clad in suits raked their fingers through their hair, their gazes fixated on Mu Ying's elegantly poised back. As the saying goes, one may die beneath the peony, yet still be a gallant ghost. The energy emanating from Mu Ying, both pure and wild, is irresistible. What is Liu Moen thinking? How could he overlook such a delicate and alluring beauty, preferring instead the naive Lin Yuedong? Speak less. Liu Moen is here. What? Wasn't he supposed to abstain from attending the investment conference? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Liu Moen entered the venue, exuding an extraordinary demeanor and an imposing aura that silenced the room in an instant. He traversed the red-carpeted aisle and took a seat beside Mu Ying. To her right was the Lu Corporation section, a fact she had noticed when searching for her seat. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this insufferable man again. Yet, upon reflection, Liu Moen had never shown interest in such conferences, often sending an assistant or deputy manager in his stead. This time, his appearance was merely coincidental. Their seats being so close together was just a coincidence as well. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Mu Ying clenched her jaw, her pale knuckles tightening as she grasped the hem of her skirt. If not for the public setting, she would have liked nothing more than to hurl the chair beside her at this man. Liu Moen noticed her agitation and softly murmured, Wife, don't be nervous. Mu Ying, what? How could he possibly discern her tension? And who is he calling his wife? She retrieved her divorce certificate from her bag, opened it, and presented it to him. Mr. Liu, you seem to have forgotten this important document. Take a closer look. Liu Moen's gaze flickered, his lips twitching slightly. The words divorce certificate were not only glaring, they pierced his heart. He had wished to tear it to shreds more than once. He regretted his decision. If he had not agreed to the divorce, would they still be a married couple, and would everything be different? What do you need this for? Liu Moen's eyes bore into Mu Ying's, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within. Yet, Mu Ying remained unfazed, reminding herself to remain vigilant. What? Do not get too close to men. It leads to misfortune, she replied in a tone devoid of inflection. With that, she cast a glance at Liu Moen, closed the divorce certificate, and returned it to her bag. A tightness gripped Liu Moen's fist resting on his thigh, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping him. Ying, give me another chance. I will not allow any misfortune to befall you, he vowed. Mu Ying's heart fluttered momentarily. Had it been in the past, she would have been deeply moved. But now, her expression was devoid of emotion, her heart unmoved. She lifted her eyelids, poised to speak, when she noticed a graceful figure approaching. Oh, the mistress has come uninvited. She let out a derisive laugh, deliberately turning her head to feign a whispered conversation. Leaning closer to Liu Moen and softly remarked, Chapter 65. Is Liu Moen out of his mind? Mr. Liu, you are already aware of my true identity. Thus you must also understand that the misfortunes you can prevent, the young lady of the Mu family possesses the same capability. I am entirely independent of you. These two statements were merciless and resolute. The former Mu Ying had perished. Liu Moen chuckled bitterly. He loved her, had he not? How could he have overcome countless obstacles to marry a girl from the mountains while unaware of her true identity? Yet these past 5 years, the rapid ascent of Lu's construction had made him overlook her, leading him to believe that her contributions as his wife were merely obligatory. He had grown too accustomed to this sense of entitlement until he learned of her quiet sacrifices and her significant role in the flourishing of Lu's construction. It was too late. I will not give up, even if it consumes my entire life. His eyes were bloodshot, gazing at Mu Ying with profound affection. Mu Ying was momentarily taken aback. His gaze seemed sincere. Has Liu Moen truly lost his mind? Brother Moen. Suddenly, Lin Yuetong's sweet voice rang out. She immediately seated herself beside Lu Imoen, gently tugging at his suit jacket, casting a fierce glare at Mu Yin. Lu Imoen shrugged off his suit, adhering to the principle of propriety between men and women. Brother Imoen, I can explain the matter regarding the child. There's no need for explanations. It is irrelevant to me. Lu Imoen's expression was frigid, refusing to even glance at Lin Yuetong. His attention was entirely focused on Mu Yin. Mu Yin felt the weight of the crowd's gaze upon them. The presence of an ex-wife and an ex-husband together with a mistress was far more riveting than any investment conference. They were to be the spectacle, but she had no desire to be part of it. She rose, as if addressing the air, stating, I'm a bit parched. I wonder if the organizers have prepared any green tea? With that, Mu Yin prepared to leave. Her subtle jab at Lin Yuetong elicited a smile from Lu Imoen. Noticing Mu Ying's intent to depart, he turned to Lin Yuetong, his voice icy. Keep your distance from me, and stay away from my wife. Or do not blame me for disregarding our past. His gaze was sharp and menacing, his demeanor gravely serious. Lin Yuetong had saved his life. And considering the long-standing relationship between the Lu and Lin families, this was his final concession to the Lin family. It was also the outcome of his negotiations with Lu Liming, where he spared Lin Yuetong in exchange for a 10 stake in Lu's construction. Lin Yuetong's face drained of color, her beauty fading in an instant. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe approached, smiling as he said, Excuse me, miss, but this is my seat. Mu Yin focused her gaze, recognizing Mr. Lin Chuan. At present, all eyes in the venue are gathered upon them. Noticing this, Tanmei promptly approached and pulled Lin Yuetong to her side. What are you doing? She scolded in a hushed tone, her expression grim. Subsequently, Tanmei turned to Lin Chuan, offering a polite smile. I sincerely apologize. My daughter is still young and inexperienced. Naturally, those seated in the front row of the investment conference are formidable conglomerates, prompting Tanmei to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Lin Chuan, with a warm smile, remarked, She seems to be growing up. However, his words carried an underlying meaning. Tanmei's smile became somewhat strained as she nodded at Lin Chuan, initiating self-introductions, evidently seeking to align herself with influential figures. Although Lin Chuan wore a smile, he chose to disregard Tanmei and instead presented a bottle of beverage to Mu Yin. Miss Mu, it's a pleasure to see you again. I heard you mention your thirst for green tea. Chapter 66. Only trust her judgment. Mu Yin gazed down at the drink Lin Chuan offered her. A sip of green tea, and all shall be well. Lin Chuan proclaimed with optimism. She beamed, accepting the drink. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Tanmei's expression stiffened, aware that this was a subtle jab at her and her daughter being likened to green tea. Yet she could only maintain her smile as she escorted Lin Yuetong away. After all, today's investment conference drew the majority of the business circle from Ningxing, and she could not afford to lose face. Lu Imoen did not come to their defense. Observing Mu Yin's charming interactions with Lin Chuan, his handsome features remained stoic. Soon, Lin Chuan greeted Lu Imoen, who merely acknowledged him with a curtain, saying little else. Before long, the lights dimmed, signaling the commencement of the conference. The host began with various activities to enliven the atmosphere, followed by performances from stars and idols. After a vibrant opening, the introduction of upcoming dramas commenced. This investment event adopted a novel approach. Potential investors merely needed to raise their paddles to indicate interest, with personnel designated to record the intentions. As various production teams took the stage, investors began to raise their paddles in succession. Halfway through the proceedings, Mu Yin found nothing of interest. She scrutinized the lineup, the plot summaries, and the reputations of the production teams before deciding to raise her paddle. However, whenever she invested, Lu Imoen would immediately follow suit. And as soon as Lu Imoen raised his paddle, Lin Chuan would promptly do the same. Mu Yin, one by one, the teams presented and departed. Tanmei, however, was a busy individual akin to a piece of chewing gum, sticking to the stage. She appeared in several productions, often portraying roles such as the stepmother or mistress, truly embodying her characters. Next, please welcome the cast of the South's Love Story, the host announced. As the words fell, Tanmei led Lin Yuetong onto the stage. The creative team began their introductions. Tanmei smiled and said, Hello everyone, I am Tanmei, portraying the owner of Fengyue Tower in the South's Love Story. Owner of Fengyue Tower? What a euphemistic title, one might think, for it merely refers to a madam. Nonetheless, it does signify a new breakthrough. Subsequently, one could hear Tanmei's voice once more. This is my daughter, Yuetong. She is making a special guest appearance, marking her debut on screen. I hope everyone will lend their support. At that moment, a murmur of conversation arose nearby. Mr. Liu, this drama seems quite promising. Have you considered investing? Lin Chuan inquired. Liu Emoen's peripheral vision fell upon Mu Yin's hands and, noticing her lack of intention to raise a placard, he naturally shook his head. Mr. Lin, are you not considering it? Lin Chuan chuckled. After all, it's not my girlfriend's debut. I certainly have no reason to. The main point is that Miss Mu has not raised her placard. He cannot defy his partner's wishes. Girlfriend? Liu Emoen's brow furrowed. Isn't that so? Lin Chuan gazed at Lin Yuetong on stage. Isn't that Miss Lin, Mr. Liu's girlfriend? She has no connection to me. Liu Emoen replied decisively and unequivocally. No connection? Who would believe that? Lin Chuan laughed. I must apologize for the misunderstanding. At that moment, the host's voice rang out. Next, let us welcome the creative team of our upcoming drama, Divorce Don't Delay My Path to Becoming a Billionaire. This title, which Mu Yin had not heard before, prompted her to raise her placard without hesitation. Breaking free from unworthy men to become a billionaire. Such a drama is far more enticing than any courtesan's tale. Soon, Liu Emoen raised his placard, followed by Lin Chuan. Director Su playfully remarked, I have noticed that whenever Miss Mu shows interest in a drama, both Mr. Liu and Mr. Lin raised their placards in unison. In front of the entire audience, Liu Emoen picked up the microphone and stated, I only trust her judgment. This statement was profoundly ambiguous. The entire room fell into an immediate silence. Many began to wonder if Liu Emoen and Mu Yin's story was far from over. Perhaps even on the verge of a sequel? Director Su, ever quick-witted, teased Lin Chuan. Does that mean Mr. Lin also has great faith in Miss Mu's judgment? Lin Chuan, with a small Bluetooth earpiece in his left ear, awaited his superior's instructions. Chapter 67. Why not have Mr. Liu kneel and try? Until he Lin Chuan's voice transmitted through the earpiece. Tell them you believe in Liu Emoen's vision. With a warm smile, Lin Chuan replied, I trust Mr. Liu's judgment. Mu Yin turned and smiled at Lin Chuan, nodding in acknowledgement across Liu Emoen. Standing at the back, Su Jian also sent a message to Mu Yin. Mr. Lin is quite astute. If he were to say he believes in your vision, those sensationalist media outlets would immediately concoct a cross-age love story. Now he claims he believes in Liu Emoen's vision. Ha ha ha. I wonder if they would dare to fabricate anything about Liu Emoen. Perhaps a tale of transcending societal norms. A breathtaking love across boundaries. Indeed, if Lin Chuan were to follow Director Su's lead, it would be an instance where the speaker is oblivious, yet the listener takes heed. Following the conclusion of the investment conference, various commercial flattery ensued, along with mutual introductions and the exchange of contact information. Mu Yin completed her task and found a small corner, feeling rather bored as she exchanged WeChat messages with Su Jian. Miss Mu, Lin Chuan approached her. She looked up. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize regarding the investment matter. This is my first time attending such an event, and I cannot trust others, so I can only rely on you. Miss Mu, Lin Chuan expressed with genuine regret, adhering to the sentiments of his superior. It's quite all right. I must thank Mr. Lin for your response. Lin Chuan waved his hand, as long as I haven't caused you any inconvenience. Mu Yin smiled and shook her head. Lin Chuan inquired again, by the way, have the relevant procedures for the renovation of Tianxue Tower been completed? It will likely take another 2 to 3 working days. That's quite fast. Has the date for the reconstruction ceremony been set? Not yet, but I will definitely invite Mr. Lin in advance. I am available in the coming days. For me, Tianxue Tower is of utmost importance, and I will certainly attend. Shortly after, Director Su approached and engaged in conversation with Lin Chuan. Mu Yin seized the opportunity to leave. However, just a few steps away, she spotted Lu Hong again. She had entered the safety passage, cunning and suspicious. Mu Yin found it peculiar and immediately pursued her. Yet, before she could push open the door to the safety passage, a hand seized her wrist and pressed her against the wall. She recognized the man before her. Liu Emoen, let me go. Mu Yin pushed against him with all her might, but the nearby screen obstructed the view from the outside. The music-filled venue was bustling with voices, and no one would notice this corner. You loved me for 5 years. Can you truly say you no longer love me? His voice was frigid as he demanded. The love you desire, I have given you entirely. Return to my side. Liu Emoen's gaze was icy, his tone chilling. Moments ago, he had witnessed her laughing and conversing with Lin Chuan, consumed by jealousy. His inherent arrogance roared within him. In that moment, he resembled a lofty benefactor. A chill ran through Mu Yin as she let out a cold laugh and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap. Smack! Lu Emoan turned his head, his eyes sharp and crimson. "You dare lay hands on me?" he growled. Meeting his frigid gaze, Mu Yin retorted, "Lu Emoan, that slap was self-inflicted. What qualifications do you have to discuss love with me?" Perhaps that slap had awakened Lu Emoan, suppressing all his emotions. "So what must I do for you to return to my side? Perhaps Mr. Lu should try kneeling? Let us see if I might change my mind," Mu Yin said, not sparing him a glance, her words laced with indifference. Chapter 68. A qualified ex should be as if they had died. "Mu Yin, have you lost your mind? After receiving a slap, you still demand he kneels? The saying goes, a man's knee holds gold." In his entire life, Lu Emoan had never knelt before anyone. Mu Yin scoffed. A qualified ex should be as if they had died. After a certain ex-husband failed to sever ties with his former wife post-divorce, he resorted to a blend of persuasion and coercion in a futile attempt to resurrect their already concluded and ludicrous union. As she spoke, she forcefully pushed Lu Emoan away, casually tossing aside a lock of her wavy hair. The madness of the situation was evident, and it required no further elaboration. At that moment, Mu Yin turned away, resolute in her decision, not casting a single glance back at him. Yet, only she understood that each individual who chooses to walk away has often stood in the winds of uncertainty for a prolonged period. She was no exception. However, 5 long years were not something one could simply forget. Yet, she refused to remain a prisoner of his past affections. Taking deep breaths, she disregarded the dull ache in her chest and quickened her pace. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air. Inning. The cacophony of sounds reverberated, and the overhead lights began to whirl dangerously before crashing down. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Mu Yin instinctively attempted to evade the impending disaster. But Lu Emoan lunged forward, shielding her with his own body. They both fell heavily to the ground. He braced himself with his hands, protecting her as the lighting rig fell. Blood trickled down onto Mu Yin from Lu Emoan. "Lu Emoan," she exclaimed in alarm. "Are you all right?" He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her heart tightened sharply at the sight. In truth, she could have dodged the catastrophe moments earlier, yet in that critical instant, he had chosen to risk his life to save her. "Lu Emoan, why must you do this?" No matter his actions, she had resolved never to look back. The thunderous crash drew the attention of everyone present. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they rushed to assist, working together to lift the lighting rig and call for an ambulance. Soon, both Mu Yin and Lu Emoan were rescued, and medical personnel arrived to transport them to the hospital. Lu Emoan was wheeled into the operating room. Mu Yin covered all expenses up front, reasoning that since Lu Emoan had risked his life for her, it was only fitting that she should bear the cost. The incident occurred at the television broadcasting building during a significant investment conference, one that directly involved both Lu Emoan and Mu Yin. The news was swiftly suppressed by Hongshu Video, and although it did not make it onto the internet, the tale of Lu Emoan risking his life to protect his ex-wife quickly circulated within the upper echelons of Ning City. The Lu family, upon hearing the news, hurried to the hospital. Lu Liming was the first to arrive, and upon seeing Mu Yin, he rushed over, launching into a tirade of accusations. "Mu Yin, it's you again. You're no longer part of the Lu family. You're divorced from Emoan. Why do you continue to entangle yourself with him? You, a mere mountain girl with no power, no influence, and no connections. Do you not have $1 billion to squander? Haven't you already found a new target, a new benefactor? Why must you cling to my son and bring him to such harm? Now you sit here and scathe, while my son is in the operating room. If anything happens to him, our family will ensure you pay dearly." Upon encountering Mu Yin, Lu Liming was consumed by an uncontainable fury. He reverted to his previous disdainful demeanor, treating her as less than human, unleashing a torrent of scathing reproach upon her. In the past, Mu Yin had harbored profound affection for Lu Mon and held Lu Liming in high regard, enduring his tirades with patience. But now, as he had so bluntly stated, she was now divorced from Lu Mon, severing all ties with the Lu family. What right did he have to act so imperiously? Was it merely because Lu Mon had rescued her? Given the choice, even if the lighting rig were to crash down upon her, she would unequivocally reject Lu Mon's intervention. Moreover, she could have evaded the peril in the first place. Mu Yin rose from her seat, her demeanor resolute. Mr. Lu, I can empathize with a father's concern for his son. However, today's events were recorded by the venue's surveillance. When the lighting rig fell, it was abundantly clear whether I required your son as assistance. Is it truly so difficult to review the footage before passing judgment? Furthermore, the 10 billion I am entitled to is marital property, and it is your son who strayed during our marriage. What justification do you have for expecting me to leave empty-handed? Just because your family is affluent? May I inquire, Mr. Lu, how much have you personally contributed to the esteemed standing of Lu Construction today? The answer is nothing. Lu Liming is simply not cut out for business. In the realm of construction, he is utterly inadequate. Were it not for Lu Mon, the Lu family would have crumbled long ago. Why at this moment? Does Lu Liming care so deeply for Lu Mon's fate? Is it truly out of paternal affection? He fears that if Lu Mon were to perish, the Lu family would lack support and face total collapse. Mu Yin's expression was frigid, her gaze locking with Lu Liming's, brimming with icy resolve. She stood tall and composed, taking a step forward. I advise you, do not provoke me. A chill emanated from her, serving as a dire warning. This was her admonition to him. It was the first time Lu Liming had encountered such a version of Mu Yin, and her tone momentarily left him taken aback. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. He Li Shu and Lu Jiming had arrived at the hospital. With the Lu family present, she saw no reason to linger. As she prepared to leave, the doors to the operating room swung open, and a nurse rushed out in haste. The patient is experiencing severe hemorrhaging and requires an urgent blood transfusion. The blood bank is en route, but we need time. Is there anyone with AB negative blood? I am. Lu Liming exclaimed. I will donate blood for my son. The nurse firmly replied, that is not permissible. Direct relatives cannot donate blood. I can. Lin Yuedong arrived breathlessly, calling out. She cast a glance at Mu Yin as she passed by, her chin held high, exuding an air of triumph, as if to taunt. Can you save Brother Mon? I am AB negative. I can. Lin Yuedong reiterated to the nurse. That is not possible. Lu Liming declared emphatically. Godfather, why not? Lin Yuedong turned to look at Lu Liming. He and He Li Shu, along with Lu Jimeng, also cast their gazes upon him. Lu Mon, possessing a rare blood type, necessitated time for the blood bank to respond, and direct relatives were unable to donate blood. Thus, Lin Yuedong was the only viable option available. In such a dire situation, why not? Lu Liming felt the weight of everyone's eyes upon him and quickly explained, Yuedong has just suffered a miscarriage. She is not yet recovered. How can she donate blood for Mon? While Lu Liming's words held some validity, Lin Yuedong's expression was fraught with urgency, as if she were vying for some form of recognition. Godfather, I am perfectly fine. I can donate blood to Brother Mon. Do not be foolish. Lu Liming interrupted once more. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to old Lin? The nurse, observing Lin Yuetong, shared the concern, stating, You have only recently miscarried. It is indeed unsuitable for you to donate blood. He Li Shu gazed anxiously at the operating room door, her face pale and legs weak, prompting Lu Jimeng to swiftly support her. What are we to do? For a mother, each moment of uncertainty regarding her son's fate felt like an unbearable torment. The nurse glanced at her watch, feeling powerless. Without the rare panda blood type, they could only wait. Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind them. Mu Yin is unworthy to donate blood for my son. Mu Yin stood in the corridor, her calm tone imbued with an unspoken strength. Everyone turned to her in unison, their expressions filled with astonishment. Even the nurse widened her eyes in disbelief. Was it possible that 4 individuals with rare panda blood had gathered in the hospital? Lu Liming snorted in anger, clearly displeased with Mu Yin's presence. Do impoverished individuals truly believe they can donate blood for my son? He Li Shu shouted back in fury. We all share the same parents. What does it matter? Lu Liming, do you wish to see your son come to harm? Lu Liming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, seething silently by the side. He Li Shu's eyes reddened as she turned to Mu Yin, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mu Yin. The nurse looked at Mu Yin and beckoned. Come with me. Mu Yin followed the nurse's lead. I will accompany my sister-in-law. After helping He Li Shu settle into a chair, Lu Jiming hurried to Mu Yin's side. Lin Yuetong seethed with anger, never having anticipated that this golden opportunity would be seized by Mu Yin. After donating 400 milliliters of blood, Mu Yin promptly delivered it to the operating room. Soon after, Lu Mon was out of danger. As Mu Yin prepared to leave, Lu Jimeng rushed after her. Sister-in-law, won't you wait for brother to awaken? During her years with the Lu family, Li Shu and Lu Jimeng had treated her with a degree of civility, as Mu Yin was always clear in her principles and never held any resentment towards them. Meng Meng, I am no longer your sister-in-law. Realizing her misstep, Lu Jimeng corrected herself. Sister Mu Yin, won't you wait for my brother? You saved him. You are his savior. Mu Yin shook her head, expressing her reluctance to owe him anything. Lu Jimeng bit her lip, struggling to ask, Sister Mu Yin, is there truly no possibility for you and my brother? I have already crossed that river with your brother, Mu Yin replied softly. With a gentle smile directed at Lu Jimeng, she turned and made her way towards the exit of the hospital. Her steps were unsteady as she exited, and a gentle evening breeze swept through, cascading her long hair and revealing her delicate features. Yin, Su Jian, noticing her pallor, swiftly opened the car door and rushed towards her. What's wrong? You look dreadful. Did the Lu family bully you? You should let me go up there. I have quite a bit of leverage against them. Don't worry, they can't intimidate me, Mu Yin reassured her. I merely donated blood to Lu Mon. At this revelation, Su Jian's expression shifted to one of understanding. Why would you save that scoundrel? After all, he was the reason I went into the operating room. Mu Yin replied with a sigh. Once settled in the car, she inquired, have the surveillance recordings been retrieved? This matter is quite concealed by Director Su, who has silenced the media with hush money, so we are unable to access the footage. However, the police have taken the surveillance away, so there should be some results. Su Jian explained. This situation is suspicious. Mu Yin mused, feeling a connection to Lu Hong. Could this be an act of deliberate revenge? Lu Hong had orchestrated her dismissal from the Jiangdi property. It was indeed plausible she harbored resentment and motives for retribution. But how could Lu Hong have tracked her whereabouts in such a short span? And how did she manage to infiltrate the broadcasting building? Lu Hong's identity might be more complex than it appeared. Yin, what are you thinking? Mu Yin snapped back to reality just as a luxury car approached. Chapter 71. Yin can choose anyone. That scoundrel Lu Mon is not an option. As the car door opened, Cheng Yuezhen, having learned of the news, arrived hastily. Mom, what are you doing here? How could I not come after such a significant event? If I hadn't stopped your brother, he would have followed. Mu Yin immediately offered a reassuring smile to Cheng Yuezhen. Mom, I am fine. That's a relief. Thank heavens, Cheng Yuezhen said, rubbing Mu Yin's hands. Why are your hands so cold? And your complexion looks terrible. Were you frightened? Auntie, Yin is fine. She merely donated blood to that scoundrel Lu Mon. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuezhen's eyelids fluttered, her concern deepening. Following that, Mu Yin exchanged farewells with Su Jian and got into the car with Cheng Yuezhen. The vehicle glided smoothly into the Luan villa. As they stepped out, Mu Yi rushed towards Mu Yin. Cheng Yuezhen, aware of Mu Yi's worries, quickly reassured him. Yin is all right. She donated blood to Lu Mon. Let her go upstairs to rest. Upon hearing that Mu Yin had donated blood to Lu Mon, Mu Yi's expression darkened immediately. As long as Yin is safe, nothing is more important than her well-deserved rest. Subsequently, Mu Yi observed Cheng Yuezhen personally escorting her upstairs. With a sudden turn, Mu Yi struck his fist against the entrance cabinet with great force. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Cheng Yuezhen rushed forward upon witnessing the scene, grasping his hand tightly. Your body is a gift from your parents. How can you treat it so carelessly? Does it hurt? Mu Yi shook his head, dismissing the pain as trivial. He gazed at Cheng Yuezhen with deep concern and said, Mom, I am worried. Cheng Yuezhen understood the source of his anxiety. With a gentle sigh, she acknowledged the gravity of Lu Mon's selfless act of rescue, which was indeed moving. Yin can choose anyone, but it must not be Lu Mon. Cheng Yuezhen replied helplessly. However, this is beyond our control. Yin has her own thoughts. Mu Yi clenched his teeth, filled with guilt and regret. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let Yin attend the investment meeting. His intention was to stand up for her, to allow her a chance to retaliate. Yet he never anticipated the danger that would ensue, nor that she would be saved by Lu Mon. This undoubtedly created an opportunity for Lu Mon. Do not take it upon yourself. You cannot foresee the future or predict what might occur. Cheng Yuezhen gently patted Mu Yi's arm. One could only describe this as a fateful entanglement. With that, she sighed heavily. As Mu Yin was washing up, she felt a twinge of pain in her legs. Looking down, she noticed bruises on her calves and knees. The stark contrast against her fair skin was alarming. A knock echoed at the door. "Miss, I have brought you some milk." In the past, whenever she was home, Uncle Chin would always prepare warm milk for her. She promptly rolled down her pant legs. "Thank you, Uncle Chin." Mu Yin accepted the milk and drank it heartily. Why be formal with Uncle Chin? He regarded her with a gaze full of affection. Suddenly recalling a matter of importance, he stated, "The antiques have been catalogued, and I have sent the documents to your email. By the way, while organizing the boxes today, I discovered a portable oxygen tank." As he finished speaking, Uncle Chin fetched the oxygen tank and handed it to Mu Yin. Upon seeing the tank, she paused, the voice of Elinchen echoing in her ears. "This, Miss Mu, is for you to keep." She hadn't expected this item to accompany her to Ning City. Perhaps her father had thought it belonged to her while packing, so he had tucked it into her belongings. Remembering Elinchen, she realized she still owed him a suit. Noticing Mu Yin lost in thought, Uncle Chin called out, "Miss, I suppose my father inadvertently packed it." Mu Yin responded, "Do you want to keep this oxygen tank? If not, I can dispose of it." "I shall keep it," Mu Yin declared, taking the oxygen tank into her possession. Subsequently, Chin Shu bid her good night and departed. Mu Yin opened her suitcase and began to organize her belongings until she came across Elinchen's suit. Unsure of how to proceed, she casually placed the oxygen tank inside the suitcase as well, closed it, and pushed it into a small corner of the cloakroom. Reminded of her obligation to return the suit, she took out her phone and sent him a message. "Mr. He, I have returned to Ningxing. Feel free to contact me at your convenience. I shall compensate you with a new suit." As soon as the message was dispatched, her phone rang. Although the incoming number was unlisted, Mu Yin had a remarkable memory and instantly recognized it as Elinchen's call. Once connected, his deep voice resonated through the line. "I just landed in Ningxing 5 minutes ago." Mu Yin paused for 3 seconds, pondering how this sounded more like a report of his whereabouts. She had no interest in where he was or when he arrived in Ningxing. All she desired was to return the suit. "When are you available, Mr. He? I wish to compensate you for the suit." "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Why? Does Miss Mu have an engagement?" Mu Yin promptly replied, "No, tomorrow it is. Where shall we meet?" "Where are you staying?" he inquired. "Well, what? I will come to pick you up," he stated with certainty. "There is no need for such trouble. I can manage on my own." Mu Yin instinctively declined without a second thought. "Uncle Mu has something for me to take to you." "My father?" Mu Yin was taken aback for 2 seconds. Hadn't he already packed 28 suitcases? "Is there more?" "Where are you staying?" Elincchen asked again. Luan Villa. It was the place where she had grown up. It was home. A splendid place, he chuckled. Mu Yin inquired, "What time shall we meet?" 10 o'clock. How does that sound?" "All right," she responded. "Good, wait for me." Once the call ended, Mu Yin stared at her phone screen, still in a daze for quite some time. She couldn't shake the feeling that their conversation had been somewhat peculiar, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. It was undeniably strange. Afterward, Mu Yin browsed trending topics. The unexpected incident at tonight's investment conference had not leaked a single detail. It was only circulating within a select social circle. However, given that it involved Lu Mu and Sweet Potato Video, all 3 parties suppressed the information, resulting in no images or truths emerging. Ultimately, the narrative became distorted through endless speculation. Nonetheless, the photograph of her seated alongside Lu Moen, engaging in conversation, had gone viral across the internet. The trending topic exploded with fervor. The discussions throughout the web were largely uniform, suggesting that she and Lu Moen were rekindling an old romance, or, at the very least, insinuating that she was straddling 2 boats. Enough of that. Lu Moen, a second-hand vessel, was of no interest to this affluent lady. Mu Yin opened the Jianlim app and accessed the backstage of Mu Kantangpan's efficiency was remarkable. All newly hired employees had been registered, and the studio's new office location had been updated. As Mu Can's scale expanded, the accumulated points were recorded, yet the ranking remained unchanged at the 11th position. Mu Yin gazed at the progress bar for promotion, rendered speechless in an instant. Just a mere 0. One stood between her and the coveted top 10. Damn it. In the dead of night, a majestic Ferrari glided into the Jiang residence's 6th district. A tall man alighted from the vehicle, his slender fingers clutching a dossier. Chapter 73. Mu Yin became the target. The document detailed how Mu Yi had been abandoned at a hospital, left unclaimed, and subsequently adopted by the Mu couple. Contrary to public belief, Mu Yi was not the illegitimate child of Mu Shan. He bore no blood relation to the Mu family. He was not her biological brother. Lin raised an eyebrow, his demeanor icy, as he discarded the stack of documents into a shredder. The machine whirred to life, reducing everything to confetti. Lin then took out his phone, scanning the trending topics of the day. Upon encountering an intimate photograph, capturing Mu Yin whispering to Lu Mon, his pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Sir, this is the surveillance footage from Hall 1 of the Broadcasting and Television Building regarding the incident," Lin Chuan stated respectfully. Upon learning of the incident, Lin had immediately dispatched Lin Chuan to retrieve the footage. Director Su was notoriously unyielding, making it difficult for media personnel and wealthy families to access such recordings. However, Lin had the means. After all, he was the behind-the-scenes owner of the Broadcasting and Television Building. Soon, a massive LCD screen displayed the footage of the incident. The video clearly illustrated that Mu Yin had the opportunity to evade the danger. Yet just as she was about to escape, Lu Mon lunged forward. Lu Mon's desperate act to save her could not be dismissed as unnecessary. From his vantage point, the screen obscured some aspects, preventing him from fully perceiving Mu Yin's expression and movements. Moreover, the suddenness of the event left no time for deliberation. He instinctively shielded her with his body, albeit at great personal risk. As the video played in slow motion, Lin's long fingers pressed a button, pausing the footage, which depicted the falling light fixture. Enlarging the frame, he noted the apparent signs of deliberate tampering on one end of the rig. His gaze turned even colder. It seemed she had become the target of someone's sinister intentions. After a prolonged silence, Lin shut off the surveillance footage and picked up a brush, preparing to write. "How is Lu Mon?" he inquired. Lin Chuan replied. Miss Mu administered blood to him immediately. The surgery was a success, and he has since stabilized. It turned out that both she and Lu Mon shared the same AB negative blood type. His expression was inscrutable, a blend of indifference and chill. He placed a brush on the inkstone. "Lin Chuan, frame it and hang in the bedroom." "Understood." With that, Lin exited the study. Lin Chuan glanced down at the Xian paper, which bore only a single character, C's. He started slightly, carefully picking up the rice paper as he exited the study. Just as he reached the doorway, he encountered Lai O. "Uncle Lin Chuan, why do you appear so troubled?" Lai O inquired, puzzled. "Today's investment conference was arranged by my master. Every word I spoke at the conference was dictated by him, including the bidding for investment, which I followed Miss Mu in doing." Lai O nodded. "Yes, I am aware. What's the matter?" "Now, my master has written this character." "What character?" Lai O glanced down, Rob. "Last time, he wrote C's for me to frame, and it is already hanging in my bedroom." "What did you say?" Lin Chuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. "C's? Did you read that correctly?" Lai O replied earnestly, "Uncle, I can read." Lin Chuan's expression grew grave as he muttered, "This is not good, not good at all. What do Rob and C's imply when combined?" "It signifies robbery. His most dreaded concern is about to materialize." Chapter 74. The Echo of Pursuit. Did they truly follow Yin back home? Is my master really preparing to intrude? Lai O still did not comprehend. "Uncle, what exactly is wrong? My master must have taken a fancy to Miss Mu." Oh, Lai O responded calmly. "When we were at Qingwu Mountain, my master took us to find Miss Mu. I have never seen him show such concern for any girl, so we all understood." "What?" Lin Chuan's eyes bulged like saucers. "Are you saying my master has already begun to intrude?" Lai O scratched his head. "What does intrude mean?" The following day, at 9:45 a.m., a luxury Alford pulled up at the entrance of Luan Villa. "Whose car is this?" Mu Yi stood on the second floor. "Is it new purchase by Yin? The young lady hasn't bought a car recently," Qin Shu replied, glancing over the Alford. "The young lady does have this model. However, I haven't seen this license plate before. Let me check." While Qin Shu investigated, he muttered, "Why can't I find the owner? What's going on?" Mu Yi's gaze turned cold. The owner has deliberately concealed their identity. The Alford is a vehicle so common in elite circles that it has become mundane, yet its comfort is unparalleled, making it an essential for many business professionals. As Mu Yi and Qin Shu pondered the situation, the car door swung open, and a man stepped out. Lin Chun. Upon catching a glimpse of his profile, Mu Yi instantly recognized him, questioning his purpose for visiting their home. Qin Shu was equally perplexed. The young lady did not mention anything. Just then, Mu Yin appeared in their line of sight. "He is here to pick up Yin?" Mu Yi sensed that something was amiss. Qin Shu was even more confused. The young lady never mentioned this. In an instant, Mu Yi's hand clenched tightly. Mu Yin had informed them of her plans to go out, yet she had not disclosed that it was with He Lin Shun. Now, this man had arrived at their home. Mu Yi slammed his fist on the windowsill. Cheng Yuzhan, who was watching the news in the living room, also took note of the unfolding events. She never anticipated that He Lin Shun, a man of such composed demeanor, would not wait for an opportune moment, but rather take the initiative. He even pursued Yin all the way to her home. This clearly indicates the depth of his affection. As her daughter had grown, the mother felt powerless to intervene and decided to pretend not to notice. Cheng Yuezheng continued to immerse herself in the gossip of the entertainment industry. As Mu Yin exited the villa, upon seeing He Lin Shun standing beside the car, she spoke without a moment's hesitation. "Get in." The driver, Lai O, overheard everything and was startled, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was all over. The master would surely be displeased. Yet, in the next instant, He Lin Shun entered the car, leaving Lai O dumbfounded. Mu Yin glanced around, spotting no suspicious vehicles from paparazzi. Noticing her mother still in the living room, engrossed in gossip news, she breathed a sigh of relief, hoping no one had witnessed the encounter to avoid unnecessary trouble. She bent down and entered the car. Once the door closed, He Lin Shun's expression was somewhat complex, yet the corners of his lips were slightly upturned. "Miss Mu," he addressed her. Mu Yin looked up at him. "Am I truly so unpresentable?" His gaze remained leisurely, laced with an indescribable teasing tone. Mu Yin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She then clarified, "Mr. He, with your distinguished appearance, how could you possibly be unpresentable? I merely wish to consider both our interests, avoiding unnecessary complications and not wanting to burden you." "And what exactly does Miss Mu consider complications and burdens?" he inquired. Mu Yin provided an example. "For instance, in the media's eyes, Mr. He has become the third party in my romantic endeavors." Chapter 75, Mr. He is truly like a delicate husband. He Lin Shun appeared unfazed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "I would be most delighted." Mu Yin responded. "So you are indeed indifferent to rumors?" She swiftly shifted the subject. "Mr. He mentioned that my father has something for you to deliver to me?" "Indeed," He Lin Shun replied, retrieving a box of tea from the back seat and handing it to Mu Yin. "Qing Wu tea?" Mu Yin recognized it immediately. "The first batch, the first can." She accepted it, slightly puzzled. Given my father's style, he must have first thought of my mother. So why is it her turn? Mu Yin placed the Qing Wu tea on the entryway cabinet and then re-entered the car. The vehicle arrived at the largest Jining Plaza in Quanning City, a hub for all major brands worldwide. Despite it being a weekday, the foot traffic was still considerable. Wearing sunglasses, Mu Yin exited the car and headed toward the elevators. Since she was purchasing a suit, she intended to be swift and decisive. He Lin Shun observed her hurried pace and smiled gently, following closely behind her. Lai O trailed behind He Lin Shun, witnessing for the first time his master following someone. And that someone was a woman. It was truly reminiscent of a delicate husband. Taking the elevator to the fourth floor, the high-end suit section, Mu Yin turned to He Lin Shun and said, "Please, you choose." As the sales assistant was brainstorming ideas, she suddenly grasped the situation upon hearing Mu Yin's words. A wealthy matron had come with her young companion to purchase clothing. However, when she looked up and saw He Lin Shun, she was instantly overwhelmed by his towering height and commanding presence. This was no ordinary young man. He resembled a fierce wolf dog, so strikingly handsome that he could easily apply for a Guinness World Record. The gentleman exuded an extraordinary aura, and any suit from our collection would undoubtedly complement his appearance. The sales assistant's flattery, though exaggerated, held a grain of truth. He Lin Shun's gaze fell upon a deep gray suit hanging on the rack. He approached Mu Yin and softly inquired, "Miss Mu, does this look good?" A faint scent of ebony and sandalwood enveloped her, prompting Mu Yin to instinctively take a step back, offering a perfunctory nod. Though she wore sunglasses, the color discrepancies were evident. However, a suit from the high-end collection could easily command a seven-figure price. She only needed to ensure that the cost was appropriate, while the aesthetic appeal was beyond her concern. "This is the latest style that just arrived this morning, and our store is the only one in Ningqing to carry it," the enthusiastic sales assistant exclaimed. "Why not try it on? We can see if it requires any adjustments in size." "Try it on?" He Lin Shun queried, looking at her. The sales assistant responded, "Wow, this little wolf dog is so well-behaved." Mu Yin was caught off guard by the comment and wondered what he meant. Nevertheless, since it was his suit, the fit must be exact. "Let's give it a try," Mu Yin decided. He Lynchen nodded and took the suit towards a nearby fitting room. Seizing the opportunity, the sales assistant struck up a conversation, "Madam, your husband is exceptionally handsome." Without thinking, Mu Yin quickly clarified, "He is not my husband." The sales assistant exclaimed, "Wow, so he truly is a kept young man." Soon enough, He Lynchen emerged from the fitting room wearing the suit. "How does it look?" he asked, his gaze fixed on her. Mu Yin found herself at a loss for where to direct her eyes. To claim that He Lynchen was not handsome would be an utter falsehood. The fit was impeccable, requiring no alterations. His physique was even more impressive than that of a male model. The sales assistant's expression was exaggerated. "How can he be this handsome? Does it look good?" He leaned closer, his handsome face mere inches from Mu Yin's, his voice dripping with allure. Chapter 76. First, you must get a divorce. Mu Yin was further flustered. Wanted to retreat, but feeling inexplicably weak in the knees. He Lynchen chuckled softly, swiftly securing his grip around her slender waist. "From your reaction, I've gleaned the answer I sought." Mu Yin was taken aback. How could he possibly know the answer when she had yet to say anything? He Lynchen re-entered the fitting room, leaving Mu Yin to gaze at his retreating figure, a smile creeping onto her lips. "You wish to know the answer, don't you?" She turned to the sales assistant and declared, "In your store, I want one of each style of suit and one shirt in every color over there." Amidst the myriad of suits and shirts, which ensemble holds the answer for me? He Lynchen, take your time to guess. The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. This must be the joy of being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Shortly thereafter, the salesgirl summoned her colleague to assist with the packaging. High-end boutiques typically offer home delivery services. Mu Yin was uncertain of He Lynch's residence, so she instructed the bystander, Lai-O, to jot down the address. The salesgirl gazed at Mu Yin with a sycophantic smile, inquiring, "Beautiful wealthy lady, we often witness affluent women escorting men to purchase clothing. Yet this is the first time we've encountered such a handsome one. How did you manage to secure him? This little wolf cub, Le-O," in the midst of writing the address, was so startled that he made a hasty stroke across the paper. "Goodness, their gentleman has been downgraded from a pampered husband to a little wolf cub." Mu Yin responded with composure, "First, you must get a divorce." Lai-O was once again startled, making another hasty mark. "Miss Mu, you truly dare to respond so boldly." He Lynchen emerged from the fitting room, unfazed by Lai-O's revelation that Mu Yin had purchased him over 100 suits and shirts. After all, she is a wealthy lady. It's just that the affluent of Ningxing are annually ranked, and this individual has yet to be discovered. He Lynchen, with an air of calmness, chuckled, "You wouldn't understand." Lai-O queried, "The joy of being pampered?" He Lynchen replied, "Indeed, I truly do not comprehend why you would still need to be pampered, sir." Subsequently, they departed from the luxurious suit store. The salesgirl, glancing at the address, gathered with a few others and whispered, "Goodness gracious. The delivery address is actually in the Jiang Mansion's 6th district. No wonder the little wolf cub willingly submits to being pampered. Alas, when will I become a wealthy lady and indulge such a handsome little wolf cub?" In dreams, the trio descended the stairs together. With just a glance from He Lynchen, Lai-O hastened to his side. "Sir, I just received a call. The Firefly has escaped from the stable again. It truly excels at nothing but escaping. The Firefly, a prized Hengshui horse worth over 100 million, is the most intelligent little tyrant in the stable, impossible for others to tame. It only transforms into a docile, obedient darling when it sees He Lynchen. Has it rolled around in front of the stable again?" He Lynchen appeared quite accustomed to this. Indeed, Lai-O nodded vigorously. Each time the Firefly breaks free from the stable, it does not bolt wildly, but rather rolls in the grass before the stable, exuding delight and pride, waiting for the staff to notice. Every time it is discovered, its expression and action seem to mockingly rub the intelligence of others into the ground. He Lynchen chuckled. The stable may need reconstruction, but for now, let it be. Upon hearing He Lynch's words, Mu Yin abruptly halted, turned to gaze at him. Chapter 77. A date. Can't you tell? The stable's reconstruction? Truly, there is no need to search high and low. The business comes effortlessly. Mr. He, your stable is to be rebuilt. Have you found the design company and construction team that you desire? Mu Yin gazed at He Lynchen, and even behind her sunglasses, one could perceive the warmth of her smile. "Not yet," he replied. Mu Yin's large eyes, concealed behind her shades, sparkled with excitement. "Why not consider Mu Yin Studio? We boast an excellent design and construction team, providing one-on-one attentive service without outsourcing. A resident of Ningxing would never deceive another resident. One must admit, little Ba Wanghua truly possesses a knack for business. He Linchin regarded her with an amused demeanor. I am not a resident of Ningxing. Mu Yin quickly adjusted her words. Friends do not deceive friends. Friends? He Linchin chuckled. Us? Mu Yin promptly amended, if not friends. Then let us simply have you as a client of Mu Can. He Linchin stepped forward, looking at her intently. He smiled. We should be both friends and clients. After all, here, I hold a dual identity. Mu Yin felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, but she swiftly recovered. Retrieving her phone from her pocket and opening the Giant Lima app. Welcome, Mr. He, to place your order. She beamed. As a client, I have a request. What request? Whatever Mu can satisfy, we shall comply. A businessman must strive to meet the needs of the client. He Linchin possessed a prized steed. His stable would undoubtedly be grand. Securing this order would enable Mu Can Studio to surpass that 0-1 threshold and ascend in the top 10. He Linchin's throat moved slightly. I want you to design it personally. Mu Yin assumed it was a challenging task. No problem, she readily answered. Soon after, He Linchin produced his phone and opened the Giant Lima app to place an order with Mu Can Studio. Let's go. Now, are you in such a hurry? He Linchin nodded. There's an equestrian competition at the end of next month. Mu Yin calculated the time. There was less than a month and a half until the end of the next month. A month to rebuild the stable? Are you asking me to charge an expedited fee? He Linchin took out his phone, prepared to offer more payment. Mu Yin shook her head. For the sake of friendship, I shall not charge. This order was pivotal for Mu Can Studio to break through the 0-1 barrier and enter the top 10. Thus, the expedited fee could be waived at her discretion. Furthermore, Mu Can currently had no shortage of manpower aside from the planning and reconstruction in Qingwu Town and the repairs on Tianxue Tower. He Linchin's gaze was akin to an unfathomable abyss, filled with inscrutable emotions. Friends? Did he now possess a legitimate identity here? They then took the elevator back to the basement. Throughout this journey, Mu Yin felt her eyelids twitching. Just as they reached the car and she prepared to enter, a hand grasped her arm. Yin. The voice belonged to Lu Mon. At last, Mu Yin understood the reason for her twitching eyelids. Let go. Suddenly a low, somber voice resonated, its tone chilling as if rivaling the frigid winds of the most bitter winter. Uncle? Lu Moen's gaze shifted abruptly, disbelief etched across his features. You, Yin? He had dispatched someone to investigate her whereabouts and uncovered her extravagant spending records at the high-end suit store in Jining Square. He had presumed she was out shopping with Mu Yi, only to arrive, enduring pain, and witness her in the company of his uncle. The implication was clear. They had arrived together in the same vehicle and were now departing in unison. The sight pierced his eyes, wounding his heart. He Linchin cast a cold glance in Lu Moen's direction. A date, can't you tell? Chapter 78. Concern for the nephew's wife. Mu Yin gazed at He Linchin, disbelief evident. Is your jest not a bit excessive? Lu Moen's expression darkened further, as if at any moment his eyes might unleash a torrent of wrath. They were on a date. How absurd. His uncle, a paragon of virtue, was fixated on his nephew's wife. When did you get married? He Linchin smirked, his demeanor composed. The wedding gift from my uncle has never been given. Mu Yin discerned the underlying meaning in He Linchin's words. Setting aside her divorce from Lu Moen, it was evident they had never held any ceremony, nor possessed a wedding ring. Thus, He Linchin's wedding gift had indeed never been bestowed. Lu Moen regarded He Linchin with contempt, dismissing the need for his uncle's concern. In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards Mu Yin, the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Yin, I know everything. Mu Yin furrowed her delicate brows. What do you think you know? I am utterly in the dark. Suppressing the rush of blood and the searing pain in his back, Lu Moen managed to articulate, I know you covered my medical expenses, that you risked your life to donate blood for me. He yearned to ask, is there still a place for me in your heart, even if just a fragment? Yet, the question lodged in his throat, unspoken. Mu Yin clenched her fists, casting him a cold glare. Does Mr. Lu understand the propriety of personal boundaries? Does he comprehend the notion of mutual indebtedness? Are you aware that your current actions constitute harassment? She recognized how aggressive her tone was. Yet it paled in comparison to the countless times Lu Moen had been far more imposing. Lu Moen fell silent, his heart aching as if pierced by 1,000 blades. But he accepted that retribution was only fair. Yin, he called her name, a sound she had longed for countless times. Now, however, It elicited only a derisive laugh from her. If given the choice, I would rather the light fixture fall upon me than have any further entanglements with you. Her words were ruthlessly cold, each syllable a lethal blow. With that, Mu Yin entered the car, choosing a seat in the rear, effectively severing Lu and Moen's line of sight. The human heart is akin to the size of a fist, holding too many unattainable things. Yet, one must gaze forward, never looking back. This will never lead one astray. A cough escaped Lu and Moen's lips. He had just undergone surgery the night before, and here he was, recklessly wandering outside, seemingly indifferent to his own life. Gilyochin's gaze grew stern, aware of how precious Lu and Moen's blood was at this moment. Such disregard was truly a waste of her hematopoietic stem cells. With that, Gilyochin entered the car. Just as Liao intended to close the car door, Lu and Moen was seized by another bout of violent coughing, and he grasped the door with force. Ying, the police visited the hospital this morning. They have located Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong has already hanged himself at home. Upon hearing these words, Mu Ying's spine stiffened. Lu Hong was dead? Did this mean there would be no witnesses? Further investigation was necessary. Lu and Moen coughed lightly from time to time, revealing his frailty. His hand, clutching the car door, trembled, and his form swayed precariously. Observing his condition, Gilyochin, as an uncle, coldly admonished, "You'd best not cause my sister any more worry." The use of best not was particularly apparent. None of the Lu family members were easy to deal with. Lu and Moen released his grip, and Liao swiftly closed the door. The Alpha vehicle drove away. As Lu and Moen watched the car recede into the distance, he clutched his chest, suddenly unable to maintain his balance. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, struggling to uphold his body that felt as though it could collapse at any moment. Mu Yin turned, gazing at Lu and Moen through the car window. Her own heart constricted with anguish. Soon, Gilishu arrived with medical personnel. Lin Yuetong also appeared, but she hurried ahead of the medical staff, rushing to Lu and Moen's side and enveloping him in an embrace. Mu Yin closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, each droplet falling onto her hand. Resting on her ring, "Lu and Moen, I shall not look back. No matter the pain, I will not turn back." The car remained in silence for an indeterminate time until a steady, authoritative voice broke the stillness. "Miss Mu, you might need this." Chapter 79. His own hardships, after all. He has yet to win over his wife. Saying this, Gilyochin handed her a tissue box. Mu Yin had seen people offer tissues and handkerchiefs, but this was the first time she had encountered someone presenting an entire box of tissues. "Mr. He, last time you advised me to keep my distance from your nephew, and now you see for yourself that he is inescapable," Mu Yin said. Gilyochin smiled knowingly. He was indeed deliberate in his suggestion for her to stay away from Lu and Moen. After all, he was concerned. A gentleman conceals his capabilities and waits for the opportune moment, he mused. When the time comes, it was my misunderstanding. Gilyochin apologized. "I invite Miss Mu to lunch as a gesture of contrition. To die in penance is too great a cost, especially since I have yet to win over my wife. Thus, I must find another way." Mu Yin replied, "No need for that. Let us hasten to the stables. To reconstruct the original stable, it is imperative to take precise measurements, draft design blueprints, and commence construction, all under the pressing constraint of time, while the stable itself remains stationary. Its contents are in dire need of sustenance." Mu Yin, after much deliberation, decided that they would dine on the culinary delights of Ningxing. Although Gilyochin is not a native of Ningxing, he spent his formative years there, and thus, he is well versed in the local dialect and cuisine. However, Mu Yin was utterly unprepared for the feast that arrived. 8 out of 10 dishes were restorative, aimed at replenishing blood and energy, including a soup made from pig liver, ginseng, and jujubes. "Mr. He, I sustained a minor injury to my hand yesterday. Today, I require some nourishment," Gilyochin stated with an air of calm assurance. Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this lavish spread was intended as a remedy for the blood donation she had made to Lu Moen. Was Gilyochin a decent uncle? It was a pity that his nephew was lacking in character. "Thank you," Mu Yin replied. Gilyochin smiled in response. As the torrential downpour began to subside, they concluded their lunch. Their vehicle was parked across the street. Gilyochin opened an umbrella, shielding Mu Yin from the rain. "Miss Mu, please step a little closer." Mu Yin shuffled her feet, perhaps by a mere 0.1 millimeters. "A bit more, if you will." He chuckled, sensing her discomfort. Mu Yin shifted once again, this time making a slight improvement of 0.2 millimeters. Gilyochin, not wanting to pressure her further, tilted the umbrella in her direction. Just as they prepared to make their way to the Alpha, a car sped towards them. He swiftly turned, positioning himself in front of her, shielding her from the splashing water. Mu Yin stood frozen for 2 seconds, her gratitude perched on the tip of her tongue, but He spoke first, declaring that their date was a serious matter. Uncles and nephews were indeed different. Confounded by his words, Mu Yin was left bewildered. What did he mean by serious? What was so different? Was he not just another man, like Lumon? As they settled into the Alpha, her mind remained a tempest of confusion, a low buzz echoing in her ears. The rain gradually ceased. Upon arriving at the expansive equestrian grounds, Mu Yin gazed at the vast expanse before her. This was the largest horse ranch in Ningqing, renowned worldwide, a place her father had often brought her to during her childhood. Although the He family was not originally from Ningqing, she had little knowledge of them, but given that He was Lumon's uncle, it was evident that they were of considerable wealth and status. Thus, it was hardly surprising that this ranch belonged to him. As they approached the stable, they noticed several staff members smoking in a state of dejection. The condition of Firefly was alarmingly poor. It had escaped today, still rolling about with its usual flamboyance. Its spirit was palpably diminished. If this continued, it would surely raise concerns. Mr. He has arrived. Upon seeing He, the staff promptly informed him of Firefly's recent condition in detail. He stepped into the stable, finding Firefly lying listlessly on the ground, its energy completely sapped. Normally, upon seeing He, Firefly would be filled with exuberance, eager to gallop around with him in joyous abandon. However, now when he saw He, he merely cast a glance and then resumed his previous posture. Mr. He, ever since the night pearl has gone missing, the Fireflies have lost their vitality. The staff members were equally at a loss. Although they continued their daily routine of eating, drinking, and resting, their displeasure was palpable. He responded. The staff nodded and promptly returned to their tasks. Is the night pearl another horse? Mu Yin inquired, puzzled. Chapter 80. To add on WeChat, Mr. Yes, hard is stir a rabbit, He replied. A rabbit? Mu Yin was taken aback, as it was her first time hearing of a horse befriending a rabbit. He nodded, his gaze falling upon the spacious stall of the Fireflies. Following his line of sight, Mu Yin noticed a meticulously crafted rabbit hutch in the corner. Where has the night pearl gone? Mu Yin asked. It ran away. At that moment, the Fireflies emitted a disgruntled grunt. He glanced at it, and it instantly cowered. Mu Yin observed the Firefly's pitiful demeanor. I have a rabbit I could give you, she offered. The rabbit was a gift from a neighbor in Qingwu town, and to spare it from becoming a spicy rabbit head, she had brought it back to Ningqing. However, lacking experience in rabbit care and time to tend to it, she realized that the rabbit hutch here was akin to a 5-star suite compared to her small cage. She felt it necessary to find a worthy owner for the spicy rabbit head, allowing it to thrive in its rabbit life. On behalf of the Fireflies, I thank you. Mu Yin gently shook her head. The rabbit was a gift from the residents of Qingwu town, making her an intermediary in this exchange, and she wished to find a good home for the spicy rabbit head. May I go in and touch it? Mu Yin inquired. He nodded. In reality, the Fireflies had a rather irritable temperament and disliked being touched by anyone other than He, often causing trouble for the staff. Yet today, with He present, it behaved like a docile lamb, no longer daring to act out like a stubborn donkey. Mu Yin gently stroked the Fireflies, her smile radiant. Don't be sad. The night pearl will return to keep you company soon. The Fireflies seemed to understand. Moments ago, it had been forced to allow Mu Yin to touch it due to He presence. Yet now, it approached her willingly. The staff members, who were cleaning other stalls, were utterly astonished by this scene. The formidable Fireflies were actually showing favor to someone other than Mr. He? Could this be the legendary charm of a beautiful woman? The Fireflies, having been soothed, appeared significantly more content. Subsequently, as the stall door closed, Mu Yin called for Tang Pan to bring the measuring equipment, commencing the on-site measurement of the stables. It was Tang Pan's first encounter with a real horse and his first time entering a stable. With limited knowledge about stables, he took on the role of assistant throughout the process. This stable had been constructed during Mu Yin's childhood, and the renovations were aimed at optimizing space utilization and incorporating the latest high-tech innovations. In essence, it is vital to ensure that while scientifically caring for horses, one provides them with a safe and comfortable environment. After signing the contract, Mu Yin gazed at He and inquired, Mr. He, Who will be my point of contact regarding the subsequent matters of the stable reconstruction? I will, Heilinchin replied. Mu Yin felt a flicker of surprise. Did Heilinchin need to personally oversee these affairs? However, it was none of her concern. She only needed to focus on her work. I will strive to produce the drawings by tonight. Send them to me via WeChat. Mu Yin hesitated. They did not have WeChat. Phone number? Heilinchin took out his phone, opened WeChat, and prepared to add her. Mu Yin nodded yes. Subsequently, he adeptly entered her number and added her. Mu Yin pulled out her phone and accepted the request. Heilinchin smiled subtly, his lips curving in a half-smile. The little overlord's WeChat, obtained openly. Tang Pan glanced at Heilinchin, puzzled, and whispered in Mu Yin's ear, "Boss, he can even recite your phone number. Yet he lacks your WeChat?" Mu Yin replied, "Tang Pan, who is this handsome guy?" Tang Pan inquired again, "Boss, is he your friend?" Chapter 81. Are all of us so unpresentable? Mu Yin shook her head. Lumon's uncle. No way. Tang Pan exclaimed. Shortly after, Tang Pan returned to the studio to arrange the onboarding matters for the staff, while Heilinchin accompanied Mu Yin home to retrieve the rabbit. Please wait for me a moment. Upon arriving at the Liu Bei villa, Mu Yin promptly went to fetch the rabbit cage. Heilinchin remained in the car, waiting for her. Sir, aren't you getting out? The little wolf dog did not merit a name. What was the point of getting out? The assistant could not fathom their superior. The statement sounded rather pitiful. Yet he appeared quite pleased. Soon, Mu Yin emerged from the villa, cautiously handing the rabbit cage to him in the car. Upon seeing the rabbit, the assistant felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this the night pearl? Heilinchin's expression remained composed, as if he had never encountered the rabbit before. What is its name? He asked. Spicy Rabbit Head. A splendid name. The assistant nearly fell from his chair. Was this the legendary instance of speaking nonsense with a straight face? Miss, who has arrived? Do we have guests today? At that moment, Uncle Chin's voice resonated from behind Mu Yin. Startled, she instinctively closed the car door with a thud. The assistant jumped, nervously glancing at the back seat where Heilinchin sat. Sir, Miss Mu is leave, Heilinchin uttered succinctly, devoid of displeasure. His lips still adorned with a smile. The little wolf dog was not only unworthy of a name, but also had to leave at a moment's notice. The Alfred swiftly departed. Uncle Chin hurriedly emerged from the villa, hoping to catch them in the act, but was taken aback by Mu Yin's swift actions. By the time he rushed out, all he could sense was the exhaust fumes of the departing vehicle, witnessing the car disappear into the distance. Miss, why did you leave? Aren't you staying for dinner? Uncle Chin has indulged in gossip. Although Heilinchin is the benefactor of the master, he is, after all, the little uncle of Lumon. Who can tell whether the flaws lie hidden within his genes? He is my client, fond of raising rabbits. Today, when I signed the contract with him, I mentioned the spicy rabbit heads and gifted him one. Uncle Chin felt a pang of sorrow. Had that little black-hearted rabbit been given away? Mu Yin nodded. Alas, though I often disparage the spicy rabbit heads and call them black-hearted rabbits, I still hold a certain fondness for them. They possess a unique charm. I had never encountered a rabbit entirely snow white with a tuft of fur shaped like a black heart atop its head. Truly, the spicy rabbit head is a beauty among rabbits. Uncle Chin, do not be disheartened. My client has a splendid rabbit hutch, and the spicy rabbit head is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of rabbit life. With the renovation of the stable, a special rabbit villa will be meticulously planned within the spacious room of the fireflies. That is reassuring. Uncle Chin felt confident that Mu Yin had found a reliable individual, thus alleviating his concerns. Soon, dinner commenced, yet again a feast to replenish vitality. Both Mu Yin and Mu Yi required nourishment. Neither could evade it. Mu Yin had already consumed a similar meal at noon, and now her head felt heavy with the prospect of forcing down more food. However, Cheng Yuezhen, Mu Yi, and Uncle Chin all watched her intently, leaving her no choice but to continue eating. Upon hearing from Uncle Chin that she had signed the contract today, Cheng Yuezhen ladled soup for her and inquired. No one mentioned Heilinchin, and Mu Yin's silence rendered them reluctant to probe further. Mu Yin simply replied, stable renovation. Mu Yi gazed at her, his smile gentle and indulgent. Today, the Mu Yin studio entered the top 10. Let us raise a toast with juice in place of wine to celebrate. As Mu Yi's words fell, everyone clinked their glasses, reveling in the joy of the moment. At that instant, Mu Yin's phone vibrated, a WeChat message arriving. Do your friends and clients shy away from me as well? Chapter 82. As long as Mr. He is pleased. Upon seeing the message from Heilinchin, Mu Yin's grip on her phone tightened momentarily. She recalled that she had indeed failed to bid him farewell, simply closing the car door in a grand manner. At that moment, she had not contemplated much. In hindsight, she felt a twinge of guilt. That is not the case. Mr. He, Uncle Chin has a love-hate relationship with the spicy rabbit heads. I feared he would weep at their departure, Mu Yin replied, attempting to clarify. So, you hurry me away? She added, feeling a sudden rush of regret. After that, silence ensued on the other end of the line. Just as she was about to set her phone down, another message arrived. I've arrived home. The suit and shirt have been delivered. I will wear them well. Mu Yin paused, absorbing his words. As long as Mr. He is pleased, she responded. It was purchased by Miss Mu, so naturally, I will cherish it. Mu Yin couldn't help but find He Linshan rather peculiar. Cheng Yuezhen glanced at Mu Yin, who was lost in thought with her phone in hand, yet chose not to comment further. The sentiments of youth are always poetic. As a mother, one need not inquire too deeply. Mu Yin's expression was grave as he suddenly coughed several times. Mu Yin quickly looked at him and asked, Brother, what is wrong? I accidentally bumped my wound while serving myself, he replied. Allow me to help you. Without hesitation, Mu Yin placed a large chicken leg into Mu Yi's bowl. Then, she added a bit of every dish, piling his bowl high like a small mountain. He bowed his head, revealing a triumphant smile as he savored each bite. Cheng Yuezhen, witnessing this scene, found herself at a loss for words. Oh well, children will have their own blessings. As dinner concluded, Cheng Yuezhen began to pack her belongings. Mu Yi's wound had healed remarkably well, and the news of his injury had been effectively suppressed, with no issues in the operation of the corporation. Mu Shan was incessantly grumbling about wanting a wife. The old man was on the verge of a mood swing. Cheng Yuezhen prepared to board the evening private jet back to Qingwu Mountain. Before her departure, she grasped Mu Yin's hand and spoke a few gentle words. Yin, falling into a muddy pit once is nothing to worry about. How can one traverse the path of life without encountering muddy pits and stumbling? Mu Yin understood that her mother referred to her absurd marriage with Lu Moen. However, the pain from that fall was so intense that it felt as if every bone in her body had shattered. Yet, it was precisely this excruciating experience that had instilled lasting wisdom in her. Cheng Yuezhen held her hand tightly. Yin, remember, regardless of who you choose in the future, your father and I will always support you. As long as you look back, we will always be behind you, loving you unconditionally. At this moment, Mu Yin felt a mix of clarity and confusion. She grasped that her mother's mention of choice was significant, but most importantly, her mother had expressed her love. Embracing Cheng Yuezhen, she called out affectionately, Mom. Cheng Yuezhen smiled brightly. It's wonderful that you can still be playful with me now that you've grown up. Having a daughter is truly a blessing. Yes, but there's that old man trying to steal you away from me. Mu Yin feigned anger and grievance. When you return, teach him a lesson and turn all his warehouses into yours. She burst into laughter. Thousands of miles away, Mu Shan sneezed repeatedly. Uncle Chin was driving, with Mu Yin accompanying Cheng Yuezhen to the airport. She waited until her mother boarded the plane and took off before preparing to return home. Yet, just as she turned around, a man approached her. Miss Mu. Mu Yin looked up to see He Linshan, impeccably dressed in a suit. She hadn't expected to encounter him at the airport. What a coincidence. How do you find this suit? He inquired. Huh. Mu Yin glanced at him briefly, not bad. Miss Mu has good taste, he remarked. Mu Yin retorted, I didn't choose it. I just pointed at it randomly. Standing nearby, Uncle Chin was taken aback upon seeing He Linshan. He hurriedly rushed out, but failed to catch the young lady's new lover, only to have an unexpected encounter at the airport. To his astonishment, he learned a secret. The suit worn by He Linshan was purchased by the young lady. Goodness, how far have things progressed? Uncle Chin, with a curious expression, discreetly observed. Mu Yin sensed Uncle Chin's gaze and promptly changed the subject, inquiring if Mr. He was there to pick someone up, as she was about to travel abroad. She did not press further and merely nodded. Just as she intended to bid farewell to He Linshan, his voice resonated once more regarding the collaboration on the Qingwu Tea project. To be prudent, I have decided to attend personally, he stated. Mu Yin nodded gently, feeling Uncle Chin's gaze shift once again behind her. While lost in thought, He Linshan stepped closer, bending slightly to meet her gaze. I will be back in about half a month, he remarked. Mu Yin replied, I did not intend to inquire about your whereabouts. Uncle Chin, with an expression of having discovered a monumental secret, exclaimed, Goodness, has he already taken the initiative to report his movements? How swiftly things are developing. Linchin remained composed and replied, "It's late. You should return and rest. The design drawings are not urgent. However, the equestrian competition is next month. If the stable reconstruction is not completed, it will inevitably affect the competition. Is your rest more important?" Mu Yin responded with a puzzled expression. Uncle Chin's eyes widened in disbelief. Linchin straightened, smiling at her. "I'm leaving." Mu Yin, still bewildered, nodded. Yet, Linchin continued to gaze at her with amusement. "You won't say goodbye after not seeing me for half a month?" At his words, Mu Yin felt even more perplexed and mechanically uttered a farewell. Linchin smiled more broadly, saying, "Wait for me to return." With that, he turned and walked toward the boarding gate. Once Linchin vanished from sight, Mu Yin remained in a daze, her mind swirling. Why did their conversation feel so peculiar? What was so strange about it? As she turned to get into the car, she locked eyes with Uncle Chin, sensing a different kind of look in his gaze. "Is this the young lady's uncle, Lu Emoen?" Uncle Chin asked, catching her off guard. Leaving no room for denial, Mu Yin nodded. "Is the young lady planning to become Lu Emoen's aunt?" Uncle Chin inquired earnestly. "Mr. He is my client," Mu Yin clarified immediately. Uncle Chin wore an expression that conveyed understanding without the need for further explanation, smiling in a way that hinted at something more intimate. At that moment, Mu Yin realized why she found her conversation with Linchin so odd. His tone and manner resembled that of someone reporting to a girlfriend or wife. Goodness, it seemed that there was no way to clear this up. Throughout the journey, Mu Yin's ears buzzed incessantly with the weighty words of Linchin, declaring that their rendezvous was sincere. The distinction between an uncle and niece was palpable. Sincere? Distinct? Did Linchin harbor feelings for her? Upon returning to the Liu Bei villa, nearly at the stroke of midnight, her phone vibrated frantically. It was a barrage of WeChat messages from Su Jian. "In, you trended again. The entire internet is condemning you for juggling 3 relationships." Chapter 84. Scorching and disheveled? Mu Yin was left perplexed, opening the link sent by Su Jian to find herself at the center of a sensational trending topic. She and Linchin had been spotted at the airport, captured by an obscure media outlet. However, Linchin's face remained unseen, with only his striking height visible amidst the crowd. Although the photos and videos were of poor quality, they prominently featured Mu Yin's visage. The media's narrative was vividly sensational, claiming she had escorted a mysterious man from Ningxing, that they had shared a fervent kiss in the car for 30 minutes, and that their departure was laden with reluctance, as if they wished to merge into one another completely. At that moment, Mu Yin's expression mirrored the exasperation often seen in subway passengers, the elderly, and those glued to their phones. Which dim-witted media outlet concocted this nonsense? A glance at the outlet's name, Ruaji News, revealed it to be aptly named. The online discourse was rife with speculation, predominantly accusing her of maintaining ambiguous relationships with 3 men. They alleged she was entangled with her ex-husband while still receiving money from Mu Yi, and even claimed an intimate connection with a little scamp. Yet, a few discerning netizens pointed out that the photos and videos only depicted them conversing, devoid of any affectionate gestures, and that anyone who believed such sensationalist drivel was a fool. Moreover, a group of netizens veered off topic, commenting on the man's impressive height, suggesting he must be quite handsome. An unexpected wave of admiration ensued. Thanks to the scandalous coverage, Ruaji News' followers surged from 5,000 to 500,000. This spike likely stemmed from the prior revelations about her divorce from Lu Emoen and the ensuing chain of events, which had undoubtedly filled their coffers. Therefore, these smaller media outlets were envious, recognizing that any further expose about her could yield substantial profits. It was evident that they had indeed struck gold. However, whether they could stomach the consequences remained to be seen. Uncle Chin, Mu Yin said, observing Chin Shu park the car and enter the villa. "Miss, what troubles you? Please investigate which company owns Ruaji News." "Understood," Chin Shu nodded. And then, a cold smile graced Mu Yin's lips. "Destroy it." With that, she bid Chin Shu good night and ascended the stairs. Once in her room, Mu Yin began sketching plans. The first racecourse, steeped in history, was once a royal venue. It was said to have been established by an enigmatic family, yet, over time, it fell into disrepair, having changed hands multiple times and undergone several reconstructions. It had not escaped the ravages of war. Ultimately, it was acquired by a mysterious buyer, a process that took decades to realize, culminating during her childhood. In the esteemed family of Ning City, even those unskilled in equestrian arts possess the ability to ride. As the saying goes, success is akin to a horse galloping forth. How can one succeed without the ability to ride? This is a tradition passed down through generations. Hence Mu Shan frequently accompanied her, rendering her quite familiar with the equestrian grounds. Mu Yin swiftly drafted the blueprints. Not only would the stables be reconstructed, but they would also undergo expansion. The individual stalls were designed with the most generous dimensions, including accommodations for stallions and mares, as well as essential temporary stables for competitions. After enduring a long night, the design was completed. With the dawn, Mu Yin sent the plans to Heilinshan and then indulged in some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Mon came across a trending topic about Mu Yin and immediately recognized the man in the photographs and videos. Heilinshan. His eyes widened in fury as he violently hurled his phone across the room. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the screen cracked. Hearing the commotion, Helishu rushed into the room, only to be preempted by Lin Yuetong. "Brother Mon, what is wrong?" Lin Yuetong inquired with genuine concern, as she visited Lu Mon almost daily, refusing to be sent away. Upon seeing her, Lu Mon's rage intensified, his gaze chilling. He seized her by the throat, forcefully pinning her against the wall. Chapter 85. The child is yours. His heart brimmed with murderous intent. If it weren't for you, how could Yin and I have divorced? How could Heilinshan have seized this opportunity? Lin Yuetong, you damned wretch. Lu Mon's emotions erupted like a besieged city, collapsing entirely. Lin Yuetong's face turned pale as she gasped for air. Helishu, upon hearing Lu Mon's words, froze in shock. She noticed the illuminated phone. Its screen shattered, yet still displaying news and images. Although the man in the photograph was not fully visible, his striking and upright figure was unmistakable, as a sister. How could she fail to recognize him? In an instant, she comprehended the implication of her son's words. Her brother was pursuing her son's ex-wife? Bang! The door swung open. "Lu Mon, this is a hospital. What do you intend to do?" Lu Liming charged in, throwing a punch at him. Injured, Lu Mon staggered back a few steps, forced to release his grip. Helishu gasped in horror at the sight, quickly supporting him. "Mon." Helishu noticed the blood dripping from his back, her fear escalating as she hurriedly pressed the call button. At that moment, Lin Yuetong was gasping for breath. After confirming her safety, Lu Liming turned to Lu Mon, shouting, 10% of Lu's construction shares are now in your name, and yet you dare to lay hands on Yuetong? Lu Mon clenched his teeth, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. "She made me lose Yin. Lu Mon, have you lost your mind? The child that Yuetong lost is yours." As the words fell, Lu Liming flung a report on embryonic tissue identification onto Lu Emoen's face. Lu Emoen frowned, his expression shifting. Mu Yin had bribed the identification agency, altering the paternity test of Yuetong, treating Lu Emoen like a fool. Lu Emoen frantically flipped through the report in his hands, examining the data and results. Was the child truly his? He gripped the document tightly, disbelief coursing through him. He could not accept it. He refused to believe it. Helishu also found it hard to fathom. Lu Liming shouted once more, "The embryonic tissue from Yuetong's miscarriage is still preserved. You can have it tested yourself. Mu Yin had siphoned off 10 billion from you and sought to ruin your childhood bond with Yuetong, throwing our Lu family into disarray. This woman is utterly malicious." Lin Yuetong struggled to steady her breath, tears welling in her eyes, feeling aggrieved as she said, "Emoen Gidge, although the surveillance shows that I took the abortion pill myself. It was Mu Yin who forced me to drink it. I have always wanted to explain to you, to clarify things, but you never gave me the chance." "No." Lu Emoen shook his head. Had he deceived him? Had she truly betrayed him? After Yuetong's miscarriage, her body had yet to recover. Yet she insisted on donating blood to you, staying by your side every day. And you were injured because of Mu Yin. Yet the one by your side was her. How could I have raised such an ungrateful son? Lin Yuetong shook her head repeatedly, hurriedly trying to stop Lu Liming. The doctor arrived to examine Lu Emoen's wound, confirming it was torn and required restitching. They waited in the corridor. Lu Liming sneered, "Today, his wound was torn because of Mu Yin. You should warn your brother not to be bewitched by her. Who knows how many hands she's been through. Yet he still mingles with her, not caring for his own dignity." Chapter 86. Something feels off, There's a problem: their son's wound was torn and being restitched, causing her great anxiety. Not only did her husband offer no comfort, he even directed vile words towards her brother. Gilly Shu's anger flared, her patience wearing thin as she glared at Lu Liming, unable to hold back any longer, and they began to argue. The next day, Mu Yin received a response from Heilinchin. I just landed. The design plans are fine. Let us commence work. Normally, the party A would torment party B endlessly, but Mu Yin did not expect the design to require no modifications. Subsequently, she sent an okay to him and contacted the construction team under her studio. The materials had long been fully procured, and construction at the racetrack would begin that afternoon. The renovation procedures for Tianxue building were all finalized, with the groundbreaking ceremony scheduled for 3 days later at 8:18 in the morning. Lin Chuan, upon receiving the news, promised to arrive on time. Tianxue building is renowned in Ning City, serving as one of its landmark structures, representing the city's rich history. On the day of the ceremony, numerous authoritative figures were present. Major invited media outlets arrived early, initiating live broadcasts, with viewership surpassing 100 million. The ceremony lasted for 2 hours and concluded at 10:18. After the interviews, the attendees began to disperse. The Tianxue building had already been surrounded, and Mu Yin led the team inside. The western wing was severely damaged, while the eastern wing suffered some afflictions as well. Lin Chuan, witnessing the situation, sighed in dismay. Mu Yin had previously conducted an investigation on the murals of the Tianxue building and devised a preservation plan. Holding dual degrees, one in cultural relic restoration, she climbed the scaffolding to address the deterioration and repair the murals. The condition of the eastern wing's murals was somewhat concerning, though primarily minor. However, there were thousands of small holes that required mending, and with only her efforts, it felt like a drop in the ocean. Yet, others had their own responsibilities. Despite the newly established restoration department at the Mu Yin studio, there were only 5 or 6 newly hired individuals. This field is indeed a niche specialty, and many students are reluctant to join studios like Mu Yin, especially with numerous practitioners lacking skill, resulting in a significant disparity in quality. The restoration of the Tianxue building was a major undertaking, necessitating a stringent selection of personnel. Lin Chuan looked up at Mu Yin, who was diligently working, and inquired, Miss Mu, how long do you intend to work on these repairs alone? I have a friend in cultural relic restoration. Perhaps I can introduce him to you? Given that the Tianxue building belonged to Lin Chuan, he was certain to recommend someone reliable. Mu Yin nodded appreciatively, saying, That would be wonderful. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Lin. Not at all. It is also my concern, Lin Chuan replied, stepping outside to make a phone call. A few minutes later, he re-entered the building. Miss Mu, he is currently abroad and will return in approximately 2 weeks. I have sent him your contact information. More hands mean more strength. Thank you, Mr. Lin. No need for thanks. The interior of the building was sweltering. Mu Yin, wearing a mask and grasping a small tool, meticulously filled and compacted the plaster. Beads of sweat cascading down her brow. The murals in the eastern wing could still be repaired, but those in the western wing had turned completely black. Despite having undergone emergency protective measures, it was to no avail. Mu Yin gazed at the pitch-black murals, unable to suppress a sigh. It was truly a lamentable loss to see the heritage of our ancestors destroyed so easily. Clad in gloves, she gently touched the mural. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Was that an inscription? Looking down, she noticed several lines of carved writing in the corner of the blackened mural. Chapter 87. Lu Mo and discovers the truth. They had a child. She immediately directed her light to examine the winding characters closely, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen them before. Although these carvings had aged, Mu Yin was certain they were not part of the original mural. Moreover, were those characters in Sogdian? This was a script used during the Tang dynasty in the western regions, now nearly extinct. If these were Sogdian inscriptions from the Tang dynasty, how could they appear in the Tianxue building, which was constructed during the Sui dynasty? After all, the Sui dynasty preceded the Tang dynasty. Moreover, she had thoroughly examined all relevant materials and literature concerning the Tianxue, finding no records of reconstruction or repairs during the Tang dynasty. Injia, what are you looking at? Tang Pan could offer no assistance, only distributing bottled water to everyone. Mu Yin accepted the water he handed her, shaking the lamp in her hand to illuminate the few lines of characters in the lower right corner. Upon closer inspection, Tang Pan wondered, Is this celestial script? Mu Yin sighed, her curiosity growing. The nearly extinct Sogdian script was almost indecipherable. Although some researchers had attempted to study it, their understanding was often superficial. She lifted her gaze to the mural, recalling a visit during her elementary school years, faint memories surfacing. The exquisite mural, now blackened by smoke, seemed nearly impossible to restore to its former glory. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Who knew what significance the Sogdian inscriptions might hold? After much contemplation, she resolved to peel away the mural and take it back to the laboratory. Following a gathering of discussion, work commenced that afternoon, and the mural was removed. To everyone's astonishment, beneath the charred mural lay yet another layer of artwork. The misfortune that had befallen the Western building was, in a twist of fate, somewhat fortunate. Protective measures were immediately initiated, and before long, news of the discovery spread rapidly. Inside the hospital, Liu Moen first confirmed that the embryo belonged to Lin Yuetong, and then, under cover of night, he sent the samples to a renowned institution for identification. With an expenditure of 5 million, he promptly received a reply via email. The message clearly stated that the child Lin Yuetong miscarried was indeed his. This meant that on that fateful night, they had been intimate and conceived a child. Thus, Mu Yin had truly deceived him. Liu Moen clenched his fists tightly. On the LCD television, reporters were broadcasting news about Tiangshilu, with every word revolving around Mu Yin. Upon hearing her name, his fury intensified. With a crash, Liu Moen disregarded the freshly stitched wound and smashed the tablet. The child was innocent. How cruel-hearted you are, Mu Yin. His anger blazed fiercely, each word punctuated with gritted teeth. Mu Yin. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open. Lin Yuetong cautiously approached him. Moen Gidge, I only wish for you to hear my explanation, but I didn't expect my godfather would bring the identification report to you. The baby is gone now. Blaming anyone serves no purpose. What matters most is your injury. Please don't be angry. It pains me deeply. As her words fell, Lin Yuetong blinked, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liu Moen's gaze softened, no longer filled with the fierce hostility of the previous night, but rather imbued with a sense of guilt. The reconstruction of the Haiqing Museum was underway. The other firms had voluntarily withdrawn, and he had initially intended to hand this project over to Mu Yin. Should he secure the reconstruction of the Haiqing Museum, his reputation would undoubtedly soar. However, it now appears that such necessity has dissipated. The Mu Yin studio has secured a position among the top 10, while the other 8 companies have withdrawn. Thus, let us witness a contest between the leaders and the laggards. As night falls, Chapter 88, 5 years of marriage gone awry, forever forgotten. The mural, stripped from the West Tower, is transported to the Jiang residence in Villa District 1. Mu Yin has specifically established a laboratory within the restoration department, equipped with state-of-the-art apparatus. She activates the shadowless light, meticulously examining the inscriptions nestled in the corners. Subsequently, she diligently replicates these Sogdian characters onto paper, intending to seek expertise that may unravel their mysteries. With the paper secured, Mu Yin utilizes a microscope to scrutinize the mural. Boss, this mural is beyond repair, several employees assert, each shaking their heads in agreement. Furrowing her brow, Mu Yin acknowledges the irreparable damage inflicted by the fire. Yet, she believes that other sections might still be salvaged. While it may not be restored to its original grandeur, it certainly need not remain in its current deplorable state. The restoration of the mural is a monumental task. Even the filling of the numerous pits in the East Tower demands more hands than available. By day, Mu Yin labors on the East Tower mural, and by night, she toils under the shadowless light to restore this mural, continuing this relentless endeavor for nearly half a month. Each return home is late into the night, leaving Mu Yin deeply concerned as he awaits her arrival. The milk delivered by Uncle Chin has now become his responsibility. So each time Mu Yin enters their home, she is greeted with a glass of milk. Brother, I've told you countless times not to wait up for me. Just leave a light on. I cannot help but worry if you do not return home. Mu Yin replies earnestly, gazing at his sister. Mu Yin had never realized how persistent her brother could be. Brother, your injury has just healed. Mu Yin deftly sidesteps the topic, urging her to drink the warm milk and then quickly retire for the night. With no other recourse, Mu Yin gulps down the milk. Let us head to bed. They ascend the stairs together. Suddenly, Mu Yin halts before her door, as if struck by a thought. Yin, what is it? Mu Yin queries, grasping the doorknob and turning to face him. I worry for you. I worry for you too. You wait up for me every night. Mu Yin understands that their mutual concern stems from different depths. He offers her a gentle smile, saying, if you truly care for me, take good care of yourself. You as well, Mu Yin responds. Mu Yi gazes at her, having contemplated revealing his feelings more than once. Yet, each time he looks into her eyes, he feels the purity of their sibling bond and hesitates, fearing that breaking this unspoken barrier might jeopardize their relationship. With a soft sigh, he adds, I cannot wait for you tomorrow. I must leave early for Jianglin to attend to the branch office's matters. Take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. Mu Yin nods in acknowledgement. Afterward, the siblings exchanged a simple good night and retreated to their respective rooms, each harboring their own thoughts. Mu Yin sat for a while by the floor-to-ceiling window, retrieving her phone to gaze at the invitation from the Haichu Museum. The bidding for the museum was limited to the top 10 contenders, yet the other 8 had all withdrawn. Clearly astonished, the museum decided to cancel the bidding entirely and instead invited them to conduct an on-site inspection of the new museum location, followed by competition with their respective design proposals. Regardless of the format, it was inevitable that she and Liu Emoan would once again be at odds. During this period, Liu Emoan had not made any further appearances. Perhaps she had articulated her feelings clearly enough that someone as indifferent as Liu Emoan would come to understand and refrain from further entanglement. In the past, she would have missed him dearly and felt a profound sense of loss. However, now she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If he continued to pursue her, Mu Yin was uncertain of her ability to guard her heart, especially after 5 years of marriage. Nonetheless, she was making an effort to move on, believing that complete forgetfulness was attainable. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her eyelids twitched slightly, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. The following morning, as Mu Yin was enjoying her breakfast, Su Jian arrived in a whirlwind, driving her newly purchased Maserati. Yin, that little vixen Lin Yuedong is causing trouble again, Su Jian exclaimed, handing her a tablet. The Liu family has hired a renowned public relations firm to clear Lin Yuedong's name. This has become the talk of the industry. Just look at this damage control. It's so artfully crafted, it's truly remarkable. Mu Yin took the tablet and perused the damage control statement. It began by clarifying the relationship between Lin Yuedong and Liu Emoan, explaining that Lin Yuedong's prenatal checkup took place at a private hospital invested in by the Liu family. Due to the amicable relations between the two families, Liu Emoan had expressed concern, a fact known throughout the Liu household, implying that Mu Yin was also aware. It further clarified that Lin Yuedong had taken an abortion pill due to an ectopic pregnancy, subtly insinuating Mu Yin's involvement to garner sympathy for Lin Yuedong. The statement was indeed well written, yet the online audience was not gullible. Whether they believed it was another matter entirely. In this day and age, even controversy could serve to elevate one's fame. Moreover, the Liu family had sponsored the talent show Debut 303, allowing Lin Yuedong to participate as a personal trainee, clearly pouring money into her rise to stardom. Su Jian was infuriated. Mu Yin set down the tablet, her expression calm, and dialed Tang Pan's number. Tang Pan. The Mukin Studio is the title sponsor for Debut 303. Got it, boss. After hanging up, Su Jian looked at Mu Yin and burst into laughter. Title sponsorship was far more prestigious than regular sponsorship. Other sponsors might receive a mere mention from the hosts or have their name scroll across the screen. But title sponsors had their logos prominently displayed throughout the program, and the hosts and trainees were bound to reference them frequently. Su Jian admired her, giving Mu Yin a thumbs up, uncertain of the expressions that Lin Yuedong and Mu Yin might wear after spending several months in close proximity, and pondering the emotions that arise when she frequently mentions the name of her benefactor, the studio's proprietor. Su Jian finds herself filled with anticipation. Mu Yin curled her lips into a cold smile. Liu Mon, you wish to propel Lin Yuedong into the limelight? Such matters are not so easily achieved. My dealings with the Liu family and the mother-daughter duo of Lin Yuedong are far from over. Allow me to enlighten you on the notion of incurring losses on both fronts. You seek to compare fortunes with me? Very well. Yet, I remain perplexed. Just days ago, Liu Mon was pursuing you for reconciliation. What has prompted this abrupt shift in demeanor? Men are notoriously fickle. Su Jian interjected swiftly, and they both erupted into laughter. At that moment, a notification chimed from her phone. The fashion brand LO. Miss officially announces its new spokesperson, Lin Yuedong. Su Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, she hasn't even debuted, and yet she has secured an endorsement? Lu Meng has provided Lin Yuedong with such advantageous resources? While it may not be a high-end luxury brand, Lo, Miss is certainly a reputable clothing line. Mu Yin's demeanor remained unchanged as she turned to Uncle Qin, feigning innocence. Uncle Qin, the minor solar term of Xiaoshu is approaching, and I have nothing to wear. Uncle Qin paused for 3 seconds, recalling the new high-end pieces that had recently arrived at the Liu Bei villa. Miss, the upstairs wardrobe spans several hundred square meters. I find this brand's clothing quite appealing. Does your daughter fancy it? Mu Yin pointed at the LO. Miss logo displayed on her phone screen. Chapter 90. Have you grown tired of your subtle manipulation? Uncle Qin instantly comprehended, his face lighting up with joy as he nodded vigorously. Indeed, my daughter adores this brand and often murmurs about when the Mu family will acquire it. Then let it be as she wishes. Mu Yin slid a bank card across the table to Uncle Qin, entrusting him with the task. Upon acquisition, allow her to choose freely and charge it to my account. Understood. Mississippi Uncle Qin took the card and, with a spring in his step, set off to attend to the matter. When it comes to business, no one in the Ningxing commercial circle can rival their young lady. Uncle Qin scoffed at the thought of Lu Meng, muttering disdainfully, "Bah, that scoundrel." Following the announcement of Lin Yuedong's endorsement with LO, Miss, a deluge of whitewashing posts emerged, thanks to a well-known public relations firm that left no stone unturned. Although some discerning netizens expressed fair opinions, the few that reached trending status were drowned out by the overwhelming tide, while others were swiftly silenced and deleted. Such is the ephemeral nature of the internet's memory. The goddess of ancient Hanfu, Lin Yuedong, found herself lauded from all sides, amassing a legion of fans. Riding on Lin Yuedong's momentum, Debut 303 commenced a wave of modest promotion. The first to be exposed, naturally, was her. Subsequently, news of Lin Yuedong's participation in Debut 303 surged into the trending searches. On that day, Lin Yuedong dominated the top 3 spots of the trending list, truly capturing the limelight and basking in glory. However, the matter of Mu Yin sponsoring Debut 303 and acquiring LO, Miss was kept shrouded in secrecy. As she gazed at the signed sponsorship contract and the documents related to the acquisition of LO, Miss, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of her lips. Lin Yuedong, you aspire to form a group and debut? You wish to represent a women's clothing brand? Then allow me to be your benefactor. 3 days later, Mu Yin traveled to Haicheng, prepared to inspect the new site. The director of the Haicheng Museum, Director Zheng Biao, is a renowned history professor who has participated in numerous archaeological endeavors. Mu Yin thought that perhaps Director Zheng had some understanding of Sogdian characters and could decipher their meanings. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, she decided to mix the rubbings of the Sogdian script and inscribe them on several sheets of paper. Tang Pan had initially intended to assist Mu Yin and accompany her, but due to some issues with the construction materials of the stable, he had to remain behind to handle the situation. Haicheng, surrounded by mountains and the sea, boasts breathtaking scenery. By the time Mu Yin arrived in Haicheng, it was already evening. After checking into her hotel, she prepared to head upstairs. Just as she stepped into the elevator, a hand suddenly pressed against her. Bang! The force of the impact thrust her back against the elevator wall. Mu Yin focused her gaze. It was Liu Moen. "Yin, we meet again." Liu Moen's eyes glowed with a predatory red, and the way he looked at her resembled the past, cold and devoid of emotion. Mu Yin could not comprehend the reason for his drastic change. Not long ago, he had relentlessly pursued her for reconciliation, yet now he appeared as a madman, consumed by rage. However, regardless of the reason, she had lost interest. "Let go." Mu Yin coldly uttered those 2 words. Liu Moen's expression twisted in fury as he shouted, "Your lies have been exposed. Your schemes to sow discord have failed. Have you had your fill of this game of cat and mouse?" Chapter 91. Apologize to me and then get out of my sight. The security guard, upon witnessing the confrontation between Mu Yin and Liu Moen, recognized that both individuals were of considerable status. However, the elevator was equipped with surveillance, capturing the recent events. Furthermore, Mu Yin's desperate plea when she pressed the emergency button was automatically recorded. With evidence in hand, it was certainly possible to involve the authorities. The security guard inquired, "Miss, would you like to report this?" Mu Yin smirked and approached Liu Moen. Though her height was considerably less than his, her icy aura was not to be underestimated. She cast a fleeting glance at Liu Moen and coldly remarked, "Mr. Liu, I possess both witnesses and evidence. I could call the police in one breath and sell this news to the media in the next. I wonder how the stock market will fare for Liu's construction when it opens tomorrow morning." "Mu Yin, you are threatening me." A surge of fury ignited within Liu Moen's heart. He roared in indignation, but Mu Yin paid him no heed. Just moments ago, Mr. Liu had accused her of lying, of sowing discord, of employing feigned tactics, all without a shred of evidence, merely spewing unfounded accusations. "Ah, when the police arrive, you can certainly tell them I threatened you, though without any proof. Let us see if they believe you," she retorted, her tone unwavering yet devoid of any courtesy. "However, the elevator surveillance has captured the moment you laid hands on me, and the evidence is irrefutable." Mu Yin's voice was calm, yet each word was sharp and unyielding. Liu Moen chuckled. "After 5 years of marriage, I had no idea you were this formidable. There are many things Mr. Liu is unaware of. After all, you prefer the superficial over the genuine," Mu Yin countered, her words piercing like daggers into Liu Moen's heart. "Do you wish for me to abandon the reconstruction of the Haiqing Museum?" Liu Moen stared at her coldly, pondering her intentions. "Mr. Liu, you have forfeited your rights. How can I possibly strike back? What do you want?" Liu Moen was seething with rage. Mu Yin lifted her gaze, confronting his fury with a cold smile. "Apologize to me, then get out of my sight." Upon encountering Mu Yin, Liu Moen felt his heartstrings tugged, his anger ablaze, emotions unraveling beyond his control. Even after she had tampered with the paternity test and deceived him, the anger he felt upon seeing her was intertwined with inexpressible emotions. His feelings for her were a tumult of love and hatred. Liu Moen naturally chose to apologize. Apologizing to his wife was not inherently shameful. Yet, if this incident were to escalate, it would impact Liu's construction and the Haiqing Museum project. How would the public perceive him? A divorced man still entangled with his ex-wife? With a sardonic smile, Liu Moen approached Mu Yin and uttered an apology. A simple "I'm sorry," yet it brimmed with arrogance. This was his nature. After all, he was the CEO of Liu's construction, a king who upheld the empire. He indeed possessed the audacity, yet his arrogance misfired against the wrong target. Mu Yin parted her lips, uttering a single word: "Leave." She then nodded at the security personnel, thanking them for their timely arrival. She took the elevator, swiped her room card, and made her way to her chamber. Mu Yin was unaware of how she found her room or how she swiped the card to enter. As the door closed behind her, her hand gripping the doorknob trembled uncontrollably, her emotions in disarray. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a new message. She opened it to find a WeChat notification from He Linchin. Chapter 92. Mr. He sends dinner to Yin. "I heard you were in Haiqing." Mu Yin glanced at his message, steadying her emotions. She inserted the room card, and the lights within the room flickered to life. Subsequently, she replied, "Yes, how did Mr. He know?" Inquiring about the stable's progress, she happened to find Deputy Manager Tang present. It turned out that it was Tang Pan who had informed him. Just as she was about to ask whether he was satisfied with the stable, his call came through. Now, Mu Yin found herself in a predicament. She could neither answer nor ignore it. Had she not responded to his WeChat message earlier, she could have easily feigned ignorance. Yet she had just replied a moment ago. Reluctantly, Mu Yin answered the call. "Have you eaten?" His steady voice resonated, as if gently knocking at the door of her heart. "Not yet." Just as her words trailed off, the doorbell rang. "I'll go answer the door," she said, striding toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, she saw a staff member clad in uniform. Upon opening the door, the staff member executed a deep bow, startling her to the point where she almost felt compelled to offer him her New Year's money. "Miss Mu, good evening. This is a complimentary dinner from our hotel. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. I hope it did not alarm you." The staff member then placed the dinner from the cart onto the glass table and, after arranging everything, bowed once more before departing. As the suite door closed, Mu Yin gazed at the array of dishes before her. Just a moment ago, he had inquired if she had eaten, to which she had replied in the negative. Now, unexpectedly, the hotel had sent her dinner as an apology. Was it merely coincidental that it consisted of her favorite foods? With a somewhat stiff tone, she addressed He Linchin on the other end of the line. "The hotel has sent me dinner. This hotel is quite commendable. Miss Mu may consider giving it a 5-star review." He Linchin chuckled. "Please, enjoy your meal." His voice resonated once more. Mu Yin felt compelled to exchange a few polite remarks before concluding their conversation. Mr. He, have you eaten? Yes. Then, Mr. He, please rest early. Should there be any issues with the stable, feel free to contact me at any time. As a client of the Mu Yin studio, it was only fitting for her to maintain a professional demeanor. After a few seconds of silence on the other end, his voice returned. If there are no problems with the stable, does that mean I cannot reach out to you? Mu Yin tightened her grip on her phone, her spine stiffening in response. A subtle shift in her expression occurred as she struggled to formulate a reply, her heart seemingly racing. Miss Mu, I am quite serious, he stated with unwavering conviction. Has Mr. He been drinking? You seem a bit unclear. I'm feeling a bit hungry, so I'll have dinner now. Mr. He, please rest early. Good night. Without waiting for his response, Mu Yin swiftly ended the call. He Linshin stood on the balcony, his phone beside him displaying the chat interface with Mu Yin. The screen dimmed, and the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Lai O respectfully remarked, Sir, I have received news from the hotel that dinner has been delivered to Miss Mu, prepared by the finest chef according to the menu you provided. Please inform them that after this occasion, Lu Moen is to be blacklisted. The Haiqing Top Hotel is renowned for its 7-star status, and He Linshin is the undisputed mastermind behind it. Understood, Lai O replied, promptly attending to his duties. He Linshin listened to the sea breeze, his gaze lifted towards the tea garden enveloped in the night, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 93, You Still Love Me. I wish for your return. The heart of the little tyrant had been firmly shut. His tone appeared calm, yet his brow was slightly furrowed as he gripped the railing of the observation deck. His long fingers tightened suddenly, the veins on the back of his hand becoming pronounced. Lu Moen, you should be grateful to call me uncle. That night, Mu Yin was perplexed by her inability to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly. As dawn broke, she took a taxi to the Haiqing Museum at the agreed time. Upon alighting, she encountered Lu Moen right at the entrance. His gaze fell upon her, but she did not spare him a glance as she passed by, heading towards the staff member wearing an identification badge. Hello, I am Mu Yin. She introduced herself with a smile. Greetings, Miss Mu. I am Lu Shufeng, the deputy director of the museum. After a brief handshake, Lu Shufeng promptly explained. The director has been called away unexpectedly, so I will take you on a tour of the museum first, after which we'll head to Haishan in the vehicle we arranged. The new museum site is located in Haishan town. Once he finishes his matters, he will join us. Mu Yin nodded. Thank you, Deputy Director Lu. Not at all. It is my duty. It's no trouble. Lu Shufeng replied cheerfully. He was somewhat aware of the relationship between Mu Yin and Lu Moen. Thus he cleverly positioned himself between them, commencing the museum tour. After the visit concluded, the vehicle arranged by Lu Shufeng arrived, and the three of them boarded together. The car had about 10 seats, and with the driver, there were just 4 people in total. Mu Yin chose a seat as far away from Lu Moen as possible. However, Lu Moen stood up and approached her directly. Seeing this, Lu Shufeng immediately took a seat in the front row, not daring to look back. Mu Yin's indifferent voice broke the silence within the vehicle. Does Mr. Lu need something? If not, please move aside. You're blocking my sunlight. With that, she placed her bag on the seat beside her, clearly indicating her intention to prevent Lu Moen from sitting next to her. Lu Moen's eyes turned cold, and he scoffed lightly. During the 5 years you were married to me, you were like a little white rabbit. Now, this is your true self. If you know, then leave. She is both fierce and untamed, not a hedgehog bristling with thorns, but rather a small beast capable of tearing you apart with a single bite. Inin, in the past, I caused you pain, yet that does not grant you the right to deceive me. However, we can wipe the slate clean between us. He chose to forgive her deceit, for his heart still harbored her. You still love me. I wish for you to turn back. Lu Moen turned away, seating himself on the opposite side, separated by a narrow aisle. Mu Yin exclaimed, What have I deceived you about? Lu Moen, what madness is this? Are you the progenitor of insanity in literature? Amused by her own irritation, Mu Yin turned to gaze out the car window. Haicheng is a land of picturesque mountains and clear waters, a realm of splendid scenery. She relished the view, feeling no compulsion to glance back at that contemptible man. Yet, his words stirred her contemplation. She had witnessed how Lu Moen had humbled himself not long ago. However, the abrupt change within just a few days perplexed her. Previously, Lu Moen had seethed with resentment towards Lin Yuetong's deceit. How could he suddenly lavish money upon her, cleansing her reputation, endorsing her, and facilitating her debut? If this were orchestrated by Lu Liming, Lu Moen would undoubtedly have opposed it. Thus, one explanation began to make sense. Brother, could you buy a flower crown for your sister? This was permitted by Lu Moen, or rather, it was a gift from him. Although she feigned indifference towards the trivial affairs of that despicable man and his mistress, she could not allow them to unjustly label her. With this thought, Mu Yin took out her phone and messaged a private investigator. Behind every affluent family, there exists an exceptionally formidable legal team and a private investigation agency. The investigator, upon receiving the directive from the magnate, acted swiftly. Haishan Town, nestled within a scenic area, lay far from the city center. By the time they arrived, dusk had fallen. The curator was still en route to Haishan Town, and the deputy curator arranged dinner for them. Most of the town's residents had already relocated, yet a small portion remained, awaiting their move by the end of the year. Thus the town still buzzed with the business of tourists. The appearance of Mu Yin and Lu Moen undoubtedly became a picturesque scene in the town. One tall and handsome, the other petite and beautiful. They were more radiant than any celebrity. Brother, would you like to buy a flower crown for this sister? It would look lovely atop her head. Only 10 yuan each. Particularly inexpensive. Handcrafted with care. A small girl selling flowers by the roadside held a beautifully woven blue flower crown, its colors harmoniously arranged. Mu Yin's beauty made any color compliment her exquisitely. Lu Moen was inclined to purchase it. However, to his surprise, Mu Yin was the first to speak. Little sister, do you sell only flower crowns? The girl, enchanted by Mu Yin's smile, felt as though she were gazing upon a fairy and nodded in a daze. Mu Yin squinted her eyes, her smile growing sweeter and more enchanting. Expand your business, for this brother of yours has a penchant for purchasing wreaths. As her words fell, she placed a 100 yuan note upon the table, subsequently acquiring the garland held by the girl. A wreath? Lu Moen stood frozen in place, his expression dark and brooding. That insufferable woman. The vice director, Lu, stood by in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the audacity of someone to openly mock the esteemed CEO of the Lu Corporation. Ranked first in the architectural realm, what astonished him further was that this remarkable Lu simply endured the affront. It seemed that the rumors of the divorced couple remaining entangled were indeed true. As dusk approached, museum director Zheng Biao arrived, panting and flushed, clearly having rushed. My sincerest apologies, young Master Lu, Miss Mu, for my tardiness. Director Zheng exclaimed, breathless, explaining that a relic enthusiast wished to donate an artifact to the museum and required his personal assessment to finalize the donation, hence his delay. It is common for clients to arrive late or even cancel, given that they wield the purse strings. Experts like Director Zheng, who profusely apologize, clearly exhibit commendable qualities and refinement. Shortly thereafter, Zheng led the pair to the new site. The museum's new location was nestled within the Haishan scenic area, aimed at creating an integrated tourist attraction, necessitating the relocation of the town's residents and a comprehensive replanning. The Haishan Museum was to be moved to this scenic locale, as land in the city was exceedingly precious and the museum occupied considerable space. The locals were undoubtedly familiar with the museum, thus their visits were infrequent. With scant attractions in Haicheng, visitors flocked to the scenic area, making the museum's foot traffic predictable. The new site, situated in a picturesque area, boasted an excellent feng shui position, with the museum backed by the sea and facing majestic mountains. The view unfolded into a vast blue ocean and a verdant expanse of hills. This place, surrounded by mountains and sea, shared with Qingshan Mountain only the sprawling tea gardens adorning the slopes. Previously, this location served as a resting area for tea farmers. But when the resting area was relocated uphill along with a newly constructed observation platform, this space was allocated to us, Zheng explained. He detailed the land area of the new site and the museum's requirements meticulously. Throughout the work, Mu Yin was wholly focused, as was Lu Moen. As night fell, the group had yet to depart. Soon, darkness enveloped them, the moon hanging high and stars twinkling brightly. Zheng, full of regret, remarked, "It is quite late, and returning to the city may be inconvenient. I apologize profusely, as it is all due to me that we lingered this long. If young Master Lu and Miss Mu do not mind, my home stands vacant, and I would be delighted to host you for the night. The few inns still operating in the town are likely fully booked, but I have good relations with them, and arranging bedding and toiletries would pose no challenge." The more he spoke, the greater his sense of guilt became. At this moment, it was already 9 o'clock. and returning to the city would likely mean arriving around 1 or 2 in the morning. Furthermore, this newly chosen location required a more thorough examination the following day, along with taking additional photographs. Staying overnight in Haishan Town was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Zheng Biao's residence was situated in a relatively secluded area of Haishan Town, where the nearby residents had already relocated. Although the house had been vacant for some time, it remained remarkably clean. I was originally from Haishan Town, having moved to the city with my parents at a young age. Nevertheless, it was still my family home. Thus, I decided to invest a small sum to have the cleaning staff of the guest house come by once a month. When they arrived, the guest house staff had already completed their cleaning duties. They laid down fresh linens, placed toiletries, greeted Zheng Biao, and departed on their electric scooter. Mu Yin expressed her gratitude to Zheng Biao and wished him good night. Subsequently, she entered the courtyard and ascended the wooden staircase to the bedroom on the second floor. After closing the door, she opened the window for some fresh air. However, as soon as she pushed the wooden window open, she caught sight of Lu Moen, who resided across the street. The two locked eyes across a small courtyard. "Yin," he uttered, his lips parting slightly as he called her name. With a swift motion, Mu Yin shut the window. Out of sight, out of mind. She then sat on the bed and messaged Tang Pan to inquire about the restoration of the Tianxue Tower and the reconstruction of the stables. She learned that both the restoration and reconstruction were progressing smoothly without any issues. Tang Pan was reliable, with him overseeing things. There would be no mess left for Mu Yin to handle. After putting down her phone, Mu Yin picked up a pen and paper to sketch a rough layout for the museum. As the night deepened, the winds from the mountains and the sea converged. Howling mournfully, the old house had poor sound insulation, and the windows creaked ominously. "What are you doing? This is my home. Who are you? Help!" Zheng Biao's voice echoed in distress. Bang! The loud noise startled Mu Yin, and she sprang to her feet. Was that a gunshot? Something was amiss. Moments later, footsteps echoed outside. "Search the premises. See if there are any others." The door was secured with a wooden bolt, and if they forced their way in, it would shatter instantly. Venturing outside now would be akin to becoming a target. Mu Yin cautiously pushed open the window and found the courtyard empty. She aimed for the awning on one side and leaped down. A few moments later, she heard voices. "They've run this way. They fled this way too." Had Lu Moen also escaped? Mu Yin didn't have time to ponder. She swiftly darted into the narrow path. Suddenly, a hand grasped her wrist. "It's me." Chapter 96. With a gun, Mu Yin found herself in a bind. Just as she prepared to retaliate, Lu Moen's voice rang out. Mu Yin halted her movement. In the pitch-black night, their gazes locked. Subsequently, Mu Yin picked up a few stones from the ground and hurled them in the opposite direction. The stones struck the ground, producing a series of thunderous echoes. There was commotion over there. Where are they heading? Quick, pursue them. Approximately 7 or 8 men were sprinting away in the opposite direction. Lu Moen glanced at Mu Yin before him, narrowing his eyes. Clever. He murmured a quiet praise for her. Once the footsteps faded into the distance, Mu Yin dashed towards the old house. She was uncertain about the fate of Director Zheng. Just moments ago, she had heard gunfire and anguished cries. Upon entering the old house, she found Zheng lying in a pool of blood. "Director Zheng," Mu Yin whispered. "Please wake up." Zheng had been shot in the leg, blood oozing steadily from the wound. Lu Moen immediately removed his suit jacket to perform a rudimentary bandage, staunching the bleeding. Zheng, weak and breathless, urged, "Go, you must leave me. Do not worry about my fate." "No, you are injured," Mu Yin protested. "The police." "Call the police." Zheng insisted, urging them to depart. Lu Moen attempted to call for help, but the signal was hopelessly absent. Furrowing his brows, he spoke with certainty. Mu Yin bit her lip, aware that the tactic of drawing the tiger from its den would not entirely succeed. Those men would undoubtedly return. Furthermore, the residents had all evacuated. If they wished to seek help in a timely manner, they would have to abandon Zheng. In this dilemma, they had no choice but to flee. Otherwise, they would all perish. "Let us go," Lu Moen urged softly, grasping Mu Yin's wrist and pulling her away. Yet, just as they reached the doorway, those 7 or 8 men appeared, encircling them from all sides. Drawing the tiger from its den? The leader of the men laughed heartily. At that moment, Mu Yin and Lu Moen had no choice but to stand back to back, serving as each other's eyes, vigilant of their surroundings. Lu Moen subtly gestured to Mu Yin with his hand. She caught a glimpse of his signal and understood his intent. Among them, only the leader held a gun, while the others wielded iron rods. "Capture her alive. Leave the beautiful lady for us to enjoy, brothers," commanded the leader as the others surged forward. Lu Moen and Mu Yin swiftly dispersed. The men naturally targeted Mu Yin, believing that women were far easier to subdue than men. However, they were utterly unprepared for Mu Yin's swift and formidable agility. Lu Moen seized one of the advancing men and then struck at the armed leader. Clang! The gun fell from the man's grasp. Lu Moen prepared to bend down and retrieve the weapon. Suddenly, the leader produced another gun, aiming it at Lu Moen's head. "Stay still. This bullet knows no mercy." The gun's muzzle was aimed at his temple, although the fallen gun lay within reach for safety's sake. Lu Moen could not dare to pick it up. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yin had no choice but to halt her movements. In a swift turn of events, two men restrained her. The leading figure chuckled. "You are clever and quite adept, yet who can outmatch me with a firearm? Bind them and take them away," he commanded. The others produced handcuffs, preparing to shackle them. Just then, a blinding beam of light, accompanied by the roar of an engine, pierced the air. In the next moment, a formidable helmet hurtled through the air, striking the man's wrist with a resounding thud. His grip faltered, and the gun clattered to the ground. A motorcycle made a sharp turn and came to an abrupt halt. Mu Yin squinted to see He Linshin. Lu Moen attempted to seize the firearm, but at that instant, Mu Yin shouted, "Lu Moen, behind you." It was too late. A metal rod crashed into his back. The injury he had only recently healed, unable to withstand such a brutal blow. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee, his knee striking the concrete with a thunderous sound. Mu Yin, quick to react, broke free from her constraints. With a swift kick, she struck the man squarely between the eyes, sending him sprawling. She dashed towards Lu Moen, understanding that they must unite against the peril at hand. Though he was a scoundrel, their lives were at stake, and they were comrades in this dire moment. As another strike was poised to descend upon Lu Moen, Mu Yin grasped the man's wrist and, with a powerful twist, brought the metal rod crashing down upon his own forehead. The man fell, dazed, to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yin hurried to support Lu Moen, inquiring, "How are you?" Lu Moen grimaced, blood oozing from his mouth once more. The force of the blow had rendered his arm nearly immobile. Observing his plight, Mu Yin sought to retrieve the gun for her protection. Yet chaos ensued as someone kicked it away. In a flash, a metal rod hurtled toward her. Unable to evade it, Lu Moen desperately tried to shield her. But the speed of the strike was insurmountable. Gritting her teeth, Mu Yin resolved to endure the impact. With a resounding crash, the rod struck, but she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she beheld He Linshin's hand firmly grasping the rod. With swift agility, Mu Yin delivered a fierce kick to the assailant's groin, causing him to crumple to the ground, howling in agony, clutching his injury, his face contorted in pain. The situation remained dire. Lu Moen was injured and incapacitated. Only Mu Yin and He Linshin stood ready to face 7 or 8 adversaries. While they could defeat such numbers, Lu Moen's condition left him unable to defend himself. Once they had taken him hostage, would the two of them surrender meekly? Mu Yin was uncertain. However, He Linshin was Lu Moen's uncle. Blood is thicker than water. And how could he possibly stand by and watch his beloved nephew face peril? Mu Yin pondered what to do. They had to find a way for one of them to escape and seek help. Suddenly, He Linshin grasped her hand and thrust the motorcycle key into her palm. Mu Yin's eyes widened as she gazed at He Linshin before her, feeling as though the key weighed 1,000 pounds. "You must leave," he said with a tone so nonchalant. "What about you? Go." He Linshin did not respond further, instead issuing a crisp, decisive command. His skills were extraordinary, carving a bloody path through their assailants. He forcefully pushed them away. Mu Yin kept glancing back at him. "He Linshin, we must leave together." She understood all too well that if He Linshin remained behind alone, he would face 7 adversaries alone. Although their attacks were chaotic, they possessed immense strength. Yet, he pushed her away. Mu Yin attempted to grasp his hand once more, but something warm was thrust into her palm. "I shall not perish." He Linshin flashed her a fleeting smile before engaging in combat with the assailants wielding iron rods. "If we do not leave now, neither of us will escape. We must go find help," Lu Moen declared. While his words lacked warmth, they were undeniably rational. Mu Yin resolved to first ensure Lu Moen's safety. She revved the motorcycle, racing through the town. She needed to reach the other side to summon aid. Heilinshin, you cannot die. Mu Yin barely had time to discern what he had given her, yet she clutched it tightly in her hand. It would take at least 20 minutes to cross the town on the motorcycle, but Mu Yin managed it in just 10. Her cries for help caught the attention of several locals and tourists. Fortunately, there were many kind-hearted souls. Mu Yin had no time for lengthy explanations. She entrusted Lu Emoan to them. Where are you going? Lu Emoan grasped Mu Yin's hand. She cast him a glance and released her grip. Are you going to save my uncle? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? Did he not understand the peril? Yet he had still come. The police have been called. We must wait for them. Lu Emoan endured excruciating pain, his emotions boiling over. You need to remain calm. He is highly skilled. Mu Yin retorted, aren't you skilled as well? Lu Emoan was at a loss for words. Mu Yin finally recognized the object Heilinshin had placed in her palm, a retractable tactical knife. He had given her the only weapon available to ensure their safety. While he remained unarmed, fighting alone, why should she allow Heilinshin to sacrifice his life for theirs? Whose life is not precious? Mu Yin abruptly shook off Lu Emoan's hand, swung her slender leg over the motorcycle, and mounted it. She was uncertain of what awaited her upon her return. Yet, deep down, she understood that failing to go back would forever plague her conscience, rendering her restless throughout her life. Heilinshin, she had to save him. Even if it meant perishing alongside him, it was preferable to living with the torment of guilt. The motorcycle accelerated, vanishing into the night. At that moment, Heilinshin was embroiled in a struggle with several men. The gun had been kicked far away, and no one could retrieve it. Despite being outnumbered 7-1, Heilinshin maintained the upper hand through sheer willpower. Inside the 3-story building, several burly men lay on the ground, peering through binoculars. Brother O, should we rush down? Yes. Yes, we can't let the Sir suffer even a scratch. Lio shot them a glance. What is the hurry? Didn't the Sir say? He looks to us. Then we strike. Unless absolutely necessary, the Sir will wait. Wait for what? The other bodyguards exchanged puzzled glances. Wait for our future. Just as Lio finished speaking, a blinding beam of headlights pierced through the darkness. The domineering CEO appeared on a motorcycle, fearlessly rushing to rescue his beloved. Mu Yin dismounted, seized an axe from the ground, and strode purposefully toward the fray. Each step radiated an intimidating resolve. The bodyguards, peering from above, wore expressions of fear. This woman was both stunning and fierce, an unstoppable force. The axe was undoubtedly more effective than a metal rod. With a mighty swing, she cleaved down, leaving a visible gash on one of the men. Mu Yin provided a crucial distraction for Heilinshin, allowing them to coordinate their attack. One by one, the men fell. Some exhausted, others injured, and many terrified. Let us go. Heilinshin grasped Mu Ying's hand, taking the axe from her and striking backward. Mu Yin nodded and took her place at the driver's seat. You drive? Heilinshin inquired. Mr. He, take a breather, she suggested. Am I lacking stamina? Heilinshin chuckled, though it was unclear whether his tone conveyed certainty or inquiry. That was not her intention. He had been battling them for nearly half an hour without a scratch. His stamina was evidently robust. Hold on tight, Mu Yin urged as she accelerated. Can I hold you? What? Mu Yin barely caught his words. In the next moment, powerful arms wrapped around her slender waist. Mu Yin was taken aback, her heart racing fiercely. This was the first time she had been embraced by a man in such a manner. Uncertain of how to react, she found herself gripping the motorcycle handlebars unsteadily, causing the vehicle to swerve slightly. Heilinshin sensed her anxiety, chuckling softly as he rested his chin on her shoulder. Miss Mu, I'm taking a break. Meanwhile, atop the 3-story building, Lio dropped the binoculars and struck the head of a nearby bodyguard. It worked. It worked. Brother O, what do you mean it worked? Didn't you see? Miss Mu personally came to rescue Mr. He. Look. Miss Mu is so impressive. I have never encountered a woman so formidable. What nonsense are you talking about? That is the man she has her eyes on. Can one not be impressive and formidable? Lio cast a glance at them, then led them indoors, preparing to descend and return home. Just as they were making their way down the stairs, suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Lio sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried back upstairs, picking up a pair of binoculars to observe. To her horror, she saw the men being shot in the head. Not a single one survived. Police cars sped past them, racing to the scene of the incident. The authorities cordoned off and secured the area. Mu Yin, having reached a safe location on her motorcycle, promptly informed the police about the injured director Zhang, who was still at home. She hoped for his safety. The local residents were quite eager to help, clearing out a vacant room. At this moment, both of them were utterly exhausted and in dire need of rest. The motorcycle had been stationary for about half a minute. Yet He Linchin still held onto her without letting go. Mr. He? Mu Yin found herself at a loss and had no choice but to call out to him. We're safe now. I am quite drained. Shall I assist you to rest? Mu Yin understood how physically taxing combat could be, especially in a wheel battle. Not to mention that their opponent wielded iron rods. If one could evade half of the blows, that was already a remarkable skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Yin supported He Linchin, allowing his arm to rest on her shoulder. Mr. He, lean on me if you cannot walk. All right, he did not hold back. He leaned on her, yet he did not burden her with his weight. After all, he was reluctant to do so. Follow me, follow me. I have a vacant room at my place. The enthusiastic locals guided them. The town's residents were few, and the inns were fully booked. So finding an available room was quite a feat, fortunately. You two are a couple. Otherwise, what would you do with just one room? No, we are not. Just as Mu Yin was about to clarify, Thank you, He Linchin interjected. Mu Yin was taken aback and softly murmured, Mr. He? Better to avoid complications. He Linchin's response was logical and reasonable. Upon entering the room, the eager locals provided them with a brand new set of bedding, brilliant red with a dragon and phoenix design, featuring a large double happiness character in the center. Those unaware might mistake it for a newlywed's night. Mu Yin sighed, while He Linchin chuckled. You should rest. Mu Yin supported him as they approached the bed. Just as she intended to help him sit down, she accidentally tripped, losing her balance and falling backward. Chapter 100, Mr. P.S. Subtle Tactics. Ying, I will take responsibility for you. They both tumbled onto the bed. She found herself beneath He Linchin. She raised her gaze, meeting his eyes. The tips of their noses brushed against each other, mere inches apart. Mu Yin widened her eyes and hastily pushed him away. Miss Mu, it is my responsibility, He Linchin asserted with unwavering certainty. Mu Yin was instantly bombarded with a trio of large question marks. Responsible for what? It was merely a careless stumble. You should rest. I will inquire about Director Zhang's situation and whether those individuals have been apprehended. With that, Mu Yin turned to head toward the door. However, He Linchin raised his hand, catching hold of hers. Have you given any thought? He inquired. Mu Yin stood in bewilderment. Thought about what? Me. The atmosphere grew heavy, the air thick with tension. Mu Yin was taken aback. Was he jesting? In times past, she would have called him uncle alongside Lu Imoen. She did not respond, swiftly retracting her hand. Just then, the door swung open. Inin, Lu Imoen, enduring excruciating pain, rushed towards Mu Yin. He gripped her shoulders tightly, his expression fraught with concern. Are you hurt? No. Mu Yin's tone was icy, and, as her words fell, she forcibly freed herself from his grasp. As long as you are unscathed. Lu Imoen coughed violently, losing his footing, blood streaming from his back. Darkness clouded his vision, and he collapsed to the side. Seeing this, Mu Yin instinctively reached out to support him. Yet a figure moved even more swiftly, catching Lu Imoen before she could lay a finger on him. Mu Yin looked up to find He Linchin beside her. Her bright, beautiful eyes seemed to question. Aren't you completely drained? Don't you require assistance to walk? How then do you possess such agility now? He Linchin met her gaze, calmly addressing the unspoken inquiry in her eyes. Even in exhaustion, I must always look after my nephew. Mu Yin smiled softly, recognizing Mr. He as a truly commendable uncle. Soon, the police and locals, alerted by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Wasn't he at the clinic? How'd he end up here? The officer asked incredulously, glancing at Lu Imoen. At that moment, a doctor in a white coat burst in. He has fled. The patient has escaped. The doctor panted, and upon spotting Lu Imoen, exclaimed, There you are. I just stepped away to prepare his medication, and he managed to run from the clinic to here. It's a 10-minute walk. The doctor was astounded. Ordinarily, anyone with such severe injuries and pre-existing conditions would have collapsed long ago. 10 minutes? Has Lu Imoen lost his mind? He Linchin's sharp gaze flickered as he entrusted Lu Imoen to the physician. Given his current state, urgent care was imperative before transferring him to the city hospital. A stretcher was promptly brought forth, and Lu Imoen was taken to the nearby clinic. As they carried the stretcher away, Mu Yin noticed the crimson blood pooling on the ground, drop by drop. Her brow furrowed, realizing that he must be gravely injured. She promptly inquired with the police and learned that Director Zheng was unharmed, having only sustained a gunshot wound to his leg. Fortunately, he had received first aid and had not lost excessive blood. He was now en route to the municipal hospital for surgery to extract the bullet. Mu Yin breathed a sigh of relief and further questioned whether the assailants had been apprehended. The officer nodded, then shook his head. They had caught the culprits, but they were all dead on the scene. The entire neighborhood had vacated, and the surveillance equipment had ceased functioning. Thus, it was a case of death without witnesses, leaving her to recall Lu Hong, who had taken her own life following the incident at the investment conference. Chapter 101. Are you here for your honeymoon? Could there be a connection between these two events? It seemed as though both were aimed at her. Mu Yin pressed her lips together, her hand tightening into a fist. Please rest well. Let the locals know if you need anything, the police officer said courteously, nodding at them. The locals were also very hospitable, preparing a late-night snack for them. Mu Yin, lost in thought, hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Overthinking would only lead to a headache. Linshin maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened. In the quiet bedroom, a simple wooden table stood, with the two of them seated around it. Mu Yin looked up at him, her grip on the chopsticks tightening. Linshin met her gaze, his tone resolute. Since there are no witnesses, it suggests they were prepared. Let them come. Mu Yin smiled faintly, showing no sign of fear. Linshin smiled in return. In a world teeming with socialites, Mu Yin stood apart, unique in her own right. A bowl of noodles was finished, not wasting the locals' kindness. The dawn light began to break. Mr. He, what brings you here? Mu Yin voiced her curiosity. The tea plantation in Haishan cultivated Qingwu tea. She and Tea expected it to be present here as well. Linshin nodded. Uncle Mu wishes for Qingwu tea to reach the world. We share the same goal. Suddenly, Mu Yin understood. So, this is part of your collaboration with my father? Indeed. Linshin replied, a smile gracing his lips. I heard Miss Mu wishes to become my agent. Mu Yin nearly spat out her drink, taken aback. She had casually mentioned it just to obtain his phone number, without any intention of seriousness. Linshin stood and closed the wooden window. I've rested enough. You should sleep. Just as Mu Yin intended to call after him, he had already departed, leaving the house and disappearing around the corner. Sir, Liao has been waiting for quite some time, he was informed. Did you see it? Liao shook his head, explaining that just as they were about to leave, the gunfire erupted, and by the time they reached the balcony, all the assailants were already dead. Investigate their identities. Understood. The following morning, Mu Yin proceeded to the police station to give her statement. She learned that the men who had assaulted them were originally local thugs, having vanished for several years. They suddenly reappeared, seemingly without any particular reason, presumably driven by greed and malice. With no witnesses to testify, the case had reached a dead end, much like the situation with Lu Hong. After all, one cannot expect the deceased to speak. Subsequently, Mu Yin engaged a private investigator to probe into Lu Hong and these thugs. Once the message was dispatched, she prepared to visit Director Zheng at the municipal hospital. The journey from Haishan scenic area to the city was limited to tourist buses and the town's public transport, with only one bus running in the morning. Everyone heading to the city clamored to board, fearing they might miss the bus. In the ensuing crowd, Mu Yin was effortlessly swept aboard. Just as she was losing her balance and reaching for the handrail, a firm hand grasped her arm. Be careful. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Steadying herself, she turned to see Linshin standing right behind her. What brings you here to take the bus? She asked. It's the only way back to the city. He replied. They exchanged a silent glance. A man of enigmatic status, undoubtedly affluent, alongside a billionaire woman, sharing a bus ride? One could hardly believe it. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Linshin nearly brushed the ceiling of the bus, making him quite conspicuous amid the crowd. Once aboard, they found their seats. However, Linshin's towering frame made it difficult for him to fit comfortably, even while seated. When the ticket collector approached, Linshin handed her a 100 yuan bill. 2 tickets, he stated. The ticket collector, momentarily flustered by the sight of such a strikingly handsome man, fumbled while providing change and handing over the tickets. You're quite the handsome young man, and your companion is a stunning beauty. You truly are a match made in heaven. Are you here on your honeymoon at our Haishan scenic area? Chapter 102. Mr. He, awarded the title of fairy boy indeed, Linshin replied with a smile and a nod. Mu Yin widened her eyes in surprise. The ticket collector, still caught up in her admiration, continued her praise as she walked away. Linshin met Mu Yin's gaze. And just as he was about to speak, she smiled and said, "I know what you're about to say. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Her smile, though seemingly sharp, was undeniably beautiful. Heilinchin narrowed his enigmatic eyes and smiled in return. Suddenly, from the seats behind them, a child's voice piped up, "Mommy, there's a fairy sitting in front of me. Mommy, there's a fairy boy sitting in front of you." The fairy referred to Mu Yin, while the fairy boy Mu Yin let out a laugh. Heilinchin raised an eyebrow, awarded the title of fairy boy. The bus glided smoothly from the scenic area back to the city. Even without traffic, the journey would take 4 hours. Mu Yin intended to take a brief rest. In the back row, a little girl was chattering innocently with her mother. "Mommy, do you smell that? It smells like garlic. It's so unpleasant." Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. In the next moment, flames ignited within the vehicle. Bang! The fire, like a demon-esque minion, began to wreak havoc. "It's on fire. Run!" The bus came to an abrupt halt, and chaos ensued as everyone frantically rushed towards the doors. In an instant, the interior was overcrowded. Passengers were trapped in the aisle, unable to retreat or advance, only pushing and shoving, helplessly witnessing the searing flames engulfing the space. Screams and wails filled the air. A stampede ensued. Almost simultaneously, Heilinchin seized the hammer provided by the window, unflinching in the face of danger, and shattered the glass. Crash! The shards scattered. He leaped out, reaching for Mu Yin inside. "Don't be afraid. Jump down. Help! Save my child!" cried the mother of the little girl sitting behind them. Mu Yin swiftly took the girl and passed her out. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the fire spreading, advancing toward the fuel tank. She hurriedly grasped the girl's mother. "Hurry!" Grateful, the mother jumped out immediately. Everyone became aware of this escape route. They surged forward, with several robust men already leaping off their seats to exit the bus. "Everyone, stay calm. Otherwise, we will all perish," Mu Yin shouted with composure. Some passengers had already escaped through the door, while others sought refuge by jumping through the windows. Compared to before, there was now a semblance of order. The dense smoke filled the bus, burning their eyes and making it difficult to breathe. Mu Yin covered her mouth and nose with her clothing, yet could not ward off the acrid scent. Gradually, her vision blurred. She glanced around the bus. The passengers had all escaped. Just as she prepared to jump through the window, a faint voice called out, "Help!" Mu Yin sprinted toward the source of the sound and discovered an elderly man had fallen beside the seat. She acted swiftly, helping him up. Fortunately, although aged, he was still mobile. Mu Yin assisted him, guiding him out. Outside, a commotion erupted. "Look, the fuel tank is on fire. The bus is about to explode. Run!" Everyone frantically fled, while the encroaching smoke enveloped her like a hand, tightening around her throat, attempting to drag her into the abyss of death. She struggled to breathe, her mind blanking, her legs growing weak, and she was on the verge of collapsing backward. Chapter 103. Is that my ex-husband's little uncle? A hand emerged from the thick smoke, tightly gripping her wrist. "Mu Yin, stay alert." Heilinchin leaped into the vehicle, swiftly lifting her in his arms and jumping out. In a critical moment, a deafening explosion resonated behind them. A massive fireball surged into the azure sky, instantly shattering the rear of the bus, leaving only a fire-scorched front. Police and clinic doctors had already arrived, with ambulances en route. Mu Yin's breath grew increasingly faint. "Oxygen tank," Heilinchin shouted. The clinic doctor promptly handed over the oxygen tank. He pressed the mask against her mouth and nose, delivering life-giving air. "Mu Yin, wake up." Uncertain how much time had passed, Mu Yin's breathing began to ease. She furrowed her brow and drowsily opened her eyes, catching sight of the string of Buddhist beads adorning her wrist, as if she had returned to that day in the Liu family's old residence. Heilinchin, the ambulance arrived, and the other passengers suffered only minor injuries, with the clinic doctor already attending to their wounds. Only Mu Yin and an elderly man required transport to the hospital. In truth, Mu Yin had regained consciousness and sustained no severe injuries, yet for safety's sake, further examination was warranted. The air was heavy with the scent of gasoline, mingled with a sharp odor of garlic. Inside the ambulance, the nurse diligently measured her blood pressure and heart rate. Both were normal, she announced. She then smiled at Mu Yin. "Is that your husband?" He asked, so attentive. "Staying with you. I just checked your heart rate and blood pressure, and he was constantly watching over you. That concern is genuine, not feigned." "He has not," Mu Yin replied. The nurse nodded with an embarrassed smile. "Oh, so he is your boyfriend then?" How could she explain that he was her ex-husband's younger uncle? The ambulance journey was marked by silence. Mu Yin lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, a little girl's innocent voice echoed in her ears. "Mommy, can you smell that? It smells like garlic. It's so unpleasant." The child had sensed the garlic odor in the vehicle. In the atmosphere outside, Mu Yin too detected the pungent scent. Could be white phosphorus? When burned, it emits a garlic-like odor and has an extremely low ignition point. How could there be white phosphorus on the bus? It must have been prepared deliberately. First, Lu Hong caused an uproar at the Jiang residence, questioning her status as a homeowner. Then, at the investment conference, a lighting rig fell, confirming her as a prime suspect, only for her to commit suicide at home. Then yesterday, she was attacked by a man wielding an iron rod, culminating in their execution-style shooting. Now today, the bus caught fire, leading to an explosion. One incident may be a coincidence. Two could also be deemed coincidental. But what of the third? One cannot help but suspect that each event is meticulously orchestrated, intentionally prepared. Do they truly wish for her demise? Upon arriving at the municipal hospital, Mu Yin cooperated with the examinations, confirming that she was unharmed. "Mr. He, thank you," she said politely, nodding her head in gratitude. He Linshin regarded her with an air of calm composure, his demeanor as steady as ever. In moments of life and death, every individual instinctively desires survival. It is a primal urge that requires no blame. She had chosen to stay behind, nearly sacrificing herself to save everyone in the vehicle. Fortunately, he had grasped her wrist just in time. After a brief pause, he took a step closer. "Thank me?" Mu Yin nodded, but instinctively stepped back. "Miss Mu, are you not going to express your gratitude?" Was she attempting to maintain a safe distance from him? Did he pose such a threat? In any perspective, he was undoubtedly far safer than his nephew. He Linshin chuckled awkwardly. "When you return to Ningxing, will you treat me to a meal?" Mu Yin regarded him silently, offering no reply. "Miss Mu, are you not going to thank me?" Although a meal may seem a trivial matter, Mu Yin genuinely wished to gift him a significant monetary token of appreciation. "Perhaps I should send Mr. He a red envelope." "How practical." He Linshin responded resolutely. "I lack not for money, but for meals." Mu Yin was taken aback. He continued, "I shall check on my unworthy nephew now. Would you care to join me?" Mu Yin furrowed her brow and instinctively shook her head. "I wouldn't want to intrude on your nephew's time." He Linshin smiled. The little tyrant is on the verge of becoming a man-eater. Indeed, Miss Mu's mental well-being was paramount. With that, he walked toward the elevator. Mu Yin pondered. He Linshin does seem to have a point. The sight of Lu Moen had indeed affected her psychological health. Subsequently, she visited the hospital's convenience store, purchasing flowers and a fruit basket. She made her way to the nurse's station to inquire about Director Zheng Biao's hospital room. Upon entering Zheng Biao's room, she found him reclining in bed, glasses perched on his nose, meticulously reviewing documents. "Director Zheng," Mu Yin called out. Upon noticing her arrival, Zheng Biao immediately set aside his papers. "Miss Mu, why have you brought gifts?" "You are far too kind," he said graciously, accepting the bouquet from her hands. Mu Yin's peripheral vision caught the calluses on his palms, and she swiftly redirected her gaze to his legs. "How is your leg?" "Fortunately, you all stopped the bleeding in time. The bullet was removed without issue, but I must rest in bed. At my age, I worry whether my leg will sustain long-term damage." He expressed his guilt, saying, "Those assailants were likely after me and put you in harm's way. I am truly sorry." "Director Zheng, you too are a victim. But what exactly did those people intend?" Zheng Biao speculated. "This is probably related to the artifacts recovered in recent years. However, I hear they died on the spot." Mu Yin nodded gently. "I have heard that the bus you were on encountered an incident. Your information is indeed quite accurate." Mu Yin nodded once more. The weather was sweltering, likely causing a malfunction in the vehicle's engine. Zheng Biao sighed, filled with self-reproach. "It is all my fault. I have been feeling rather dazed and did not anticipate that my arrangement for you would nearly lead to disaster. It is entirely my blame." Subsequently, Mu Yin briefly discussed the museum's reconstruction with him. It was not until Zheng Biao's wife arrived with a lunchbox that she greeted them and took her leave. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, He Linshin had already turned to depart, having spent less than 3 minutes there. Though the two, uncle and nephew, were the same age, their relationship had always been strained, merely maintaining a facade of civility. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. How could fire and water coexist? He Linshin made a call to inform his sister, He Lishu, about Lu Emoen's injury. Naturally, she was concerned for her son, who had barely recovered from one injury before sustaining another, leaving her restless. She immediately arranged for a transfer, accompanied by a servant and Lu Emoen's assistant, to head to Haishur. Upon returning to the hotel, Mu Yin settled onto a nearby sofa. She gazed at her open palm, particularly at the area near her thumb, contemplating for an extended time. How could a museum curator have such thick calluses in that spot? Such calluses were only formed by long-term handling of firearms. Moreover, the site where the armed men were shot was not far from Zheng Biao's residence, and the nearby residents had all relocated, with surveillance facilities already deactivated. Mu Yin furrowed her delicate brows, filled with suspicion. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chapter 105. Miss Mu is not afraid, but I'm somewhat concerned. Mu Yin approached the door and peered through the peephole. He Linchin? She opened the door, looking at him as she inquired. Mr. He? He Linchin handed her a document. What is this? Mu Yin asked, puzzled. The inspection report of the bus. She swiftly took it, opening it to scrutinize. The report indicated that there were no issues with the bus's engine. The overheating was not the cause. Instead, it was white phosphorus, just as she had suspected. White phosphorus has a low ignition point and releases copious amounts of smoke upon burning. Although there were few sparks observed inside the bus, it was already engulfed in thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. How could such a substance appear in a scenic area of Haishur? It was clearly directed at her. Mu Yin handed the inspection report back to He Linchin. Aren't you afraid? He inquired, aware of her intelligence, and that she had already formed suspicions regarding the bus's spontaneous combustion. This report merely served to clarify her thoughts. Mu Yin shook her head. The most terrifying aspect was not the evident intent to kill, but rather the inscrutable nature of the human heart. I am in the room next to you. Miss Mu is not afraid, but I find myself somewhat apprehensive. In the climactic moments of today, just before the blazing inferno, she feared she might not grasp her hand. Mu Yin gazed at He Linchin, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. With your remarkable skills, why do you harbor such fear? He Linchin smiled and turned to walk toward the adjacent room. Shortly after his departure, hotel staff appeared once more, pushing a dining cart. Their explanation was that the owner had learned of her previous ordeal with a rogue at the hotel. Henceforth, all her meals during her stay would be complimentary. Mu Yin found no reason to be astonished. The service of a 7-star hotel was undoubtedly exceptional. Upon returning to her suite, Mu Yin munched on her meal while deep in contemplation. Zheng Biao was indeed suspicious. She dialed a private investigator, requesting a discreet inquiry into all information regarding Zheng Biao. Within 3 minutes, her inbox received a concise report. She skimmed through it, her eyes landing on the salient details. Zheng Biao's hobby was shooting. She then instructed the investigator to examine all shooting ranges in Haicheng. Soon, Zheng Biao's shooting statistics from various ranges came into view. He rarely missed. Clearly, a headshot would pose little challenge for him. Yet, why would he target her when they bore no grievances against each other? Zheng Biao was a renowned history professor, the director of a museum. Could it be that? Mu Yin hastily dashed into the bedroom, opened her suitcase, and retrieved several pieces of Sogdian script. First, she called the police, and then she made her way back to the hospital. This time, she mentioned the murals of Tianxua Tower and the inscribed characters. Zheng Biao's expression revealed surprise, curiosity, but more so a semblance of discovering a new world. What kind of characters were they? Mu Yin produced a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Zheng Biao. Do you recognize this character, Director Zheng? This is Sogdian script. His eyes transformed, revealing an uncontainable delight. Feigning ignorance, Mu Yin inquired, does Director Zheng know what this symbol signifies? Zheng Biao examined it repeatedly, shaking his head. Sogdian script is an extinct writing system. I have not delved deeply into its study. Whether he was genuine or merely pretending eluded her. Is there an expert in this field that Director Zheng knows? I have heard of one, he replied. Who is this expert? Chapter 106. Mu Yin takes action. No negotiation, the esteemed scholar in architecture, Mr. Chung Songshi. As the words fell from his lips, Zheng Biao turned his gaze toward Mu Yin. She was utterly astonished to discover that the expert on Sogdian script was, in fact, her maternal grandfather. She had never heard him mention it before. Yet, she concealed all emotion, for no one knew she was the granddaughter of Chung Songshi. Mu Yin and Zheng Biao locked eyes. Indeed, Zheng Biao's gaze was intently observing her. She had descended into this Sogdian script to test him, Was Zheng Biao now testing her in return? Is this the only character engraved on a mural? Zheng Biao inquired once more. Mu Yin maintained her composure and nodded. What could a single character convey? Perhaps this solitary glyph bore multifaceted meanings? Such a possibility certainly existed. Miss Mu, may I retain this character? Zheng Biao asked again. Of course, she replied. Is the mural inscribed with Sogdian script in your possession? It was clear that Zheng Biao wished to see the artifact. Mu Yin nodded. Once my injuries have healed, I shall certainly pay a visit. Excellent, I welcome you. Director Zheng, Mu Yin beamed brightly. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, causing her smile to vanish in an instant. She took a step forward, but added, however, it may be necessary to wait until after your centennial. Upon hearing this, Zheng Biao's expression shifted dramatically. Miss, what do you mean by that? Director Zheng, I presume your window frame has yet to be cleaned? What do you mean? Are you unable to comprehend? Allow me to be more explicit. Mu Yin smiled lightly, choosing to speak plainly. Last night, in order to conceal yourself, you had no choice but to rest your firearm upon the window frame and fire. The police have now detected gunpowder residue on the frame. Gunpowder residue, in simpler terms, refers to the remnants left after discharging a weapon. Mu Yin's tone grew increasingly frigid. If there is anything further to discuss, please do so inside. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Zheng Biao sprang from the bed, brandishing the handgun he had hidden beneath his pillow, intending to take Mu Yin hostage. However, to his astonishment, Mu Yin reacted with remarkable speed, deftly seizing his hand. Bang! A bullet discharged, shattering the LCD screen. Following that, a cacophony ensued as bullets fell one by one into Mu Yin's palm. Her movements were astonishingly swift. Zheng Biao attempted to retaliate, but being inept in combat, he was no match for Mu Yin. The hospital doors swung open, and police officers rushed into the room, their guns aimed squarely at Zheng Biao. Do not move. With his ammunition dismantled and a multitude of firearms directed at him, he had no choice but to surrender, being shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. Mu Yin promptly handed over the bullets to the police. I never anticipated you could wield a firearm, Zheng Biao remarked, his tone inscrutable as he gazed at Mu Yin. She smirked coldly. Director Zheng, there are many things you never foresaw, such as your current predicament. Zheng Biao's face turned ashen with fury as he was led away by the police. Mu Yin followed to provide her statement. Once the statement was concluded, she expressed a desire to meet Zheng Biao, who shared the same request. Soon they were face to face, seated across from one another, the atmosphere tense and grave. When did you begin to suspect me? Zheng Biao asked, eyeing Mu Yin intently. She observed the fluctuations in his emotions and offered him a calm smile. Your tardiness is not due to the acquisition of artifacts, but rather to ensure our inability to return to the city. It serves as a pretext for you to invite us into your ancestral home. Zheng Biao furrowed his brow. Is this truly sufficient grounds for your suspicion of me? Chapter 107. Mu Yin, do you wish to uncover the astonishing secret behind this? He appeared somewhat astonished, thinking it improbable that this was the sole reason. Mu Yin curled her lips in a smirk. You can disguise your appearance and identity, and if you desire, even alter your gender. However, for one who has wielded a firearm for years, the calluses on the thumb and index finger are indelible. Upon hearing Mu Yin's words, Zheng Biao immediately opened his palm, revealing the thick calluses within. He had not anticipated Mu Yin's keen observation to such a degree. Those who had been shot in the head with such precision undoubtedly possessed years of practice. Zheng Biao, upon hearing this, threw his head back and laughed heartily. After navigating the world for half a lifetime, he found himself bested by a woman. Now, it seems, it is Zheng, the curator, who must enlighten me. Mu Yin's delicate fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a series of sharp sounds that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Hong was orchestrated by you, was she not? The lighting rig at the investment conference collapsed, yet I emerged unscathed. You seek my life, but your initial plan ended in failure, prompting you to eliminate Lu Hong, leaving no witnesses. The second attempt, when those men besieged me last night, also failed as I managed to escape. Therefore, you killed them before the police arrived. Once again, no witnesses. This morning's bus fire was also your doing, orchestrated with white phosphorus, I presume? Alas, I emerged unscathed yet again, rendering your third plan a failure. With that, she raised her gaze, her tone icy. I am most curious. Zheng Curator, why do you wish for my demise? Zheng Biao chuckled, his lips pressed tight, clearly reluctant to divulge the truth. Since he would not speak, she resolved to continue. Mu Yin's demeanor grew frigid, her exquisitely beautiful face radiating an air of chilling elegance. My grandfather possesses a substantial inheritance, which explicitly states it is to be inherited by direct descendants. Yet, the heir has yet to materialize. At last, there came a woman driving a Lamborghini to claim it. You are aware that the villas in Area 1 belong to my grandfather. However, I appeared in the Jiang Estates villa area driving a G-Class. Hence you could not ascertain whether I was indeed the heiress. You incited Lu Hong to create a ruckus, attracting the police, all to compel me to produce the property deed and confirm my identity. Your desire for my life is linked to my grandfather, or perhaps, if I may be so bold, to those Sogdian artifacts. Zheng Biao let out a hearty laugh. So you're using the Sogdian artifacts to test me. Mu Yin, you have perceived every detail with remarkable clarity. Truly, you are the granddaughter of that old fox, Chung Songshi, and should not be underestimated. However, Zheng Biao shifted his tone. What of the mural you placed in the studio? My people have already been dispatched. What have you achieved by capturing me? Can you apprehend each of my associates one by one? Ha ha ha. Mu Yin, you remain oblivious to the fact that I desire your very life, a matter intricately linked to your grandfather. You remain unaware of the profound significance of the Sogdian script, and even less do you comprehend the monumental secret that lies beneath. As for me, I shall emerge from this place. I will depart from here. What does it matter that you are a billionaire? I shall ascend above you all, becoming the foremost possessor of wealth. Zheng Biao's lips were tightly sealed, revealing not a hint of information. Mu Yin sensed that he had succumbed to madness and found no desire to engage in further meaningless conversation with him. Yet she was determined to instill a sense of dread. Rising from her seat, she leaned upon the table, exuding an aura of undeniable power. You shall not escape. Chapter 108. Yin, I'm a billionaire, and I take pride in it. Before Zheng Biao could react, Mu Yin left him with a fleeting smile and turned to depart. What did you just say? Mu Yin, what were your words? Zheng Biao, initially composed, underwent a dramatic transformation at her utterance. He was engulfed by fear, tension, and disbelief. Director Zheng, an expert in history and the curator of the Haiqing Museum. How could someone of your stature be relegated to Haiqing prison? I have already funded your transfer to Jianglin prison. What choice do I have, considering I am a billionaire? Mu Yin's tone was light and airy. She recognized that Zheng Biao's calm demeanor stemmed from his evident preparations. As soon as she left Haicheng, he would surely be released. Thus, she resolved to ensure that he remained confined. Jianglin prison, notorious for its impenetrable walls, is a cage from which even the powerful and famous cannot escape. Zheng Biao was acutely aware of this fact. His complexion darkened, fury coursing through him as he attempted to rise from his seat, yet he found himself trapped. He could only weakly point a finger at Mu Yin. Mu Yin, he ground his teeth, yearning to rush at her. Yet that was an impossibility. Oh, by the way, she took a couple of steps, paused, and turned back to face Zheng Biao. Mu Yin's glance and smile were enchanting, yet they sent shivers down one's spine. For her smile was imbued with a chilling resolve. How could the murals of the Tianxue Tower from the Sui dynasty possibly bear Sogdian script from the Tang dynasty? Though the engravings may have some age, they are far from being centuries old. Thus, when restoring the mural, I filled it with paint. Even if Zheng Biao's associates ventured into my studio and discovered that mural, they would find nothing, for in the corner of the mural, there remained nothing but the newly restored woman's flowing skirt. Those Sogdian characters? Only I know of their existence. Zheng Biao's fury was such that he felt as if his very heart and soul were about to explode. He had not anticipated that Mu Yin had such a contingency, and in a fit of rage, he screamed, You! He banged on the chair as if intending to overturn it, creating a cacophony of noise. The police, concerned about the potential damage to property, rushed forward and restrained him. As Mu Yin met Zheng Biao's gaze, the smile at the corners of her mouth deepened before she turned away without a backward glance. Fortunately, on the night she departed from Ning City, after much contemplation, she felt a sense of unease and repaired all the Sogdian inscriptions in the corners of the mural. Otherwise, the consequences would indeed have been unimaginable. It is now tentatively certain that Zheng Biao's desire for her life is connected to her grandfather and the Sogdian inscriptions within the Snow Tower. However, the specifics remain elusive for the time being. Nevertheless, with her benevolent assistance as a wealthy heiress, there is no way Zheng Biao can escape. As Mu Yin exited the police station and reached the doorway, a steady voice resonated. Miss Mu. She looked up to find a man standing before her. Mr. He? What a surprise to encounter you here. Could it really be mere coincidence, as if fate had inscribed it upon her forehead? The police summoned me to take a statement. Heiress explained. This indeed suggested a possibility, for besides herself, the parties involved included Lu Moen and Heiress. With her presence here, it seemed unlikely that Lu Moen would also be present. Or could he? Chapter 109. President Lu, have you lost your mind? You think I, a wealthy woman, would have feelings for you? Just as Mu Yin pondered, the car window beside her lowered. In, Lu Moen called out. Oh, you really are here? She feigned ignorance and continued walking outside. In, the car door swung open, and Lu Moen's urgent voice rang out, followed by a fit of intense coughing. He seemed inclined to exit the vehicle in pursuit, but was restrained by Heiress. What are you doing? You just suffered a second laceration of your wound last time. Haven't you learned your lesson? Does your health and life no longer matter to you? Heiress was genuinely furious, as the marital bond between her and Lu Liming had already frayed considerably. In her youth, she had naively endured nearly 30 years, clinging to the facade of a marriage for the sake of their 2 children. However, witnessing Lu Moen's blatant disregard for his own well-being drove her to the brink of tears. Mom, my body and life are gifts from you, and I understand that. But In is truly important to me. I've already lost her once, and I want to seize every opportunity to make her glance back at me. Lu Moen's words left Heiress without a counterargument. As a mother, how could she not feel anguish for her son? Reluctantly, she stepped out of the car and hurried towards Mu Yin. Heiress gazed at Mu Yin, her expression laden with guilt. Her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Could you meet with Moen? He is still injured, and I have arranged a private jet. We will return to Ning City in 2 hours. I know the Lu family has wronged you, and Moen has too, but he still holds you dear in his heart. You've seen it. He is gravely hurt. Mu Yin bit her lip, falling into a contemplative silence. To speak candidly, during her 5 years in the He family, Heiress, her mother-in-law, treated her with warmth and kindness. Yet now, she had the audacity to criticize Lu Moen. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, she turned and walked toward the car. Lu Moen, struggling to exit the vehicle, grasped her wrist. I have come to understand that it is I who Olin Yuetong, not you. Your harboring of resentment justifies the deceit you have shown me, and I shall not hold it against you. Rest assured, I will ensure her well-being and compensate her as best as I can. I will clarify everything with her. My heart is devoted solely to you. How poignant, indeed. Had this been in the past, she would have been reduced to tears. Yet now, why did her heart ache while a smile threatened to break forth? Does President Lu love me? Mu Yin retorted. Indeed, Lu Moen affirmed, his expression resolute. This declaration of love was one she had awaited for 5 long years, but it arrived when she no longer needed it. Mu Yin chuckled softly. Does President Lu understand the essence of love? Love is tenderness and courage, not compromise and subjugation. Have I not endured enough humiliation during our 5 years of marriage? Have I not made enough concessions regarding your entanglements with Lin Yuedong? My repeated endurance and concessions have only emboldened you. Why would I forsake the daughter of the Mu family, a billionaire, to return to your side? Lu Moen, cease proclaiming your love for me. You are unworthy. With those words, Mu Yin wrenched her arm free from his grasp and turned to leave. Heiress and Heiress could not hear their conversation. But from Mu Yin's gestures and Lu Moen's expression, it was evident that their parting was far from amicable. While Heiress felt a pang of sympathy for her son, she glanced at Heiress, reminded of the harsh words spoken by Lu Liming during his hospitalization. Chun, you and In. Chapter 110. Lu Moen, I owe you nothing. Their mother perished from complications during childbirth, leaving Heiress, her son, the precious result of her sacrifice. Naturally, Heiress held him in the highest regard. What do you wish to say, elder sister? Heiress inquired. With a soft sigh, Heiress replied, after all, she is your ex-wife. Indeed, he merely acknowledged, not expanding further. Have you made up your mind? Heiress asked, studying him intently. Yes. The family will not approve, she stated with certainty. You know, elder sister, I insisted on marrying Lu Liming despite the family's objections. Thus, I severed ties with them. But now I find myself regretting it. I wish to counsel you, to dissuade you from following in my footsteps. Ah Chun, you're not like me. The family favors sons over daughters. They allowed me to leave, but they will never permit you to do so. Furthermore, among all the children, you are the most formidable. You understand how harsh and even cruel the family can be. They would never allow you to leave unscathed. Concern was evident in both her gaze and words. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, dear sister, she implored. He, sensing her concern, turned to her with an expression of calm indifference. Do not worry about me, sister. She let out a sigh, fully aware of his resolute nature. Once he made a decision, it was immutable. Yet, she was determined to use her own experiences as a cautionary tale, though her efforts proved futile. The wind tousled his short hair, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, Sister, I have no regrets about my choices. However, this may place you in a difficult position. Caught between her beloved son and her cherished brother, she found herself in a precarious situation. I only hope for the well-being of both you and your uncle, she said, her grip tightening, her eyes growing red-rimmed. Despite her words, she understood that the conflicting natures of the two men rendered any reconciliation impossible, especially as they both harbored affections for the same individual. With a heavy sigh, she urged him to take care of himself before walking towards the waiting vehicle. Standing by the car, Lu Imoen gazed at Mu Yin's retreating figure, rendered motionless by her earlier words. His brow was furrowed, seemingly struck by the profoundness of her sentiments. At that moment, he found himself questioning whether he truly comprehended the essence of love. Upon returning to the hotel, Mu Yin encountered the venue's lighting ceremony, a splendid event at the top 7-star hotel, where a millennial-old banyan tree stood majestically. This annual celebration illuminated the tree, allowing wishes to be made. Attendees would secure their hopes by locking a padlock onto the protective fence surrounding the tree, symbolizing the binding of their desires. It's remarkably effective. You simply must give it a try, a staff member encouraged, presenting her with a small lamp fashioned like the banyan tree. She accepted it with both hands and, following the instructions, placed it upon the specially designated stand. Although the tiny lamp emitted a faint glow, the multitude of lights combined to brilliantly illuminate the grand banyan tree in the courtyard. Mu Yin inscribed her wish onto a uniquely crafted padlock and secured it to the surrounding fence. I owe you nothing, she declared, turning to leave. Before long, a tall and imposing figure emerged, reaching for the padlock she had just affixed. The elegant script caught his eye, and his previously dark gaze turned ominously cold. So, this was her wish. In Chapter 111, Mr. He was portrayed as an exceptional gentleman, delighting in the simple pleasure of peeling shrimp for Yin. A cold chuckle escaped his lips as he released the lock, which clinked softly against the fence. As Jiao entered the courtyard, he found their master standing before the ancient banyan tree, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Puzzled, he scratched his head, unable to fathom how one could be so captivated by a mere tree. After an indeterminate time, He Linchin finally spoke. Has the matter been resolved? Sir, I have investigated Zheng Biao's social connections and discovered that he is closely tied to Jin San. Jin San likely intended to leverage his connection with Zheng Biao to forge relationships with more individuals in the upper echelons of society, thereby paving the way for his business endeavors. However, when I rushed to the harbor, I found that Jin San and his employees had already met their demise aboard the vessel. He Linchin frowned. It appeared that the connection to Zheng Biao had been irrevocably severed. Yet, one could be certain that Zheng Biao was not the mastermind. The true orchestrator lay elsewhere. He Linchin's gaze turned icy as he turned to depart. Liao cast a glance at the banyan tree and then at the lock on the iron railing. He noticed a line of wishes inscribed on one of the locks, leading him to comprehend why their master had been observing for so long. It dawned on him that the master and Miss Mu had yet to solidify their relationship. He muttered quietly to himself, "It seems that Lord Lu has the upper hand after all. All these wishes revolve around him." Mu Yin returned to her bedroom, reflecting on the words Zheng Biao had spoken earlier that day. Her grandfather, the Sogdian script at Tianxua Tower, and the monumental secret that lay behind it all. What was the connection? What exactly was this so-called secret? Suddenly, her phone buzzed. "Miss Mu, would you care for a late-night snack?" Upon seeing the message from He Linchin, she was about to politely decline when she recalled his earlier promise to treat her to a meal. Now, she found it impossible to refuse. Since the matter was to be settled in Haicheng, she resolved to handle it there. She would return to Ningxing early the next morning. Given that it was a dinner invitation from Mr. He, she left the choice of venue to him. 10 o'clock, the hotel, revolving restaurant. Mu Yin glanced at the time. It was now 9:30. Very well. She requested an envelope from the hotel and prepared a simple token of gratitude. At 9:45, she made her way to the hotel's revolving restaurant. The 7-star revolving restaurant, towering 88 floors high, appeared from the outside like a resplendent orb suspended in mid-air. With glass walls on all sides, the floor was adorned with handcrafted Persian carpets, a harmonious blend of modern and exotic styles. Clad in a simple short-sleeved little black dress, Mu Yin entered the restaurant. In the expansive revolving restaurant, they were the only two patrons. Linshin had arrived early. The lighting within was dim, yet everything felt just right. However, as they settled in for a late-night snack, Mu Yin sensed that the ambience was somewhat incongruous. To her astonishment, the dishes served in this atmospherically charged restaurant were none other than spicy crayfish and a pitcher of beer, prompting applause for their delightful choice. Truly, a 7-star hotel. The service was impeccable, exhibiting a profound understanding of customer desires. In the summer, spicy crayfish paired with chilled beer was indeed a perfect match. Mr. He, isn't this the quintessential late-night snack? She remarked. Indeed it is. Linshin concurred. During her university days, she fondly recalled summers spent with a few roommates at nearby eateries, enjoying beer and crayfish, often accompanied by spirited games of rock, paper, scissors. Linshin commenced the delicate task of peeling the crayfish. Mu Yin observed that even in this seemingly mundane activity, the man before her exuded an air of refined elegance that was utterly unattainable for others to replicate. However, as Mu Yin took a sip of beer, a plate of meticulously peeled crayfish was placed before her. Chapter 112. Yin, do not move, I shall find you. A sudden burst of laughter nearly caused her to spew her drink. With her sparkling eyes wide open, she inquired, what does this mean? Miss Mu, as you graciously treated me to supper, I have taken the liberty of preparing this plate of crayfish as a token of my gratitude, he replied. How fortuitous. I have prepared a token of appreciation as well, Mu Yin responded simply, accepting his gesture of thanks. As the evening drew to a close, Mu Yin extended an envelope embossed with the hotel's logo to Linshin. The plate of crayfish was Mr. He's token of gratitude. This now serves as my gesture of thanks. The envelope bore a character for he. It was difficult to discern whether it represented Linshin or the concept of a gift. Although the characters appeared identical, their meanings were worlds apart. Good night, Mr. He. Mu Yin bid him farewell, promptly proceeding to settle the bill. Linshin tucked the envelope into the inner pocket of his suit as he departed alongside her. At the entrance of the revolving restaurant, a towering glass structure enclosed a grand fountain maze. Once the lighting ceremony concluded, the illumination surrounding the ancient banyan tree dimmed, and the fountain maze would automatically activate. Despite its breathtaking beauty, the maze was indeed a labyrinth. The attendant at hand explained that straying from the path would result in being drenched by the fountain spray. Mu Yin stood at the entrance, contemplating the maze concealed beneath the water curtain. The design of the fountain maze was exceptionally intricate, yet with her background in architecture and her keen sense of direction, she was confident that even if she faltered on her first attempt, she would surely find her way on the second. Narrowing her eyes, Mu Yin took her first steps into the labyrinth. She navigated the twists and turns, never encountering a single drop of water, as her chosen path remained unfailingly correct. It wasn't long before she reached the center when she heard a voice not far away. Miss Mu, it seems I have taken a wrong turn. Could you guide me out? Linshin's deep voice resonated in her ears. Yet, amidst the shimmering lights and the cascading water curtain, it was momentarily challenging to discern his location. Until, suddenly, a hand emerged from the water curtain, grasping her wrist. I am here. Mu Yin glanced down to see the hand that held her wrist. In that moment of peril amidst swirling mist, he had similarly clasped her wrist. The distinction now was that his hand was drenched, evidently splashed by the water. Stay where you are. I will find you, he instructed. All right, Mu Yin replied. As he released his grip, she began to analyze the dead end where he was situated. Utilizing her exceptional sense of direction, she swiftly located Linshin. He was already soaked through. How many wrong turns had he taken? Mu Yin promptly declared, Follow me. I shall lead you out. Linshin nodded and fell in a step behind her. At that moment, a dazzling splash of water erupted in the air. Only then did Mu Yin comprehend why he was so thoroughly drenched. The punishment for straying from the path was far more than merely a few droplets of water. Miss Mu, Suddenly, a hand grasped hers, pulling her closer, shielding her from the cascading droplets with his already soaked suit. Mu Yin had been splashed, yet most of the water had been deflected by him. Mr. He? Mu Yin raised her gaze to He Lin Chun, noticing the droplets cascading from his tousled hair, obscuring his profound eyes. He Lin Chun raised an eyebrow, exuding a wild and compelling energy. Let us hasten, Mu Yin urged, concerned that another splash was imminent. However, as she turned, her foot inadvertently slipped. In Chapter 113, He Lin Chun's gallantry was on full display as he grasped her wrist with one hand while securing her slim waist with the other. Though Mu Yin did not fall, her unstable balance caused her to twist her ankle. Water splattered, the ground was slick, and slipping was inevitable. Are you hurt? His gaze darkened, pressing for answers. Mu Yin bit her lip, sensing a twinge of pain in her ankle. He Lin Chun leaned down to inspect it, noting slight swelling in her left foot. While it was not severe, walking even a few steps would surely be painful. I'm fine, Mu Yin insisted, shaking her head with her characteristic resilience. Let's go quickly. The water may splash again. As she spoke, she turned towards the exit, wincing as she bore weight on her injured ankle. He Lin Chun stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Miss Mu, you sustained an injury while guiding me out of the labyrinth. It is only right that I carry you, he stated, securing his damp suit around her waist to prevent any indecency. Mu Yin was taken aback. He Lin Chun bent down before her, lowering himself onto one knee. Instinctively, she protested, Mr. He, it's unnecessary. We should hurry, the water is coming. His reasoning was sound, and she indeed had injured her ankle, with matters having reached this point. Further refusal seemed unduly coy. Very well, let us collaborate and exit together. Mu Yin politely extended her hand to rest upon his shoulder. He Lin Chun smiled, and as he lifted Mu Yin, his movements were entirely gentlemanly, his wrist securing her knee. Lead the way, he instructed. Mu Yin began to indicate their course. Before long, they were traversing the correct path and successfully emerged from the labyrinth. As they stepped out, the lights behind them sparkled, and the fountain danced in varying heights. Congratulations, sir and madam, on successfully navigating the labyrinth fountain crafted by the illustrious Mr. Davis. A courteous attendant approached to offer their congratulations. So was Davis, the insipid creature. What kind of fountain maze did he design? The next time I see him, I must deliver a serious reprimand. Ladies and gentlemen, we offer a photography service here. Let's take a picture. The waiter was quite enthusiastic. Just as Mu Yin was about to decline, He Lin Chun responded affirmatively, sure. Subsequently, he walked to the shooting area, and Mu Yin found herself being carried by him, as if she had no choice in the matter. Finally, smile, eggplant, watermelon, click, click. Mu Yin, upon returning to the suite door, Mu Yin insisted on getting down. Throughout her life, only her brother had carried her as a child. Thank you, Mr. He, for carrying me all this way. I truly feel embarrassed. Ice packs on her ankle. He Lin Chun furrowed his brow, his gaze settling on her ankle. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. He. Mu Yin expressed her gratitude once more, wished him a good night, and entered her suite. He Lin Chun stood in the corridor, gazing at the closed door. Was he some sort of venomous beast? Then he smiled helplessly and pulled out his phone to call the hotel. Squatting around the corner of the corridor, Lai-O patted his buzz cut. I wondered why the gentleman didn't stay in the top-floor private suite. It turns out he wanted to stay next to Miss Mu. Inside the suite, Mu Yin was applying ice when the hotel delivered anti-swelling ointment and painkillers. Is a 7-star hotel this considerate? After taking a shower, she hopped on one leg to the sofa and began to apply the medication. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the damp suit on the coffee table. Chapter 114, Trending Search. Mr. He is a young puppy. She bit her lip and immediately called to have the hotel dry clean it, writing down He Lin Chun's room number for delivery. Everything left behind in Haicheng was resolved there. As for the Haicheng Museum, with Zheng Biao imprisoned, the reconstruction of the museum would likely have to wait for the new curator's appointment and would certainly be delayed for quite some time. Late at night, Mu Yin took a painkiller and turned over to sleep. The next morning, Mu Yin checked out and took an early flight back to Ningxing. He Lin Chun received the notification of her checkout. He curled his lips. His suit was still with her. Another reason had arisen. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Sir, your suit has been dry cleaned, the hotel staff said respectfully from outside the door. He Lin Chun frowned slightly. This was the suit he had wrapped around her waist, after all, when he had purchased for her. Sir, while dry cleaning the suit, we found an envelope in the inner pocket. Saying this, the staff respectfully handed him the envelope. After a night, the damp envelope was somewhat wrinkled but had dried, and the seal remained intact without any damage. Subsequently, Heiress took the suit and the envelope and re-entered the suite. He did not expect that she would send it for cleaning and even filled in his room number. One trick cannot be used twice. He gazed at the envelope adorned with the hotel logo, which bore a congratulatory character she had given him the previous day. With deliberate care, he used a blade to slice open the seal, revealing a note within. "Thank you for yesterday. This is a token of my appreciation. Mu Yin." The reference to yesterday pertained to events that had unfolded at the scenic area of Haichin. He smiled faintly, casting his eyes upon the amount inscribed on the check, which bore Mu Yin's fingerprint, seal, and signature. 8,888,000. A splendid numeral indeed. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of a billionaire. Li-O exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, 8,888. If it were 520, that would be even better. Those without 888 should remain silent. He retorted, "When the fish weeps, who knows of my sorrow?" Just then, the doorbell chimed. The staff arrived with the photographs taken the previous day in the fountain maze. "Did she take hers?" he inquired. The young lady in the adjacent room left in haste and did not take it. "Then give me your share." "Certainly, sir." The staff handed over another photograph to Heiress. He regarded the two images in his hands, finding them pleasing to the eye. A slight smile graced his lips. "Once again, I have a reason to contact you, Miss Mu." Upon her arrival in Ningxing, Mu Yin opened her phone to discover a trending topic concerning her secret rendezvous with a young gentleman. However, the trend was swiftly removed, lasting only 5 or 6 minutes. Mu Yin promptly returned a call to Su Jian. "As a good sister, you must tell me, who is this young man you're dating? Is he as adorable as they say? Does he constantly ask for hugs and affection?" She continued, "And do you have anyone else? Introduce me. Although I may not be a billionaire like you, my second-hand clunker has been upgraded to a Maserati." Before Mu Yin could respond, Su Jian bombarded her with questions. Mu Yin sighed, saying, "If you knew who he was, you wouldn't refer to him as a young pup." The paparazzi's photos were too distant, obscured by layers of glass. Who is he, then? Chapter 115. The audacious one fears only Mu Yin, the she-devil. Lu Mont's little uncle. The feckless Lu's uncle? Perhaps not. However, speaking of Lu, isn't it peculiar this time? Do you think he intends to savor both the dish in front of him while also grasping at what's in the pot? How so? Mu Yin inquired. Do you realize you retracted the trending topic regarding your rendezvous with the young pup? Lu? Mu Yin echoed Su Jian's moniker for Lu Mon, finding the title rather catchy. Indeed, if he desires to remarry you, it would make sense for him to retract the trending topic. But why would he also provide resources to that Lin Yuetong, that little vixen? Resources? What resources has he given Lin Yuetong? The cover of next month's Vivia magazine has been allocated to Lin Yuetong. Mu Yin displayed no semblance of surprise and could not help but let out a derisive laugh. If he wishes to remarry me, he ought to show me some affection. If he desires to continue winning the heart of his mistress, he must also offer her some sweetness. After 5 years of marriage, am I still unaware? The cad Lu has never been a miser. A hint of sarcasm laced Mu Yin's tone. She could not fathom why Lu Mo and was simultaneously making every effort to reconcile with her while extending various resources to Lin Yuetong. Yet, it must pertain to that so-called deception. What exactly had she deceived Lu Mo about? Never mind, the private investigator should have news by now. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Jian, I have a call to take. Please assist me in contacting Vivian's employer." Vivian's employer? I happen to know them. But what do you intend to do? Mu Yin chuckled lightly. Invest. All right. Su Jian cracked her knuckles in anticipation. Once the WeChat call concluded, Mu Yin promptly answered the private investigator's call. "Miss Mu, I have uncovered that Lu Mo and expended 5 million for an expedited DNA report. He conducted a DNA test on the aborted embryo with Lin Yuetong to confirm that the child is indeed his." Upon hearing this, Mu Yin was plunged into confusion. The child belongs to Lu Moen? How can this be? I have acquired the identification agency in Ningxing. Such reports are archived, post-client signature, and cannot be altered. How could the report obtained by Uncle Chin be false? Moreover, if Lin Yuetong's unborn child were truly Lu Mo An's, she would only need to bear the child for an unbreakable bond to exist between them. Why then would she resort to that abortion pill? To frame and implicate her? Which agency conducted the test? It is possible for reports to be fabricated. A world-renowned institution, Let's find Daddy together. The private investigator's implication was clear. Such a prestigious institution could never risk tarnishing its reputation through forgery. Thus, the report must be genuine. It must pertain solely to the embryo. I require the data report on Lin Yuedong's embryo. Miss, acquiring a detailed data report from a world-renowned institution may prove challenging. Whose institution is it? Mr. Davis. Oh, then obtaining a report shouldn't be too difficult. After ending the call, Mu Yin reached out to Davis. He had bullied the neighbor's child in his youth, only to be caught by Mu Yin, who proceeded to subdue him thoroughly. Consequently, he was notoriously bold, yet terrified of Mu Yin. When he received her call, his voice wavered. In the next moment, he dispatched someone to retrieve the data report and send it to Mu Yin. Subsequently, Mu Yin also acquired the embryo data report from the identification agency in Ningxing regarding Lin Yuedong. Upon comparing the two sets of data, she let out a cold laugh. So it was like this. Chapter 116. How absurd. Mu Yin is an exceptionally wealthy woman. The specimen sent for us to identify at the paternity testing institution was not Lin Yuedong's, but rather a swapped one. Yet, this swapped specimen bears a genetic connection to Lin Yuedong. Thus, at first glance, the two pieces of data appear identical, but upon closer inspection, discrepancies arise. It turns out that on the night of Liu Emoen's drunken escapade, the person he had relations with was not Lin Yuedong, but someone who shares a bloodline with her. Huh! Mu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. This is utterly ridiculous, beyond absurdity. Liu Emoen probably has no idea who he spent that night of indulgence with, for to him, in the dark, they all look the same. As Mu Yin looked at the two data reports in her hand, she smiled to herself. However, who is the true biological mother of Liu Emoen's child? Upon returning to the Liu Bei villa, Mu Yin printed the two data reports, complete with official seals and signatures, and locked them in a safe. She was certain that these reports would prove invaluable. Su Jian's efficiency was remarkable. Mu Yin soon received a call from her. They arranged to meet at the headquarters of Vivian magazine in an hour. Joanna, the owner of Vivian, is hailed as a trendsetter in the fashion industry. Though she does not hail from fashion background, her stature surpasses the very essence of fashion itself, indicating her prominence in the field. Thus, to grace the cover of Vivian, one must either be a top-tier domestic star or a rising celebrity backed by substantial capital. However, it is unprecedented for someone like Lin Yuedong, lacking representative works and only possessing a newly acquired clothing endorsement, to appear on the cover, especially as she is just about to debut through a talent show. An hour later, Mu Yin arrived at the magazine headquarters and encountered Joanna, who was reviewing the internal pages. This was also Joanna's first encounter with Mu Yin. The blurry photos circulating online were already stunning, but witnessing her in person was even more breathtaking. Such a unique, natural beauty is truly unparalleled in the entertainment industry. Mu Yin nodded gently at Joanna. She had learned from Su Jian that Joanna was quite taken with her investment proposition. After all, the magazine currently enjoys recognition only within the country. To expand internationally, a substantial amount of funding is imperative. Now that she knew Joanna was intrigued, the next steps would be straightforward. I would like to invest 200 million. Mu Yin straightforwardly declared, leaving no room for ambiguity. Joanna's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Is this for real? Mu Yin nodded. I am genuinely fond of your work and am aware of the dedication you have poured into Vivian. With that, she slid a check for 200 million towards Joanna. Upon witnessing the astonishing sight of a $200 million check, Joanna was utterly convinced by Su Jian's assertion that Mu Yin was indeed a wealthy heiress. The ease and decisiveness with which such a substantial sum was presented could only belong to a true magnate, perhaps even a super-rich one. After all, one would not possess the audacity to invest 200 million in a magazine without a solid financial foundation. I eagerly anticipate how Vivian will set trends and look forward to witnessing its fashion show. Joanna proactively extended her hand to Mu Yin, repeatedly expressing her delight in their collaboration. It is a privilege for Vivian to have you as an investor, Ms. Mu. Such generosity, 200 million right off the bat. Joanna beamed, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Subsequently, the two signed a contract, and Mu Yin officially became a shareholder of Vivian. As for the next magazine cover, why was Lin Yuedong chosen? Mu Yin stored the contract safely and lifted her gaze toward Joanna. Chapter 117. Lin Yuetong's charming smile. Joanna was well aware of the dynamics between Mu Yin and Lin Yuetong. Upon hearing the question, she promptly responded. The Lu Corporation invested $30 million for this cover, and since it pertains to the July issue, it won't significantly impact anything. The magazine industry often subscribes to the adage of golden September and silver October, with the September and October issues being of utmost importance. $30 million for a July magazine cover? Mu Yin scoffed softly. Lu Mon's compensation was indeed extravagant. Joanna nodded, adding, moreover, they signed a guarantee agreement ensuring they will purchase 2/3 of the magazine's initial release, thus safeguarding us from any losses. When will filming commence? Mu Yin inquired, gazing at Joanna with a smile. The set is already prepared, and filming is underway in the 8th floor studio, Joanna replied. Mu Yin nodded in understanding, saying, I'll go take a look. The moment Joanna heard those words, a chill ran down her spine. She sensed an impending showdown was about to unfold. Outside the office, Su Jian awaited Mu Yin's return, immediately inquiring about the investment. Upon learning that Mu Yin had invested $200 million to become a shareholder of Vivian, Su Jian was left agape, her jaw nearly dropping. $200 million? The valuation of Vivian is only a little over $100 million. She gazed at Mu Yin with wide eyes, asking, when will you invest in my Lu Guang news? Is Lu Guang news not flourishing enough to require my investment? Mu Yin raised an eyebrow. Of course, we need a stunning and charismatic heiress like you. Mu Yin replied with a playful grin. Investing aside, I genuinely wish to help you earn more. Once she became a shareholder, it would merely mean recouping her investment while continuing to profit from Su Jian. Among friends, such transactions were unnecessary, especially since she was not in dire need of funds. However, aiding Su Jian in earning more was indeed a sincere gesture. Upon hearing this, Su Jian's eyes sparkled with excitement. How do we earn? Mu Yin smiled coyly and answered, follow me. Together, they ascended in the elevator to the 8th floor. On the 8th floor, within a photography studio spanning several hundred square meters, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Look at me. Raise your hand. Yes, that enchanting smile. The photographer, wielding a DSLR, sought various angles, fervently clicking the shutter. Mu Yin leaned against a nearby wall, gazing at Lin Yuetong, who was showcasing her charm. Turn around, glance back. The photographer urged once more. As Lin Yuetong turned her head, she caught sight of Mu Yin. Mu Yin beamed a stunning smile, waving her hand in greeting. However, upon seeing Mu Yin, Lin Yuetong's smile vanished in an instant, her eyes now filled with animosity. The shutter clicked, capturing a moment that would soon appear on the expansive LCD screen. Lin Yuetong, lacking experience in hard shots, found her sudden emotional shift rendered the photograph akin to a scene of calamity. Mu Yin chuckled softly. Su Jian, having surreptitiously captured the image of Lin Yuetong's crossed eyes, erupted in exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, Yin, you must see this. It's my first time witnessing such a glance and smile. Perhaps you've misunderstood. This is not the legendary glance and smile that captivates, Mu Yin retorted. What is it then? A glance and smile with crossed eyes, Mu Yin quipped mercilessly. Su Jian burst into laughter. Pua-ha. The crew members on set found merit in the jest, stifling their laughter. Lin Yuetong's face betrayed palpable embarrassment. Standing amidst the vibrant backdrop, like a jester, Lin Yuetong shared her team with Tan Mei, a group notorious within the industry for their arrogance, backed by significant capital. It was said that even A-list stars showed deference to Tan Mei. Now, with such a disastrous photo emerging, they could hardly let it slide. Chapter 118. The face-slapping continues. So tell me, are you enjoying this? Their demeanor was vehement, laced with expletives. They demanded a 10-minute break for Lin Yuetong to regain her composure, insisting on the removal of any extraneous personnel. That embarrassing photo was promptly deleted. With her arms crossed defiantly, Lin Yuetong gazed at Mu Yin, proudly lifting her chin, completely shedding her earlier embarrassment. How did these outsiders manage to infiltrate the set? They have completely disrupted my performance. Why wasn't she escorted out? Is your magazine, Vivian, so indiscriminate that any random person can waltz in? If the magazine's shoot schedule is delayed, who will assume responsibility? Her tone was imperious, radiating arrogance. Calm and composed, Mu Yin approached Lin Yuetong. Lin Yuetong scoffed. What gives you the right to take charge? Is it because of your dubious connections with so many men? Or is it because you are now entangled with Mu Yi? Then, casting her gaze towards the staff of Vivian, she bellowed. Are you all mute? Why haven't you expelled her yet? Lin Yuetong's team began to mobilize, but the staff of Vivian remained paralyzed with fear. Just moments ago, their work group was inundated with the same message, tagging every staff member. Were they tired of their jobs, attempting to confront the boss? Simultaneously, a love seat was delivered to the filming set. Just place it here. Mu Yin gestured to her current position. This spot was perfect, facing Lin Yuetong directly. Soon, the love seat was arranged, accompanied by a small side table. Joanna's secretary personally placed the brewed floral tea and snacks upon the table. President Xiao has gone to a meeting. If you need anything, just instruct me directly. Mu Yin nodded, pulling Su Jian to sit beside her on the sofa. The atmosphere was utterly silent. Lin Yuetong's face turned a shade of green. She was utterly bewildered, glancing at her team, then at Mu Yin seated before her, completely at a loss. Mu Yin maintained her composure, adorned with a serene smile. She lifted her hand, preparing to pour herself a cup of tea, but the secretary swiftly intervened. Mu Yin looked at Lin Yuetong, standing on the stage, and reiterated her previous words verbatim. This was the filming site, and all relevant personnel were, of course, permitted to enter. As a model, one must exhibit professionalism regardless of the number of onlookers. We at Vivian have never been a frivolous magazine, yet this is the first time we have allowed just anyone to stand on stage. Regardless of who they are, once they step up, they must deliver exceptional photographic prowess. After an entire morning without a single usable photo, delaying the magazine's shooting schedule. Can you and your team bear this responsibility? There is no need for a break. Let us continue shooting. Not only for Vivian's July cover, but also for your inaugural magazine cover. If you're indifferent or dissatisfied, feel free to breach the contract and leave the stage. No one will stop you. I have spoken at length without introducing myself. Suddenly, Mu Yin rose from the love seat, striding onto the stage toward Lin Yuetong. With each step, she exuded an imposing presence. Even in her 5 to 6 centimeter heels, Lin Yuetong was still half a head shorter than Mu Yin. Mu Yin looked down at her, a chilling smile gracing her lips. I am the owner of Vivian. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuetong's arrogant demeanor was extinguished like a flame doused with icy water. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, her team stood with mouths agape. They had previously clamored to expel Mu Yin, but now they fell silent, deflated. How could they possibly expel her? She was the owner of Vivian, rightfully present at the filming site. Not only was it reasonable for her to observe, but even to offer direction was entirely expected. Mu Yin had done nothing but gaze at Lin Yuetong, yet it felt as though a pair of hands were relentlessly slapping her face. With a resounding slap, Lin Yuetong's face swelled to a degree surpassing that of a pig's head. Mu Yin, with a smile gracing her lips, let her eyes twinkle with mirth. Standing under the bright lights alongside Lin Yuetong, the latter instantly succumbed to defeat. Mu Yin, with skin as fair as snow, effortlessly exuded an air of elegance with every gesture. Her gaze, bright and clear yet imbued with an unfathomable chill, rested upon Lin Yuetong. Miss Lin, do not dawdle. Either engage properly in the shoot or leave. After all, the cover of Vivian will never lack for willing subjects. As the words fell, Mu Yin lightly tapped Lin Yuetong's shoulder with her fingertip. Work necessitates a semblance of professionalism. With that, her finger brushed aside a stray lock of hair from Lin Yuetong's shoulder, as if that strand represented Lin Yuetong herself, easily dismissed with a mere flick of her hand. This gesture was both audacious and stylish. Not far away, Su Jian gazed in awe, completely starstruck. This is the essence of the wealthy elite. Mu Yin turned and gracefully reclined on the sofa once more. The shoot resumed. Lin Yuetong, her expression fraught with reluctance, only complied after her manager's repeated encouragement. How could she afford to let her temper jeopardize the cover of Vivian, a coveted prize for many starlets? She was but a step away from that coveted position, and to act out would mean not only losing the cover, but also squandering the investments already made. Thus, Lin Yuetong clenched her teeth in determination and pressed on. The photography resumed, with Mu Yin calmly sipping floral tea, observing Lin Yuetong's lackluster performance with evident disapproval. The editor-in-chief of Vivian, upon learning of Mu Yin's presence, hurried over in person. Lin Yuetong's body language was painfully rigid. She lacked the ability to connect with the camera, her interpretations of physical expression bewilderingly off the mark. For instance, when instructed to embody noble aloofness, she tensed up as if paralyzed. When asked to appear dreamy and ethereal, she instead portrayed the demeanor of a blind person, suggesting she might as well open a blind massage parlor at any moment. Mu Yin found the display unbearable. Lu Meng had invested heavily in Lin Yuetong, showering her with resources and opportunities, hoping to elevate her to stardom. Yet, Lin Yuetong resembled a mere circus monkey, incapable of performing human-like tasks. Throughout this round of shooting, Mu Yin uttered only 4 words: "Not good, reshoot." Lin Yuetong simmered with frustration, bottling up her irritation as she continued to shoot, and shoot. By the end of the day, not a single photo suitable for the cover was captured. The photographer, a veteran in the industry and favored by numerous top-tier starlets, could not salvage Lin Yuetong's expressionless visage. The cover of Vivian was doomed to fail. Su Jian shrugged, shaking her head in resignation. The editor-in-chief silently concurred, recognizing that the lack of expressiveness rendered the images utterly unworthy in the fashion realm. "Ms. Mu, what do you think of these photographs?" The editor hesitated, struggling to find the right words. After spending over a decade in the fashion industry, one would think I had encountered every possible situation. Yet this was a first for me. In a contest of stature, not a single commendable photograph could be selected. Upon finishing her workday, Lin Yuetong promptly retreated to the makeup room to remove her makeup and change her look. To her, the end of the workday signified the conclusion of the shoot. If the photos failed to meet her satisfaction, that was solely the photographer's shortcoming. Regardless, she was assured of gracing the cover of the next issue of Vivian, and whether today's photographs would be deemed usable was of no concern to her. Such occurrences were not without precedent, but typically several commendable cover photos could be selected. Yet, many leading stars are exceptionally dedicated, often remaining to continue shooting or even rescheduling for a reshoot. Lin Yuetong's nonchalant attitude was a rare sight. Mu Yin, the proprietor of Vivian, expected her chief editor to take a decisive stance. Observing the editor, Mu Yin remarked, "As you are aware, Mr. Xiao has accepted funds from the Liu family, and there exists a fallback plan. The magazine's release will undoubtedly yield no loss, yet it may tarnish the reputation of Vivian." This was a truth well understood by both the editor and Joanna. However, in a time when financial resources were scarce, they could hardly afford to be overly concerned. After all, that amounted to 30 million, plus the fallback sales. The editor nodded, understanding Mu's implication that the cross-eyed model could serve as a topic of interest. Mu Yin's words were a revelation. Lin Yuetong sought only the exposure of Vivian, and as long as they fulfilled their commitment, it mattered little which photograph was used. The contract contained no stipulations regarding this. The chief editor hesitated. While this contrarian approach is feasible, it may offend the Liu family. Mu Yin regarded him with a smile, asserting, "As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Vivian. Since I have invested, it is akin to owning it. As a shareholder of Vivian, it effectively aligns with the Mu family." The Liu family held significant power in Ningxing, yet the Mu family was equally formidable, if not more so. Thus, there was little to fear. The chief editor, clutching his computer, remained stationary. Had anyone else uttered such words, it might have seemed boastful. Yet Mu Yin's tone was sincere, earnest, and devoid of any hint of arrogance. It was merely a statement of fact. The chief editor was deeply impressed and utterly convinced. In his position at Vivian, he was aware of Mu Yin's 200 million investment. Nevertheless, the photos had already been deleted. That is easily remedied. Mu Yin seized the chief editor's computer, settled onto the sofa, and placed the device on her lap. Her slender fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly restoring the deleted photograph. She smiled as she handed the computer back to the chief editor, nodded in farewell, and departed alongside Su Jian. The chief editor gazed at the image displayed on the screen, then turned to observe Mu Yin's retreating figure, utterly astonished. Could it be that Mu was truly this formidable? Today, at the filming location, Mu Yin specifically reminded Su Jian to keep some reserves. Naturally, Su Jian understood the implication. Tonight, she was determined to create a sensational stir for Lin Yuetong. The KPI for Liuguang News was bound to soar. A sisterhood is indeed a true blessing. Let the worthless men find solace elsewhere. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the Vivian headquarters. Just as they turned the corner, the sound of hurried high heels echoed. Mu Yin, stop right there. Chapter 121. Report, Mu Yin, that little hussy is back again. The tone was imperious, utterly disdainful. The noise was so grating that without turning around, It was clear that Lin Yutong, the mistress, was the source. Mu Yin, that little hussy, is back again. Su Yin tightened her grip on the mineral water bottle. She truly wished to hurl it backward, avenging her sister. Mu Yin, exuding calmness, even curled her lips in a smirk. As the proprietor of Liuguang News, you must seize the opportunity presented to you, she whispered, audible only to the two of them. Su Yin immediately comprehended, reaching in her bag to retrieve the essential recording pen every journalist should possess. Today in the studio, Lin Yutong had endured a torrent of frustration. Now that the workday had concluded and the shooting was over, she certainly would not continue to tolerate it. It must be noted that she was a princess born with a silver spoon. Even though her family's fortunes had waned, the resurgence of Tan Mei, coupled with a rekindled romance with Lu Liming, ensured her a life of comfort. Anything she desired would be presented to her, just like the cover of this issue of Vivian magazine. When had Lin Yutong ever faced adversity? Yet, time and again, she had been humiliated by Mu Yin. New grievances compounded old ones. How could she endure? Her exquisitely made-up face was already twisted in rage. The sound of rapid footsteps approached. Lin Yutong rushed towards Mu Yin. Aren't you merely a woman who climbed into Mu Yi's bed? What audacity do you possess in my presence? I am the eldest daughter of the Lin family, a refined socialite. What are you? Just a country bumpkin, forever a sparrow that cannot ascend to become a phoenix. A wretched creature used and discarded by men. Lin Yutong spat venomously, each word like a dagger to the ear. Today, I will show you what it means to wield power in the upper echelons. With a razor-sharp knife in hand, Lin Yutong lunged towards Mu Yin's lower back. Mu Yin, catching a glimpse of the glinting blade, swiftly pushed Su Yin aside. Then, with a swift kick, she struck Lin Yutong's wrist. Clatter! The knife clattered to the ground. Before Lin Yutong could react, Mu Yin seized her hand, forcefully slamming her against the wall. Then, grasping her long hair, she pressed her heavily powdered face against the cold white wall. Mu Yin, release me. Lin Yutong struggled desperately, yet found herself utterly immobilized. How dare you treat me this way? My godfather will not let you off. Do not think that by sleeping with Mu Yi, you can roam freely in Ningxing. A worthless scoundrel like you, lacking power and influence, could easily be crushed by any family in the upper echelons. Frantically, she hurled a barrage of threats at Mu Yin. Mu Yin let out a cold laugh, gripping Lin Yutong's hair with fierce intensity. Ah! Lin Yutong cried out in pain. It dawned on Mu Yin that Lin Yutong truly suffered from intermittent insanity. It seemed she had indeed lost her wits. After all, such foolishness in broad daylight could only be perpetrated by her. Yet, there was another possibility, her unwavering confidence that Lu Liming could rescue her once, and could certainly do so again, especially with Lu Imoen now seeking to compensate her. In Ningxing, who was unaware of the Lu family, Yin, are you all right? Su Yin, still shaken by the earlier scene, hurried to Mu Yin's side. She glared at Lin Yutong, who was firmly pinned down, her teeth clenched in anger. Mu Yin shook her head, then took the bottle of mineral water from Su Yin's hands. Chapter 122. Lin Yutong, do you have any sense of your own worth? With one hand, she twisted off the cap. Lin Yutong, do you truly comprehend your own worth? Perhaps I should help you regain your senses. With that, Mu Yin poured the entire bottle of water over Lin Yutong's head. Ah! Lin Yutong screamed. The water cascaded down, ruining her hairstyle and makeup. As the last drop fell, Mu Yin declared, now are you awake? You. Lin Yutong collapsed onto the ground, disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit. Today, she felt as if she had struck the ceiling. Do not look at me with such eyes, Mu Yin warned, a smirk playing on her lips. Rest assured, I charge no fee for waking a little mistress like you. Consider it an act of charity. As she tossed the twisted plastic bottle at Lin Yutong's feet, Mu Yin turned and departed alongside Su Yin. Lin Yutong could hardly believe it. The once meek and silent Mu Yin, who had always trailed behind Lu Imoen, yearning for his attention, had transformed into someone so formidable, so fearsome, and utterly unapproachable. Filled with rage, Lin Yutong pounded the ground with her fists, emitting frenzied shrieks that showcased her madness. Just then, her manager and assistant rushed in to support her. Struggling to her feet, she glared at Mu Yin's retreating figure and shouted, Mu Yi will abandon you sooner or later. I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. As if summoned by her words, Mu Yi appeared, entering the corridor with a pair of slippers in hand. Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for his arrival at this place. Her lips moved silently as she mouthed, "Brother?" In response, Mu Yi flashed her a charming smile. "I just returned and heard from Uncle Chin that you were at the Vivian headquarters, so I rushed over." Before Mu Yin could utter a word, Mu Yi spoke again. "You injured your ankle?" Mu Yin, surprised, asked, "How did you know?" Mu Yi cast a sidelong glance at Uncle Chin, who feigned whistling and turned away, but Mu Yin understood. The ointment she had left at home must have caught Uncle Chin's attention. "Change your shoes," Mu Yi instructed, squatting down to place a pair of slippers at her feet. "Be careful, don't fall. Give me your hand." He extended his hand towards Mu Yin, assisting her in maintaining her balance. She nodded, grasped his hand, and changed into the slippers. Su Jian glanced down at the slippers. "The latest Hermes model? Do they fit well?" Mu Yi asked with a smile. Mu Yi nodded. "Did you buy them specifically for me? I couldn't bring you an old pair. We have new ones at home. The ones at home are outdated. This pair just arrived at the store. Do you like them?" Mu Yi nodded enthusiastically and gave Mu Yi a thumbs up, whispering, "Brother has great taste." In the next moment, Mu Yi made a call in front of everyone. "I just purchased the latest model and gathered all the colors from around the globe because our Yin said they're comfortable." Mu Yin tugged at his suit jacket. "No need. This pair is sufficient. One pair is not enough. I intend to help you collect all the colors, dear sister." Mu Yin chuckled softly. "Brother is truly amazing. One can't help but admire him." Su Jian, standing not far away, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but smile. "This pair of siblings is extraordinary." She cast a sly glance at Lin Yuetong, thinking, "Can this foolish girl get any dimmer?" Her expression resembled someone who had just swallowed a fly. Just a moment ago, Lin Yuetong had proclaimed that Mu Yi would abandon Mu Yin, only to be thoroughly slapped in the face by reality. Once again, her face swelled like a pig's head. Yet, Lin Yuetong remained oblivious. After all, they were siblings. What kind of brother would abandon his sister? It was indeed perplexing. Furthermore, Mu Yin was a legitimate child, a bona fide heiress. Subsequently, Mu Yin exchanged pleasantries with Su Jian and left with Mu Yi. Su Jian nodded, signaling for a phone conversation with Mu Yin. She stood there, gazing enviously at the retreating figures of Mu Yi and Mu Yin, secretly thinking, though Yin encountered a scoundrel like Lu, she has a brother who will always treat her well. She has doting parents and a powerful family backing her. Not to mention, she is a billionaire herself. Zha Lu, why do you forsake mountains of gold and silver to wade through filth? Su Jian shook her head in exasperation. Upon learning that Mu Yin and Lin Yuetong had engaged in a fierce confrontation, Joanna, who had just concluded a meeting, rushed over. She was certain that the man in question was Mu Yi, the CEO of the Mu Corporation. As she surveyed the disheveled Lin Yuetong and the unscathed Mu Yin, Joanna quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that Mu Yin had the upper hand. She swiftly approached Su Jian, saying, "Xiao Su, what are you still looking at?" Turning to Joanna, Su Jian playfully hooked her arm. "Anna, Kulme, let's recite together." "Recite what?" Joanna inquired, not envious of the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, but envious of the wealthy lady every day. Joanna immediately understood and echoed the phrase. They recited it together once more, finding a surprising harmony in their rhythm. Mu Yin instructed Su Jian to retrieve the surveillance footage from the corridor, but alas, the cameras were malfunctioning. Although a repair request had been made, no technician had yet arrived. Upon receiving a WeChat message from Su Jian, Mu Yin couldn't help but chuckle. She believed Lin Yuetong had shown some growth, at least in her awareness of being recorded. Mu Yin messaged Su Jian, "See you at Jining Square." She then turned to her brother Mu Yi, saying, "Brother, I have matters to attend to." "Where to?" he inquired. "I'll escort you." Jining Square. Mu Yi chuckled. "Jining? What business do you have at your own establishment?" "I invested in a clothing brand, and today the new model is hosting an event in Area C of Jining Square. The stage is all set. Do you want a brother to come and support you?" Mu Yin gently shook her head. "No need. I can handle it." "Handle it?" Upon hearing those words, Mu Yi immediately became alert. "Who is the new model?" Mu Yin winked at him. "Lin Yuetong." Suddenly, a smile broke across Mu Yi's face. "No wonder you are our Yin." Upon arriving at Jining Square, as Mu Yin prepared to exit the vehicle, Mu Yi grasped her wrist. "Are you really sure you don't need your brother?" His concern for her was palpable. "Brother, can she still bully me?" Mu Yin reassured him. "No ding, Mu Yi did. I heard there's a new car exhibition in Area A with a Selby. I shall buy you one to play with. Brother, already have many cars, but not a Selby. It only takes 78 seconds to reach 100. I want to give it a try. Then I'll buy one for you. Mu Yin promptly offered him a bank card. With a smile, Mu Yin returned it. Our Yin works too hard. I must buy a car to reward you. Hard work? What I've been working hard on. Chapter 124. A series of slaps that leave you unrecognizable. Mu Yin looked at her, bemused, and explained, Isn't it exhausting to repeatedly deal with people? With a chuckle, Mu Yin laughed, and Mu Yin joined her in laughter. Subsequently, Mu Yin made her way towards Area C. Lo, Miss was teetering on the threshold of the third tier, yet unable to reach the second. Thus her activities could only unfold within the confines of Area C. The media team was already assembled on site. Following Mu Yin's instructions, Lo, Mrs. Manager placed the flowing light news in the front row. Su Jian occupied the first row of the press area, enclosed by railings. She exchanged nods with Mu Yin before indulging heartily in her boxed meal. Fans began to arrive in succession, reportedly funded by Lin Yuetong's side. Mu Yin entered a nearby lounge, where her manager had been awaiting her arrival, ready with dinner. Opposite her lounge was Lin Yuetong's. From the headquarters of Vivian to the venue, Lin Yuetong's mood had not improved. She wore a sullen expression. Despite having her makeup and hair redone, her heavily powdered face was beyond recognition from her earlier disheveled state. Observing her demeanor, her manager immediately appealed to her emotions and reason. This was your first endorsement with a clothing brand. The media was in place, and many were paid to create an audience for you. This would elevate your status. If you were to take the stage in such a state, the media would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to twist the narrative, offending the brand and squandering the expenses incurred for hundreds of fans. Most importantly, it would allow Mu Yin to revel in her triumph. Lin Yuetong had not absorbed her manager's lengthy entreaty until the final statement jolted her back to attention. At 6 o'clock sharp, the lights and music ignited. Following a lively atmosphere, the host began to promote Lin Yuetong, a daughter of a prestigious family. An exceptionally talented young lady, the goddess of Hanfu who dazzles all. Lin Yuetong had no representative works, thus her introduction was repetitively confined to those few phrases, making it a challenge for the writer of the promotional script. The audience erupted into applause. Fans harmoniously chanted, Yuetong, Yuetong. Under the brilliant lights, Lin Yuetong stood center stage, flanked by several models. The crowd's cheers erupted. Yuetong, your beauty deserves to be framed and enshrined in the National Art Gallery. Darling, seeing your smile makes me forget about candy for an entire year. Today, once again, I'm struck by your stunning beauty. Humanity should not miss this day with you. Meanwhile, Mu Yin, seated in the lounge, savored her dinner while listening to the deafening shouts, nearly bursting into laughter. This was not a star-chasing event. It was a battle of flattery. Lin Yuetong should take note. These paid fans exhibited more dedication than she did. Throughout the event, Lin Yuetong maintained a smile, her tone exceedingly gentle as she introduced the clothing brand and described the garments she wore. At the event, Miss Lin engaged with the fans, scattering candies and holding a raffle. The host, with an air of mystery, announced that the owner of our brand was present today. Really? Lin Yuetong exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. Did they come here especially for me? The host nodded in affirmation, playfully asserting that, in contemporary parlance, the owner was Lin Yuetong's benefactor. Indeed, she replied, nodding enthusiastically. Then let Miss Lin extend a warm welcome. The host handed the microphone to Lin Yuetong. With a radiant smile and her dulcet voice, she warmly declared, Let us give a hearty welcome to my benefactor, the owner of the LO. Miss Brand. Chapter 125. My oh my. Lin Yuetong called Mu Yin daddy. The lights flickered and the brand's theme music played. Mu Yin stepped onto the stage, coming into view of the audience. Instantly, the venue fell into complete silence. Lin Yuetong, who had been smiling brightly, suddenly looked pale as a ghost. Her grip on the microphone tightened, her mouth opening and closing without uttering a single word, unable even to maintain her smile. In the front row, Liaoguang News swiftly snapped photos and released news updates, contacting headquarters for immediate action. Instantly, Mu Yin, as Lin Yuetong's benefactor, trended on social media. Thousands of netizens flocked into the live broadcast room, nearly overwhelming it. Mu Yin approached Lin Yuetong, who appeared tense, pale, and filled with loathing, yet smiled and nodded at her. In that moment, the disparity between them was stark. Mu Yin looked at Lin Yuetong and gently said, "Do you wish to acknowledge me as your father? You're always welcome." Lin Yuetong's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. She had uttered the term benefactor herself with such fervor. Yet, she never expected that the owner of the LO, Miss Brand, would be Mu Yin. She felt like a clown, having slapped herself in the face. In the next moment, she could no longer stand, collapsing heavily to the ground. Thud! She fainted. It seemed genuine, not an act. Lin Yuetong had truly fainted from anger. "Quick, summon an ambulance," a staff member shouted. Mu Yin and the host knelt down to assess Lin Yuetong's condition. Mu Yin checked her pulse, confirming she was still alive. As long as she is alive, that's what matters. Otherwise, it would be terribly inauspicious. An ambulance, stationed nearby, as per event requirements, arrived. They had thought this would be a low-energy event, but they never anticipated its necessity. Lin Yuetong was urgently transported to the hospital. Immediately, discussions erupted across the internet. Seizing the moment, Liuguang News revealed that Lin Yuetong had appeared disoriented and furious at the shooting for the magazine Vivian, accompanied by manipulated, blurred photos and audio laden with disdain. Inside the pavilion, various mosaics blurred the photographs, yet one could faintly discern Lin Yuetong standing on the stage, her arms crossed elegantly over her chest, exuding an air of superiority. At that moment, netizens comprehended why Lin Yuetong had fainted at the event. With her fiery temperament, upon seeing Mu Yin and calling her benefactor aloud, who could possibly remain composed? Who could resist fainting? Many netizens, having endured experiences of being the victim of a third party or being hurt by scoundrels, fervently cheered in delight, proclaiming support for Mu Yin and denouncing the mistress and the scoundrel. However, shortly thereafter, a flurry of posts emerged attempting to vindicate Lin Yuetong. They claimed her sudden fainting was a testament to her dedication, a result of relentless work over 24 hours. Her outburst on set was merely a reflection of her dissatisfaction with her own performance, thereby establishing her image as a devoted professional. Simultaneously, the sight of Mu Yin and Mu Yi seated in a sleek Silby sports car soared to the trending topics. The series of photographs captured Mu Yin in the driver's seat while Mu Yi occupied the passenger side, as they departed from Jining Plaza in a luxury vehicle. Given Lin Yuetong's immense grievances, Tan Mei seized the opportunity immediately, enlisting numerous marketing accounts to ridicule Mu Yin for clinging to Mu Yi, insinuating that she exchanged favors for the car and her rise to prominence. She further condemned Mu Yin for lacking moral integrity, claiming she relied on her physical allure to ascend. Chapter 126. How could one not defend their own wife? Lu Emoan sat on the bed, gauze wrapped around his shoulder and extending to his abdomen. He was in the process of contacting his secretary to have Mu Yin's trending topic removed. Yet, in the next moment, the door swung open. "You intend to remove Mu Yin's trending topic?" Lu Liming stormed into the bedroom, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "How long do you plan to protect that woman?" Lu Emoan regarded the incensed Lu Liming with a furrowed brow and a cold scoff. What sins had he committed in his past life to have a father like this? Lu Liming continued his tirade. The clothing brand endorsed by Yuetong has now become Mu Yin's ownership. The magazine Yuetong is set to feature in is now owned by Mu Yin as well. Is there such a remarkable coincidence in this world? Clearly, she is deliberately tormenting Yuetong. But what fault does Yuetong bear? She is the most innocent one. Lu Liming, ever the defender of Lin Yuetong, would not let this grievous injustice go unchallenged. "What did you say?" Lu Emoan's gaze flickered as he caught the crux of Lu Liming's words. Mu Yin has become the owner of the Vivian magazine. He had initially thought the clothing brand was merely a coincidence. Lu Liming huffed in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Had Yuetong not regained consciousness and been in good health, I would undoubtedly have made Mu Yin pay dearly." Lu Emoan looked at Lu Liming, his expression darkening. "You should not harm her. You remain unaware of her status as the eldest daughter of the Mu family. This trending topic must be removed today. How could one not cherish their own wife? Now that Lin Yuetong has awakened, she deserves the finest hospital room and the most skilled doctors. As for subsequent compensations, I will ensure they are forthcoming, and I will discreetly send someone to investigate, avoiding any involvement with Yin. Lu Emoan clearly does not intend to pursue the matter further. Yet Lu Liming remains aggressively insistent. "What do you mean by that? You compensate Yuetong while indulging your ex-wife, who has humiliated her twice. And you still wish to remove your ex-wife from trending? Indeed, Lu Moen replied with unwavering conviction. If not her, then who should I indulge? Everything I owe her, all that I failed to provide in the past, must now be repaid in full. Ignoring Lu Liming, Lu Moen instructed his secretary. Lu Liming, furious, began to smash objects, his eyes blazing with anger. He and He Li Shu, along with Lu Jimeng, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, quickly attempting to restrain Lu Liming. Just then, a notification buzzed in. Lu Moen opened it, his voice cold and resolute. No need for withdrawal. The sales department of Zirbai Jining Plaza had issued a statement, actively defending their high-end customers, showcasing the vehicle purchase contract. Although crucial details were obscured, the buyer and the vehicle owner were both registered under Mu Yin's name. This meant that the Zirbai car belonged to Mu Yin, and it was purchased outright. Lu Liming, having read the clarifying Weibo post, scoffed. Where would a girl from the mountains acquire 50 to 60 million? ISNT it from Mu Yi. He glanced at Lu Moen. Your ex-wife, now in the embrace of Mu Yi, drives a luxury car, basking in glory. Lu Moen regarded the oblivious Lu Liming with a hint of amusement. Mu Yin's splendor was not bestowed by anyone. It was inherently hers to claim. While the trending topic was not removed by Lu Moen, the sales department's statement proved to be even more effective than a complete withdrawal, serving as solid evidence. Though Lu Liming simmered with indignation, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Have his servants clean this up, he instructed, casting a glance at He Li Shu. Each time he lost his temper, he had a habit of breaking things. At this moment, however, he felt a twinge of guilt, as if he were in the wrong. In the past, He Li Shu would have certainly engaged him in a fierce argument, yet now she remained composed and serene. This tranquil demeanor puzzled Lu Liming, but he dismissed it and left. After all, in his heart, no one could compare to his beloved Tan Mei. He Li Shu remained silent, summoning a servant to tidy up. Lu Jimeng looked down at the mess, her gaze drawn to a ceramic doll shattered in two. Wait, isn't this the one my sister-in-law made by hand? Chapter 127. Could my uncle possibly have feelings for my sister-in-law? Upon hearing Lu Jimeng's words, Lu Moen swiftly leapt from the bed and rushed to the chaotic scene. He picked up the broken ceramic doll, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gritting his teeth, a chilling intensity radiated from him. Subsequently, he promptly made a phone call, issuing furious commands. In the next moment, a series of loud bangs echoed from downstairs, followed by Lu Liming's enraged roar. Lu Moen, how dare you send someone to smash my car? Do you not regard me as your father? Lu Jiming's eyes widened in disbelief. She rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window, witnessing the luxury vehicle, now a mere shadow of its former self, before turning her gaze to Lu Moen, who held the shattered ceramic doll. Brother, you. It was well known throughout the Lu residence that the father and son had a tumultuous relationship. However, it was the first time Lu Moen had resorted to such drastic measures against his father's vehicle, a fact that could not be overlooked. Lu Liming sought to confront Lu Moen, but was halted by He Li Shu. The two engaged in a fierce argument, parting ways as acrimoniously as ever. A full 30 minutes passed, yet Lu Moen remained as still as a statue, fixated on the remnants of the ceramic doll in his hands. In 5 years of marriage, he had never set foot in this bedroom. He had only caught a glimpse of the doll a few days prior, mistakenly believing it to be an ordinary ornament. Unaware, it was crafted by her own hands. Even his sister knew of its origin, and yet he, as her husband, remained oblivious, ultimately allowing it to shatter into 2 pieces. Lu Moen felt an oppressive weight in his hands, as if he were cradling their fractured marriage. His eyes reddened, and hot tears cascaded down, landing on the ceramic doll, disappearing without a trace. Along with it vanished her love for him. He managed a bitter smile, realizing that tears brought forth such a profound sensation. She must have endured great pain and suffering in the past. What on earth are you doing, Lu Moen? He Li Shu, witnessing this scene, felt a heavy heart. She wished to offer solace, but was at a loss for words. She understood her son's desire to reconcile with Mu Yin, to remarry her. However, this matter no longer concerned just the two of them. It also involved a third party, her brother He Linshan. Perhaps it was best to allow him some solitude. With a sigh, He Li Shu turned to leave. Just as she stepped outside, the door barely closing behind her, Lu Jimeng approached. Brother is furious because father smashed the ceramic doll made by sister-in-law. which is why he retaliated by damaging father's car. Li Shu nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Your brother has suffered greatly for sister-in-law, bleeding and crying. His heart is indeed deeply invested in her. Should I go speak with sister-in-law? Perhaps I could persuade her? Li Shu gently shook her head. How can you converse? How can you persuade? If only you could ensure your uncle doesn't interfere. In matters of the heart, no one can truly assist. And even if someone were to help, whom should they support? Uncle? Interfere? Lu Jimeng was taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment. After a brief pause, realization dawned upon her. Could it be that uncle has feelings for sister-in-law? Indeed, Lu Jimeng's mouth fell agape in disbelief. As she struggled to digest the news, she sincerely inquired, should I address you as sister-in-law or aunt? Li Shu responded with a perplexed expression, indicating that her daughter seemed rather dim-witted. Lin Yuedong, having faced 2 setbacks in quick succession, was evidently frazzled and likely required a hospital stay for recuperation. Once she regained her strength and was discharged, she was scheduled to head to Lanning Island for a 3-month recording of Debut 303. It appeared that a 3rd setback was imminent. Mu Yin stood on the balcony, basking in the gentle summer evening breeze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. ZFB had credited her account with 50 million yuan. Chapter 128. Linshin, was this intentional? Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a transfer from Mu Yi, just as she was about to descend to find him. Mu Yi had already approached her side. Did you receive the money? Brother, why did you send me 50 million? Mu Yin gazed at him puzzled. Standing beside her, Mu Yi beheld her charming visage, a look of affectionate indulgence on his face. Back at Jining Square, when you swiftly slipped the bank card into my pocket, did you really think I was oblivious? Fortunately, I had that card when I noticed the paparazzi at the auto show. To avoid complications, I used your card. But remember, this card was a gift from your brother. Realization dawned upon Mu Yin, so there were indeed paparazzi following her. Thankfully, her brother was attentive. What gift do you desire? I will get it for you. In truth, what he most yearned for was her heart. Mu Yi hesitated, faltering in his attempt to voice his feelings. Would you accompany me for a late-night snack? I find myself missing the street stalls. His gaze upon Mu Yin was filled with tenderness. All right, she readily agreed. Subsequently, they each changed into comfortable athletic attire and headed to the street lined with food stalls. The offerings there were delightful, and they chose a random stall without hesitation. As they feasted and chatted merrily, laughter filled the air. On their way back, Mu Yin nestled in the back seat, scrolling through her phone. She stumbled upon a trending topic regarding the top hotel in Haicheng. Intrigued, she clicked on it, and a large headline caught her attention. Top hotel had a mishap yesterday. Pictures reveal the truth. The accompanying image depicted a blurry view of the maze fountain, obscured by thick glass. Following the conclusion of a lighting event at Haicheng's top hotel, the fountain maze was supposed to open the evening after, inviting guests to experience its allure, a tradition upheld for a decade. However, the fountain maze had been prematurely activated last night without notifying any guests, leading to considerable discontent among those who had come specifically for it. The top hotel promptly issued an apology, announcing that the fountain maze would reopen tonight, inviting guests to partake and waiving their room charges for the day. Although the hotel's handling of the situation was commendable, the fact that a 10-year-old protocol of a 7-star hotel could lead to such a fundamental blunder is truly unprecedented. Naturally, it has become a topic of much discussion. The first night featured a lighting ceremony, while the second night unveiled the fountain maze, something all of us from Haicheng are well aware of. Even though there was a mistake last night when the fountain maze was activated, the absence of guests participating should have raised eyebrows at the hotel. One might boldly speculate. Could it be that a wealthy individual invested heavily to initiate the maze's mist, merely to win the favor of a stunning beauty? Mu Yin, observing the trending comments, froze momentarily, her delicate brows knitting together as she clutched her phone. The image of him carrying her while she pointed the way, as they exited the fountain maze, flashed before her eyes. She turned her gaze towards the window. Was the activation of the fountain maze truly a lapse on the hotel's part? Or was it a gesture from Linshin? If it was indeed his doing, did he know she was departing Haicheng the following day, prompting him to allow her a glimpse of the renowned fountain maze? If so, was his becoming lost in the maze and seeking her assistance a mere coincidence? Linshin, Mu Yin whispered softly, her lips forming the name. Meanwhile, Mu Yi, driving the vehicle, glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, he inquired with genuine concern, "Inin, what is on your mind?" Chapter 129. Yin. Is she beautiful? Mu Yin snapped back to reality, gazing at Mu Yi with a smile as she shook her head. "It's nothing. Just a bit tired." With a hint of urgency, Mu Yi responded, "Should I drive faster?" At his words, he accelerated, determined to get home as swiftly as possible. For a bed is far more comfortable than even the most luxurious of cars. Upon arriving at the Luan villa, the siblings exchanged goodnights. Mu Yin entered her room with a smile, while Mu Yi lingered, his gaze fixed on the closed door. Gradually, the smile faded from his handsome face, and he murmured softly, "To declare I like you is infinitely more challenging than calling you sister 1,000 times. It is simply that I cannot voice it, cannot let you know. Just those few, simple words elude me. After countless days and nights of hesitation, I still lack the resolve and courage to reveal my feelings. The difficulty of this step is so immense that I fear we might not even remain siblings." With moist eyes, Mu Yi clenched and then relaxed his fists, letting out a sigh that vanished into the dark of the night. As the night deepened, Mu Yin found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, her mind was flooded with memories of the events in Haicheng, nearly every incident intertwined with Yin. It was not until dawn broke that she finally succumbed to slumber. At that moment, a private jet touched down. Yin cast a glance at the arriving seagulls and inquired, "Is everything arranged regarding Zheng Biao?" "Sir, I've just received the latest news. It no longer requires our arrangements," came the response. Yin's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes upon him. Lai O candidly remarked that Miss Mu had engaged a professional security organization, arranging for a helicopter to transport Zheng Biao directly from Haicheng to Jianglin prison. With no intermediary steps, an uninterrupted flight. Yin chuckled softly. The young lady had meticulously organized everything before departing Haicheng, demonstrating remarkable foresight, leaving no possibility for anyone to rescue Zheng Biao. Deep down, she remained the same little tyrant from her childhood, unchanged in essence. A smile deepened at the corners of Yin's mouth. A phantom halted not far away, and Yin entered the vehicle. Lin Chuan, who had come to pick him up, swiftly presented a set of photographs. "Sir, Miss Mu had supper with her brother." Yin took the photographs. Lai stole a glance at the images, discovering that the supper took place at a street food stall. Yet, the location was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured attention was Miss Mu's radiant smile. Lai internally screamed, "It's over." Yin's gaze grew increasingly cold and dark, his grip on the photographs tightening. In the images, she possessed a delicate beauty that was impossible to look away from. "Is she beautiful?" Yin inquired. Lai initially shivered in fright, then fervently nodded. "Indeed, she is stunning. Miss Mu is even more beautiful than a superstar. She is the universe's unparalleled beauty." Compliments flowed freely, all of which were honest truths. Yin scoffed coldly. "Then why do you still dare to look?" Lai shivered again, immediately diverting his gaze to the window. "Sir, I saw nothing. I only noticed her beauty." Lai frightened, shook his head. "No, sir, that is not." "What do you mean? Are you suggesting she is not beautiful?" Lai on the verge of tears, was at a loss for words. Lin Chuan, older than Lai by several years and far more seasoned, recognized the desperate look in Lai eyes and promptly intervened. "What Lai means is that Miss Mu is so beautiful and lovely. She's the perfect match for you, sir." Lin Chuan understood that their master had taken a liking to Mu Yin. Otherwise, he would not invest such effort and thought. However, their master was not free to pursue marriage, and should his family become aware, it would undoubtedly lead to a storm of chaos. Having followed Yin for 12 years, Lin Chuan had contemplated numerous reasons for conflict, yet he never imagined it would be over a woman. But what could be done? Their master was smitten, after all. Inside the vehicle, silence enveloped them. Yin remained silent, merely gazing at the photographs in his hand. His expression softened when looking at Mu Yin, yet transformed in an instant when directed at Mu Yi, morphing into one reserved for a rival. "Mu Yi, I bet you wouldn't dare to speak." The following morning, Mu Yin received a call from Lin Chuan. "Miss Mu, good morning. The mural restoration expert I recommended has arrived at your studio." Mu Yin promptly replied, "Great, I will head over right away." She scarcely had time for breakfast, hastily declaring that there were matters to attend to at the studio, before taking the meticulously prepared bento from Uncle Chin and driving away from the Luan villa. Uncle Chin observed her retreating figure for quite some time. Uncle Chin, what are you gazing at? A curious servant approached. Don't you think that the young lady, focused on her career and forgetting about that despicable man, is both beautiful and charming? Upon hearing this, the servant nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Uncle Chin recalled something and playfully tapped the back of the servant's head. Nonsense. Regardless of the type of young lady, they're all beautiful and charming. Why are you nodding? Can you speak for yourself? The servant instantly looked crestfallen. But Uncle Chin, that is what you said. At precisely 9 o'clock, Mu Yin arrived at the Jiang residence in District 1. As soon as Tang Pan spotted her, he immediately recounted the incident of the burglary at the studio from a couple of days prior. Fortunately, nothing was stolen. However, the fingerprint locks on the laboratory and the main door were damaged. These thieves were evidently professionals, as they disabled the automatic alarm system while picking the locks. Thankfully, the security at Jiang residence was commendable. The guards noticed something amiss and promptly called the police. Moreover, the large mural was too cumbersome for them to steal. Otherwise, how would we explain it to Mr. Lin? If such a significant artifact were to be stolen, the reputation of the Mu Yin studio would be utterly ruined. Mu Yin was aware that the burglary was orchestrated by Zhang Biao's associates, who were intent on finding the Sogdian script inscribed on the mural. Little did they realize that the traces of the Sogdian script had long been eradicated by her. Thus, the mural held no value for them anymore. Mu Yin turned to Tang Pan and inquired. Mr. Lin mentioned that the mural restoration expert he recommended has come for an interview. Where's he? Huh? I haven't seen anyone, Tang Pan replied, looking perplexed when suddenly he spotted He Linchin. Before Tang Pan could finish his sentence, Mu Yin had already encountered He Linchin. He regarded her with an amused expression, his smile enigmatic as he asked, Miss Mu, when does the interview commence? Mu Yin, Tang Pan, what the heck? Is Mr. He the mural restoration expert? Before Mu Yin could fully grasp the situation, He Linchin stepped closer to her, tilting his lips in a smirk as he slightly crouched down. His handsome face inches from hers. I am the mural restoration expert recommended by Mr. Lin. Do you remember me? Can I choose to selectively forget? Mu Yin replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, the proximity making her uneasy. She swiftly took a step back, a deliberate movement. Yet He Linchin's hand instinctively found its way to her lower back. Chapter 131. Fatal Attraction. Mr. He is quite dashing at work. This reflexive action was steady, precise, and swift. Tang Pan, standing not far away, was so startled that his eyes nearly bulged out. I was worried you might stumble, so I'm accustomed to this. He Linchin maintained his composure, exuding an air of calm. Mu Yin, I'm not accustomed to it. Tang Pan, you've already reached the level of being accustomed? Goodness gracious. They then proceeded with the interview process. Aren't you going to review the resume? Mu Linchin handed a resume to Mu Yin. Mu Yin perused the resume, which, aside from the simple details of name and gender, prominently featured a highlighted marital status. Unmarried. A large question mark instantly formed in her mind. Who truly cares about his marital status? She glanced further down the page. To her astonishment, while others had accolades from their university, he boasted a plethora of world-class awards, all meticulously detailed. His major and minor fields of study, his academic qualifications, were nothing short of breathtaking. This man was exceptionally accomplished. Mu Yin candidly remarked, Mr. He, this resume could effortlessly secure you a position in any Fortune 500 company. Indeed, He Linchin replied with an air of calm. The Fortune 500 did not pique his interest. The only individual worthy of his attention stood right before him. Mu Yin inquired, Mr. He, what prompted your choice of our Mu Yin studio? Surely it cannot be merely due to Mr. Linchuan's endorsement. To me, Tianxue building holds a unique significance. And you, standing here, are even more exceptional. Mu Yin paused, momentarily taken aback by He Linchin's response, filled with a blend of confusion and curiosity. He was not from Ningxing, yet Tianxue building held profound meaning for the locals. How could it be so special to him? However, she deemed it inappropriate to delve deeper. Everyone possesses secrets of their own. Yet, since He Linchin was recommended by Mr. Linchuan, she found it difficult to refuse him, especially given his exceptional talent. Even if they did not employ him, a valid reason would be necessary. As for mural restoration, it required a substantial foundation. Theoretical knowledge and practical execution were two entirely different realms. Mu Yin turned to He Linchin with a smile then. May I request you to demonstrate your skills first? Together, they proceeded to the laboratory. Upon entering her fingerprint, the glass door of the lab opened slowly. The equipment is quite comprehensive, was Linchin's first observation upon entering the laboratory. His gaze fell upon the dark mural, and a moment of silence ensued. Mu Yin almost thought he would withdraw in the face of difficulty. To her surprise, he donned a mask and gloves, picked up his tools, and began the restoration process. The other restorers in the studio quickly gathered around, having heard earlier that a handsome gentleman was visiting the studio today. They were eager to witness not only his striking features up close, but also his mural restoration skills. Linchin worked swiftly, filling small holes with remarkable ease. The challenge of locating tiny openings amidst the inky mural was considerable, yet he accomplished it effortlessly. Just as he was about to address a larger area and mix the paint, he suddenly paused. The onlooking restorers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Handsome gentlemen, please do not falter at this crucial moment. God knows how much we wish to become your colleagues. As they anxiously watched Linchin, he leisurely removed his gloves. Chapter 132. Do you want me? Subsequently, he picked up a clean mask from a nearby table to place it on Mu Yin's face. She instinctively recoiled, finding the scent overwhelming. It's better to wear it, Linchin explained. I can manage it myself, Mu Yin quickly responded, donning her mask. The few interns in the back row silently took masks for themselves, putting them on. Without comparison, one would not feel the pain. The discomfort was akin to a dismal fall from grace. Linchin then put on his gloves once more and began mixing colors. The interns nearby were left in awe. They had previously perceived the handsome man's eyes as deep and celestial, yet appeared his gaze was akin to a color palette, adjusting hues with impeccable precision, filling, coloring, outlining, and depicting. His movements were practiced, a true master among masters. Remarkable. His skill rivaled that of Sister Yin. If these two could join forces, perhaps this seemingly irreparable mural might one day see the light again. An hour passed, and the restoration in the corner was complete. He built upon Mu Yin's work, yet it was impossible to discern that it was a collaborative effort. Linchin set down his tools, removed his gloves, and gazed at Mu Yin. Miss Mu, may I be hired? Mu Yin replied, There's no legitimate reason left. You've completely blocked my options. At that moment, the onlooking employees regarded Mu Yin with eager anticipation. Though they remained silent, their eyes spoke volumes. Hire him. Hire him. Mu Yin glanced at her colleagues. Everyone, return to your tasks. There is much to repair within Tian Shui building. Those who need to be on site should go. Do not hinder the progress. The employees nodded, dispersing to their respective duties, yet each harbored a fervent hope for Mu Yin to hire Linchin. Standing before the vast mural, an air of silence enveloped them for several moments. Mr. He, your skills are exceptional. Joining our Mu Yin studio may be. I haven't finished speaking. Mu Yin interjected, her sparkling eyes blinking. I know what you intend to say. As her words fell, Linchin stepped closer. You wish to decline my offer. This time, Mu Yin did not retreat, wary of his habitual movements. Instead, she boldly raised her hand to push him away, ensuring a safe distance between them. Perhaps it was the mask that made her feel a bit warm, even her breathing becoming slightly hurried. Do you want me? He stood there, his masked expression inscrutable. Mu Yin instinctively grasped the table, her delicate fingers tightening gradually. Judging by his capabilities, she certainly desired him. However, regarding his identity and background, she had conducted a thorough inquiry. She could only ascertain his gender and name. Beyond that, there was nothing to uncover, not even a trace of Elishu's brother. This clearly indicated that Linchin was no ordinary individual. Such a person, could he be trusted? Even if his feelings for Tianshalu were profoundly unique, and even if his restoration skills were nothing short of miraculous, his enigmatic nature was sufficient to make Mu Yin ponder cautiously. Moreover, he was the brother-in-law of Lu Moen. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed. Tang Pan found himself unable to enter the laboratory, so he stood outside the glass door, ringing the bell and gesturing animatedly toward Mu Yin. Wait for me. With that, Mu Yin promptly opened the laboratory door. What is it? Tang Pan gasped, pointing outside. Lu General Manager is coming. Chapter 133. Wow. Mr. He is our boss's wife. We simply cannot stop him. He is about to burst in. Upon hearing this, Mu Yin dashed toward the villa, but Linchin did not follow. Instead, he inquired of an employee nearby. Which one? Is General Manager Mu's workstation. The employee swallowed hard. Visibly anxious, and pointed to a position not far away. After expressing his gratitude, Yin advanced toward Mu Yin's workstation, which was impeccably tidy, devoid of any clutter. He withdrew a small photo frame from his coat pocket and chose a prominent spot visible upon entry to place it. A subtle smile graced his lips. Not bad. Moments later, he turned and exited the laboratory. Once Yin had departed, the others swiftly moved to the workstation, gazing at the exquisite photo frame. Oh my, ladies, come look, a group photo. Was this taken with someone on your back? This relationship is far too intimate. Who would take a photo like that unless they were close? So, this Mr. He is our boss's wife? It's confirmed, everyone. Mu Yin stepped outside the villa, where Lu Moen approached her. Yin, is there something you need? General Manager Lu? Can we talk? His gaze upon Mu Yin was extraordinarily gentle. Please, General Manager Lu, there is nothing for us to discuss. As she turned to leave, Lu Montak on Gospet Hiant. Just then, Yin emerged. Lu Moen's attention shifted to him, his eyes narrowing slightly. You can converse with my uncle, but not with me? Lu Moen retorted, his tone remaining gentle yet laced with suppressed anger. Mu Yin glanced at the emerging Yin, noticing his hand gradually clenching, concerned that the uncle-nephew pair might unleash their frustrations upon her. Lu Moen's injuries were undoubtedly not fully healed. His complexion still bore a hint of pallor, and a bandage was tied around his neck. Furrowing her brow, she promptly replied, Your uncle is my employee. Naturally, I can speak with my employees. As for you, being my ex-husband, there is nothing for us to discuss. Mu Yin wished to withdraw her hand, yet remained firmly clasped by Lu Moen. Let go, she urged, furrowing her brow. Lu Moen, however, tightened his grip, showing no inclination to release her. Is it amusing to deceive me? How could Yin possibly be your employee? His disbelief was palpable. I am not lying. Yin's piercing gaze fell upon Lu Moen's hand. He parted his thin lips. My workstation is inside. If you doubt me, verify for yourself. But first, relinquish your hold. His voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling intensity capable of extinguishing life. The two stood opposed, like dormant beasts poised to strike, neither yielding to the other. Tang Pan, perceptive and astute, interjected, Mr. He's indeed our employee. He merely came for an interview. If Mr. Lu harbors doubts, he may inspect Mr. He's workstation. Trusting one's own eyes is seldom erroneous. Tang Pan's words bore merit. Lu Moen frowned and released his grip, striding purposefully towards the laboratory. As the door swung open, he beheld a workstation adorned with a suit and a picture frame. The photograph within was glaringly provocative. Lu Moen's fist clenched tightly. Yin, he bellowed in fury, to covet your nephew's wife. Do you even deserve to exist? Chapter 134. He entwined her finger before Yin could speak. Mu Yin's composed voice resonated. Lu Moen, we are already divorced. Her tone was remarkably serene, articulating an irrevocable truth. Though the photograph had shocked her, she realized that using it to drive Lu Moen away was the simplest and most direct approach. We could remarry, Lu Moen declared, his gaze fixed upon her with an unprecedented seriousness, his desire for reconciliation unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by a tempestuous storm. Mu Yin chuckled derisively. With such thunder, are you still dreaming? Her own reverie had long since ended. Lu Moen lowered his gaze and stepped closer to Mu Yin. He looked down at her, his eyes filled with a somber depth, and in a voice meant solely for their ears, he inquired, Yin, while you have awakened from this dream, ask yourself honestly, have you truly let me go? Mu Yin's heart sank. Had she truly moved on? Just then, footsteps echoed as the villa's security personnel arrived. Intent on safeguarding the owner's rights and preparing to escort Lu Moen away. Sir, you have caused our owner distress. Please leave at once. Indeed, he had troubled her. Lu Moen forced a bitter smile, his lips curling in resignation. His fist alternated between relaxation and tension. Ultimately, his crimson gaze settled upon Mu Yin, though the light within his eyes gradually dimmed. His figure swayed slightly, yet he turned away, heading towards the door. Drops of vivid red trickled down his spine, staining the ground beneath him. The glaring hue caused Mu Yin to widen her eyes in shock, and she immediately looked up at Lu Moen. He plunged into the curtain of rain, which quickly drenched him, the thin fabric of his shirt clinging to his back, instantly turning a deep crimson. Luemo. Mu Yin murmured his name, just as she was about to shout for an ambulance when a steady, powerful voice echoed beside her. This is Zhang's Villa, Area 1. We have a patient requiring immediate medical attention. Mu Yin glanced up at He Lin Shun. At that moment, a loud thud was heard, followed by gasps from the surrounding staff. Mu Yin swiftly turned her gaze towards the villa's exterior, where, beneath the torrential rain, Lu Mo knelt on the ground. His short hair was soaked, falling over his eyes. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Mu Yin, focusing solely on her. In Yin, he whispered, repeatedly calling her name. In the next instant, his towering figure collapsed into the rainwater. Lu Mo. Mu Yin dashed towards the villa's entrance, not pausing to grab an umbrella, plunging headfirst into the downpour. She quickly reached Lu Mo's side, calling out to him, Lu Mo, wake up, Lu Mo. Countless pleas compelled him to open his eyes with great effort. His lips moved slightly, yet he lacked the strength to speak. The rainwater beneath him was already stained with blood. He looked at Mu Yin, straining to extend his hand, linking his fingers with hers, his gaze pleading, don't leave me. Mu Yin lowered her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with the icy rain, falling to the ground, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, the relentless downpour was interrupted. Chapter 135. Lu Mo and won't let go. President, he becomes jealous. Mu Yin looked up to see He Lin Shun holding a black umbrella, standing resolutely amidst the rain. He gazed down at Mu Yin, simply stating, the ambulance has arrived. That simple sentence felt like a life-saving remedy. Mu Yin heard the wail of the ambulance siren. She looked up to see the doctors rushing down from the vehicle. They attempted to lift Lu Mo and onto a stretcher, but his fingers remained tightly grasped around Mu Yin's. The doctors were taken aback, speechless at such an unprecedented situation. The torrential rain could not wash away the blood pooling around him, a testament to the severity of his injuries. Yet, he clung to her hand with the last vestiges of his strength. Suddenly, a Mercedes-Benz came to a halt, and He Li Shu hurriedly descended from the car. Moen. He Li Shu observed the situation, noticing how tightly Mu Yin's fingers were entwined with Lu Moen's, resisting all attempts to separate them. As a mother, her eyes brimmed with tears. Yin, Miss Mu, I implore you to accompany my son in the ambulance. He Li Shu's voice was laden with desperation. She understood that this request might be excessively burdensome, yet she felt utterly helpless. The crimson-stained shirt and the pool of blood that had yet to be washed away were painfully vivid. No mother would wish to witness her son in such a state. Lu Moen's injuries were severe, and time was of the essence. She bent her knees, preparing to kneel before Mu Yin. Auntie, please don't do this. Mu Yin lifted her gaze to He Li Shu, her long, curled eyelashes glistening with tears. I will go. Her eyelashes trembled as a single tear fell. He Li Shu's voice quivered as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Lu Moen was placed on a stretcher, and as Mu Yin rose, their fingers remained intertwined. Together, He Lin Shun held an umbrella over her, following closely behind. Mu Yin turned her head. Mr. He, you have yet to hire me. This is not my working hour. Just as He Lin Shun spoke, Mu Yin was about to respond when he glanced at Lu Moen on the stretcher. After all, he is my nephew. This reasoning was evidently valid, and Mu Yin felt it unnecessary to argue further. The vehicle, under the veil of rain, made its way to the hospital. Inside the ambulance, silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the sounds of medical personnel tending to Lu Moen's wounds. At that moment, Mu Yin gradually regained her composure, her chaotic thoughts beginning to settle. She was unsure why she had acquiesced to He Li Shu's request. Perhaps it was out of compassion for a mother-esque love for her child. Lu Moen lay unconscious on the stretcher, his brow furrowed. An expression of distress etched across his face, and his grip on Mu Yin's fingers tightened. He Lin Shun frowned, his handsome features starkly rigid as he observed their tightly clasped fingers, his gaze sharp. Had this not been his nephew, he would have severed that bond without hesitation. Unaware of the lethal glare directed at her, Mu Yin gazed at the weary Lu Moen. She had never seen him like this, so vulnerable and caring towards her. He Lin Shun noted Mu Yin's prolonged gaze upon Lu Moen. It was time to redirect her attention to him, was it not? At that moment, Lu Moen on the stretcher began to show signs of consciousness, his sharp eyes gradually opening. Simultaneously, a coat was draped over Mu Yin's shoulders. Chapter 136. Ah. So you're Mr. He's wife. Mu Yin regained her senses and turned to the calm He Lin Shun beside her, her clear eyes widening in surprise. He Linchin, however, remained composed as he inquired, "You're soaked through. Are you cold?" Mu Yin was momentarily taken aback, gently shaking her head. Just as she intended to return the suit to him, she heard him say, "The suit you bought for me looks perfectly fitting on you as well. So, wear it well and do not catch a chill." He Linchin's words left Mu Yin utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Emoan observed this scene with keen clarity. The medical staff continued to tend to his wounds. He let out a muffled groan, tightening his grip on Mu Yin's fingers abruptly. This action drew her gaze towards him. "You're awake." Mu Yin instinctively thought to retract her hand, yet he held on firmly, leaving her no chance to escape. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lu Emoan. The medical personnel, momentarily halted in their actions, pondered if their movements had been too forceful. Lu Emoan frowned and shook his head. How could that affect the wound? The staff sighed in relief, casually inquiring. However, Lu Emoan's attention shifted back to Mu Yin, prompting the medical staff to follow his gaze, noting their intertwined fingers. "So, it is your wife," one of the medical staff remarked, feeling relieved, and resumed their basic wound care and bleeding control. This statement brought a satisfied smile to Lu Emoan's lips. Yet the next moment he Linchin's serious and deep voice interjected, correcting, "It is my ex-wife." The two medical staff members froze in shock. They felt a sense of familiarity with the man on the gurney and the woman beside him. Suddenly it dawned on them. Wasn't this the president of Lu's Construction and his ex-wife? And the man next to her was her current boyfriend? Thus, the situation unfolded as the former husband and the current boyfriend vying for the same woman. Goodness, it seemed this ambulance was a scene of intense rivalry. The medical staff quickly muttered their apologies and fell silent, focusing on treating the wounds. Lu Emoan's expression turned icy, casting a furious glance at He Linchin. In turn, He Linchin radiated an aura of cold disdain, his gaze directed at Lu Emoan. Mu Yin felt as if the ambulance had been split in two. One half was engulfed in icy desolation, while the other burned with fierce flames. Beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the two medical staff, not from the effort of treating Lu Emoan's wounds, but from the palpable tension of this unspoken battle. Upon arriving at the hospital, one might have thought the tumultuous scene would finally subside. Yet, to their astonishment, it showed no signs of resolution. Lu Emoan refused to release his hold, continuing to gaze at Mu Yin. He Lishu arrived at the scene and, witnessing this dramatic moment, understood her son's determination. In light of the circumstances, she could only implore Mu Yin further. As the saying goes, one should assist others to the end. Thus, Mu Yin followed them into the hospital. It was not until Lu Emoan prepared for anesthesia that he laboriously spoke. "Yin, will I be able to see you when I wake up?" Mu Yin furrowed her brow, avoiding his gaze and offering no reply. "Can't he?" Lu Emoan managed a bitter smile, rejecting anesthesia and refusing surgery. He was unwilling to release Mu Yin's hand, fearing that if he let go, he would never hold it again. Chapter 137. At their age, one would expect better judgment. He Lishu observed the scene with an anxious glint in her eyes, directed at Mu Yin. They had already arrived at the hospital, merely awaiting the second round of sutures. Yet, Lu Emoan adamantly refused the operation. How could a mother not be anxious? Sensing He Lishu's gaze, Mu Yin sighed softly. Never mind, she reassured herself. He was already at the hospital, yet still hesitated for surgery. In this sweltering heat, having been drenched in rain, to forego sutures was akin to lying down and awaiting death. She pressed her lips together, looked at Lu Emoan, and nodded. Yes. Such a simple word brought a smile to Lu Emoan's face. Good. His gaze towards Mu Yin was filled with profound affection. However, in the next moment, his glance towards the doctor turned exceptionally cold. Let us proceed. The doctor nodded and administered the anesthesia. Once he slipped into unconsciousness, Mu Yin was finally able to withdraw her hand. Lu Emoan was wheeled into the operating room for his wound to be sutured. Lu Liming rushed over upon hearing the news. The moment he saw Mu Yin, he unleashed a torrent of scorn. "It's you again, after bullying Yuetong. You've come to harm my son. How long do you intend to torment him? How long will you afflict our Lu family? You have already taken 10 billion. That's money a simple village woman like you could never earn in a lifetime. What more do you want?" At that moment, Lu Jiming and Lin Yuetong also arrived. He Lishu and Lu Jiming wished to defend Mu Yin, but she spoke up first. "If old master Lu dares to utter another word while pointing at my nose, I cannot guarantee your life will remain unscathed." Her tone was remarkably calm, as if she were discussing a mundane matter, yet her eyes brimmed with a chilling threat. "You dare to threaten me?" Lu Liming could hardly fathom being threatened by a mere village woman, someone without status or connections. How could he swallow that indignity? But to his shock, Mu Yin's next words ignited his fury even further. "This is not a threat," Mu Yin said coldly. "It is a warning." "You." Lu Liming raised his hand, prepared to slap Mu Yin. Li Shu and Lu Jiming widened their eyes, but a hand quickly grasped his arm. "Brother-in-law, if you strike her, the surveillance will record it. Are you familiar with Article 43 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law?" Linchin regarded Lu Liming with a smirk that was neither sincere nor mocking. Lu Liming's focus remained solely on Mu Yin. He hardly noticed anyone else. At that moment, Linchin's unexpected presence left him utterly astonished that he was also here. "Do not forget, it was this woman who initially intimidated me. Everything hinges on evidence. Did the brother-in-law record it?" Linchin calmly retorted. Lu Liming was instantly rendered speechless. When Li Shu saw Lu Liming's hand clasped by Linchin, she too breathed a sigh of relief. If that slap had truly landed on Mu Yin, what would Moen do if he found out? Such an act would only exacerbate the conflict between father and son. Moreover, she would feel even more remorseful towards Mu Yin. Lu Jiming hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, smiling as she urged, "Dad, uncle, sister-in-law, we are all family. Let's calm down." Lu Liming shot a disdainful glance at Lu Jiming. "She's your brother's ex-wife. Why do you refer to her as sister-in-law? I see you're not so young anymore, yet your mind seems to be in disarray. Do you not even know your own surname? Huh, you are far less sensible than Yutong." Chapter 138. Moral coercion. Your mother is the one being morally bound. Sister Yin does not fall for that. Mu Yin cast a sidelong glance at Lu Liming. He is nothing but a scoundrel. A man who is idle and accomplished nothing, yet insists on maintaining an air of superiority. In his eyes, he is an elder, and everyone must heed his words. No one is permitted to defy him. Otherwise, it is deemed unfilial. In Mu Yin's view, the most useless individuals are the ones who resort to moral coercion. An elder must first embody the qualities of one. A scoundrel devoid of decency has the audacity to claim the title of elder? It is evident now that Lu Liming is not merely a scoundrel, but also a despicable father. The daughter of his beloved is revered above all, while his own flesh and blood is subjected to his scorn. It is truly laughable. Lu Liming's roar caused Lu Jiming to lower her head, her demeanor appearing somewhat dejected, and she dared not speak further. Linchin furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Uncle seems to think his niece is quite sensible, far more so than that worthless nephew." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiming glanced at Linchin, her spirits lifting slightly. Li Shu hastened forward, drawing Lu Jiming behind her protectively. Though her father may not care for her, her mother does. Li Shu, filled with dissatisfaction, retorted, "In what way is my daughter lacking in sense? She excels academically and has secured a place in high school. Unlike some individuals, a young woman in her 20s who resorts to having someone else write her thesis, rendering her degree void, and even damaging another's marriage." It was evident whom she was subtly mocking. Lu Liming was all too aware of this. He glared at Li Shu, his anger flaring as he shouted, "Li Shu, what do you mean by that?" At that moment, clad in hospital attire, Lin Yutong rushed forward, tears streaming down her face as she grasped Lu Liming's arm. "Godfather, godmother does not intend to target me. Her harsh words are not directed at me, merely providing an example for you." Mu Yin smiled. Listen to Lin Yutong's words, feigning innocence and portraying herself as the victim. Yet her words carried deeper implications. She lowered her stance, placing herself in the position of the oppressed, as if everyone else were villains and she alone was a pure and benevolent little rabbit. In the next moment, Lin Yutong, feeling quite aggrieved, said, "Godfather, please do not be angry or upset. Right now, Brother Moen is of utmost importance. We must first inquire about Brother Moen's condition. Is there any severe bleeding? Does he require a blood transfusion?" As she spoke, Lin Yutong's voice quivered, and she began to choke back tears. "I will stay right here, not going anywhere, in case my presence is needed." Mu Yin narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. It seemed that Lin Xiaosan was almost wishing for Lu Moen to suffer from severe bleeding. She could almost see the words "I can donate blood to him" written all over her face. If circumstances permitted, she would likely accompany it with a prairie dog's shrill scream. Mu Yin found the situation increasingly amusing. Just how desperately did Lin Shaoxin wish to become Lu Emoen's savior? Upon hearing Lin Yuetong's words, Lu Liming's expression shifted slightly. He immediately grasped Lin Yuetong's hands with concern and said, "You are a patient as well. If Emoen truly needs it, you cannot be the one to donate blood." "Godfather, I'm fine. As long as Brother Emoen needs it, I can donate at any time. You are not needed. Your health has always been frail. What's there to fear from someone who comes from mountains?" With that, Lu Liming shot an irritated glance at Mu Yin and declared imperiously, "You have not been shy about benefiting from our Lu family over the past 5 years, and now you have taken 10 billion from my son after the divorce. If he needs it, you can spare 1,000 milliliters for him. After all, people like you from the mountains have robust bodies, so it should not be a problem. Just stay here for emergencies." Chapter 139. The theatrical Mu Yin takes the stage. Playing the innocent under normal circumstances, a blood donation is between 200 to 400 milliliters. If one were to draw 1,000 milliliters, they would likely not walk out of the hospital. Lin Yuetong's life was precious, and everything about her was invaluable. Yet Mu Yin was of lesser worth than a single strand of her hair. He Li Shu and Lu Jiming exchanged awkward glances. They were not surprised by Lu Liming's words, but were unsure how to explain the situation to Mu Yin. On the other hand, He Linchin remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Liming, emanating a terrifying intensity. His noble, aloof demeanor was charged with immense anger. In the next moment, it seemed he was about to lash out at Lu Liming. However, at that moment, Mu Yin smiled and asked, "Annie, Meng, are you thirsty?" He Li Shu and Lu Jimeng were momentarily taken aback by the question. "There's a vending machine over there," Mu Yin said, moving towards it. He Linchin frowned and followed her. "Mr. He, what would you like to drink?" "Anything will do." Mu Yin purchased 3 bottles of green tea and handed them to He Linchin. "Please take these to Annie and Meng. "All right." He Linchin observed Mu Yin's sparkling eyes, feeling that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. He maintained his composure, took the 3 bottles of green tea she offered, and turned to walk away. Mu Yin chose a large cup of hot coffee. Soon, a steaming cup of coffee was ready. Holding the cup, Mu Yin turned around. As she passed by Lu Liming and Lin Yuetong, she feigned a loss of balance, deliberately thrusting her hand forward, causing the contents to spill. "Ah!" Mu Yin exclaimed, her cup crashing to the ground, the scalding coffee splattering all over Lu Liming and Lin Yuetong. "Oh dear!" Once she steadied herself, she immediately covered her mouth and nose. Feigning surprise as she said, "I truly apologize. I slipped momentarily, and my hand followed suit. I hope you weren't burned." Lu Liming's face turned a deep shade of anger, while Lin Yuetong jumped in place from the scalding heat. After all, it was summer, and their attire was light. The freshly brewed large cup of hot coffee splashed upon them was quite a shocking experience. "Mu Yin, you did this on purpose." Lu Liming glared at her, shouting furiously, "This is deliberate revenge. I will call the police. I will sue you." Mu Yin shook her head, wearing a look of feigned innocence. "Uncle Lu, I truly did not intend to. I already apologized to both of you. What more do you want? Just because you hold power in numbers. Do you think you can bully a weak woman like me?" Upon finishing her words, Mu Yin lowered her head, pretending to wipe away tears, her shoulders trembling. Yet, in that moment of looking down, she smirked. "Lin Yuetong, watch closely. This is what it means to return the favor in kind. Is it merely pretending to be innocent and pitiful? Who cannot do that? If not, I will compensate you for your clothes. Please do not be so fierce. I understand I am a nuisance in your sight. I shall leave now. Is my departure not acceptable?" With that, Mu Yin feigned tears and prepared to flee. He Li Shu, feeling anxious, quickly called out to her, "Inin, Inin." He Li Shu, recalling Lu Emoen still in the operating room, rushed forward and grasped Mu Yin's wrist. "Do not be afraid or cry. I will testify that you simply lost your footing and your hand slipped." He Li Shu reassured her. "I will testify as well." Lu Jiming chimed in immediately. He Lingshan maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he found amusement. The little tyrant would not be defeated. He then turned his gaze to Lu Liming, his eyes darkening as he spoke. Chapter 140. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Brother-in-law, why bother quarreling with a young girl? Her? A young girl? Lu Liming found it utterly ridiculous, his fury flaring as he retorted. "If I am not mistaken, she is 4 months younger than your goddaughter. The only difference is her intelligence, which surpasses that of many, allowing her to skip grades. He Lingshan's words effectively silenced Lu Liming, for if he continued to argue, he would appear petty for a man of his stature. Lin Yuetong was filled with extreme dissatisfaction. Her hatred for Mu Yin was so intense that she longed to flay her alive. However, at that moment, she could only endure, swallowing her bitterness. After all, so many people were present. Godfather, I also believe that Sister Yin did not do it intentionally. I hope you are unharmed. Just look at how Lin Xiaosan's honeyed lips resemble someone else's. Despite having been splashed herself, her primary concern was for Lu Liming. This gesture not only garnered Lu Liming's favor, but also provided him with a convenient excuse. Lu Liming, with genuine concern, inquired after Lin Yuetong's well-being, and upon confirming she was unharmed, he grandly declared, "Fortunately, neither of us has suffered significant harm. Since this was an unintentional mishap, let us be magnanimous and not hold a grudge, especially since you still have some utility regarding Mo." And his tone remained perpetually condescending. He then urged Lin Yuetong to quickly change her clothes and rest, reminding her that she was also a patient, delicate, and not as robust as those hardy mountain folk. Lin Yuetong gazed anxiously towards the operating room, deeply concerned for Lu Moan, yet ultimately succumbed to Lu Liming's persuasion to leave. Unsettled by Lin Yuetong's departure, Lu Liming insisted on personally escorting her back to her hospital room. Mu Yin observed his concern for Lin Yuetong, questioning whether such attention was warranted, even for the daughter of his beloved. As Mu Yin pondered, a warm hand gently caressed her cheek, wiping away the tears she had forced out moments before. Stunned, she instinctively recoiled, but He Linshan anticipated her retreat, securing her slender waist with his hand, leaving her with no option to withdraw further. "Miss Mu, you seem distressed," He Linshan remarked, bending down to meet her gaze with those captivating eyes. She shook her head repeatedly, reassured by the presence of this noble-hearted defender of justice. He Linshan chuckled softly, offering her a bottle of green tea. "Take a sip to calm your nerves. Consider it a token of goodwill." This green tea was purchased by Mu Yin herself. With the bottle now poised at her lips, it felt inappropriate not to drink. Gratefully, she accepted the bottle and gulped down a couple of swigs, aware that the performance had been overly dramatic and her tears warranted some hydration. However, as Mu Yin prepared to ask He Linshan for the cap, he unexpectedly snatched the green tea from her grasp. She assumed he intended to cap it, but to her astonishment, he brought the bottle to his own lips and took a sip. Had he just indirectly kissed her? Mu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, while He Linshan maintained an air of calm. Nearby, He Lishu and Lu Jimeng quickly averted their gazes, sipping from their own green tea bottles. At that moment, Lu Liming and Lin Yuetong appeared around the corner, and Lin Yuetong witnessed the entire scene unfold. Meanwhile, Mu Yin was biting her lip, contemplating how to delicately convey that the bottle of green tea had been previously sipped by her. Before she could articulate her thoughts, He Linshan had finished the remaining tea, tossing the empty bottle into the trash. Mu Yin reflected, given that he has already finished it, is there still a need for subtlety? Chapter 141. In the presence of Mr. He, President Lu embraced Mu Yin. He Linshan gazed at Mu Yin, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. "Today's green tea is surprisingly sweet," he remarked. Mu Yin was left speechless. He Lishu and Lu Jimeng were somewhat perplexed as they took a few more sips of the same green tea they were holding. Sweet? How could they not perceive it? Was tea this brand of green tea renowned for its authentic taste? It turns out Mr. He has a penchant for Master Kai's green tea. I should purchase a few more boxes for him to indulge in. After all, a few boxes of green tea hardly cost anything for a billionaire. He Linshan squinted his deep-set eyes and stepped forward once more. First it was suits and now green tea. It appears Miss Mu genuinely desires to keep me. He smiled with a wicked charm, yet the meaning behind it was ambiguous, leaving one unable to discern its authenticity. Mu Yin remarked, "You're overthinking it. I merely offered it casually." Standing nearby, He Lishu and Lu Jimeng swallowed their astonishment, pretending not to have heard anything as they continued sipping the green tea. Yet today, this green tea seemed to carry a hint of dog food flavor. Meanwhile, Lu Moan had successfully undergone surgery. Once the anesthesia wore off, he was transferred from the recovery room to the VIP ward. The first thing he sought upon awakening was Mu Yin. He removed the 4-needle and dashed out of the room, embracing Mu Yin in front of everyone. Ing. His arms tightened around her as if he were trying to meld her into his very being, holding her ever more fiercely, unwilling to let go. Do not leave me. Though Lu Moen had awakened, Mu Yin was uncertain whether he was truly coherent. Yet, his embrace was undeniably powerful, unlike any she had experienced before. She found herself unable to break free, merely held in his grasp. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted, commanding and unyielding. Let go. In the next moment, Linshin placed his hand firmly on Lu Moen's shoulder, forcefully pulling him back. Injured and freshly stitched at his back, Lu Moen should not have been out of bed. As the anesthesia faded, he was in a state of utter exhaustion, rendering him no match for Linshin. He stumbled back several steps, and Li Shu and Lu Jiming quickly rushed to support him. Moen, Ying hasn't left. She has been outside the operating room all along, Li Shu promptly explained, recognizing the turmoil in Lu Moen's emotions. He had single-handedly sustained the nearly bankrupt Lu construction through countless trials and tribulations, earning his current prominent position. Known for his ruthless arrogance, he had never exhibited a trace of compassion. Yet at this moment, the gaze he fixed upon Mu Yin was unmasked with affection, intertwined with an incongruous fear and trepidation. The love he harbored transformed into an anxiety that she might depart. Listen to your mother. Your surgery has just concluded. What if the wound reopens? Lu Moen did not respond. He simply gazed at Mu Yin, his dim eyes gradually igniting with a flicker of light. Mu Yin was the very light that ignited the spark in his eyes. Yin, he called out to her, his voice marked by an unmistakable dryness. In the next moment, he raised his hand, intending to grasp hers. However, a hand swiftly intervened, pulling Mu Yin behind it. Just because you're injured, does that grant you the liberty to lay hands on Yin? Linshin raised an eyebrow, his discontent palpable, responding with a cold sneer. Chapter 142. A clash between Mr. Lu and Mr. Lu Moen's gaze underwent a swift transformation as he regarded Linshin, his lips twitching slightly. And what do you rely on to lay hands on Yin? Lu Moen retorted angrily, his palm beginning to tighten. It is the duty of every employee to protect their boss. Linshin replied calmly and unhurriedly. Enraged, Lu Moen swung a fist towards Linshin. Bang! Linshin met the blow with his palm. The two locked eyes, their glares intertwining in the air, reminiscent of a tempestuous storm, thunder and lightning clashing. In this standoff between uncle and nephew, a battle of ice and fire, who would ultimately prevail? Mu Yin furrowed her brow. Breaking free from Linshin's grasp and taking a seat on a resting bench in the corridor. Auntie, Ming, let us sit together. We can order some sunflower seeds from the delivery guy and enjoy them while we watch the spectacle unfold. After all, this is a hospital. If they sustain injuries, they will be swiftly taken to the operating room. Two towering men, both nearly 6 feet tall, will survive this. Indeed, the wealthy truly have the upper hand. Linshin observed Mu Yin with a leisurely demeanor, a smirk curving his lips as he released her. Lu Moen retracted his hand, glancing at Mu Yin, who sat beside him with her hands neatly folded, an expression that seemed to question why they had yet to resume their confrontation. The atmosphere momentarily fell into silence, until Mu Yin lifted her head, her gaze landing on Lu Moen. Go inside and lie down. Lu Moen obediently nodded and walked toward the hospital room. Li Shu and Lu Jiming were utterly astonished. Is this really her son? Is this truly her brother? Then, Mu Yin's attention shifted to Linshin. You, return to work. Linshin raised an eyebrow as Mu Yin offered a bright smile. It is also the duty of every employee to earn for their boss. Linshin chuckled. All right, I shall heed your words. Li Shu and Lu Jiming were once again left in disbelief. Is this genuinely her brother? Is this actually her brother-in-law? They gazed at Mu Yin, struggling to comprehend how she managed to bring such formidable beasts into submission so effortlessly. Li Shu immediately approached, imploring Mu Yin to have a serious talk with Lu Moen, urging him to lie in bed, rest properly, eat well, comply with treatment, and recover swiftly to prevent any further tearing of his wounds. Lu Jiming nodded vigorously in agreement. After Mu Yin consented, she made her way toward the hospital room, with Lu Jiming thoughtfully closing the door behind her. A nurse had re-entered the hospital room to replace Lu Moen's and resume the infusion. Lu Moen instinctively wanted to approach Mu Yin upon seeing her. He was once again tempted to remove his needle. Goodness, has he developed an addiction to it? Dare he attempt to pull it out? Upon hearing Mu Yin's words, Lu Moen's movements came to an abrupt halt. Subsequently, Mu Yin settled into a nearby sofa. You came to the studio to discuss something with me. What is it that you wish to talk about? Speak now. Out of consideration for He Li Shu and Lu Jiming, she granted him this opportunity for dialogue. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Lu Emoan furrowed his brows, gazing at Mu Yin. Although they were merely 10 meters apart, it felt as if an insurmountable mountain lay between them, a barrier he had erected himself. His deep voice shattered the silence. Yin, please do not press Lin Yuedong any further. I will repay her for everything I owe. Once I have settled my debts, our ties will be severed. Yin, trust me, there is no romantic involvement between Lin Yuedong and me. Mu Yin nearly laughed aloud at his words. Lifting her gaze to meet his, she quipped, indeed, there is no romantic involvement between you and Lin Yuedong, for the mother of your child is someone else entirely. However, who knows if you and Lin Yuedong achieved a grand harmony in life? But you and your child's mother are undoubtedly in harmony. Otherwise, how did the child come to be conceived? Did you drink from the waters of the daughter nation? What a joke. No matter how much you owe her, even if it were the entire world, it has nothing to do with me. It is my prerogative to make things difficult for her. On what grounds do you demand that I spare her? Is it merely because you're my ex-husband? With that, Mu Yin rose from the sofa, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Yin, I merely wish to sever all ties with her. Nothing more, Lu Emoan said, his brows knitted tightly. He was not defending Lin Yuedong, but rather seeking to repay all his debts to her, aiming to completely cut ties. However, Mu Yin appeared unimpressed. If you wish to distance yourself from her, that is your affair. I have no desire for such. I want to pin her and her mother down, rubbing their faces in the dirt. Once I'm done, I shall kick them off to Siberia to pull sleds. With that, Mu Yin turned to leave. Before departing, she relayed He Li Shu's words to Lu Emoan verbatim. As she gripped the doorknob, she paused. Biting her lip, she added, however, your life is your own. Do not make it my concern. Just as she turned the doorknob, Lu Emoan's resolute voice rang out. How could I not care for you? Mu Yin felt a wave of bittersweet emotion wash over her. For her, it was far too late. After leaving the ward, she exchanged farewells with He Li Shu and Lu Jiming, preparing to depart. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered Lin Yuedong around the corner of the corridor. Lin Yuedong held a rather special invitation in her hand, which she promptly presented before Mu Yin. With a sense of triumph, she remarked, Mu Yin, do you have it? Do you have it? Mu Yin cast a fleeting glance at the invitation, an annual event exclusively for the elite social circle. As a prominent family, the Mu family certainly possessed such an invitation, yet Mu Yin had no interest in attending. How could I possibly have an invitation to an event that only welcomes elite families? Upon hearing Mu Yin's response, Lin Yuedong's smug expression intensified. However, in the next moment, her triumphant demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh, it seems even families in bankruptcy can attend? In that case, I wish Miss Lin, the bankrupt heiress, a delightful experience. As her words settled, Mu Yin's lips curled into a particularly charming smile. Lin Yuedong stood rooted in place, seething with anger as she stomped her feet. She immediately rushed towards Lu Emoan's hospital room, tears streaming down her face as she reached his bedside. Emoan Gidge, she cried, shedding several tears. You finally woke up. I was so worried about you. If anything had happened, I wouldn't know what to do. Lu Emoan frowned and promptly dialed a number. Mosquito, take her away. The bodyguard. Mosquito promptly entered the room, seizing Lin Yuedong by her side and preparing to drag her out. However, Lin Yuedong incessantly shouted, Emoan Gidge, why are you trying to send me away? I came here specially to see you. I won't leave. Emoan Gidge, you should send Mu Yin away instead. Do you know? While you were in surgery, she was outside the operating room, being all lovey-dovey with your little uncle. Chapter 144. The interlopers scheming against Mu Yin. Discarded by Mr. Lu upon hearing this, Lu Emoan's previously furrowed brow tightened even further. What did you say? Lu Emoan shot a glance at Mosquito, who immediately released Lin Yuedong. In the next moment, she dashed back to his bedside, directly sitting beside him and grasping his hand. Emoan Gidge, I am telling the truth. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lu Emoan withdrew his hand, his gaze landing on a chair not far away. Sit there, he commanded, his tone as cold as ice. Lin Yuedong shivered in fright, quickly rising to her feet and walking toward the distance. Just as she intended to settle onto the sofa, Lu Emoan's voice rang out harshly. Who permitted you to sit on the sofa? You are unworthy of sitting where his wife has. Then where am I supposed to sit? Emoan Gidge? Lin Yuedong sobbed, her shoulders trembling, embodying the very essence of grievance. "Can't you see there's a stool over there?" he pointed out, indicating that it was the farthest from him. Lin Yuetong glanced at the cold bench, her tears flowing even more as she felt the weight of injustice. Yet, under Lu Emoen's oppressive aura, she dared not express her displeasure. She could only feign a delicate demeanor, obediently taking her seat. As soon as she settled onto the bench, she heard Lu Emoen's cold voice demanding, "Speak. What is going on?" Lu Emoen did not even glance at her. His gaze was fixed upon the back of his own hand. It was because Yin had prevented him from removing the needle. For the first time, he found the four needle more aesthetically pleasing than Lin Yuetong's face. Lin Yuetong, feeling intimidated, withdrew slightly but quickly seized the opportunity to slander Mu Yin, exclaiming, "Brother Emoen, I saw them sharing a bottle of drink, taking sips from each other. They were practically feeding each other mouth to mouth. Furthermore, they were whispering sweet nothings to one another. Sister Yin seemed quite bashful, nestled in your uncle's embrace. Their relationship is rather unusual." Lin Yuetong embellished her tale, making it sound quite credible. Yet, Lu Emoen's expression remained unchanged, his attention still fixated on his own hand. "Have you finished?" he inquired. Lin Yuetong replied, trembling. "You may leave," Lu Emoen ordered coldly. "Brother Emoen, I came because your godfather mentioned he had some matters to attend to and specifically asked me to come." "Leave?" Lu Emoen's eyes glinted with a chilling crimson. "Brother Emoen, did I say something wrong? I was merely stating the truth. You must believe me. Please do not be angry or send me away." "Mosquito," Lu Emoen commanded. The mosquito rushed before Lin Yuetong, seizing her as one would a small chick, and whisked her away. Regardless of her protests and tears, it was all in vain. She was unceremoniously expelled. Just then, He Lishu and Lu Jimeng returned from the doctor's office. Upon witnessing this scene, they exchanged glances for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. However, at that moment, bang! The four stand toppled and the four bags shattered, splattering everywhere. The wrath of a husband scorned is not to be trifled with. Lu Emoen's veins bulged as he bellowed. "He Linshin, for stealing my wife, you will pay." Mu Yin exited the hospital. The rain continued to fall in a gentle drizzle. As she prepared to hail a cab, a luxurious Alfred appeared before her. Chapter 145. Mr. He and Mu Yin alone, the power went out. The window rolled down, revealing He Linshin's strikingly handsome face, which caught Mu Yin's attention. "Get in," he instructed. "Aren't you headed back to the studio?" Mu Yin asked, taken aback. "Picking up the boss is part of an employee's duties," he replied. After she entered the vehicle, He Linshin casually asked, "Where to, boss?" "Back to the studio," she replied. He Linshin turned his gaze to the driver's seat, and upon hearing his boss's command, the driver, Lai-O, jumped in surprise and nodded vigorously, affirming, "I heard what the boss said." This time, Lai-O had learned to be obedient. In the next moment, the Alfred sped towards the Jiang residence. Thunder rumbled. As dusk fell, the rain intensified, showing no signs of abating. Upon returning to the studio, she realized it was well past quitting time. Her recent delay in Haicheng had left the mural restoration work in limbo. To avoid hindering the progress at Tiangshu, Mu Yin resolved to remain at the studio to work overtime. The mural restoration was a monumental task, compounded by additional repairs needed within the building. However, given the intricate nature of the work, there was no way to hasten the process, necessitating the allocation of additional time. The last villa in Area 1 retained its original layout, designated for the use of employees who stayed late. With her clothes still damp, Mu Yin intended to take a shower first. Yet, He Linshin showed no intention of leaving. "Mr. He, thank you for bringing me back to the studio," she expressed with a nod of gratitude. He Linshin acknowledged, still lingering. "Aren't you heading back?" she inquired. "I'll stay to work overtime," Mu Yin replied. "Mr. He, regarding the employment matter, I can explain." He Linshin raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Even if you wish to retract, you must wait until you've showered and changed before we discuss it." With that, he handed her a tote bag. "What is this?" Mu Yin asked, momentarily taken aback. "Clothes to change into," He Linshin smiled. "Do you wish to continue wearing the suit you bought for me?" It dawned on her that she was still clad in his suit. Although the villa was equipped with amenities, there were no spare clothes available. She retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, and addressed He Linshin. "How much are the clothes?" "I'll transfer the money to you." "Miss Mu, you've already purchased so many suits for me. Do you really think I would charge you for a change of clothes?" He looked down, a smirk playing on his lips. "Do you perceive me as so petty?" With the conversation having reached this point, Mu Yin conceded. If necessary, she could simply contact the store staff later to send him the latest suit as a means of repaying this favor. After expressing her gratitude, she took the bag and ascended the stairs toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yin settled on the sofa downstairs, perusing the latest reports in his inbox, which amounted to trillions. Approximately 10 minutes later, a sudden clap echoed through the villa as all the lights extinguished. A power outage? Yin rose from the sofa, instinctively gazing toward the bathroom upstairs. He swiftly dialed the property management of Giondi Villa. Hello, this is Giondi Villa. May I confirm if this is Mr. He from Area 6? The property management kept a record of the owner's contact numbers. Yes, why has the power gone out? He asked. Huh? There's no outage in Area 6, the representative replied. It's Area 1. The property staff paused, then responded professionally. The electrical facilities in Area 1 have suffered damage. Maintenance is currently underway. It should take about half an hour to restore all circuits. We are dispatching backup power, and electricity will be restored in 10 minutes. Understood. Yin responded and hung up the phone. At that moment, a series of loud crashes echoed through the air, followed by Mu Yin's startled scream. Yin dropped his phone and rushed upstairs, bursting into the bathroom. As the bathroom door swung open, Yin's gaze froze on the tiled floor before him. His voice urgent. What happened? Upon hearing his voice, Mu Yin immediately curled up, hugging herself tightly. She quickly glanced toward the door, relieved that a glass partition separated them, ensuring some privacy. The glass was fogged over, and the dimly lit environment, shrouded in steam, obscured her vision, rendering everything unclear. After a long pause, the expansive bathroom remained silent. Yin grew anxious. Yin, speak. Not Miss Mu, but Yin. The name slipped from his lips. Mu Yin shivered, tightening her embrace. I just finished my shower and was about to change when the power went out. I slipped and fell, she explained awkwardly. The awkwardness of two individuals alone in a confined space was compounded by her state of undress. Hearing her voice, Yin's racing heart finally calmed. She had fallen, but she was conscious. Her sharp mind had not been harmed, and her explanation was clear. At that moment, Mu Yin attempted to steady herself by gripping the edge of the bathtub to rise. However, she found herself utterly without strength, and despite several attempts, she was unsuccessful. More loud crashes followed. Don't move. Yin realized she was trying to stand. Yet, her ankle had already been injured in the fountain maze days earlier. Today, due to that scoundrel Moen, she had been running around, exacerbating the strain on her ankle. Having fallen now, it was certain she had injured it further. I'm coming in to help you, Yin declared with certainty. Mu Yin gasped in fright, no, but it was too late. She hurriedly tried to turn away. But just then, a large bath towel was draped over her shoulders. Realizing the towel covering her, Mu Yin was momentarily stunned, then quickly wrapped it around herself, securing it in place. Before her stood Yin, towering at nearly 6'3", exuding an overwhelming presence. Yet, she did not sense the usual piercing gaze from him. Mu Yin bit her lip and gradually raised her eyes to meet his. The next moment, she was taken aback. There he stood, his handsome face obscured by a bright red towel adorned with green flowers, covering his eyes. The rustic towel clashed dramatically with Yin's sculpted features, creating an almost comical contrast. However, as she gazed, she found it unexpectedly appealing. Could it be that the legendary notion of being so unrefined that it becomes fashionable is indeed true? Mu Yin chuckled softly. Yin furrowed his brows. Unable to see Mu Yin, he could only discern her position through his acute sense of hearing, relying on her breath. Still laughing? His handsome visage was close to her, his breath warm against her cheek. Mu Yin raised her lips and confidently declared, Mr. He is a gentleman. As her words fell, she reached out and removed the towel, obscuring his eyes. With a snap, the bathroom lights illuminated, and they were met with each other's gaze, momentarily speechless. Mu Yin had not anticipated such an abrupt revelation. Water droplets still clung to her angular shoulders, and a faint blush adorned her fair skin, reminiscent of a bud poised to bloom, utterly enticing. Chapter 147. Yin, be a little obedient. No, in her current state, it was absolutely inadvisable for him to carry her away, for he was capable, exceptionally so. Thus, holding her in her present condition would indeed pose a grave risk. Yin gazed at Mu Yin, merely observing her, his desires ignited. He silently recited countless Buddhist scriptures, relying on his formidable self-control to turn away. Mu Yin watched his retreating figure, then glanced at her own state, preparing to attempt rising once more. Yet the next moment, Lin Shan's voice suddenly resonated. Be a little obedient, do not move. Mu Yin froze, her hand gripping the edge of the bathtub, momentarily taken aback. Through the fog glass, she beheld his imposing silhouette, leaving her somewhat bewildered. When he reappeared before her, a massive bath towel enveloped her head, wrapping her entirely, concealing her completely. Lin Shan squinted slightly. Yes, this is better. If you cannot see, you won't be tempted to think. He can still be a decent person, which is quite satisfactory. Subsequently, Lin Shan reached for the bend of her leg and lifted her effortlessly. Lin Shan, Mu Yin exclaimed, I can walk by myself. You can walk. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on her swollen ankle. Mu Yin nodded vigorously. Even if you had to hop on one foot, she would make her way out. Don't be stubborn. With such beauty, limping would be quite unseemly. Mu Yin responded, Are you complimenting me or mocking me? Lin Shan carried her toward the bathroom door, hastening downstairs, where he set her on a nearby sofa and quickly fetched ice. He placed her foot on his thigh, beginning the process of icing it. Mu Yin attempted to retract her foot, but he grasped it firmly. I'll do it myself, she promptly insisted. Lin Shan lifted his eyelids, asserting, as the boss, you should just lie back. But be obedient. Whoever heard of a boss lying down and being told to obey? Is the employee about to rebel? Before Mu Yin could utter a word, the doorbell chimed. Lin Shan rose to answer the door, revealing the new property manager, Tong Tong, standing at the threshold with a look of astonishment. Tong Tong took a few steps back, double-checking the door number. This was indeed Area 1. Yet, all the villas in Area 1 belonged to Miss Mu. It was registered in the system. How could it suddenly be under Mr. He's name? Tong Tong, bewildered, scratched his head and momentarily forgot what he intended to say. Lin Shan regarded him coldly and inquired, Is there something you need? Tong Tong quickly regained his composure and smiled as he asked, I wanted to check if the power supply is functioning properly. Have there been any outages? No. Lin Shan replied. Then, Tong Tong hurriedly continued, Mr. He, is this your newly purchased residence? Should we update our records? No, there's no need. Lin Shan smirked. This is my girlfriend's house. These two sentences caused Tong Tong's small, bean-like eyes to widen in astonishment. Goodness. The owners of all the villas in Area 1 and those in Area 6 are actually in a romantic relationship. The wealthy woman's boyfriend is a tycoon, and the tycoon's boyfriend is a wealthy woman? My heavens. They truly are in the same affluent circle. Lin Shan asked, Do you have any anti-inflammatory pain relief medication? Yes. Tong Tong nodded eagerly. The substantial annual property fees were not paid in vain. Whatever the owner desired, the property management would provide, as that was their duty. Soon, Tong Tong returned with the medication and handed it to Lin Shan. Mr. He, although this is your girlfriend's house, I should still note your phone number in our system. How about I label it as owner's boyfriend? He inquired with a cheerful smile. Change it. Chapter 148. Does it hurt? Should I be gentler? Lin Shan clearly disapproved of the term owner's boyfriend. Raising an eyebrow, he corrected, label it as family member. Tong Tong nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, that title is perfect, simple and direct. Just 2 words. Lin Shan nodded in affirmation, closed the villa door, and returned to Mu Yin with the ointment. The property management came to inquire about the power supply. He succinctly explained. He then leisurely opened the ointment box. Observing this, Mu Yin immediately withdrew her leg. But Lin Shan firmly grasped it, extending it outward with determination. Lin Shan, she exclaimed, addressing him by both name and surname. Yes. Mu Yin, exasperated, questioned, Who's the boss here? You are, he asserted confidently. Then let go of my leg immediately. That is not possible. I am a boss. Are you disregarding the words of the boss? This employee truly is on the brink of rebellion. I am merely a diligent employee looking out for the boss's interests. Who asked my boss to be disobedient? Lin Shan proclaimed, his argument ringing with conviction. Who is being disobedient? Mu Yin retorted angrily. Lin Shan gazed at her, his expression calm as he inquired, Your ankle is swollen, yet you refuse my offer to apply the medicine. Would you say she is obedient? Mu Yin immediately retorted, I can tend to my own wounds. I do not require your assistance. At that moment, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, brother. Without hesitation, she answered the call, maintaining a serious demeanor as she instructed, "Do not speak." He Yin furrowed his brow. Was he once again a clandestine presence? Mu Yin answered the phone, exclaiming, "Brother? Working late again today?" The gentle voice of Mu Yin resonated from the other end, and he Yin heard every word clearly. At that moment, the Jiang residence was enveloped in an unusual silence, with only their breaths and the soft patter of rain outside filling the air. "Yes, I was delayed in Haiching for a while. There is still much work to be done on the mural repairs, and the restoration in Tianxue Tower is not yet complete. I need to expedite the progress. Do not overexert yourself, all right? Your brother must care for you." Mu Yi's tone towards Mu Yin was always tender, akin to a gentle spring breeze. "I understand, brother. You too must take care. Do not tire yourself out, all right? Your sister will worry." Mu Yin echoed her brother's tone, smiling sweetly as she spoke with great tenderness. However, her gentleness and melodious voice caused the light in He Linshin's eyes to grow cold. Mu Yin was her biological brother, which was acceptable, but He Linshin was not. He Linshin chuckled softly, his large hand grasping her delicate ankle. Mu Yin gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Hey!" He Linshin lifted his gaze. "What?" Mu Yin shot him an angry glare before immediately covering her phone. In a hushed voice, she demanded, "What are you doing?" "I am merely applying the medicine," he justified. "I can do it myself," she insisted. Meanwhile, Mu Yi's voice, tinged with confusion, inquired, "Yin, what is the matter?" Quick on her feet, Mu Yin replied, "It's nothing, brother. There's a little dog in our studio, and it's pawing at me." Upon hearing her words, the coldness in He Linshin's gaze began to shift. The little tyrant had dared to refer to him as a dog? Very well. He Linshin chuckled, failing to moderate his voice. He spoke those exceedingly ambiguous words in a normal tone. "Does it hurt? Should I be gentler? Chapter 149, mister. He is jealous. What am I to you?" Mu Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. "What the heck, He Linshin? What nonsense are you spouting?" Frustrated, she felt like kicking him. "Yin, what is happening?" Mu Yi's tone had noticeably shifted. It remained gentle, yet was laced with urgency. Mu Yin explained, "Brother, my ankle is injured, remember? Among the employees working late today, one has knowledge of physical therapy, so he is applying medicine and massaging my ankle to expedite the healing." He Linshin let out a helpless laugh. Just a moment ago, he had been a secretive figure. In the blink of an eye, a new layer of identity emerged, that of a therapist. He gazed at Mu Yin, a deeper smile gracing his lips. This time, he deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "Since it is Miss Mu who has requested my assistance, please be obedient and refrain from moving." Mu Yin exclaimed, "What? Am I being played by He Linshin? It seems so, doesn't it?" Shortly thereafter, He Linshin applied a medicinal ointment to her swollen areas and began to massage her ankle. His technique was rather unique. Though painful, the intense discomfort gradually diminished, almost vanishing with each motion. Mu Yi's voice rang out again, offering repeated cautions to Mu Yin. "Try to walk less these days and avoid running around, understood?" "Got it, brother. You're keeping an eye on me. So how could I dare? Can I even manage to keep track of you? Everyone in our family knows you can be quite the handful, brother." Mu Yin quickly recognized her irritation and conceded. All right, I was wrong. I have to go on a business trip to Jianglin and won't be able to look after you. From now on, it's up to you to be careful. You know I would be heartbroken if you got hurt." Another business trip? Maintaining a colossal conglomerate like the Mu Corporation is indeed no easy task. Mu Yin nodded in agreement, fully aware of Mu Yi's concerns for her. "Brother, please be safe on your trip. I'll be waiting for your return." Mu Yin smiled and asked, "Shall we go out for street food together when you return?" Mu Yin readily replied, "Sure, I'll treat you." "It's your treat? You should be the one welcoming me back from my trip, so naturally, I'll cover the bill." "Then thank you, dear brother." Mu Yin chuckled. "You're at it again? Are we playing house?" "Playing house, you say?" Mu Yin laughed. "Has our little Yin grown up and is ready to start a life of her own?" He dared not state it outright, yet his insinuations were unmistakable. In the tranquil villa, his voice resonated clearly through the phone. He Linshin paused his ministrations for several seconds upon hearing this remark. However, Mu Yin remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully responding, "Yes, indeed. I still aspire to reach the pinnacle of life. You, the billionaire, have yet to ascend to the peak of your existence. You must take your brother along." "All right, brother, just wait." After exchanging goodnights, the siblings ended their call, leaving the villa enveloped in silence. Mu Yin felt her ankle growing warm, the pain significantly subsiding. "You have a good relationship with Mu Yin?" He Lin tossed the ointment onto the coffee table, breaking the stillness. Without hesitation, Mu Yin nodded. Of course, our relationship is excellent. He is the best brother in the world. He Lin smirked, inquiring. Mu Yi is your brother, Liu Moen was your ex-husband, and I am your what? Chapter 150. Mr. He embraces Mu Yin, seeking definition of their relationship. An employee? Hearing those two words, He Lin's lips twitched slightly. He remained silent, caught between laughter and tears. An employee? How audacious of them to respond. In the next moment, he said nothing and lifted Mu Yin from the sofa. What are you planning to do now, He Lin? Mu Yin was taken aback. Can't you tell? I'm going to carry you. His gaze was steady, his short hair falling over his eyes. Mu Yin could not discern the color of his eyes, nor could she gauge his emotions at that moment. Yet, she sensed a hint of displeasure from his earlier remark about being an employee. Had she said something wrong? Wasn't he indeed her employee? Should she have referred to him as uncle? But she had divorced Liu Moen. Suddenly, He Lin halted, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Mu Yin, his eyes sharp as a blade. I have no interest in being your uncle. How did he know what she was thinking? He Lin carried Mu Yin back into the bathroom, setting her on the sink before retrieving a bag and placing it beside her. He then laid a blanket on the floor. Be careful not to fall again. With that, he turned and exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Mu Yin cautiously descended from the sink, stepping onto the blanket, her footing secure without slipping. However, her injured ankle prevented her from putting too much weight on it. She leaned against the sink and quickly untied the towel, changing into the clothes. The fit was surprisingly perfect. How did He Lin know her size? Meanwhile, standing outside the door, He Lin reflected on their earlier conversation. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Is the fit just right? He inquired. Mu Yin nodded, astonished that Mr. He had such knowledge of women's sizes. He Lin narrowed his eyes. Disregarding male decorum will lead to broken bones. This misunderstanding could not be left unaddressed. He must clear his name. I don't know. I merely told the sales associate that I am 1.7 meters tall with a model's figure. Mu Yin replied. I just mentioned that casually. There is no need for an explanation. Before she could react, He Lin grasped her wrist, bending down to place it on his shoulder, then hooking her leg with his arm to lift her again. The movement was fluid and seamless. This time, Mu Yin was not surprised. Perhaps after experiencing it once, and then a second time, the third time felt naturally calm. Mr. He, I can truly walk by myself. It's pouring outside, and there is only one umbrella. What? Mu Yin was perplexed. Carrying you is the best way for both of us to stay dry. Besides, your foot is injured. With that, He Lin swiftly descended the stairs, cradling Mu Yin, and handed her a black umbrella. Hold the umbrella properly. I'll carry you to the laboratory. Mu Yin paused for a moment before pressing the button, causing the umbrella to unfurl automatically. She gripped the handle tightly with both hands as He Lin embraced her, stepping into the curtain of rain. Just moments ago, I inquired if Mu Yi was your brother and Liu Moen your ex-husband. Did I err in my statement? Upon hearing He Lin's question, Mu Yin gently shook her head. No, you are entirely correct. His satisfaction was evident as she answered without a hint of hesitation. Thus, in her heart, Mu Yi was merely a brother, and Liu Moen merely an ex-husband, devoid of any other connection. He felt a surge of joy, knowing that his rivals had yet to penetrate the young lady's heart. However, in the next instant, the contours of his handsome face tightened, and his smile vanished. So, in her heart, was he merely an employee? His status was even inferior to that of her brother and ex-husband. The transition from heaven to hell was instantaneous. He Lin lowered his gaze to the young girl in his arms, sheltered by his umbrella. Sensing his intense scrutiny, Mu Yin looked up, meeting his deep, cavernous eyes. They remained locked in each other's gaze for several seconds until Mu Yin broke the silence. Mr. He, what is the situation now? He Lin's eyes flickered slightly, still reflecting the depths of a cold abyss. He remained silent, cradling her as he proceeded toward the laboratory. The villa housing the laboratory was shrouded in darkness. Upon entering, the sound of the door closing echoed. Before Mu Yin could reach for the light switch, He Lin had already set her down on the console at the entrance. In the next moment, he ensnared her between his body and the entranceway. Merely an employee? His tone, seemingly calm and composed, concealed an enticing allure. Illuminated by the courtyard lights, Mu Yin barely discerned his handsome features, which exuded a dangerous yet captivating charm. Her heart fluttered. She instinctively leaned back, her spine pressed against the frosted glass of the entrance, leaving her with no means of retreat. "Then, what about your ex-husband, uncle?" she tentatively inquired. The term employee did not sit well with him. Surely, referring to him as the ex-husband's uncle would suffice? Is there nothing else? Linchin's gaze gradually dimmed. Mu Yin, taken aback for 3 seconds, gently shook her head. He averted his eyes in silence, raising a hand to encircle her slender waist, lifting her from the console without allowing her feet to touch the ground. He carried her directly into the laboratory, placing her at her workstation. If possible, he truly wished to never release her, to never let go. The boss merely needed to oversee the work. Subsequently, he unfastened his cufflinks, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and strode toward the mural illuminated by the crack of light. Mu Yin raised her gaze, observing his silhouette, while also glancing at the photograph positioned prominently at the center of her workspace. Mu Yi is your brother. Liu Moen is your ex-husband. And what am I to you? Merely an employee? Is there nothing more? Her heart quivered at the thought. Did Linchin harbor feelings for her? Though she had contemplated this possibility before, she had dismissed it in an instant. How could it be? To fall for the ex-wife of a nephew seemed incongruous for a gentleman of his stature. Mu Yin lifted her hand and grasped the photograph, recalling the trending topic from that day. Even now, she remained uncertain whether the early activation of the fountain maze was a mere hotel oversight or a deliberate arrangement. What are you looking at? Linchin was engrossed in adjusting colors, yet his peripheral vision remained attuned to Mu Yin's every movement. This photograph you left in such haste. The hotel asked me to bring it to you. Oh, I see, Mu Yin nodded. In truth, there was no need for her to receive it. She had never intended to capture this moment, nor did she desire it. Moreover, the chaos that this photograph had stirred was overwhelming, and it had to be concealed. Ideally, no one should be aware of it. However, given the current situation, she could only hope that as few people as possible were informed to prevent any unnecessary complications. After all, this was no ordinary photograph. It was one taken by Linchin without her knowledge. It was a scandal that could not be easily washed away. Mu Yin promptly opened the drawer beside her and tucked the photograph deep within its confines. Linchin, catching sight of this, raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure. Has the young lady hidden away the photograph? And so well at that? Does this signify a desire to cherish it? It appeared the young lady did not completely lack feelings for him. A smile crept onto his lips, dispelling the previous gloom, and after achieving the precise color adjustments, he commenced repairing the mural. Mu Yin sat there, picking up the documents on her desk, meticulously perusing them. This was a list of materials required for the reconstruction of the west wing of Tianxue Tower, meticulously compiled by Tang Pan and his team, complete with a budget estimate. The list included precious woods such as Wangwali, Jinsenin, and Zeton. The Mu Corporation possessed a dedicated timber company with abundant resources, as their ancestors had built their fortune on timber. After enduring tumultuous times, the Mu family had experienced numerous ups and downs. Ultimately, the ancestor made a decisive choice, continuing in their traditional trade while also acquiring vast gold mines. As the saying goes, in chaotic times, gold flourishes. In prosperous times, jade reigns. It was only when her father took over that the Mu Corporation ventured into the jade industry. Although they had acquired several jade mines, they were all newly opened. The reconstruction of the west wing of Tianxue Tower necessitated a faithful restoration, requiring jade sourced from established mines. After all, the quality of jade from new mines paled in comparison to that from older ones. Mu Yin had originally intended to travel to the world's largest jadeite market in Songza, seeking to procure old pit jade, even resorting to the gamble of stone betting if necessary, not shying away from traversing various auction houses. However, she did not anticipate that such an immense quantity of jade materials would be required. The once abundant old pit jade has become exceedingly rare. Where could she possibly find such a vast supply, especially of high-quality material? Staring at the staggering figures of the needed jade resources, she found herself at a loss. It was not that she lacked the funds to acquire jade mines, but rather that there were no old pits left for her to purchase. I know of someone who possesses an old pit jade mine. Linchin's deep voice resonated, as he methodically removed his slightly damaged gloves and discarded them into a nearby trash bin. Mu Yin immediately looked up, inquiring, "Who?" "Mr. Pei, the esteemed figure in the antique world, Pei Ji." Mu Yin recalled her father mentioning this name. Linchin nodded, holding several old pits in his hand. most of which remained unmined. This implied that the old pit jade mine in Mr. Pei's possession could fulfill the quantity and quality of jade resources required by Shilu. Indeed. Do you know him? I do. As Mu Yin gazed at him, her enchanting eyes narrowed in a sweet smile. Mr. He? He Linshin raised an eyebrow at her smile, leaning over the desk with both hands supporting his weight. Miss Mu, are you attempting to curry favor with me? Shilu needs old pit jade resources for Tinshua Tower for the Mukin studio. Without hesitation, Mu Yin nodded vigorously. Mr. He, would you accept my goodwill? He Linshin chuckled softly. Is this young lady attempting to trade her charms? Is there a reward? At my age, do I still need a reward? Yes, yes, yes. Mu Yin responded eagerly. A year-end bonus doubled? What a practical, direct, and delightful reward. If Tang Pan were to hear these words, his eyes would undoubtedly sparkle with excitement. No one can resist the allure of wealth. Yet, He Linshin merely smiled faintly. Though one cannot escape worldly desires, a monetary reward is rather mundane. Then what does Mr. He propose? If I secure the old pit jade mine, shall I then receive my reward?